Hello and welcome back to the Golden Fanfics. I hope you enjoyed today's very special video. What if Deku was Spider-Man? Made by Bastion Lights. And the story will be linked in the description like always. So leave a like, subscribe, and comment for another part. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Amazing Deku. Chapter 43. September 20th, 5 p.m. Well, never thought I'd see you on my first visit. Stain looks forward with a crazed grin at Izuku. Sitting down before him as he stares past the glass wall, Izuku says, "They said that you wouldn't talk unless you personally spoke to me. So sorry, but this isn't a leisurely visit. Talking to a boy who has greater aspirations as a hero is far better than those scumbags who are afraid of the big bad wolf next door. Akaguro, why did you want to?" Stain. Alright. He rubs his head sheepishly. Stain, why me? And, what were you trying to accomplish? The hero killer takes in a deep breath and exhales, rubbing himself against his chair. Finding his behavior strange, Izuku asks, "What are you doing?" "Oh, it's hard to scratch me in this straitjacket." He then faces Izuku and returns the focus of intimidation he held before. "Boy, you were a vigilante, correct?" "Yes, I was." That should have been an obvious answer, but he still replied to it all the same. "And yet you're a hero now with a semi-pro license, passing himself off as Deku." His eyes narrow. "When Tamura's spiders bit you, did you try for the entrance exam at UA and fail?" The boy shakes his head sighing, almost ready to laugh at his folly. "No. I never made it. I tried to go, but there was an accident and I stayed behind to save this family from a burning car." At that, the hero killer widens his eyes and grins, almost laughing. Like a true hero. Of course, our emerald protagonist is put off by his exuberance. "I attended a school for heroism, and every single person there was only interested in being a hero for superficial reasons." The look of madness returns. "All they wanted was the fame and wealth that came with being heroes. I didn't want a single moment of that and left the same year, took a different route, as the vigilante Stendhal." That surprises Izuku greatly. A vigilante. "I had also met a vigilante like yourself, too, in fact, one an old man with no power and the other a naive young man who also failed to be a hero. He held heroism in high regard but was older than you, and the two of them inspired me to strengthen something I had missing: resolve." Izuku blinks twice. Resolve. A true hero is one who overcomes obstacles and performs the ultimate self-sacrifice when no one else will. "This is why it pleases me greatly to meet with you, someone who not only upholds those values but started the same as me." Here, the boy shakes his head in disagreement. "Look, just because I understand you don't mean I agree with you. Murdering people is still wrong." The villain gives him a stern, bloody look. Izuku backs up due to its sheer ferocity. "Once you're cornered and forced against an enemy beyond all measure, you will have no choice but to kill. That darkness goes away for the moment. Especially when your opponent is Tamura." On the other side of the room, the others listening increase their focus. This is exactly what they need. Knowing this, Izuku asks, "What does Tamura Shigaraki have to do with this?" "Well, Spider-Man, Tamura Shigaraki is less a man. He is more a monster drowning in the cesspool of hatred he was brought up in, all thanks to this society. I may have worked for him, but even he puts me off with his hatred. Assisting him in his quest was only to further my goal, where eventually I would end his life before it got too far." Such news shocks Izuku and the others greatly. To think there was infighting to that degree. Even looking at the hero killer, he can sense how disturbed the man is recalling Tamura Shigaraki. And I'm not the only one. His hold on those idiots is powerful, his means of manipulation are stern, and his hatred is insane. I only want to restore the dignity of the name hero and return the world to a state where heroes weren't just money worshippers and revenge seekers, but people who have actual care for others. Tamura. He leans forward. He wants to destroy heroes, as well as the society that puts their faith in the likes of All Might and will even step on an innocent child to get it done. "Yeah, Tenko Shimura," Izuku mutters, remembering the frame-up. But, if he's insane, then why does anyone bother working for him? The sanity of his ambitions is of no consequence to those who truly work for him. Why? Because he can do it. His shouting disturbs the boy further. They're all castaways who can't fit in this world either and follow him because they have no other option, and this psychopath is backed by so much power to pull it off. And with All Might gone, no one can stop him. What's his target? I told you, the hero system in general. But, if I were to detail who he's after specifically, it would be some girl overhaul needs. Overhaul. Leader of the Yakuza crime syndicate, the Shy Hasekai. His words put the listeners on edge. But Izuku can only care about one thing mentioned. The possibility worries him greatly. What little girl? There's this little girl who has a quirk that can reverse time on any person. One of Tamura's plans involves a bullet capable of destroying the quirk factor of whoever is shot, but he can't make more without her blood. But back before summer, some kid ran off with her along with Tinko Shimura. Thinking about it, Izuku widens his eyes in shock when it hits. Eerie, he murmurs, looking down at his feet. His fingers curl and tighten into a fist with the rest of his hand as rage awakens. Calmer, Izuku faces Stain and asks, "Why are you telling me this? You're gonna be glad I did." That adds a bit of surprise to Izuku, not more so than the other times. "Your reaction tells me that you know the girl, meaning you're the one who took her from Overhaul. Also, if you're Spider-Man, then this is needed to warn you." "Warn me?" The villain traces his eyes to the farthest left of his corners. Aside from Muscular, one of those crazy followers is obsessed with murdering Spider-Man. Hearing that, Izuku narrows his eyes as well with worry. "Midoriya, time is up." Looking up at the intercom spoken, the boy sighs before making about a Stain. "Thank you for your help." With that, he makes his exit out of the room. Watching him, Stain grins with eagerness as the doors close slowly. Izuku comes to the lobby via escort where standing in front of him is the hero Sir Night-Eye, along with another security officer. The hero speaks to the officer, saying, "Thank you for your help." "No problem, sir." The man gives Sir Night-Eye a salute before walking back to his post. Izuku approaches the pro-hero and asks, "Have you heard what he said in there?" "I did." Ever serious as always, the future sight hero faces Izuku with his arms crossed. A grand deal of information has become available to him through Stain's willful confessions. The boy asks, "Do you know about Overhaul?" Leader of the Yakuza organization the Shai Hasekai, Kai Chisaki. He has been a focus of mine for a while. All Yakuza members have been labeled villains and potential villains and put under surveillance. Strangely, while being the leader, Overhaul was the only one who we lacked information on. It was because of you running off with Eri that we were able to pinpoint his identity. At the mention of the girl, something burns in the depths of the boy's soul. His teeth grind against each other as he forces himself to calm down. He remembers meeting her for the first time and the look of fear in her eyes, as well as all the scars on her arms. This whole time he's been experimenting on her and using her as part of Shigaraki's plans. If only I had met her sooner. "Don't pine on what could have been," says Sir Night-Eye with a scowl. "That little girl has been through far more than we thought, which is why we're moving her to UA." Surprised, Izuku looks up at him. "UA? Why?" Sir Night-Eye walks to the exit with Izuku as he speaks. What we believe to be simply kidnapping and domestic problems has evolved into something of massive consequence. Now that we know the importance of Eri to Overhaul's plan, we have to be more careful with her safety. So we will be moving her to UA High, where she will be better protected from the likes of Shigaraki and the Shai Hasekai. But Izuku gripes looking up at the man through his glasses. "We can't just take Eri from her home." Home? They soon reach the doors, and they open automatically allowing them to exit. Outside, Tsukauchi awaits next to his car. "Do you not understand the gravity this situation is weighing down on us? Look, I know it's risky to have her around me, but Eri was finally starting to open up to people and even smiling. And besides, I'm stronger now. I can protect Eri." "No, you can't." A calm breeze blown from his lips to silence the boy's rapid splashing. The Yakuza are ruthless criminals that even to this day have a stronghold on the underworld. With All for One gone and All Might retired, they and the villain alliance working together will only make this world more dangerous for her and you. Do you think you can still protect one girl and the people they will target to go after her? Target? Not a second goes by before he realizes what he means. "You mean my mom? You can defend yourself, but she can't. Will you and that alien be enough to protect your supposed family?" "Yes." He shouts back, his heart extreme with conviction entering his words. "I know that they would be after me for her, which is why I've been careful about leaving the house and heading places. With my senses, they could never catch me by surprise, and now I'm strong enough to face anyone." Sir Night-Eye stares down the boy before walking by. "Just because you have his power doesn't mean you can be him." That prompts the boy to raise his head and turn around to face the adult. "What? Stop forgetting that there are pros who have more experience than you willing to fight alongside you." The adult then adjusts his glasses. "Tomorrow we will be moving Eri from your home to UA High's Heights Alliance, and there's nothing you can do or say to change our mind." But those words left to him, Sir Night-Eye faces the car and goes to enter inside it. Izuku drags his feet entering the car next to him. The entire ride, Izuku faces the window thinking about his apparent daughter and what she'll have to face. Eri had gotten used to being around him and his mother. The only other people she would feel safe around would be Momo and Jiru. She'll be in an unfamiliar environment away from the people she's grown to care and open up to. The people there probably won't even know why she's there, and they'll overwhelm her. They'll all be staring at her with those eyes all over the window of the car. Wait, hold up. Izuku comes out of his thoughts to look at the windows. He can see to his surprise a pair of eyes looking at him through his reflection. He turns around to see who it could be, only to spot Sir Night-Eye minding his business. He turns back to the window and sees that everything is fine. Whatever that was, it's gone now. September 21st, 6:23 a.m. Here you go, Eri. Izuku approaches Eri holding to her a mini backpack. The boy stands in front of the little girl within their home. Both Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye stand there present by the door, his mother Inko behind him. Eri, I need you to be brave now. You're going to be living at UA for now. Izuku places a hand on her shoulder. But, I don't want to, she mutters, her eyes beady at the edge of breaking. I want to stay with you. So do I, he tells her, looking away with shame and defeat in his voice. But, you're not safe here anymore. You'll be better off with everyone from school. No, her voice breaks at this. The boy looks through his mind to search for a method to make her not cry. He then spots a solution. You like Momo and Jiru, right? They'll be there too. Eri calms herself a bit remembering the two girls she's gotten used to. Also, I'll come to visit you every day. I'll make sure you're never alone. Curling her lip inward, Eri nods her head to him. Okay. Good girl. Izuku reaches his arms around her and squeezes the girl into his chest. I'll see you after school today. I promise. As if the last straw that broke the dam, a stream flows from Eri's eyes as she hugs him back. Inko comes down and joins in on the family hug. I'll be sure to visit whenever I can as well, Eri. After a bit, the Midoriya family pull away from Eri. Aizawa approaches Eri bending down to her level. Alright, Eri. Let's go. The little girl clutches her bag tightly before the adult pulls the hood over her head. Okay, she then follows after them out the door, hesitantly. Izuku walks over to the door watching her leave. His eyes follow until they disappear. Izuku Inko speaks, causing him to turn around and face his mother. It's okay. You did the right thing. Did I? He asks, wiping his eye with the sleeve of his shirt. Inko reaches out and hugs him. We know you did. Elsewhere with Eri, Aizawa, and Sir Night-Eye, they drive straight to UA. The future site hero says, I've been meaning to say this, but Chisaki might plan to go after them if they find out who he is. Shouldn't we enroll him into UA too? At the moment there's no need. Midoriya is a student of one school taking an apprenticeship from another. Should his life come into immediate danger once more, that will be the next step. It's perfect timing too since Nezo Kawaru was moved to another school because his mother wouldn't accept him into UA anymore. Later that day. Following a tiring day at school, Izuku finds himself on the bus heading off. He stands holding himself up with one of the ceiling grips. Just another regular day of class. Solemn with his dull day, Izuku sighs thinking about his situation. It is becoming a bit of a hassle to visit Momo and his friends from UA now that they're forced to live there. He agrees with it, but until the dorms, it didn't seem so out of there. It would be much easier if he lived there. Maybe you should sleep in her dorm more often. I guess. They kind of have this strict rule about fraternizing. And who just spoke? He looks around for the source of the voice the minute he found out someone responded to him. It sounds familiar too. Soon he hops off the bus and enters UA's campus, his ID a thankful help. The boy makes his way to Heights Alliance, where he spots to his surprise Momo and Kirishima. Oh, hey guys. Yo, Midoriya. Izuku. The boy looks down at their bags, noticing their personal carrying cases and their hero suitcases. What's this? We're going to our work studies, she tells him, prompting the spider to open his mouth in realization. Work studies? Sorry, I never had the chance to really tell you, is Momo's statement. It's a program that allows UA students to work under hero offices throughout the school year. Wait, but you're still first years. The principal allowed certain freshmen to do so, but only those who got recommendations from the sports festival. Yeah, I got lucky when Fat Gums decided to take me in too, says Kirishima with a sharp grin. Too? You're going to the same agency? Asks Izuku looking at the two of them. Of course, she tells him, a finger raised. As Fat Gums' quirk works similar to both of ours, he was ecstatic to have us under his work study. When will you be back? My break is September 23rd, she says to him. Oh, on your birthday. That gives us time to spend the day together. MMHMM. A certain look appears in her eyes. This goes away when she says, anyway, you should go and meet Eri. She misses you. I know. He makes his way past them to where the girl will be. Oh, speaking of missing, says Kirishima, catching their attention, have you noticed Bakugo has been missing his personality? You haven't noticed. Bakugo hasn't been himself lately, he's stopped talking, yelling, and cursing. Isn't that good? Asks Momo with narrow eyes. That's not the point. You might want to put it aside, Kirishima, says Izuku, his face giving a solemn expression as he can tell what the problem is. Kaken has a lot of issues to deal with. Maybe don't push it until he's ready to tell you. He's very prideful if you couldn't tell. So you know. I do, but it's not for me to say, is his reply. Eri sighs before walking off. Well, I guess I'll just wait then. Momo looks back at Izuku, contemplating what has happened between him and his bully. Hopefully, it's what she believes. Izuku, you should go spend some time with Eri. I'll be back. What about you? Some time apart is fine for couples, she tells him before leaning in to kiss his cheek. To his surprise, a tongue follows. We can save intimacy for my birthday night. Turning red at the possibility of what it could be, Izuku asks, is there something special planned? Smiling, she whispers in a sultry tone, very, before walking off after Kirishima. Static, the boy remains still as the tomato impression returns. I better wait until I go see Eri. September 21, 6:11 p.m. Over in the vast greenery surrounding a terrace, a gathering of men and women in black suits and white dresses can be found. A man at the piano plays music. It is a serene setting. Who else to ruin it but Muscular watching from afar with his camouflaging cloak on. Married couples, he says with his arms crossed, grinning at what he'll be doing in a few short seconds. Alright. Time to start the game. He makes his march, storming toward the wedding in progress. But not 2 yards away does the man stop, narrowing his sight of lacking depth perception while scowling. He grumbles before walking away. While storming off he happens upon someone sitting on a bench leaning back. Muscular notes the man's shirt and grins, saying, black clothes. I'll do that then. He leans in at the man, who finally notices the villain. Muscular stares for a couple of seconds before scowling again, turning away and storming off. Watching him, the man says, what a weirdo. Stomping the ground hard enough in his march, the man turns around at the presence of another following him. He stares at his stalker, scoffing. Oh, it's you. What do you want? You've been walking around trying to start a game for the past half hour. What's wrong? I'm fucking bored. He snaps in a growl of rage. Raising his right hand he says, every game I try to start lately has bored the shit out of me. I can't find anyone I want to kill now. Not to mention I did those games before. You didn't have a problem doing repeats before. I feel empty now though, he mumbles, still keeping his eyes on his hand. Would that feeling go away if you fought the last person who challenged you in a rematch? A rematch? He pauses, epiphany settling in the root of his mind. His scowl curves upward, turning into a maniacal smile. Yeah. His shouting takes his guest and many others nearby off guard, causing the latter group to leave them. His muscle fibers whip about under his cloak. The only reason I joined Shigaraki was so I could murder and play as freely as I could, and Spiderman was the last person that could get my blood boiling. Now that he's dropped off the map, I can't enjoy killing anymore. I need to find him. Yes. A shame he hasn't been seen since we kidnapped him. That smile retracts into a frown now. I know. If I knew where he was I'd go and turn him into a massive pile of meat and blood. The person turns away from him. Would you like to enjoy that thrill again? One last time? I have a session coming up and it would help greatly if someone would come and assist me. We'll even have a special guest come. And I say, The groan results. Do you want to kill him or not? Oh. Why didn't you just say so? Another groan follows. A team up between the two of us will be annoying, but I would love a chance to beat up you know who again. The two of us? A sinister grin forms on her face. Oh, I think we can do better than that. Side story. Bakugo interview. So, welcome for the first time in forever, Bakugo, speaks the school therapist of UA, a redeed woman wearing a dull brown suit that leaves a bit to the imagination. She sits before Bakugo in a single chair, the walking nuke lying back in a lawn chair while facing the ceiling at a slant. Whatever. Don't waste what little time I got with pleasantries. Straight to the point, got it. She taps her pen to a clipboard and proceeds to write. How has life been treating you? Sucky. Care to explain? Shouldn't it be obvious? He barks at the lady. He leans back in his seat and groans. Ever since I started going to UA, everything has gone downhill for me. That battle training against that stupid icy hot bastard was horrible. Wasn't he on your team? Yeah, and I didn't do anything. He just froze the entire building and won single-handedly. I didn't even need to be there. He clenches his hand into a fist and punches the side of the chair. I was so angry and bummed out the entire week I was distracted. That's how that fucking sludge man caught me because I wasn't paying attention. Yes, that's true. He sits back while nodding. I heard of the event. That was also the first time Spider-Man was filmed in public. The woman notes the change in Bakugo's demeanor. Frustration in his voice. Spider-Man Deku, that nerd, has been a problem for me too. He just goes around helping people like the wannabe hero he is. Even before he got those spider powers he was like that. He was. Deku would always go out of his way trying to help people when he couldn't do a damn thing, and it always pissed me off. He's someone who should be protected. As if he could protect anything. She narrows her eyes as he watches the explosive teen. No matter what I did to him, he still stuck to his stupid ideals. If he hadn't gotten bitten by that spider he'd have gotten fucking killed one day. Bakugo pauses, remaining static despite the energy and rage earlier. And it would have been all my fault. As he comes to that thought, the Redeed asks, do you believe that because you've been treating him like garbage the entire time, the one friend you had from childhood that still stuck by you? I believe that because I've been treating him like shit. He always wanted to be a hero, way before we turned 5, and since day one the moment I got mine everyone's praised me and said I could be the greatest hero, while no one bothered paying attention to dear Deku. With what happened in his life you'd think he'd stop caring about pipe dreams and focus on more realistic goals, but no. He would rather obsess over being something no one ever believed he could do. And it pissed me off that he wouldn't give up. She clicks her pen and writes. And when you finally saw him as Spider-Man, you started to feel guilty. Fuck no. He spits. I was even angrier. Deku was a vigilante who was as strong as a pro, even though it was even more stupid than him without powers. He'd just get himself killed even more easily, and no one would care because he was a lawbreaker in the first place. Him beating me in that fight didn't prove any of that wrong. The woman hums while staring down at the teenager in a crisis. Bakugo, you sound more upset about him killing himself than him beating you. A beat of silence passes as the ash blonde teen remains in his seat. I hated that Deku was stronger than me. I hated that ever since I joined UA everyone stopped treating me like a big shot, even when I won. Depression hangs off his lips. I hated that no matter how hard I tried, I still got wrecked by that asshole with the one eye. I hate that my hand is missing, and only so many people came to visit me in the hospital. He inhales deeply through his nose. I hate that I was compared to that jackass Gigan by Deku's girlfriend, and she was right. He raises his hand, unable to hold the prosthetic steady as it shakes along with his arm. I hate that I never would have gotten this far without the help of that quirkless loser. Bakugo, defeated by his words, grabs his hand with eyes closed. She sighs before sitting up in her seat. Well, I never thought I would come across this again. The situation. She places her notes down on her lap. Bakugo, your case is very similar to that of a former student of UA. Of course, like yourself, he was recently hospitalized for his arrogance. Chapter 44. It's a bright day this Friday morning, clouds spread overhead. In Heights Alliance within UA's campus, Momoyae Rozu sits up, rising from her bed with a yawn. As her eyes adjust to the orange sunlight, she glances over at the large bulge in her bed, smiling. She gets up and proceeds to stretch, the cracks just loud enough to catch the attention of the other guest in her bed. She removes her nightgown and heads into the bathroom, performing her daily hygiene with supreme exuberance. After the morning cleanses, she comes out to see a little white-haired cinnamon roll sitting up yawning. Eerie, speaks the teenager. Good morning, Momo, says the little girl with a flat mouth expression. Momo approaches the little girl and places a hand on her hair. As Eerie smiles at the familiar gesture, Momo says, good morning to you too. You seem happier today, says Eerie looking up at her. Well, today just happens to be my birthday. The rich girl glows as she removes her hand from her bedroom guest. What's a birthday? It's the day someone is born. They celebrate it. You did have a birthday party before, right? No, I don't even remember when I was born. That's rather shocking for the girl, who sits down next to her and asks, "You didn't?" While Momo reaches over and grabs Eri, pulling the poor girl into a loving embrace. I should have known. Chisaki kept her that long and didn't give any measure of joy or love. Of course, they didn't celebrate her birthday. I'm sorry, Eri. The thought then hits Momo before she says, "I'll show you what a birthday is like." Will you? The little girl's rubescent eyes flare up at the creation girl, her desire for help causing sparkles to form in Momo's eyes. "Oh, don't you worry. I'll show you a fun day after school. I have a break from my work study." Momo's phone beeps before she could continue, checking the caller ID and turning even brighter than the sun seeing Izuku's face. She answers the phone, turning on a face call. Izuku. "Good morning, Momo. And happy birthday." He tells her, smiling on his side of the phone. "Thank you, Izuku. Oh, and here's Eri." The phone shifts to show the white-haired girl. "Hi, Papa," she says, her mood improving 1000% at the sight of her pseudo-father. Expecting the next, Momo giggles at the sight of her boyfriend rolling his head at once again being referred to as her father. He's practically accepted it at this point, even seems ready for that level of responsibility, but still doesn't want her to call him that. "Are you coming over today?" "Of course, I will," says the boy to the toddler. "I did promise I'd see you every day until this blew over. Besides, Momo's birthday is today. I promised to see you tonight." "Tonight? I thought your classes were cancelled today." "I have an engagement today. I'll be by later tonight. Bye." "Bye, Izuku." She gives a kiss to the air in front of the phone before holding it to Eri. "Bye, Papa." "Bye, Eri." The phone then disconnects. Engagement. Momo thinks about what exactly Izuku could be doing at this point. Knowing him, he'll be getting into trouble doing the right thing. She hopes that won't be true. After getting fully dressed, the two walk down the steps together. Eri holds onto Momo's hand walking down the steps. There, Iida can be seen in the lounge adjusting his tie, clearly waiting for her. "Aoi Rozu, good morning to you," he says, whipping his hand forward robot style. Momo takes a knee before Eri and tells her, "I'm going to school now, so stay here and be brave until it's over." "Isn't it too early?" "As class president, I have responsibilities beyond the rest of the students," she tells her, patting the little girl's head. "That's right." Iida shouts proudly, scaring Eri into hiding behind Momo. As the representative of 1A, she has to be the most responsible and prepared out of all of us. Well, it's problematic that she has a boyfriend that goes against the rules of Iida. Momo holds a hand out to him, stopping the speedster from continuing. "You're scaring Eri." A quick look down at the girl makes Iida flinch before bowing heavily. "I'm so sorry, Eri dear." She sighs before looking down at Eri. "So, like I said, please be brave." "Okay." With that, Eri remains where she is, slowly releasing her hold on Momo, allowing the teen to leave. She watches with sadness as Momo exits the building, knowing that she'll have to wait once more for her return. On their way to class, Iida stares over at Momo as she looks back to where they left Eri. "Yaoi Rozu, it's okay. She'll be fine. If only she could come with us." If only. Iida adjusts his glasses before asking, "Can I ask one thing?" "Of course. I know Midoriya has been sleeping in your room on some nights." She stops static. "Sensei told me to remind you that such behavior is unwelcoming in UA." A sharp inhale follows. "Is there a but somewhere in this lecture?" "Of course." Iida raises a finger. "He wants you to know that he's only letting it slide because you two are good for each other, and he's aware that splitting you two up would only have a negative effect. So long as you two are responsible, he'll turn a blind eye for the time being." A sigh of relief releases through her lips before they resume walking. "That's good. It would have ruined everything tonight." Curious by what that implies, he asks, "Everything?" "It's personal." Iida steps a bit away from her, seeing the disturbing smile she has. For it is one that he has never seen on her face before. Does he fear thinking about what it could mean? Well, disgusted would be more appropriate for him. Following them, the rest of UA's students leave out to do what they need to do. Eri soon finds herself sitting in the lounge all by her lonesome. While cuddled up on the couch she sits, staring at her toes wiggling about. Here's Eri. She raises her head to look over at the person who called out to her. Poking out from the couch is someone's head. He is a plain-faced man with blonde hair styled up in a cowlick and blue eyes shaped in an oval, where the color takes up the entire organ. He also possesses a round nose. Of course, the sudden appearance of this guy shocks Eri. She crawls away from him with her back to the armrest. "Oh, sorry. I forgot you don't like that." Head pulled from the couch, the person rises from behind it and leans on the couch hovering over Eri. "Good morning, Eri." "Mirio, you gotta stop doing that," speaks another. Coming over are two people, the one who spoke being a pale boy with dark blue hair, sleeked back to resemble a villain's cut. He has pointy elf-like ears and squinting eyes, and wears the UA uniform similar to the first person. Next to him is the only other girl in the room. She is a round-faced pretty girl with wide eyes that are royal blue with a white pupil. Her long periwinkle hair flowing behind her, she bounces moving closer to the couch. "Eri." The girl comes forth to Eri, holding herself up on the back of the couch by her arms alone. "Ready to play today?" Seeing the three of them, Eri calms herself and straightens up. Oh. She flips over and sits next to the little girl. She reaches over and places a finger to her soul horn. Have they figured out what the horn is about? No, speaks the loner far away from the three. Don't touch her horn, Najire. Oh, sorry. Najire pulls away from the girl. Tamaki, come over. No. Oh, come on. You were fine being near her yesterday. That's because you made me, Mirio, is his reply to the blonde guy. Noon that day. That bent, ponytail hair. Bakugo shouts as he rockets forward. Momo raises her shield and takes the hit, blocking the blast coming from his palms. Digging her heels in prevents the woman from budging back. That damn shield. He directs his hand to his right to fire an explosion to make him spin. The momentum adds to his kick, knocking the shield out of her left arm. He then turns to shoot forward in an explosive burst at her just as she falls over. Heels plant into Bakugo's stomach, resulting in spit shooting out and his trajectory getting changed. He flips over, hitting the ground and rolling over. As he does, his foot manages to kick against the shield, sending it sliding against the ground in Momo's direction. She grabs it, glaring at him. Why did he? She then stares at the blonde, who holds a hand to his gauntlet housing the grenade attachment. You better pick that shit up. No time to care why he would ever think to do such a thing. Momo attaches her protection and raises it. At that moment he pulls on the trigger of his gauntlet, sending out an enormous fireball explosion at the creation girl. The spider shield holding up against the explosion, Momo herself is struggling to hold against its incredible force. She slides back slowly while holding her own, screaming fiercely to keep steady. Soon the explosion subsides, smoke covering everywhere she stood. Bakugo breathes deeply before lowering his arm. I know you're still there. That wasn't enough to blow you away. His response comes in the form of a grenade thrown in his direction. He reacts quickly, blowing at the air before it. But just as it comes within range, the grenade explodes and an eruption of white paste fires out. Just enough splashes onto Bakugo and covers his front. What the hell is this? CO2. Momo comes out from the smoke, charging at him. From her abdomen, she draws out a revolver and aims at Bakugo. Bakugo roars before rushing forward with the only arm that has not been covered in chemicals. They get closer to impact. Time. They stop. As per the voice of someone calling out, the two teens stop before one another face to face. They then turn up at the ceiling of the hallway they're in. The battle training exercise revisit has come to an end, speaks Toshinori's voice on the loudspeaker. The hero team has won. Sighing, Momo drops down to her knees in defeat. Dang it. Looming his eyes down below upon her, Bakugo sighs before walking away. Despite his victory, his expression reads less than impressed or even happy. Later on, following a review of their battle training, the students are now returning to the locker room to change out of their uniforms. On the men's side, Tokoyami returns his cloak to his locker. As he does, he spots Mineta looking at the wall again. The shadow bird asks, "What's with you?" "It's plugged up." He cries, dropping his head in despair. "Yaoi Rozu caulked the hole I made." Haminari shakes his head with a shrug of his shoulders. "Don't act like it's completely unexpected. She does it every time you make one, especially when Jiro can't hear you. What's more surprising is that you got invited," Sato mutters while pulling his shirt on. "Shush." Ejiro and Kirishima blow through closed lips at their fingers to him. Over with the ladies, Jiro is leaning against the wall, sighing out of pure annoyance. As she does, Ashido pulls up her skirt, already half-dressed. She glances over at Momo, who is still removing her advanced suit. For some strange reason, her eyes travel south down Momo's figure, drinking in a rather intriguing sight. She glows before moving to their class president and says, "Well, would you look at that?" The other girls look down at her rear end and spot the girl's racy choice of underwear. Turning around quickly, Momo covers herself before throwing on her skirt quickly. Her face is now as red as her costume. It's not what it looks like. "It's okay, yeah Momo," says Kami, holding a hand to her face to contort a chuckle. "We won't judge you for having needs." "It's not that." "Then why are you wearing green underwear that exposes your cheeks?" asks Asui with blatant coy. "I don't think it's for me." Though defeated, Momo groans, holding her face in shame. What follows this turn of events are the classmates heading back to Heights Alliance after a long grueling day of work at school. Staying back from the others, Momo is with Jiro as the former searches through her phone. On the front of the screen has Izuku's picture and contact info. She checks her phone for text messages, only to find what she sent an hour ago written. It remains labeled as sent, much to her dismay. "Izuku, where are you?" "He'll show up," says the earphone girl as they walk further ahead to the dorms. "I don't know," she tells her friend, eyes still on the phone. "This is Izuku. He never misses a message. He's very meticulous." All cancers are. The two continue to walk, entering the lounge room of their dormitory finally. Before the rich girl could raise her attention to the world before her, confetti flies out following the sound of popping. She jumps back in shock. Her friends have come together shouting, "Happy birthday." Momo raises her hands to her mouth in shock, her rising smile spreading too far to be hidden now. Sparkles light up her eyes. "You all did this for me?" Momo looks over at Jiro, her knowing smirk telling her she had a hand in this, and then back to the other girls smiling at her. Not everyone is here, but many of her friends are though. Kendo, Kami, Ashido, Kaminari, Mineta for some reason, Sato holding a birthday cake, Iida, Kirishima, Awase, Hagakure, Ajiro, Asui, Kota, Shiro, and Shaoji. Aoyama is missing for some odd reason. Wait, Mom, even her mother is standing with her classmates, alongside Inko with Eri in her arms. The latter two females waved to her. "I had time off," says the eldest Yaoi Rozu with closed eyes. Momo walks up to them. "I can't believe you prepared this for me." "Well, we did Iida's last month, so we kind of had to," says Shiro before he gets nudged in the stomach by Ashido. "Come on, let's get this underway." The class makes their way further into the lounge, while Momo joins Inko and her mother. Momo grabs Eri and holds her close, the little girl smiling up at the rich girl. "Happy birthday." Touched by her words like a mother of her child, she cries a bit. "Thank you, Eri." Inko watches the two girls together, smiling at how well they are together. She turns to Momo's mother, who relays her joy. Through her peripheral, she spots someone else coming in, her child's former friend Bakugo. Speaking of which, where is Izuku? These are her thoughts as she returns her attention to the class. Back with said class, Momo looks down at her birthday cake and smiles at the Christmas-colored cake. It's an odd choice for a cake, but she can tell exactly why Sato made it as such. Green and red are her favorite colors now. Momo leans forward and blows out the 16 candles, and everyone claps for her. With bright eyes that sparkle and a smile that can't be matched, she says, "Thank you, everyone, for the birthday wishes," before she gives them a bow to show her grace. Jiro frowns. Despite how happy she looks, the earphone jack girl can tell she's upset over the loss of her precious boyfriend. Where is Izuku? He should have been here by now. The birthday girl sighs once that fact returns to mind. Izuku. That fucking nerd, Bakugo mutters to himself, just loud enough for some to hear. Of all the days to be a Deku. Don't talk about him like that. Momo shouts suddenly, taking the others by surprise. I can talk about him all I want, he replies. I mean, what else can you call someone who misses their oh so precious girlfriend's birthday? A loser. You have no right to call him a loser after what you've done to him, Bakugo. She shouts this even louder. Done to him? Ajiro asks, taking the two off guard. Asui looks between them before saying what's on her mind. Bakugo, did you bully Midoriya? All eyes go to the frog girl now. Once Jiro asks how she would think that Asui tells them, Midoriya acts as if he and Bakugo are friends, but Bakugo doesn't act like it at all. Even subtly. And the name Deku came from Bakugo, which means worthless in another way. If they mutually hated each other, Midoriya wouldn't call him Kaken, right? So only Bakugo hated Midoriya and must have bullied him when he was quirkless. Mineta adds, that would make sense. Bakugo's personality is way too nasty despite being a hero in training. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo steps back before fleeing. Seeing him go, Momo follows along with her mother to confront the blonde explosive. Inko lets Eri down to her feet. Wait here, Eri. She then walks over after them. Kuri. Yeah. I need to be there for it. Kirishima watches as no one else has bothered going over after them or even defending Bakugo. Biting down on his teeth, he gives chase. Kami follows after, placing her place with the cake aside. But Bakugo and Momo, the two come out into the hall adjacent to the lounge. He looks back and sees her following, turning around with an explosive roar. What the hell do you want from me? Look, it's not what you think. Everyone knows now that I'm a scumbag. That I used to kick around your little spider of a boyfriend. Happy now? He snaps, gripping his false hand. Haven't I suffered enough? I didn't say that to turn everyone against you. He flips the air, tossing her reply aside. Oh please. I bet you were just waiting for this opportunity, like the BAT1 that you are. I'm already going through therapy, what more do you need? You tortured the person I love most into contemplating suicide, and you only cared because you would get in trouble, she snaps, cat-like eyes focused on him filled with spite. If I had said nothing you'd never realize it. Of course I only cared when you mentioned it because no one else did. He shouts back, shocking Momo. How would I have known I was wrong if no one else pointed it out? The eldest Yaoirozu and Inko stand aside while watching them argue it out. Kirishima and Kami soon join them. Momo grips her hands tighter. It's that kind of attitude that makes you a horrible person because you didn't realize it yourself and you still want to be a hero. Don't act like I don't genuinely feel bad. Bakugo curls his brows while looking down at his hands. I've lived my whole life thinking everything I did was right and only now am I seeing it wrong. Heroes were right. Heroes always win. I wanted to win and be right and no one told me I was wrong. Does that make me evil? Katsuki, the two turn around to face the person who spoke, Inko Midoriya. Shadows overwhelm her eyes as she glares at the boy before her. Hoping to get to the heart of her words, she asks him a question. Are you sorry for what you did? Bakugo stares at the older woman, someone with whom he has been rather polite with far more than anyone else. In truth, the minute he realized what he did, he has always wanted to make up for it. But would just saying that be enough? With whatever honesty he has in himself, he says, I'm sorry. Then maybe you should be telling someone that. Inko steps forward and places a hand on his shoulder. If you're truly remorseful, prove that you're not evil through your words and actions. Narrowing his eyes, Bakugo storms off, shrugging her hand away. Momo and her mother turn to Inko once he has made his exit. The former is cognitive of her overprotective nature regarding Izuku, but never would she have believed those words would exit her mouth. She is expecting a rant on how he's terrible. Miss Midoriya, Momo mutters. Kirishima comes up looking back to where Bakugo disappeared. Kirishima, says the girl facing him now. Look, I don't know anything about the history between Midoriya and Bakugo, but I met the cool and confidence that gave me the guts to push forward and be a stronger hero, he says, his voice low, yet the belief in his words remains stagnant. Even if he's had a bad past, should we be judging him so harshly now that he's trying to change? Does he still deserve to be treated as a bad guy? Inko turns her head to face the spiky reed. The alien speaks through her. You receive what you put out. As Kirishima is a little confused by why she's speaking so darkly, Kuri continues. Here's how a bad person is made, he gets to do whatever he likes, and no one bothers trying to stop or reprimand him. The other kids stay back because they fear his wrath, they don't care enough to get involved, or they're just as cruel and praise him. The adults do nothing because he has a bright future with what he was born with, because that's how the world works now. You just need an amazing talent or have a fancy golden suit, so everyone cares about you. He may have been a kid and didn't know any better, but here is the thing, that boy is going to become an adult, a man. And because everyone made him think that it's okay to treat others like that, he will become a greedy, selfish, arrogant person who only cares about being the best, pushes others around, and ridicules them for their quirks, simply because no one told him no. All three look at the mother with surprise and sadness at her words. Even Miss Yaoirozu, who has remained stoic and poised, is surprised by how Kuri's words were. A hand pats onto her leg. Inko looks down to see little Eri, Kuri retreating into the recesses of her mind. Emotions convince her to reach down and hug the girl, though she still worries for Kuri after saying those words. Kuri. Momo sighs with extreme sadness, looking down at herself. What a way to spend an otherwise joyous occasion. Of all the times for him not to be around, it had to be now. Izuku, where are you? Having said nothing the entire time, Kami walks away and returns to the lounge. Here she finds the others in silence. Thankfully, they could find ways to put out their conversation barely audible for them with television. Watching the screen, Iida sees a news bulletin pop up just as Inko, Momo, her mother, Eri, and Kirishima come in. Everyone, look at this. Soon all eyes focus on the screen as a redeeted female reporter stands before what appears to be wreckage and rubble. Thanks Yoko. As it appears, Aldera Junior High has been demolished. No information about what happened except for eyewitness reports. Can you tell me what's happened? She focuses on the person next to her. Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. I was just walking by and the whole place just caved in. It was like in Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, except I had to run far away. Okay. She returns her face to the camera. So, there you have it, folks. Fullmetal Alchemist. Luckily, classes were closed for the whole month after the entire staff was fired due to a police investigation unveiled bullying going on for years untouched. Wow, bullying, Zero mutters. What a weird coincidence. Serves them right. Ashido throws her arm up. Having watched the news, Momo turns to Inko and asks, Miss Midoriya, wasn't Izuku's school before Jayaku Aldera? MMHMM. Looking back at the screen, a thought then occurs to her. It is a dark one she hopes is not true. No, of course not. I'm overthinking this. Momo. The young Yaoi Rozu looks up at her mother, who approaches her gracefully while still holding her gift. Before I go, I figured I might as well give you your gift. She hands over a pink bag smaller than a purse. Oh, thank you, mother. She says, taking the gift. What is it? It's something I know you're going to need tonight and for the rest of your life. A question mark overhead, Momo opens the gift regardless and pulls out an orange see-through bottle of pills. Orthonovum. All across her face becomes as blue as the night sky. Momo almost drops her gift before that chilling blue is replaced with a wildfire red. Mother. What? It's about time you took precautions, and I can already tell what you were planning to do tonight. The rest of her class looks between the two of them trying to figure out what they're talking about. Inko, however, already does and is pulling Eri away while sporting the most credible look of shock possible. But. Didn't you? I warned him not to ruin your career, that's all, is her reply, her eyes sparkling. As if I can stop teenagers from being teenagers. Besides, I'm sure your friends all use birth control pills too. I fucking knew it. September 1:45 p.m. As the day has gone well for Yaoi Rozu, Izuku can be found inside a building. Tama Juvenile Correction Facility, that is. Sitting at a table in the visitation room among other kids who have caused criminal actions and problems using their quirks, Izuku faces the person he came to see. So, they still haven't told you when you'd be allowed out. Of course not, mutters Shimura as he stares down at the table in front of him. I've been pretty much abandoned. A wave of sorrow splashes onto the spider's face before he looks around the room. As he expects, there is a ring of tables and chairs with absolutely no space surrounding them. Even though the room is filled with people and their children, none of them are anywhere close to him and Shimura. Not to mention there are guards with their eyes locked onto the teen like the Z-target ability in Ocarina of Time when danger is around. Still, it's pretty sad that that's his answer regardless of how true it is. You say that like no one else comes to visit. That's just it, Shimura snaps, raising his broken eyes to face the spider boy. His sudden movements get the guards reaching for their stun guns. The only person who has come to see me aside from you was Hana. That's how bad it is. Hana? My big sister. Oh, Izuku nods, before being shocked when he realizes that this is the first time he's ever mentioned his family. What about your mom? And following a pause knowing he'd be bringing up the man who possibly put him in prison, Izuku says, your mom and dad. My father doesn't give two shits about me. And mom's air blows in and out his nostrils shakily. My mother's dead. Shocked, Izuku sits back. He quickly says, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up. It's okay. A soft smile spreads halfway across Shimura's face. If I didn't like or trust you, I'd have never brought it up. Shimura, I know you didn't do it. I know you're innocent. Of course I didn't kill her. What? No, I meant being Tamura Shigaraki. Of course, being told that was surprising for Izuku. But, the expression he made after hearing what Izuku meant is even more of a shocker. Why did you? His held out hand stops the boy. Deku, thank you for believing in me. I've been meaning to say this for a while, but I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Fatigue visible in his eyes, Shimura places a hand to his face. Sorry. I'm so tired I'm spouting nonsense. Here, the spider starts to notice the signs all over his face as well. He asks, are you okay? Know this place? Time's up, Shigaraki. The guards come forward forcefully. Izuku gets up and faces them. He's not Shigaraki. Looking up between him and the guards, Shimura stands and goes to them. It's cool. No need for you to get in trouble. As his friend is escorted away into the dark, untouchable region of the Orange Detention Center, Izuku instinctively reaches out for him. Sadly, he pulls himself back knowing how pointless and foolish it is. The treatment he's receiving is horrible. It can't just be because they think he's Shigaraki. Something is fishy, and it ain't that guard. After procuring his backpack and making for the exit, Izuku leaves out the building and takes off. He approaches the bus stop knowing the route will take him closer to UA. Well, I could always swing to UA, but there's plenty of time. And his head darts back and forth between the streets before he pulls out his phone. On it he delivers a text message. "Melissa, do you have a recording device that can get through metal detectors?" He doesn't receive a reply just yet, but the bus has just arrived. He steps inside and sits at a window seat. "I should be getting there soon. I even have Momo's gift ready." He pats his backpack at that, remembering what he has ready for his girlfriend. Hopefully, she likes it. It'll be a welcome distraction from constantly seeing eyes watching him from who knows where. As he watches out the window awaiting Melissa's response and not thinking about what he had to go through to get her number in the first place, Izuku's eyes pick up when he spots someone not too far from where he is on the outskirts of the window. It's a curious thing he has to look into, which is why he's getting out of his seat and leaving out on the next stop. Running down the corner he spots the figure he has seen earlier. It is a man shrouded in a cloak walking down a road. He only is going after that person because he recognizes the cloak as being worn by Muscular, that one instance when they fought in Hosu. With narrow eyes and a closer inspection, he sees that the person is indeed Muscular hiding in a cloak. He could recognize the body shape and his arms sticking out. He hides behind a tree and watches him walk down a path. While he could easily rip that cloak off and even call the police, he wants to know what exactly he's up to. It'd be beneficial if it leads to Tamura Shigaraki. He promised to help Shimura and clear his name. However, as he follows the villain in secret, he starts to notice the road he's following him down. Upon following the man to the location he has been heading, Izuku realizes that he was heading to his old school Aldera Junior High. It is surprising seeing this villain has gone to visit his old school. Is this somehow Shigaraki's base? That could explain a few things, but I better make sure. As he watches Muscular enter the building, Izuku throws on his web shooters and turns his phone to silent before jumping into action, turning invisible. He slips into the school, sliding through the door just before he could close it. He rolls to the wall and flips up onto the ceiling, just as Muscular turns back to check for the noise. A sigh of relief comes out watching him shrug and walk away unknowing of his presence. "What's your game, Muscular?" He follows from above watching Muscular make his way up the steps to the next floor and directly into the room on the immediate right. As he looks around, he notices that the school is veritably a ghost town now. Regardless, he watches the villain open the door and hops off the ceiling to land gracefully onto the floor. "Alright, stay calm. Whatever it is, just be ready to call the police should things get tough." He takes in a deep breath and opens the door. Entering the classroom, the boy gets a good look around only to find nothing he was expecting. Muscular is nowhere to be found. Even more, he finds a familiar silhouette shining off of the light of the midday sun, staring down at a set of clean beakers. Once the light adjusts, he fully recognizes her. Hitomi. She turns around and faces him. "Hello, Midoriya," she says, her tone cold and solemn, despite the small smile she produces. The girl returns her eyes to the beakers before she lightly pushes her left index against the beakers held together on a stack, each one clanging against the other. "I haven't seen you in days," he says, his tone nutritious with worry as he approaches her. "No, that's wrong of me. I haven't seen you since the Eye Expo." "Yes. It has been 2.5 months since my father Kagakuyatsu attacked Eye Island and was imprisoned." She picks up a beaker and stares at it before flicking it. "After looking into Eye directly from him, I found out he fought against Musatafu's vigilante Spiderman and was so damaged from the fight he lost the ability to move his body." Hitomi, Izuku can feel the guilt hit him knowing he's the one who broke his spine, along with the news of her father, what with how much she has hyped him up. Too bad he could never truly apologize for that. "I'm sorry you had to find that out." With a forceful slam, she inserts the beaker back into place, a crack left into place. Hitomi turns around to face her rival, her eyes casting a spell of fear onto him. While he has seen her give people that dark look before, this one looks to have taken a training session with his grandfather. "I find no reason to hold sorrow to what happened. I'm glad to have found out the truth of his disappearance." She smiles as the words leave out her mouth, walking up to the spider boy. "After all, my father simply abandoned me and my mother to prove to the world that he was right, and I agree with him." "You agree?" As she gets closer, Izuku's eyes widen suddenly. His head shoots upward facing the ceiling, and he grasps his head as a searing pain drill into his skull. What the? My head hurts. It is far more important for the world to recognize his talent. He had the intellect to change the world for the better and did it when he built the quirk amplifier, the device that made him strong enough to handle and corner even All Might. As her words continue, the tone grows ever more dark and enraged. And the world turned him into a villain, him and David Shield, who also helped and condemned him. All this and the pain in his head has not once subsided. But Hitomi, your dad hurt people. That's why he's a villain. That's why he's locked up. We can't just ignore that. And David Shield. Izuku looks down with shame. He feels very hypocritical about what he's going to say, but he has to. Shield was wrong, but the reasons he did it are nowhere as selfish as what your father did. At the very least, I understood why he did it. She stares at him, pausing. The girl then looks aside with eyes closed. You're right, I can't ignore that. I also cannot ignore the vigilante who paralyzed him. Her hand grips tightly into a fist. He hasn't been seen since Camino Ward, and no one seems to have a clue as to who he is. If he was around, there are a myriad of painful things I would put him through. A small smile forms on her face that slowly spreads enough to bare teeth. You probably won't be able to imagine what I would do to him. So, I'll just show you how overjoyed I am to kill you, Spider-Man. Izuku backs away just as she says this, her eyes opening to show the malice and hatred that is festered deep inside. Wait, did you? I know it's you. I know you have a quirk. I know you're trying to become a hero now. She steps back after the last sentence, the smile never deteriorating. And I knew you would be here if you saw him. We've been waiting for you, Izuku Midoriya, to kill you. Before he could get a response to that, the wall behind him bursts towards him. He quickly turns around, but is quickly gripped and ripped out of the room, thrown down the hall in a slide with pieces of his clothes torn to expose the hero suit underneath. Not caring at the moment that he doesn't get an eyeful of who attacked him just yet, Izuku is just in shock that he didn't see that coming. What happened to my spider sense? He then looks up, gasping when he sees just who has attacked him. Standing towering overhead is his 8-foot-tall high school science teacher Kuroda Kage. The lab coat that he often wears is ripped apart along with his pants, his claws have stretched further than usual, his eyes and expression are all that of a feral beast, and there's a device attached to his head. Upon closer inspection, the boy notes that it's very similar in appearance to the quirk amplifier. Another being comes out from the wall, this being muscular. Next to him is Gigan, both having their quirks active and ready for battle. How's it going, Goonies? Muscular speaks as he comes forth, clenching his fist tightly. I should have known it was you. God, I'm stupid, says Gigan before he summons his flesh in the form of rocks. Izuku jumps up avoiding the stones, flipping onto the ceiling. As he does, an electric current spreads through up to the ceiling. The boy falls to the floor, hitting his arm and face due to being caught off guard. What the? My spider cling. Oh cute, you named it. Izuku turns around to find another person in the hallway. He recognizes him as the skull-masked villain Momo told him about at USJ, as well as the same guy who he lost to that Kamui Woods caught. You. I have a name. Call me Skull Lightning. Gigan narrows his wide eyes at him. Really? Skull Lightning. Shut up, Tarmac. As they bicker, Izuku rushes over to Skull. He slides underneath his legs dodging a lightning bolt fired at him and rolls to his feet heading for the window. Arms raised to brace himself, and he busts through the glass. Though he goes for the ground, the boy finds himself pulled higher in the air by his leg. Upside down, he looks up at who has caught him, it's what he can tell is a Naomu, due to the exposed brain. It is a yellow one wearing blue pants possessing sharp talons that replace the feet. It wields pterodactyl wings keeping it airborne and a sleek yet fit physique, if slightly malnourished. Another one. The brainwashed monster flips Izuku in the air, sending him flying up onto the roof of the school. He rolls onto his feet and takes a crouch. The Naomu circles the sky above him. This is just like before when Mandalay was attacked. It was a trap. I need to call for help. He digs behind his back for his phone. But before he could unlock it and contact backup, something reaches out and snags his phone from behind. He quickly turns around and sees them. Kuroda Kage is climbing up the side of the wall to the roof, ripping away the fence that prevents suicide attempts. Muscular is breaking through the floor. Gigan and Skull are coming up from the roof access. The thing that stands out most is the very familiar mechanical tentacle rising from the side of the building out of his sight. Soon more rise, along with their owner. Humming out into the light is his former classmate Hitomi Yatsu. She wears a bodysuit that leaves nothing to the imagination with just below the chest cut off from the gray top. She wears metal boots and a yellow ring crossing her elbows, knees, and neck. The same yellow ring is found on her knuckles. There is one last ring on her chest in the shape of an eye, with 8 lines sliding up to the rings on her knees and elbows, 2 each. She remains elevated by the puke yellow and tungsten gray tentacle behind her, 2 held up in the air aiming at Izuku, and 1 holding his phone in its 3 prongs. It squeezes tightly, destroying it. From behind her back, she pulls out a small device, one with a tiny button. It's amazing what studying the spider Naomu can lead to in regards to handling the only success. Ethyl chloride sprays to overtax that healthy body of yours, anti-static discharge techniques for wall crawlers, web dissolvent for self-explained reasons, and my personal favorite, a radio emitter that jams the spider sense. All of these are ready and plentiful to kill you Izuku Midoriya. Hitomi, you're with the villain alliance. Hitomi takes out a metal mask, one very similar to what her father possessed. Correct yourself, Spider-Man, for only my friends call me Hitomi. She places the mask onto her face, completely covering her features and turning her eyes scarlet. My enemies call me Wolfram. Chapter 45. Attack. The villains make their charge, rushing forward at the spider boy with full intent to squash him as an arthropod is wont to. Stretching his arms to flex, Gigan fires a flurry of his flesh at him. To counter this, Izuku shoots his webbing out into a net and catches them. With a spin, he throws the stone flesh into the floor in front of him, breaking it apart and putting space between them. He then makes a run for it, but stops halfway when the Naomu flies just in front of him, blocking his path. I need another way off this roof. The last time I fought while outnumbered by multiple quirks I lost. But now I know the perfect way of handling these guys. Turning around, Izuku leaps up in the air, dodging the incoming punch by the carnal murderer Muscular. His fist shatters a hole into the floor below. Seeing it, Izuku gets an idea, which is why he fires webbing into the floor and pulls himself down into a mighty ground pound. Upon reenacting a video game move, the roof begins to break apart thanks to the many holes put into the roof. The weight of the villains, as well as himself, causes the roof to cave in under them. Izuku watches as they all fall, him too, diving closer to the wall as they enter the hallway connected to the stairs leading up to the roof. Splitting them up. Izuku lands on a railing and flips backward, already out of their sight, diving further down. He plants his feet onto the wall behind him and glares up, seeing Kuroto Kage already leaping for him. Jumping away, he lands on the steps with eyes remaining on the lizard professor. Professor. Why are you attacking me too? Ignoring him, the lizard roars and leaps down from the wall after him. Izuku thrusts his hands forward, firing his webbing to cover and contain the reptile, before pulling as hard as he could to slam him into the ground straight down. Stepping back, he keeps his hands trained. He can't believe this is happening. Despite everything he's done as a hero, the people he has known before his vigilante days are turning on him. Well, there must be a reason why Hitomi is. Kage has always supported him. For him to suddenly hate him enough to kill him is unthinkable. As he watches the lizard tries to break free, he notes the device on his head being the quirk amplifier. He has seen it on him earlier, but now an idea is forming. Maybe. Oh, the professor isn't himself at the moment. He looks up to see Hitomi coming down from above, held up by 3 of her tentacles on the wall. The quirk amplifier was damaged, but I managed to fix it up and give it an extra effect. She points to her head with a manic smile. Now I can control whoever wears it with my mind. Her mind, he flinches at that. So then, she took over his mind essentially. I had other ideas for that incompetent reptile, but then you had to lock up Stain and Stinger and ruined the Sinister Seven. Spinner, speaks Skull as he gets up. Huh? Hitomi keeps her eyes on Izuku while she answers the electric villain. His name is Spinner. Who cares? He's a bandwagon loser who couldn't last in a fight against a vigilante. Lizard, go. Izuku's attention returns to the reptile once it slashes and rips away the webbing that has entrapped him. Kage snarls, saliva flying out everywhere as he rises and charges exceptionally fast. Izuku jumps to the wall and climbs up, but sadly his grip loosens and he slips, falling back down below, his eyes on the visible current flowing through the surface. I can't believe he's negating my power so easily. He quickly flips himself to face Kage. The savage professor snarls, opening his mouth to expose the razor-sharp teeth he now sports, ready to rip Izuku apart like a fine steak. Both of his feet extend to land on the upper and bottom jaws. He then shoots webbing onto the lizard's eyes before flipping back onto the wall. In that same instance, he leaps over Kage, but gets struck by the tail and sent skidding across the floor. Pain shocks throughout his body from the blow, trying his best to stay stable. It hurts, but not so much. He glances back and sees Muscular and the others coming down to join Cage, the lizard man already in pursuit of him on all fours. Izuku heads for the two doors that led out the hallway and open them, slipping through the smallest opening to sneak away. Seconds later the doors burst open, Cage and Muscular stepping out. They look around, no sign of the spider anywhere. "Where'd he go?" shouts Gigan as he comes in. Skull follows after him while Hitomi remains in the stairway. She then travels up on her tentacles to the roof. Upon that floor, the quartet of villains looks around for the spider. As they pass another door leading into a classroom, Cage inhales through the nostrils. He then roars before whipping his tail to the left, swatting something right in front of Skull so hard it smashes through the wall. "Whoa. What was that?" says the electric user in shock, seeing Cage storm over to attack their invisible enemy. Izuku rises from the fall, groaning again as his body becomes visible. His clothes have shredded away, revealing him in his hero costume without his mask. His bag has also ripped open, an item left over by a table leg wrapped in green paper. Oh no. He reaches over to grab the gift before anything could happen to it, only to be stopped when 1,000 volts course through his body at once, forcing screams out. He lies back groaning as he takes in the pain, regulating his breathing now to recover quicker. Into the room steps Cage, who storms over his body ready to claw his face off. Acting fast, one for all courses through his body, and he flips onto the lizard's chest in a crouch, avoiding the putrid-colored nails. He then kicks off, pushing the lizard back into Skull. As Cage screams in pain at the sudden electrocution and crushes Skull under his weight, Izuku lands onto his feet after a flip, a full cowling of the inherited quirk around his body. Out of the way. Gigan pushes aside the two down members of his team and flexes. This allows his flesh to come out and fire as stones at Izuku. Why does he think this will work? Izuku moves quickly to the left, landing on top of a desk. He then focuses back on Gigan, only to stop when he notices the flesh stones have halted in midair. They then turn direction and fire at Izuku. Wait. They can move now. Just a little new move I came up with after stuffing myself with iron. Gigan wills his flesh around Izuku in a circle, cutting off his means of escape. Looking around, Izuku judges himself and his chances. I can't sense anymore, so I'll have to move quickly. Rely on my instincts. Now, Diouf. Webbing splatters onto his face just as he brings his arms in. Izuku takes this chance to jump away forward, avoiding the hardened flesh. Looking to his left, he sees Muscular coming at him with his arm about to perform a lariat. He reaches out to the bicep, using the force of the strike to spin him around the arm under Muscular. Landing on his back, he kicks off the villain and sends him crashing into Cage. He lands just in front of Gigan as he tries to free his sight. Muscular gets up quickly, his eye narrowed in anger. "I'm gonna wreck that." He looks down at his feet, where stuck in the ground just in front of him is one of the spider Kens. This one has a beeping light, after a second it beeps loud and detonates to destroy the floor. Muscular yells out as he falls, crashing back first into the table within the mess hall. Skull looks around at all that's happening, surprised. What the hell is this? He aims his arms at Izuku and charges his electric attack. Izuku faces Gigan as he finally rips free the webbing. He stares at his former bully, fist clenched. What? Not giving a response, Izuku charges forth. Just as he reaches Gigan, he quickly turns around and throws a spider can at Skull. It impales his right gauntlet, causing sparks to envelop it. What? Of course, this leaves him open to being grabbed by Gigan. Gotcha now. Struggling goes on between the two with Izuku lifted off his feet, waving them about. Get him. Emerald lightning courses through his body from Izuku, the boy quickly breaking free and then flipping onto his shoulders. Cage charges due to Gigan's orders with claws extended. Seeing his opening, Izuku jumps over the lizard and lets him crash into Gigan, hitting the wall's windows. But that finished, he shoots webbing at the wall and pulls himself forward to slam himself into them, while charged with one for all, the force of which is strong enough to send them crashing through to the outside. While outside, Izuku's head is caught by Hitomi's metal tentacle, while Gigan and Cage are caught by the Namu. Hitomi. Standing on the roof with one tentacle holding her down, she stares at him before shoving the boy back inside through a different window. On a separate floor in a different room, Izuku groans after sliding on glass. He rubs his head while getting back up. I'm not as hurt as I should. I can just turn invisible and. He stops when he remembers something. He dropped something earlier that is very important. Oh no, Momo's gift. He begins to panic, realizing his mistake now. He can't even forget about it and escape, he made that gift. It's irreplaceable. No. Momo would care more about my life than something I can redo. Reaffirming himself, he turns invisible and rushes to the window. Before he could reach, the boy jumps back away just in time when he sees a claw reaching out for him from below. The puke-colored nails claw the floor as the reptile rises from the outside. Doctor, stop. Ignoring him, Cage lunges with his mouth open, saliva dripping down as he charges, his toenails clicking against the floor. The boy jumps to the left, narrowly avoiding the claws, but still receiving marks on the front of his suit. He lands on a sliding desk. If I can destroy that device, I can set him free. Izuku takes a crouch before dashing forth. As Cage brings his right arm to swipe, Izuku slides underneath and attaches a web line to his leg. While sliding, he pulls and trips the reptile man, making him fall face forward. The spider then climbs up his back and reaches for the amplifier on his head. Just before he could, the tail wraps around his neck and pulls, ripping him off the lizard's back. Cage gets up and snarls at Izuku as he struggles to break free. Charging one for all in his hand, he prepares to zap him too, but the boy is swiftly thrown to the floor. Seconds later, a hand bursts through the floor and grabs his leg. It pulls, ripping him through the floor and creating a massive hole in its place, much to his shock. He spins in the air and catches his fall, using a quick web shot to the ceiling to adjust himself. Having fallen back to the room from earlier, he looks around for the gift and spots Skull aiming his arms forward. Skull shouts, "Let's see you dodge this." He fires dead straight at Izuku with just his left hand, the boy jumping over to avoid right into the face of Muscular. He hangs from the ceiling by grabbing on the light fixtures. "Gotcha." He growls, releasing his grip to slam Izuku. The spider boy pulls himself away with a web line shot at the last second. "I'm not going to get caught by you again." His brief words are cut short by the electric blast of Skull from his other hand. Screaming out, Izuku falls and lands on top of a desk. Steam emits from his body. "Okay, just calm down. The escape plan didn't work, so you'll have to go with plan B and take them down one by one. Come on, Izuku. Plus ultra." Groans escape his mouth as he rises ultimately from where he landed. One for all charges through his body at 7%. 5% should be fine without the venom killing me, but I doubt playing it safe will get me out of this situation. Skull fires again at Izuku in two separate streams. Izuku evades through dodging to the left and right at a speed his opponent never would have been able to keep up with. Special abilities like him, who can only do one thing, aren't good in close quarters, which means he'll drop down to attack. As anticipated, Muscular lands just in front of Izuku, ready to squash him. He quickly turns invisible, dodging his sight and sliding underneath the carnal murderer. He then flips himself onto the villain's back, becoming visible. But he needs Muscular active, so he won't be too careless shooting at me. Izuku flips again, going in the air diagonally above Muscular. From both hands, he shoots webs into his shoulders as he looks for him and slingshots himself with his feet extended. 15%. Charging himself up more, he smashes into Muscular, slamming his feet into his chest and sending him flying at Skull. Oh shit. The electric user propels himself up in the air, avoiding Muscular, the muscle villain, crashing through the walls into the hallway. Nice try. But you'd never. The web line attaches to Skull's shoulder, pulling him while midair to Izuku, who smashes his right fist into his cheek. The spider watches the light die in his eye in the brief moment they're airborne, before pushing Skull into the ground. This damages the armor further, causing electricity to spark all around him. I had a feeling that was for controlling his powers better, but now I can use that to my advantage. Webs shoot out and attach to the villain's chest. He grabs hold of them and sends voltage through the fluid to his shooters. They heat up, but luckily remain intact without sparking. "Thank you, May and Melissa." Grinning, Izuku pulls hard, ripping Skull through the air toward the window. There, the villain collides into the pterodactyl winged Naomu and electrifies it. "I have to get out of here. That way might be blocked off, but I can still sneak out another way." Sliding out down the hole in the floor he made for Muscular, Izuku enters the mess hall and lands down on top of a table. Stopping on the table, Izuku suddenly grabs his chest in pain. One for all dispels and he tiptoes over, almost falling to his knees. "I can't," he contains himself and holds his chest, blood oozing out from his mask. "Alright, wait for the effects to wear off." The cafeteria doors open and in charges Gigan. "After I defeat this guy. I'm so angry right now." Gigan storms forward, a little jittery and uneven. "To think you would become a hero and I would be reduced to this, Deku. How did it come to this? I'm not repeating myself. Izuku jumps away from a flesh stone that was fired at him, which shatters the table. He then shoots a web line to the ceiling and swings, charging himself with 10% of one for all. His foot plats firmly into Gigan's chest, sending him crashing through the wall outside of the mess hall. The villain lays groaning while clutching his chest in pain. Rolling along the floor, Izuku looks back at the destruction he's been making. Wow. This place has seen better days. They're probably gonna charge me for this. Teching up above, Izuku looks around for anyone else. With Gigan down, there are potentially only 3 enemies left and he's starting to show tear and wear. I better get running. While making his way to the door, a small cylindrical canister falls just in front of him. He quickly jumps away, escaping from the possible grenade, only for another to be thrown right in his face. The canister detonates and a white mist flies out, splashing onto him. Immediately, he drops down and coughs. His body shivers and violently shakes. Oh no, ethyl chloride. From the opening doors of the school building, Hitomi steps inside, walking up to him. Her cold eyes stare down at him. She speaks, "You should have seen this coming. After watching your battle against Trapezius Headgear, I got a good grasp of your growth rate and adaptability, so I knew you would come up with a measure to overcoming my team." A chuckle follows, "Just as I knew you would split them up, tire yourself against them, and try to escape through this route if I kept you from any windows. This whole place a trap you could not have escaped from because you are a hero." Izuku looks up at her, shocked when he sees her holding the gift. "That's a gift for your girlfriend, I suppose," she says, ripping the wrapping away from it to reveal what it truly is. It is a painting, a work of art done to a portrait of Momoyao Erozu, well made. "Ah yes, I remember her, she is that girl from the hero course who you've been speaking with on occasion." The mask is removed through the use of her upper left tentacle. All of her hatred and rage become more visible. "She's also the reason you've become what you are now." Hitomi, a tentacle shoots out and smashes into his face, the boy too weak from the poison to let him move out of the way. His lenses crack from the impact and he falls backward. "My name is Wolfram," she replies, placing the mask back onto her face. Izuku pushes himself up and faces her, noting a glowing blue light coming from her left arm. A theory enters his mind, but for the moment he needs to rest his body enough to get over this poison. "Hitomi, why are you a villain?" "Wow, you still said my name," though she's annoyed, the girl's eyes show content. She then makes 2 steps. "It's the funniest thing how life can turn out for you. One day you have a promising career and future, the next it gets shattered because the world doesn't see your intellect or future as a brilliant scientist. Instead, they see a potential villain because her father went mad destroying an entire island. I'm sure you know how that feels." Easily he sympathizes with her at this moment. The funeral wasn't the only time people have looked at him and his mother differently since his father was ousted as dragon. Hitomi's tentacles extend out from her back, her manic eyes returning as she laughs darkly. "So I figure I might as well accept my fate, just like Shimura, children bear the sins of their parents and become them. But I must admit it became so easy a fate to accept when I decided to follow in my father's footsteps. These improved prosthetics are proof that I will surpass him." Prosthetics? That reminds him of something he heard not too long ago from Melissa. The neural interface that connects his brain to the harness and controls the arms were made by Yatsu with help from a Dr. Tsubasa. The neural interface was sadly imperfect, and as they got closer to getting it to work, he overlooked flaws that Papa noticed. When he first used it, it deteriorated his mind. That may be why he ended up like that. The loud snarl catches Izuku's attention and brings him back to reality, causing the boy to turn around and spot Cage coming at him. The reptile man wraps him around the torso and slams Izuku into the wall, denting it and causing him to bleed further. Summoning whatever strength left he could muster, he grabs hold of the tail to pry it off of him. From the cafeteria, Muscular and Gigan come in, the former wrapping his meat fibers around his arm to slam a punch into Izuku's face. Whatever strength was left has gone for the moment, leaving him helpless. This effect is added with Cage slashing across his chest, ripping off blood and clothes to leave a claw mark on him. Muscular then grabs hold of his head. Watching them, Hitomi says, "Take them now." Gladly. Muscular grabs his web shooters and takes them off his wrist. He then rips off his belt. Walking forward, Hitomi approaches Izuku and stretches her left arm forward to his head. She grabs hold of the top of his mask tightly and with all her might rips it off his face. His battered and bloody face exposed, she coldly stares at him with prejudice. "How do you feel now, at the end of your life? Because you decided to be a hero instead of a scientist and remaining my rival, you're gonna die now. And the worst part? No one will ever find you." Waving her fingers, the reptile takes Izuku away. Her eyes catch Gigan resting against the wall. Really? All those trigger enhancements and this is all you can do? I know. He complains, holding his chest as he glares at nothing in anger. Is this the best I can do? In the gymnasium, Cage enters with Izuku. He then tosses him away, his tail ripping off in the process. Izuku rolls against the laminated floor while still wrapped in the tail, Cage walking away as his tail slowly proceeds to grow back with ease. Alright, everyone leaves. At once, the villains make their escape out of the front door. Once gone, Izuku pulls himself free of the tail. His breathing starts to return to normal too. Alright, the chloride is wearing off. Just as his hopes rise, his head jolts up at the sound of loud noises. Looking up, he sees the ceiling coming down on top of him. The fear of what's to come immediately hits him as the building falls. Outside, the Sinister Six watch as Aldera Elementary School collapses. From the tip of the roof to the foundation it comes tumbling down, debris and dust flying outside like an island falling into the sea to produce a tidal wave. Hitomi keeps her eyes on everything, never flinching even when a stone flies and bounces off her mask. Once the dust settles, Hitomi sighs with relief. It is done. Spider-Man is dead. No he ain't, says Skull with his arms crossed. Don't you watch superhero movies? He's probably still alive down there. We planted explosions not just on the ground level, but in the basement too, she retorts, so he's buried underground. And I've calculated how durable the spider venom makes a person, so even if he resists, he won't be moving as tired and poisoned as he is. What about that strength quirk he somehow uses for electricity? Asks Gigan, still clutching himself. At that, she grins. That quirk can only work for a certain limit before it reacts badly with his body, and he can't use it, and the most it can do is make him strong enough to break walls. He's not coming out of that. Well, that would make sense. Down below in the basement, or what is supposed to be a basement, Izuku can be found at the very bottom. Wood pinning against his leg, what may be a stone pillar on his back, something metal and sharp impaled through his right shoulder, he's indeed stuck. He can't move his right arm. His vision can only pick up dark blue, and whatever is right in front of him looks like a dead mouse. He can hear the sound of water pouring nearby and more things falling above and around him. He can smell a grotesque cadaver, it's a dead mouse. As for feel, he can feel the life draining out of him and all the blood he's losing along with all the intense pain he's suffered beforehand. This isn't good. Already assessing his situation, he tests himself by lifting his body. Immediately he stops following the push of the metal spike in his shoulder and the fact that everything above him isn't budging. Well, there are some budges, but he can't get further. I'm so weak from all that fighting I can't move, any manner of sight disappears too. September 23rd, 2:40 p.m. Come on, it's getting pretty intense. On my way. As the action plays out at Aldera Elementary, two figures get close to the action and watch. The first person to speak is a height-challenged woman with raspberry hair styled in twin ponytails, almost her as tall as her. Her pinker eyes are oval inside of pointy eyes, making them look hypnotic. She wears a big white bow at her neck like her gloves, an indigo shirt with large buttons and long upturned frilly sleeve cuffs, and a pair of white pinstriped pants which are very poofy, making her legs seem bigger than they are. She also has some dark tights underneath her pants, over which she wears a pair of shiny high-heeled boots. The second is a man with a refined appearance, including his slick-back hairdo with a curl at the front and his handlebar mustache, along with a well-kept medium-sized beard. He wears a dark purple jacket with enlarged collars and coattails, a pair of loose pinstriped pants, and two belts. He also wears a pair of cuffs and a woolly scarf while carrying a walking cane. These two heavily designed people come over to bear witness to the hidden chaos taking place at the school. The short one aims a camera and asks, "Gentle, why are we filming this?" "Well, La Brava, this needs to be recorded. Think of the views we can receive just by getting this and taking credit for it." "Oh. That's true." She resumes her recording aiming at them. Eventually, they spot the hero in training Deku shooting out of the window before being thrown back inside. "Wait, that guy looks familiar." "He does. Wasn't there this guy who kept stealing your thunder who was a spider or something?" "Ah yes, Spider-Man," speaks Gentle with a stroke of his beard. His actions halt when it hits him. "Wait, are you saying that's him?" Eventually, the building collapses. La Brava screams and hides behind her partner in crime, while Gentle himself stands undeterred. All the dust and debris coming to his way bounces and is pushed aside due to some invisible barrier in front of him. He watches the other six making their way out as it falls. That's the carnal murderer, muscular. Best to keep our distance. Time lapses. I failed. I'm going to die. I let everyone down. Welcome Izuku. Huh. There's another person here. Wait, am I in my head and that's Shimura talking? No, it's not them. I lift my head and see someone just above me. Wow, she's beautiful. Who is she? It's nice to finally speak with you face to face. I am Arachne. Arachne. Isn't that the spider woman from Greek legend that was cursed in the form of a spider? And that spider thing that tried to attack him months ago in his mind? It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. I can't because I'm not truly here. She walks further and I can get a better look at her 4 eyes. Ever since you took on the powers of the spider I have been connected to you. But it wasn't until you brought guests into your soul that I had the power to speak with you. And now, you've finally reached the end of your life. End of my life? Yes. You're going to die here. But it's okay, for now, you can rest in peace. Arachne reaches down and hugs me, holding me close into her bosom. It's too soothing, I can't think of anything else but this peace. Just give up, you've fulfilled your promise to your Raka, you've proven yourself capable of being a hero, and you've saved so many people. You don't have to suffer anymore. Just rest here with me, forever. Forever I could give up. I've thought of it in the past before, and now the decision is right in front of me. I can rest. Yes, just let it go. Here you can stay with me for all of eternity Izuku. I won't hurt you, I won't criticize you, and I'll never argue with you. I love you more than anyone ever could, even her. Her? Momo. I can't stay here. What? I push her away, stepping far from her. I can't believe I let myself fall to those emotions. But why? You thought of killing yourself before. Why resist now? Because of her, because of them, because I have not fulfilled my promise yet. Not only that, but I also have another promise to keep that death won't let me. But I may have wanted to kill myself before, but not anymore. So bye. No. She shouts, inching further after me. You are already close to death, what will fighting it do when you're going to die anyway? And even if you survive this, your life will come to an end eventually. Just let yourself die and we can be together. He made his decision you harpy. Turning around to the source of the new voice, I sigh with relief seeing Nana Shimura there. Next to her is that bold guy I saw before. You don't understand him at all, how dare you try and bring him to darkness like that? Blasted ghosts of the past. Just die already. Arachne lunges at me. You first. The bald guy steps forward stretching his arms out. A flurry of black energy shoots out from his hand taking the form of dark tendrils. Each one wraps around Arachne and contain her. That's amazing. Alright, you get moving. Unless you want to stay where you are and die. Okay. Izuku. Nana places a hand on my shoulder, which now that I realize isn't corporeal. I'll help you get free. Just trust me. Back to reality, Izuku opens his eyes. Electricity sparks around him in the form of one for all. With his left arm, he pushes against the floor. I'm not giving up yet. I can't give up, I'm a fool for even thinking of accepting death. Teeth gnash against one another as he pushes himself. Despite using one for all, he's stuck at his position still. With his left fist, he punches the ground, the light of one for all spreading throughout his entire body in a cowling. With this power, he forces himself to stand to push the stone pillar up. An average building weighs 100,000 pounds, and this is even bigger. To push this I'd have to muster far more than my current limit of 15%. But to raise this I'd need don't think about the math. Just do it. More of the transmigrated quirk's power courses through his body. From his mouth the floor below him splatters crimson. His bones crackle and his muscles tear and rip apart. It hurts so much but. With his left arm, he grabs the spike impaled into him and rips it free. More blood oozes from the hole left in him. Bared. With his other arm, he grabs the pillar behind him and pushes it. At this point, his quirk has left burn marks on his legs and arms. It's working. 44%, 46%, 49%, 54-60. With a mighty roar, Izuku places both hands up behind him and pushes the pillar roof 2 floors worth of building on top of him. His outfit tears with his muscles bulging out. I've inherited the powers of 8 generations of heroes. I will not let them down and avoid this power they've given me anymore. One final shout explodes from his diaphragm. Outside, Hitomi and the others keep watch over the tomb of Izuku Midoriya. Gigan says, we better get going soon. A hero will be here shortly. Skull sighs shaking his head. Guess I was wrong. It's been over 20 minutes and nothing. Let's go. Their female leader turns around to lead them away. Giving one last look at the remains, she solemnly sighs before muttering, "Goodbye, Izuku." Just as she turns around, the ground shifts. She turns back around and pulls her men back around. Eyes widen, she watches as the ground ascends with the rubble. All three men look in horror at what they're seeing. Daigen, in particular, is extra terrified, considering how long he's known him in comparison. That's impossible. Within seconds, all of the rubble explode upward. A stack of debris large enough to structure small hut floats in the air. The Sinister Six look up to see it, along with whatever is loose enough to slip away. Looking closer, Hitomi snorts seeing the boy responsible underneath. Holding the debris up in the air while stationary is Izuku Midoriya. Despite gravity affecting everything beside him, he is as frozen in the air as the stars in space. There is also a faint gleam of green from his eyes as he stares down below. "I told you he'd get out of that," states Skull, also in shock. "But, not this quick. It's like nothing we did was of any importance." Narrowing her eyes, she notes all the blood coming off of him. No, he's on his last leg. With a roar, Izuku throws what he has lifted down at the Sinister Six. Muscular fully wraps himself and throws a punch to shatter all of that debris into dust. He laughs as he does. "That's it, Spider-Man. This is just what I hoped from you, breaking expectations. Don't be cocky." A wounded hero is a lot more dangerous than before Hitomi could finish. A couple of black tendrils shoot down and entangle her. They quickly remove themselves from her person much to her shock. So fast, what was that? Looking up, she sees the tendrils returning to Izuku as he slowly descends just before the ruins. Wait, Hitomi quickly checks herself, finding that the web shooters, the belt and the mask have been stolen back. Her left gauntlet has also been damaged due to the sparking going off. In an instant, Izuku straps his gauntlets back on and then the belt. With his equipment on, the boy glares at Hitomi and her motley crew. Stunned, Hitomi steps back with wide eyes at Izuku. "Get him, get him." While at first calm, she screams that last part out and her men charge. Skull is immediately tackled, slammed into the pavement by Izuku grabbing his face in between the group. His skeletal mask breaks into 3 pieces. The others turn around having missed what happened. Skull. Daigen moves for Izuku and prepares to strike him. Sadly, he misses the leaping spider who is now upside down in the air right above him. Daigen soon finds himself lifted as well, due to the black tendrils extending from the spider boy's arms. Upon landing, Izuku slams his former bully with the back of the neck first into the pavement. "Control your emotions, stay calm." He quickly turns around and sees Cage charging at him with claws stretched and teeth exposed. Quickly dipping into his utility belt, he throws a spider can at the quirk amplifier on his head. The lizard slashes the shuriken to destroy it. Izuku has already jumped in that small interval, flipping over the controlled professor and stretching his palm out at the device. A bolt of electricity fires, zapping the device and causing it to short circuit. Soon, it explodes. "No." Hitomi shouts, watching Kuroto. Cage has regained his mind. Those fearful eyes of his return to that of a human's. "What, where am I?" asks the professor. "Sensei." Izuku shouts, pointing over down the street. "Go get a hero. Get the police. Anyone." The Namu comes down and grabs Izuku, holding his arms in place. Once more, one for all electrocutes it, allowing him to break free. With his spider strength, he grabs the leg and throws him at Muscular, who is running at him. The muscle murderer slams his fist downward, crushing the Namu and splattering him into a bloody mess. His crazed smile returns before he makes a mighty charge at Izuku. For just an instant, all Izuku could see is his fist covered in muscles. The spider flips himself upside down onto his arm as the fist punctures the pavement and conjures a fissure in the ground. Izuku pushes against the arm to dodge another swipe from the other arm, cringing at the pain of using his broken arms. Back on his feet, he quickly turns to face Muscular, charging one for all into his fist before he gut punches the villain. Saliva splatters onto his face from his opponent as blood oozes from his mask. Izuku grabs hold of Muscular's shirt before flipping in the air just above the villain. With his web shooters, he pulls himself down into the ground, with his legs stretched to ground pound Muscular as hard as he could into the ground. A quick bend of the knees lets him jump up as Muscular swipes behind him. With one more shoot from both shooters, he pulls himself down upon Muscular, with 50% coursing through his legs and feet. This final ground pound smashes Muscular further into the concrete. Spit and blood come out from the impact as the air leaves our resident psycho's lungs. Izuku jumps away and fires webbing to contain the villain in place. With the biggest threat contained, he turns his attention to Hitomi Yatsu. The girl shakes her head as she steps back. It is only seeing the boy as he is now that she can't believe what is going on with her situation. The spider has defeated every member of the Sinister Six all by himself. I set up traps, I studied your moves, I brought in villains who have fought you before and knew your abilities, I dropped a damn building on you. How? She screams, stepping back in confused rage. Her left lower tentacle shoots forward, drawing a spear from its middle to impale him. His quirk sparks across his arm and he strikes with a powerful punch, shattering the spear from its point through even the tentacle itself. Metal and sparks bleed out of the remains of that damaged prosthetic. Fearing for her life, Hitomi takes out another grenade and opens it up before throwing it at Izuku. The canister spirals through the air before it is struck by a bolt of lightning fired from Izuku's hand. The white mist explodes and covers over his vision. Holding his mouth, he swipes his hand aside to release a gust of wind from his hand. The mist is blown away with ease and Hitomi is gone. Along with her, Muscular and Gigan are also missing. The danger gone, Izuku gives a sigh of relief, calming down. All the pain he has been suppressing hits him hard. He drops down face forward into the pavement, unable to move anymore. As he regurgitates blood one final time, his vision fades away again, leaving him in total darkness. He drops his head and loses consciousness. The Emerald protagonist resting, two figures move in. The man known as Gentle takes a knee and grabs him. Police sirens can be heard nearby. Gentle. I'm aware, Brava. He turns around and hops up into the air with his assistant right by his side. As if bouncing on invisible platforms, he hops in the air away from the scene. September 23, 5:30. And so, police indeed do have one man in custody. He is a repeated offender and works for the Villain Alliance, speaks the reporter, as in the background Skull is taken away. All the members of Class 1 watch with eager eyes on the news. There must have been more than just that one guy, says Sato with a finger to his mouth. Who took him down? Wait, I know that guy. Jiru shouts, pointing at the screen. That's the asshole who tried to use Kaminari against me and Yamomo. The aforementioned electric user stares at the screen. That was him. Yup. The earphone jack girl turns over to their president Momo, eyes going wide at the sight of her intensive worried expression. Yeah, Momo. It's nothing, I'm just worried. Before the birthday girl could ponder on it further, Todoroki approaches her. I have a feeling you might want to see this. He walks away to let her aside. She follows after to get a look at what he's talking about. Over at a table away from the others, he takes out his phone. Todoroki, what's wrong? I was looking at YouTube and found this person with an account. He shows her the page, which reveals the gray-haired gentleman on a video. Do you know him? Momo lowers her head to get a good look. No. Who is he? He's a villain who makes videos of his crimes, is the bichromatic teen's answer. He calls himself Gentle. Well, curious, Momo couldn't bring herself to care about this person at the moment. Why did you want to show me this? Well. You The entire room jump in shock as Jiru holds her phone, staring at the screen in terror. Everyone faces the girl, including Todoroki and Momo. What's wrong? Kaminari asks her. My Spider-Man group just updated on her phone is a video featuring the aforementioned villain Gentle. Pressing the video, it plays showing Gentle in front of the camera adjusting his hair. Brava, are we on yet? Yes, we are live. He suddenly panics before correcting himself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Gentle criminal video. The camera pans back and shows him inside a dimly lit back alley. I apologize for the lacking quality in videos as of late. But I assure you, this one will more than make up for it. Soon the others gather to get a look, with Momo looking at the video Todoroki showed, knowing fully well they're the same. I have, for the past month, been uploading a series of videos to enrich your numb lives. In this day and age where All Might is retired, the king of villains has been defeated, and we all need to move on with our lives. Something has to fill the void that ordinary heroes and villains can't fill. That is the purpose of my videos. He laughs heartily before walking to his right. Sadly, the same old isn't enough. That is where he comes in. The camera follows, until stopping on someone sitting in a chair chained in place. So we will bring to you the unmasking of the famous vigilante who has come and disappeared after months of fame, Spider-Man. Any manner of joy and peace disappears the instant they see Spider-Man, Izuku, trapped in this precarious situation. Now, you may not be able to tell, but this person here is indeed the vigilante Spider-Man. As you can see through here, he shows the audience one of the web shooters. This is how our little friend here swings through the air. One simple press shoots out a strand of webbing that cuts short almost immediately. Must be out. But anyway, this should be proof enough of who he is. And his identity. Gentle stretches his arm over to grab hold of the boy's mask. He lightly pulls. Chapter 46. This should be proof enough of who he is. And his identity. Gentle stretches his arm over to grab hold of the boy's mask. He lightly pulls. All of class 1 goes on edge watching the steam going on. Many breaths are held in, especially Momo. Just who is the sensational Spider-Man everyone's been looking at? A former hero trying to reclaim his glory? A foreigner who doesn't understand our customs? Or maybe a fan who couldn't become a hero? Gentle holds onto the mask tightly. The answer to that will be answered in tomorrow's video. He releases his hold on Spider-Man and lets him go. Tune in tomorrow when we'll upload the true identity of this spider vigilante. Maybe we'll even see how he got his new suit. Until then, stay fancy. With that, the video ends. Back with Gentle and La Brava, they come together before Izuku, the boy still wrapped and trapped in the chair. The little one adjusts her camera and aims it at the boy. Are you ready for the video? As ever, says the man as he brushes his mustache. Be sure to focus on me. We have to get my reaction. Gentle, speaks Brava curiously, why are we doing this? Why, to achieve fame of course, is his reply. No, I know that, but why didn't we just show his face in that live stream? Couldn't we have just done it in that video? He laughs at her, waving the air as if slapping someone silly. Don't you watch movies, my dear La Brava? It's all about suspense. He points to her. We lure our audience in with a huge bait and draw them in as much as possible. They'll be so curious to know the truth they'll spread the video as far as possible, and we'll have even more viewership in the video to come. Thinking it over, she gains a smile upon realizing the brilliance of his plan. Oh. That makes sense. La Brava turns over to Spider-Man. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Yes. Now, turn it on. Gentle walks over to Izuku, placing a hand on top of his head. La Brava positions herself behind the unconscious captive with the camera facing the star of the film. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have for you now the unveiling. Spider-Man is none other than. Gentle tightens his grip and pulls, ripping off the mask on his face. As it slides up, his green locks ascend before dropping down into place a mess of crimson broccoli. Seeing his face, Gentle flinches with an expression of true perplexity. Oh my goodness. Huh? La Brava walks around with the camera to face the boy from the camera's perspective. As her companion, she's also surprised upon seeing Izuku's young yet bloodied and bruised face. This is Spider-Man. He's just a kid, speaks Gentle hesitantly, unable to accept what he's seeing. Yeah, adds La Brava with equal lacking vigor. He's no older than the guy who won UA's sports festival. After a bit, what was once flabbergasted has been replaced with joy within the silver gentleman's heart. Oh, this is even better than I could have imagined. Spider-Man is a child. All we need is a story and we'll have everything we need to improve our video, the boy behind the spider. Looking back at him and then the boy, the raspberry-haired girl asks, who exactly is he? I don't know. Gentle walks over to his computer and takes a seat, tossing the mask to the table. But let's find out. His face turns back to the video camera still facing him from La Brava's point of view, saying, remind me to edit after the reveal out. Got it? She promotes a thumbs up while the camera is still up. The girl turns around facing the boy. Maybe there's something on the internet or in the news about. La Brava stops herself when she faces Izuku still tied up, her camera picking up him and the other person next to him. In a crouch sitting atop the chair, the one Spider-Man is strapped to is another person, the white Spider-Woman known as Ghost Spider. Shocked, La Brava drops the camera trembling. Gentle. The high-class criminal turns his attention to La Brava while still typing on the computer. His attention on the monitor shifts when he spots the Spider-Girl ripping away the restraints on Izuku as his heart stops for a blink. Huh? Having finished freeing the boy from the chair, Ghost Spider lifts him over her shoulder. I'm taking him back. From her right wrist, she fires a web shot and hits the camera on the floor. Hey. The little woman reaches out for the camera in a dive, missing when she pulls away before she could catch it. Holding the camera in her hand, Ghost Spider jumps through the window she came in before tightening her grip onto Izuku with that same arm. On the other hand, she swings away from Gentle's apartment, escaping into the fading twilight. By the time Gentle and La Brava get to the window, their captive and his rescuee have escaped. The two then look back to each other and then outside, with the shorter woman saying, "We should probably move." Indeed. They pull back into the building. Gentle stares at the table just as he sees the mask, as well as the web shooter he pulled from his hand. Maybe we can work with that. But the ghost spider, she continues to swing until she reaches a building within the city largely abandoned by the rest. This dilapidated greenhouse before her gives an orange glow amidst the faded green and gray colors adorning its glass frame. She lands just atop the building with a light thud, walking with her captive over her shoulder toward the nearest opening, merely 2 feet away from where she is before diving in. Down below in the greenhouse, empty of all except for the agriculture that has spread throughout the building and claimed it for its own like in Jumanji, the ghost spider places Izuku on a table face up. She checks his belt, looking through only to find shuriken in the shape of spiders and capsules for containing webbing. Sighing, the girl places a hand on top of his face. Despite all that has transpired against him, he is still breathing. Relief exhales from her lips as she lifts her mask, just enough to reveal her mouth and fangs. She leans down and proceeds to wipe away his blood and the ethyl chloride on his face. "Don't worry, Deku. I'll save you as you did me." September 24, 8:30 a.m. What do you mean we're not going to do anything? Over at UA High School, Yagi can be found inside of the office of the principal Nezu with Momo. Because there's no need, the animal tells the two of them. "No need?" asks Momo suddenly. "I'm sure you've seen the posts on social media." "I have. After the video of Izuku being captured on camera, many have speculated on the authenticity of him being the real Spider-Man." She recalls one post made by someone who was there during the provisional license exams who saw him. Nezu then says, "I'm sure Midoriya also told you about the dual admission program he's a part of, correct?" "He has." "Then you know that the program itself is in public knowledge." This bit of information surprises her, but at the same time, she feels like this makes perfect sense. If it was, she and Izuku would have known about it beforehand. What with his intense desire to be a hero, he would have looked into it before becoming a vigilante. The DA is for vigilantes and individuals who have proven that they are hero material, but if everyone knew less, the noble vigilantes would start appearing thinking they'd have a chance. We'd have more Steindals than crawlers. Boo. Never mind that. The hand wave added only makes her want to know more about them, but right now her boyfriend is more important. Looking back between the principal and his student, Yagi says, "Nezu, we can't just ignore what's happening." "I wasn't finished." The animal holds up a paw. "Ordinarily, we'd go out and search for Midoriya right away to conceal his identity and make sure no one finds out. But there has been a change." The door opens up behind them, where Yagi and Momo see the black cat Shino Sasaki walking inside. Staring, Momo watches the woman step past them approaching Nezu's desk. He asks her, "Have you found them?" "I've found their location, or what used to be." Shino places a piece of paper onto the table. Attached to it is a photo. According to the apartment staff, there have been a couple of people with the same description staying in the room the internet provider tracked the IP address to. But by the time I got there, it was already empty. "Empty?" asks the retired pro hero, his tiny blue eyes widening. "No sign of Midoriya at all?" Shino shakes her head left to right for the response of no. "I'm sorry." Looking down, Momo sighs with massive regret. Izuku could be hurt, exploited, or even dead, and she doesn't have a clue as to where he could be. Oh, why does this shit always happen to him? It's depressing, to say the least. "What can we do then?" asks Yagi of the Catwoman. "We'll have to search for him ourselves," is her reply with her arms crossed. "But we'll need to borrow the nose of Hound Dog again. And even then it'll take some time to pick up his scent should we start the search." "Oh, Izuku." She looks up at both Nezu and Yagi. "Am I projecting my thoughts again?" "No." "Oh, good." As the Catwoman continues her plans, Momo can be found walking down the halls, her arms around her abdomen underneath her chest hugging her ribs. Her eyes remain downcast to the floor. With each step clicking on the floor, she reaches the next hallway, worried over her beloved. Izuku walking, she comes before someone she didn't expect to see at this moment, Melissa Shield. She's by a window wielding a gauntlet around her left hand. What catches her eye about it is the fact that it's a deep green shade, a palette she finds rather peculiar and attractive. Melissa. Turning around at her name being called, the blonde girl facing Class 1A's president. "Oh, Yaoi Rozu." She walks over, a bright smile on her face. Though any light in place disperses when she sees the brunette's sad expression. "You're worried about him, aren't you?" "Of course I am." Momo rubs against her arm. "What happened?" Momo then proceeds to explain to the scientist-inventor the situation presented to them involving Izuku. Situated together, the blonde sighs with equal concern. "So Deku is out there, do you know what we should do?" "Of course I do," Momo replies with a sigh. "I do, but I could never pull it off. Tokyo is the most populated city in Japan and the world, and Izuku's isn't answering his phone, so it's probably lost or destroyed, not to mention he was bleeding with his suit destroyed in that video. There are many hiding places for him to be in, and there's no way I would be able to track him without asking questions that would expose his identity." She places a hand to her mouth, almost about to cry. "If only I had a clue to where he was. I know where he is." Shocked, Momo darts her eyes at the girl like she was a target board. "You do?" "Oh, of course." A finger is raised. "Remember that thing I asked for? Because of that connection, I can track where Izuku is no matter where in the world he is." "Well, why didn't you tell me this sooner?" she asks, her tone out of character for the normally stern and pompous teenager. Melissa retorts, "This never came up before. Besides, I have been in my room finishing this and missed your birthday." With that, the blonde shows her the gauntlet, the gear suddenly shining a blue bright before dispersing into a gold and green wristband. "That's Momo looks at it closely. I based it off something I made for Uncle Might." "Well, based isn't exactly accurate, more accurately upgraded and recolored actually." The girl caresses her invention across her wrist. "But as for Deku, we can go and find him as soon as possible." "As soon as possible?" "Exactly." Melissa nods and walks over to her. The two face one another, with Momo nodding in agreement. Her expression gives utmost gratitude. "Thank you. The sooner we find him, the quicker we can keep that man from revealing his identity." Just one problem though, with a simple point at the creation girl, the inventor girl sighs before she leans against the wall. "Won't you get in trouble for going into a situation like this?" Her eyes narrow. "Even if I was breaking the rules, I wouldn't be able to just sit around and do nothing. I'd have no right being in a hero school or even claim that I love him if I did. Besides, I have a provisional license allowing me to perform hero duties so long as I possess it." "Oh, okay then." That bit of news is a relief to her, with Melissa glad that the two of them can save Izuku without any repercussions. After what her father did, it won't take much to get the public against her. The only problem is getting permission to leave for however long we have to, and I doubt Izawa will allow this mission. "Not unless I make it my mission." The two teenage girls turn around quickly when the new voice enters their heads. Walking down the hall with a breeze from the ventilation blowing at her silver wig, Shino approaches the girls with a flat line for a mouth. Embarrassed, Momo asks, "Did you hear all of that?" "All of it," she replies with a shake of her head. "It would have taken some time to assemble a team to go after and search Izuku, mostly because we have no clue on the abilities of this gentle or his assistant." But closed eyes and a deep inhale through the nostrils follows. "I want to save him too. Identity aside, if anything happens to Izuku, I would never forgive myself." Curiouser and curiouser, the young Aoi Rozu stares at Shino as those words of hers leave those lips. A theory formulates in her head that she files away for use later. Hopefully, she's right about that, but for now. "Miss Sasaki, thank you," she says, "for now." "Then let's go." Melissa throws a fist up in the air. "Not yet," Shino tells her, calming the blonde girl. "First, we need to go and speak with the principal to receive permission to bring you onto this mission. Then, we need to tell Izuku's mother in person." Just as she finishes her sentence, her phone rings. The agent picks up her cellular and answers, receiving on the other end, "That's okay. I'll notify Izawa and the other teachers of Momoyaoi Rozu's absence for this mission, but with the raid happening tomorrow, their thoughts will be focused more on that." Confused, the Catwoman is about to ask something when she receives, "And yes, I've been watching from the cameras since you left. After your previous reckless actions, it is only in your best interest that someone pays attention to you." Here the tomato impression makes a reappearance, flustering the white-haired Catwoman's face as she promptly hangs up. "That was embarrassing." She turns over to the girls next to her and says, "Go get your gear and be ready." And a thought then occurs, staring at Melissa. "Will you be able to defend yourself in case the worst?" "I have spider strength too," is Melissa's reply, raising her right arm to flex. "I can fight just as good as any hero in training." "Then we'll go in an hour. You don't have a license, so you won't need a suit." "I'm not going dressed like this though." Elsewhere. As members of UA go through this bit of havoc, the villain alliance can be found inside of a dark room someplace within the refuge of Musatafu. In this room with adequate lighting and violet furniture is Tamura Shigaraki in his costume, leaning in a recliner. Behind him are his men accomplices. Among them are familiar faces from previous incidents. Muscular, Magni, Gigan, and Lady Wolfram Hitomi. Next to them are new faces, the first being a pale man who can be in his early 20s with spiky black hair. He has wrinkled, distorted purple skin on his arms and from the upper chest past his bottom jaw that looks to be attached surgically. This same skin also falls under his eyes. He wears a dark blue coat with two metal casings around his arms, a vanilla t-shirt underneath that, matching blue pants with a metal belt, and mud brown boots. The guy next to him is a tall bastard wearing a sunny day yellow overcoat with a Mikan orange shirt underneath, coupled with raspberry gloves, white boots with black toes, and a white cane held in his right hand. This magician-esque character also sports a black top hat with a red cloth and feather on the right, his face concealed from the world underneath a black and white mask. The person left as last is also a man dressed head to toe in black spandex, showing off his rather muscular frame. What isn't black are the grey boots. There is also a grey pattern by his legs and waist which resemble coattails from the front and the letter W all around, as well as one going down his chest and across to look like a T. From where his cranium and the top half of his head is, the mask is grey with wide eyes. So, it's come to my attention that you have yet to bring to me the finished product. What do you have to say about that? Well, overhaul. Sitting on the couch in front of him are the members of the Shai Haseikai. There in the middle is Kai Chisaki, dressed wearing his usual clothes including the plague mask. The first next to him is a tiny person with a white mask that's sewn up the middle. The second wears a gold mask but a white cloak. It couldn't be helped, Tamura. The main ingredient to the quirk-destroying bullets is gone, as I have told you. The man's eyes narrow staring at Shigaraki. And how many have you made? Overhaul digs into his vest, grabbing hold of a black cartridge holder. Stretching his well-groomed fingers over, Shigaraki takes hold of it before he promptly opens it up. Placed inside are two bullets shaped with needle points. He picks one up and examines. Interesting, this is the final product. Precisely. Overhaul points at the items. Out of all the testings we've done, we were able to make 3 successful quirk destruction bullets. And that's a long name, so we just call them QTB. What happened to the third? We tested them on one of those lesser Namu things you sent, he tells him, to make sure it worked. But, we can't make more without Eri. That boy who took her was our only clue, but more likely than not she's at UA High. His eyes narrowing at the mention of the greatest hero school in Japan, Shigaraki takes the bullet and pockets it. That's okay, Overhaul. We have a plan for that. Here is where the one with the colorful mask speaks up. To what sort of plan did you have in mind for procuring Eri? One sole eye looks up at him, his mouth stretching left to right into a grin. Have you ever heard of a prisoner transfer? Overhaul scuffs, leaning back in his seat with his right hand waving the idea off. Foolish idea. As if it'd be that easy to capture a hero and use them to get that little girl back, especially if they're aware of what our plans are. It's because they're heroes that they're going to go along with it. So long as you get her back, we can finish the job. Or, he points up, you could capture someone who possesses a quirk that gives an effect similar to that of Eri's. Static for a beat, Overhaul rotates an eye to one of his men. Chronostasis. He must be referring to the erasure hero. Exactly. Shigaraki gets up from his seat, a stretch of his arms to reanimate the solid structure works of his frame with a dozen cracking noises. Once done, the man snaps his fingers and exits, causing those on his side to make their exit. We've got until the end of the year to begin exterminating heroes. Moving out, the villains leave the Yakuza to their devices traveling across the room. Not far from their position sits a hole containing wisps of darkness in the shape of a circle. Between this darkness is a portal leading to a laboratory. Hold it, says the boss, stopping his men from continuing. His crimson eyes lock onto Wolfram with mild prejudice. Before we resume our daily lives, you have something to correct. I do? She asks in surprise, Shigaraki holding up the cartridge holder. There is a myriad of expendables I've worked for, your father being one of them. His body faces her now. What makes one expendable is when someone who works for me fails to do what is necessary to the mission. Your less than success in the murder of Spiderman is just one of them. Don't remind me, she replies in solemn rage. I used a high dosage of ethyl chloride on him, and he survived it among everything that fell on him. His foot digs into her stomach, knocking the girl onto her behind. With a soft thud, she lands, coughing from her diaphragm at the pain. And because you didn't bother to rip his head off, I have to clean up your mess. And no. She shouts, pushing herself back up with her remaining 3 tentacles. Landing on her feet, she snaps, I'll finish the job. Spider-Man is mine. Only because you haven't told me who the hell he is. He kicks her again, his hand throwing down to grasp her mask. Instantly it rots away, turning into nothing more than metal dust. You have no right to state anything after losing to him. You're no better than the rest of the hired help around here. Yo man, you don't have to be like that. Slap her this time. Says the man head to toe in spandex. Good idea, twice. He brings his hand back to scrape across the young girl's face, only for it to be caught by one of her tentacles. Hitomi stands back up, her blue hair unkempt flowing down her face like a river. Once fully tall, she glares death at him as disturbing as possible. Never has she felt this much rage outside of her once rival. I may have failed to end his life like you've done so many others, but what have you done? Angered, the handman growls, care to correct yourself? You couldn't kill him yourself, so you send someone else to do the job, only to get angry when they failed. No matter what I've failed to do, I have far more accomplishments than you ever have. Hitomi swipes her hair back with added screams. I discovered the flaw in his spider sense. I have put him in a corner more than 2 times. I have successfully deduced Spider-Man's identity. I have also unmasked him. After how long I've let him insult and abandon me, that boy's life is mine to take, no one else's. She extends a hand to him. All I require this time is equal footing, the spiders that created him in the first place. Make me a spider. Staring at her for a good 4 seconds, Shigaraki then waves off his men. Twice, you stay here and assist the Yakuza, Todoro's still in lockup. The rest of you head off. Well, as you wish, speaks the orange man as he twirls his cane. Oh, I don't want to, mutters Twice with a sigh. Roger. Mess speaking subtly, the one with garbage skin walks off with hands in coat pockets. You better hurry it up, bitch. Muscular speaks before he walks through the portal. Eigen scuffs before walking off. Now alone, Shigaraki stares at Hitomi with utter silence. You want to use the spider venom to gain the spider powers that Spider-Man has? Even knowing you can't achieve the spider quirk while you already have one? Are you that desperate? That is why I am demanding it, she growls, eyes dead focused on his, because I am quirkless too. Oh? It all made sense when we fought. Hitomi gains a crazed smile. He only won because he had those powers. If I had his artificial quirk, then I would be able to match him, surpass him, prove to him how superior I am. Shigaraki keeps his eyes on her for a few more, before through the portal door he implores. Let's go. September 24, 9:30 AM. And that's what we'll be doing. A good deal of time has passed since the plan to rescue Izuku has been established. Now within the residence of the Midoriya family, Shino Sasaki, Momo Yaoirozu, and Melissa Shield are together standing face to face with Inko Midoriya. They have just explained to her the situation at hand and are awaiting a response. Of course, getting a good look at her stoic face is giving the 3 females a couple of fears of how she'll respond. So, Izuku was kidnapped again, her words are soft as snow falling to the earth. Momo, being the most worried, asks Miss Midoriya, are you okay? No, I want to cry. Each word comes out skipping with heavy breathing. Izuku is out there in pain, maybe dying, but a hand cups her mouth. I want to have faith in him. But, I'm so worried. How could this have happened again? Momo furrows her lips, the young heroine in training, understanding how she feels at this moment. There's a story that she wants to know, that only the boy she loves can tell. Inko, we'll find him. I promise. Staring up at the girl deep into her eyes, Inko holds herself together. All she can do is that for the moment. Yes, of course. The mother stretches her hand out to Momo. Momo, please take my hand. Of course. Momo takes her hand. It is only right to return the gesture with kindness. Though the surprise hits when she clasps her other hand on top of the girl's and black ooze extends out from the pores of her hand. The liquid slithers into Momo's body, causing her to flinch. This is. Fury wants to go to help you. What's this? Melissa says in shock seeing this happening. As far as she was informed, Inko's quirk has nothing to do with manipulating some sort of black material. Is that slime? Here as Momo tries to contemplate what's going on, the symbiote enters her body. Her eyes open wide as a well of information flood her mind. Where am I? I was just in Izuku's home and then. I came into your head. Kaya. I turn around up at the sky. Is that the sky? And see it before me. Floating overhead as a mass of darkness in the shape of the web is what I can only assume to be an ink-like being that I recognize as Kuri, but only because of the head that Miss Midoriya once wore that time. Its body looks far more vibrant than I thought, almost like a black bootlace worm at the beach. How long are you going? Monologue. I'm inside your body now, which means I'm in your head. Oh. Right. So, if you're in my head, you can. I can read your memories too. Why is he shaking his head? Ents King. Man, oh, man. So that's what you were going to do when he showed up. Wait, don't look at that. I won't tell. The webbing collects together into a single being, taking the form of a human figure. Kuri's body type looks vaguely familiar, almost instantly familiar. I tell Inko things she needs to know from her dear Izuku baby, but she needs to know nothing about your carnal desires towards her son, or the offer you were planning to make with those two. Please don't say that while wearing my face. Why are you reading my memories anyway? That's part of the possession process. Kuri holds up a finger before I start to see visions of the alien entering Izuku and Inko. Ordinarily, I could just take over your body. But then I'd just be a parasite. And I am not a parasite. I guess he hates that description. Full symbiosis requires me to merge with your mind, but it's risky. I absorb the traits of those I possess, which is why I prefer to stick to one person. Your boyfriend was the first human I fully merged with, and that affected me the most. It's the only reason I bothered contemplating helping you and him. That's such a heartfelt thing to hear. Izuku does have that effect on people, to make them want to be better. He could very well be a Mary Sue. Kuri, thank you for coming with us. I feel a little better knowing that you're doing this to help with our mission. Don't think too much of it. He waves it off. I wanted to help Izuku, and that's what we're gonna do. It's just good that I trust you enough to merge with. I don't know Little Miss Catwoman that well enough, or that blonde spider either. Kuri holds a hand out to me. Let's go get Deku. I grasp his hand and shake. Of course. After a quick blink, Momo looks around realizing she's back in reality. Looking down at her hands, she tests them. Shino leans forward asking, how do you feel? I'm not sure, she replies, my body doesn't feel that much different, but I do feel more energetic than usual. That's normal. And now there's a voice inside my head other than my own. Melissa sighs. So, no one's going to explain this to me? Well, let's not squabble. Says Shino getting up from the seat. Her eyes then turn to Melissa. Where is Izuku now? The blonde spider girl closes her eyes to concentrate. She turns to face the wall leading down the hallway. Her feet carry her in that direction, leading the others to follow until eventually coming before Izuku's bedroom. Opening the door, Melissa and the others enter the sanctuary of solitude for the spider hero in training. Melissa comes to the window after climbing up his bed and stares out looking at the city. Follow me. Making a quick turn around that the other females didn't expect, Melissa shield charges out the bedroom. Darting past Inko Midoriya like an unplanned obstacle, she and the others head out the door. Momo says, we'll call when we've found him. And they're gone. September 24, 10 a.m. Hitomi stares at the syringe before her. She picks it up with her fingers, staring at the clear liquid inside. Now, just inject yourself, speaks Shigaraki, staring at the girl with intrigue. You want your revenge, don't you? Her eyes stare with a dark focus at the venom. I have more to achieve than just revenge. This spider quirk is mine. She stabs the item into the vein on the left of her neck. As the essence enters her, she suddenly shoots up before dropping down onto her knees. Her face turns pale. I don't feel so good. That's normal. Shigaraki watches as the girl writhes against the floor. Eigen glances down with a scuff. Serves her right. Do you think she'll survive? Probably. The cyan-haired villain takes out another syringe. Well, I wouldn't worry about her for the moment if I were you. What's that? The syringe injects itself into his throat, connecting to one of his veins. All of its essences enters his body and slowly spreads, causing Gigan to drop down to his knees. Unlike Hitomi who has fallen unconscious, he spits blood. Unlike you, the girl's mind is useful to me. Shigaraki chuckles staring down at him. So you'll be used for testing this experimental upgrade to the spider venom using quirkless DNA. Eigen wiggles about and turns face up, his body moving and bubbling up out of multiple ventures of his flesh. Even his eyes are mangling about. Oh well. Shrugging while ignorant of the rock quirk user's pain, Shigaraki takes out a cell phone and proceeds to press numbers. He answers, hello? Doctor, yes. I need a favor from you. No, I need to borrow one of your projects. It's time I snip this spider lily in the bud. Do you wish for me to risk my superior models for your little vendetta? Don't question me, just do it. He almost shouts. Why so much trouble for one vigilante? You have more pressing matters to focus on. Shigaraki bites down on his teeth. I can't let him live, not with what he knows. Those idiots won't tell me who he is either, and this is the closest opportunity to finish him off. Send me Gigantomachia to sniff him down. After a beat, the man on the other line says, I have a better proposition. My masterpieces are ready for testing, and he can also track Spider-Man. Just say the word, and Hood is yours to command. Chapter 47. September 24, 10 a.m. Unimaginable pain squirms within his restless form. No sense or feeling of calm as he breaches the depths of darkness to reach the light of the living. After for who knows how long, Izuku Midoriya is waking up from the devastation he suffered. Looking around, our emerald protagonist sees that he is lying on top of a table face up. He can see up above the light of the sky vaguely filtered by the ceiling made of glass, gray, and green. He leans up from where he sits and immediately feels something moving inside of him when it shouldn't. Crying out, he grabs his ribs. Try not to move so much, Deku. A new voice catches his attention. He quickly turns around to see her sitting in a chair to his left holding a box full of medical supplies. You? It's Ghost Spider, she replies, closing the box up. You were lucky I was able to follow those two. Your identity would have been exposed otherwise to the entire world. My identity? Placing a hand to his face, he finds that the mask has left his possession. Not only that, but his suit's also gone too. He's left in just his underwear. My clothes. They're over there. Ghost Spider points over to a cabinet. The ethyl chloride was still on it, so I had to clean them. Getting up, Izuku moves softly to the cabinet to grab his clothes resting on top of them. Ordinarily, he would feel extremely embarrassed about being half naked in front of a girl. But and while he's still rather shy, he's used to the advances Momo and Melissa have thrown his way. Not to mention, at the moment, that's the last thing on his mind. He picks up his suit, groaning at the damage done to them from his latest villain run-in. There are rips from Hitomi's tentacles, splatters of his blood dried up on the blue, and burn marks from the electric shocks. His mask has also seen better days, the lenses are cracked, it also sports a rip, and it possesses most of his dried up blood. It's amazing I lived through that. Thought in mind, Izuku turns around to face his savior. Ghost Spider, why did you save me? He can't exactly tell, but she seems rather distraught. I just wanted to. For me to live, I need your DNA. Or else the spider venom inside of me will kill me. The true answer, but not one he was hoping for. Was that the only reason? She remains still, staring at him with those white lenses of hers that seem rather cartoonish. I would be lying if I said otherwise, Izuku. Then, why else did you save me? The ghost spider rises from her seat and walks to Izuku. Sighing a lifetime's worth through her mask, the lady in white reaches up and grabs hold of her mask. With a light pull, the mask rises over her face slowly. Once fully removed, the ghost's true face is fully revealed as a fairly attractive cute even girl with rosy cheeks. Her chestnut brown hair with matching eyes freezes Izuku. Gasps escape his throat. His eyes widen far more than usual. Dropping down onto his behind, he drops his mask. His heartbeat catches him off guard. Achako. We made a promise. Staring before him, the boy remains in disbelief. Here he stands, aching beyond all belief, and before him is the girl that has kickstarted his career as a vigilante. As much as he wants to hug her, recent developments are bringing up skepticism. Can he be sure that she's the true blue? Stepping forward, he asks, is that you, for real, Achako? Deku? I'm not hallucinating because of the ethyl chloride, right? He asks next in his mumbling tone, staring down at his hands now. Or, maybe you're that shapeshifter that appeared to me before. Maybe I'm dead and meeting you at Limbo. Oh, Deku, she mumbles, shaking her head in disbelief. He has not changed much since their first meeting, still an overthinker. Then again, that's probably why he ended up in this situation in the first place. I can assure you you're not dead. The pain from yesterday is still real on you. Achako then walks forward, placing a hand on his face. While he accepts it, his face still shows him on guard. Yet she can tell he's desperate to know if this is true. Do you remember when we met up the day before my death? Taking a quick second to think back, Izuku says, that was when we started training our quirks and abilities together. She nods. Do you remember what we talked about? Yes, we were talking about our goals. And then you asked me why I wanted to be a hero, and I said I wanted to make enough money to give my parents a better life. A better life. He matches her word for word, his eyes widening as the tears resume flooding. They splash out, hitting her in the face. It is you. Yes. The two embrace, hugging one another as friends who have not seen each other in such a long time. Achako, I'm sorry. He cries, dampening her shoulder his head rests upon. I'm so sorry. I've wanted to say that for so long, and now I can. I know you did, she replies, her eyes also becoming a free flood cascade. Her arms push him away as she speaks. I never wanted us to end up like this. It's my fault you became a vigilante, but it's not your fault I became this. What happened? Why are you working for them? It wasn't my first option. Achako breaks free from his warmth to sit on the table. That night, my parents and I were walking down the streets. My dad got a new contract with Astro Corporation, and we were out celebrating. Izuku takes a seat next to her, his eyes and ears in her possession. We were leaving the restaurant, and then he appeared. The Kagan Ken, Izuku mutters, already knowing who was responsible. She agrees wordlessly. He was running. Desperate. He needed a ride, and tried to steal our car. The girl shakes as she remembers that night. Her canines bite on her bottom lip as she recalls the screams. Give me the car. You won't get away with this. The heroes will get you for this. Arrogant old man. If you're gonna be this defiant, then why stop here? Daddy. Bang. The gun was aimed at my dad. I made myself lighter and pushed him out of the way. She palms the top of her left breast. I don't remember much after that. I think I was taken to Jaku Hospital, and I met him. Him? Elsewhere. As Izuku and Achako are catching up, the same time elsewhere in the city has Momo, Melissa, and Shino walking down the streets. Unlike before where they held their hero costumes, they each have on less than inconspicuous outfits. Momo wears a pink dress with a top held up by a strap around her neck. She has a strap around her waist with a large ribbon, also pink. Over her eyes are the blue light lens glasses Melissa gave her, and a golden necklace over her partially visible cleavage. She carries a satchel, red, and black high heels for the rest of the outfit. Melissa wears a bright blue dress, Nigella dress with a fluff on the shoulders. Her platinum blonde hair shines dropping down with no real change. She wears shades over her face, wears sandals to expose her pretty toes, and carries a shopping bag. The girl also wears makeup, mostly eyeliner. Shino on the other hand just wears her regular civilians, this time wearing the wig that comes with her costume. So, begins Melissa as she adjusts her top, I understand that we're wearing this to hide our identities and not stick out, but is this not excessive? No, this is effective, says Shino while walking, noting the look some people are giving her and her younger entourage. No one would suspect heroes dressed like this, we'll be fine as long as we keep a low profile. She gives someone a wave, and his eyes turn into hearts. Well, thankfully we have our gear here, Melissa mutters while lifting the shopping bag in her hand. Momo looks up at the sky and sees an electronic billboard. On it, she sees a picture of Uwabami and sighs. To think, I almost went to her agency, maybe I should have. Shino looks up, noting the words below. Her funeral will be within the week. Melissa looks around staring before her. He's closer. Let's go. The trio of lovely ladies makes their way ahead following the blonde spider girl. For a few minutes, the girls continue their trek until reaching a less populated area of Musatafu. Here, there are fewer collections of buildings, which means the sun is beaming on them brighter than before. While walking, Momo looks ahead at the two ladies leading the charge. Miss Sasaki, says the young Yaoi Rozu, catching Black Cat's attention. Sighing through her nose, she lowers her lenses and says, I never really got to say this, but thank you. Still, in motion, Shino looks back as the girl continues. Thank you for getting this mission together. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't get help. The mind speaker huffs with a smile delivering content. It's no problem, Yaoi Rozu. I owe your little pet spider more than ever, so helping him just comes as second nature. Her face colors a slight blemish. I don't know what I would have done without him either. Staring at her, Momo gives a glance over to Melissa who nods before asking, if it's okay with you, could you answer this honestly? Of course. Now that she has this time to think, Shino Sasaki has been just as desperate to find her boyfriend as she was. Going further into that, the cat lady has also been spending time with Izuku behind her back. There was also a time where she held this expression that she feels is familiar, if only in comparison to her own. Momo can only ask, do you have feelings for Izuku? But that, just like the previous tone that went with their presence, the three ladies stop where they are. Turning back around to properly face Momo, Shino resigns with defeat. It's that obvious, isn't it? Wait, you do? Melissa suddenly speaks, lifting her glasses to reveal her surprise. Wow. Deku is more popular than I thought. Don't you as well? The judgment pendulum quickly turns to Melissa's direction. It was my understanding that everyone in this group has feelings for him. No, just you two. The blonde points to the two brunettes. I won't lie, Deku is a nice guy and I thought about the possibility, but I don't see us being together romantically. She gestures to the rich girl. She gave the okay for him to knock me up when we're older because of the pheromones, but that's about it. We'll be sex friends. Momo shakes her head. Please don't say it like that. What would you identify this relationship as? Shino Sasaki frowns in disbelief at what she's hearing. You're okay with Izuku having sex with other women? No, I'm not, is Momo's immediate response. I love Izuku and he loves me, that will never change no matter who comes for him. Except for Ichako, maybe, I just wanted to know how you felt about him, so I can encourage you to take that leap and let him know. Surprised, Shino asks her, you want me to tell your boyfriend I've had feelings for him for a good amount of time? What if he sees me differently? She then rubs her left arm from the shoulder down. I mean, I am after all twice his age. No one would question an older man with a younger woman, but they'll instantly hate on the opposite. Why do you think Takeyama hasn't made a move after that photo? Takeyama? While Melissa is in the dark, Momo knows just what she's referring to. Never has she been grateful for someone keeping away from her boyfriend than her, and the age gap between him and her is only 7 years. Sadly, Shino's feelings are behind a 15-year wall, which is just like midnight, and she's even worse than Mount Lady when it comes to promiscuity. Look, we'll talk about this later. Shino turns to Melissa. Over there. The blonde spider points over at the graying greenhouse just close by. He's inside there. Good. Let's get him back. From the bag Melissa carries, Shino pulls out her claws and mask. With just these tools, the girls head for the greenhouse, pumping their feet as fast as they could. What were you doing saying that anyway? Momo pauses when she hears her mind tenant. Is it that important that you bring something like another woman having feelings for your boyfriend? She sighs. I've had feelings for Izuku for a good deal of time and have gone as far as suppressing them to focus on what I thought was important. But when I accepted those feelings, I felt so much better. If she tells him she'll be able to be freer and not have this awkwardness around him. Oh? She could feel Kerr moving in her head. Are you saying that because you want her to feel better? Or so you'll feel better when she gives up? That's not true. Momo shakes her head. Or maybe you're considering revving things up by adding a wheel or two. Locking you out. Returning to reality, Momo and the others reach the greenhouse. They stop at the entrance, seeing 2 figures inside the gray glass. They can probably see us on the other end. Momo cups her chin, thinking of a plan. Allow me. I can camouflage you. Taken by surprise, Kuri takes over, causing Momo to vanish. Aoi Rozu. Shino looks around for the invisible girl. We'll go in from the top and catch them by surprise. In 10 seconds, go in from the front door. Picking off her shoes, Momo climbs up the side of the glass and reaches the rooftop. She draws a knife from her pocket and slices a circle, giving her an opening. A tendril catches the circle before it could fall. She then drops down, landing on the floor as lightly as she could. Turning into the direction of her beloved, she shouts, Izuku. The boy sits up from where he is and turns around quickly to the source of his name. There he finds the girl coming into reality. Momo. Izuku. She runs over to him, reaching out and hugging him. Tightening herself around him, Momo holds the boy she loves as tightly as possible. You're okay. Though surprised by her arrival, he reaches under and hugs back, relaxing in her embrace. After a bit they break away, Momo asking, are you okay? Her eyes look down at his torn costume. No, of course not. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Momo. The front door opens up, busts down is more accurate, and in rushes Melissa and Shino, the latter extending her claws. Mandalay. Melissa. That's Shino. Deku, you're okay. Melissa says with relief. The 2 girls make their way to him, stopping when someone jumps out. Moving from behind a table appears Ghost Spider, masked and everything to hide her Ichako face. You? Shino gets into a fighting pose. No, wait. It's okay. Izuku turns from Momo to where Ichako and Shino are. Ichako, stop. There is a moment of silence, Momo looking at Izuku in shock when he says that name. Ichako. Wait, I know you. Ichako removes her mask, glancing at the blonde. So do I. Shino and Melissa say this in unison. Izuku limps over to Ichako, Momo following after close behind. As he reaches them, he says, nobody has to fight anyone. She's on our side. Deku, how can you say that? She's that spider woman from the iExpo incident who took the quirk amplifier remains. She's also the spider woman who helped that Namu escape. The spider boy looks confused at that last part. Does she mean the same one that he heard attacked Muscular and led him into Ida escape? Momo takes his shoulder and locks eyes with his. Izuku, you said Ochako right. As in the girl that died. Both Melissa and Shino remain in shock as the couple faces each other. He says, yes, that Ochako Uraraka. But how? I wasn't dead, just unconscious when I was taken to the hospital. Ochako steps over to where there would be rows of plants situated, now space. I later found out the truth, they replaced my body with a dead person's and pronounced me deceased, just so they could turn me into a weapon. Looking back at one another, Melissa steps away from Shino to ask, why you? They do this to a lot of children with promising quirks, Ochako replies with a sigh of discontent. When someone with a useful ability gets in their range, they try to get their hands on it by either recruiting that person, turning them into a Naomu or just stealing the quirk. Here, Izuku chokes on the guilt forming in his throat. By they, do you mean all for one? Him, Tamura Shigaraki, and their backer Daruma Yujiko Ochako rubs her hair. I don't know when they did it, but I know that once they found out someone could survive the spider venom that gave you powers, they wanted to get the secret to it. Once they got a knife with your blood on it, they used that to make a prototype upgrade and gave it to their throwaways. Only 3 survived the beta test, including me. Her mind remembering the experiments, she instinctively grabs her arm. Screams reverberate through her head with each passing second of reminiscence. Immediately she stops, shaking her head to free from the darkness, facing the people around her. Shino, eyes narrow in skepticism, drops her question. Then why did you not help him earlier? Why are you even sentient? None of the Naomu we faced or brought in were capable of speech, let alone intelligence. Ochako faces the adult. The Naomu are classified into 3 groups, low, mid, and upper. Each of them is good for fighting, but only the upper can contain multiple quirks. Above them is the high end, which have multiple quirks and require the longest time for surgery. She adjusts her hair, showing a piece of skin removed. If I had a classification, I'd say I'm the same as Kurogiri. Kurogiri? Izuku and Momo look back at each other. But, I still had a quirk so the venom would have killed me. That's where Deku came in. She points to him. His DNA could neutralize the negative effects, so I kept eating his blood and earlier his hair. You did? Izuku touches his hair, brushing aside snips of his epidermis that haven't fallen off. I don't what? Quirkless people can resist the negative effects, Melissa tells the adult, bringing her out of her confused state. But Ochako, speaks Momo walking up to her, why have you been still working with them? And if you are Ochako and Izuku's friend, why didn't you tell him before? What happened to him to end up on the internet by Gentle? I who? Ochako inhales. I want Shigaraki and Daruma to pay for taking me away from my parents and friend. I need to expose Shigaraki's face, his name, or else he'll get away with this. He has no alibi now, just a blonde girl who can transform into anyone including him. At that, Izuku raises his head in a flinch. Blonde girl, who transforms. Although now I can't return to them. They'll be onto me if Toga tells them what she did. Ochako then walks over to a counter and grabs an item resting there, the camera that recorded Izuku and his mask being removed. As for how he got there, you'll have to ask him. I only managed to find Deku by following Gentle after he fought off the Sinister Six. That's a peculiar name. Sinister Six? Asks Momo. I'll tell you later. Izuku grabs his abdomen. We need to get somewhere safer, and I need new clothes. Everything I had with me is buried with Aldera. Sighing with relief, Momo adjusts her dress to pull out some men's clothing. I got you covered, Izuku. Thank you, Momo. The two look at one another as he receives her gifts. Watching them, Ochako remains static with brightening eyes. HMPH. They're getting along well. She turns over to Melissa as Izuku steps somewhere private to change, handing the blonde the camera. You take this. I'll go into hiding. I need to go somewhere. Wait, Ochako. Melissa takes the camera. You said you're a Naomu, but not a single one of them disobeyed the VIS orders. Even if you wanted to help Deku, how were you able to? Silent, Ochako looks aside before back to Melissa meeting her crystal blue eyes. It's hard to explain because I still don't believe it. Huh? Shino watches their conversation. Someone inside my head guided me. Elsewhere. Tamura Shigaraki sits with crossed legs at the sight before him. Marvelous, Hitomi. Hitomi stands tall grasping her head. Her vision clear, her body more energized, and for some reason her chest bigger, Hitomi feels like a brand new person. She glances at her hands and clenches the fingers one by one. This is amazing. I feel incredible. You're not gonna chant, are you? Glaring at him, Hitomi summons her tentacles to snap at Shigaraki. She then glances over in the distance, seeing a pile of blood and flesh are thrown about. What about him? Collect him. We might find a use for a legion. Chapter 48. Out in the alleyway of Musatafu, Gentle can be seen in disguise sneaking across the streets, a grey mask covering his face. Behind him is La Brava, also masked wearing yellow shades and a hat. The two partners in crime cross over the street heading to the next alleyway, their presence utterly ignored by the rest of society to their benefit. Checking behind them, La Brava asks, "How far do we need to run?" "Just far enough," says the villain as he moves with gentle haste, twirling his cane like the carefree magician he is wont to be. "We can't stay at our former apartment, lest those heroes arrest us. Luckily, we know what he looks like, so a little bit of information will help us out." "Is that so?" The two stop dead in their tracks, their breaths caught in their throat like sticky bubbles. Looking up, they see something green climbing against the wall. "I've got some questions for you then." Over at the greenhouse, the ladies and gentlemen remain secluded there. Shino, Melissa, Momo, and Ichako wait outside of the translucent building. Melissa looks over at Ichako, her eyes studying the gravity spider in white. "So, do we call you Ichako or Ghost Spider?" "My name is Ichako Uraraka," says the spider girl politely, her eyes on Melissa and then Shino. "And you're the Black Cougar, right?" "I'm sorry." Melissa stiffens a chuckle following Shino's retort. "Isn't that your name?" "No. It's Black Cat." Shino responds in hostile defense. "Might as well be," is Melissa's snide comment. As the adult looks away in implacable shame, the blonde spider asks, "Uraraka, why did you decide to help Izuku? You said you had help, but who exactly?" The chestnut hair woman looks down, her blemishing cheeks descending along with her expression as she stares at nothing but air. "I don't fully remember, there are bits and pieces of my memory from before my free will returned." Flashback. He's dead. Spider Namu 03 couldn't hold the power of that formula after all. Now he's nothing but a puddle. That's my fate too. Soon, my body will turn into a giant mess of melted flesh. Not that it matters to the master. I fight and do what he wishes. Nothing else matters. That said, why am I down here in the sewers chasing after this Spider-Man as he calls him? All I remember is a voice in my head. It spoke, "Help me." Why did I hear it? And why does that voice sound so familiar? Is it coming from him? Spider-Man is lying there, just motionless. How could it be coming from him? His voice is commanding me to come closer to him. He's messed up bad. There's so much blood on him, that muscle man could have killed him. Should have. His blood, why does his blood look tasty? I want it. Eat it. I will. Then flashback. And from the moment I licked his blood, things changed. Ichako looks down at her fingers, flexing them and making a fist. Not only did my body hold together, but my thoughts also started to return to me. I could remember my life, my parents, my friends. She smiles as she speaks before she gains a frown. I also remembered who turned me. As the girls listen to Ichako's story, Momo finds herself thanking whatever lucky star Izuku was born under to make the situation happen. At the same time, she's incredibly worried. Ichako is the first girl to befriend Izuku and the main drive behind his heroic philosophy. So much could happen with them reunited. Before she could filter out these fears more, the door opens up. Izuku comes out dressed in new clothes. He has a bright red shirt under a white hoodie with bunny ears. His pants are just matching shorts with pink running shoes. If his face weren't hidden he would look adorable, like a bunny. All ladies present gush at his adorable appearance. With that, Izuku asks, "Why this?" Momo smirks. "Were you expecting black and green? We're trying to hide you." "I mean, it's a good idea," speaks Melissa with a wrinkled nose. She forms webbing from her fingers and covers her mouth and nose with it. "No one would suspect a bunny is a spider," Shino tells him. Ichako points while blushing. "It's kind of appropriate if you think about it, Deku." I guess he adjusts himself before walking up to them. "Thank you for coming to me. Don't talk like you wouldn't have done the same for us." Momo takes his hand before walking off with him. "Now, let's get you to the hospital." Though reluctant, he nods in agreement and follows her guidance. Later. As the day turns to night, over at Musatafu General Hospital, one can find Momo Yaoirozu sitting inside of a room facing her beloved Deku. Said green-haired individual can be found resting. Laying himself face up on the bed, Izuku sighs as he tests his hands. "I still don't feel at 100%. You'll get there." Momo slices an apple using a knife with great expertise, just like at Eye Island. "How long will you be in?" They say I'll be fine by the end of tomorrow. I just need some time to rest and work the poison out of my system. Sighing relief, Momo asks, did you call your mom? I was going to before I got in, but I have to eventually. You should, Kuri speaks through Momo, slightly surprising Izuku by the impressive change in her voice. That's been hard to accept. You shouldn't make your mother worry, and yet that's all you've done ever since you started becoming a hero. Alright, he tells the alien, smiling when he notices Momo has regained control. And where are the others? Melissa went back to UA to finish something. Shino took Uraraka with her for questioning, she tells him. Taking a break, she stops her culinary skill to glance at him, noticing the extreme pleasure in his voice. You seem rather happy though. You can tell. Following the look, he has his answer. I'm just so glad. Remember when you told me her death wasn't my fault? Not bothering to remember because she knows exactly what he means, Momo nods. All this time, I've been trying to accept that. Thanks to you, I was able to overcome my grief bit by bit. But, when I found her alive and she told me it wasn't my fault, I think that was the first time I was able to fully get over her death. Momo looks aside, a half victory for herself. She got what she wanted, but it was because of someone else. That takes away most of her joy. That's why I think it's appropriate to say, the two of you are the lights of my life. Surprised yet touched, Momo looks back at him. The light. I was still suicidal even after I got my powers. The only thing that kept me going after I failed to get into UA was keeping the promise I made to her. But back when I fought Hitomi, she dropped an entire building on me. I thought about giving up. I had already achieved my promise to Ichako, and I still was able to be a hero. I almost accepted my death. Izuku, she remained speechless. How can she respond to that? I almost gave up thinking it was impossible to get free until I remembered you. He smiles at her now. If I hadn't remembered the promise I made to you, I would have died inside that school sarcophagus. I would never have seen how far I could push myself. His left hand touches her right. Izuku, she drops her apple to the table and pulls him into a loving embrace. Thank you for coming back to me. He hugs her back, straining himself to keep his hold on the girl as best as possible. She pulls free to grab the apple, handing it over to him. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your birthday though. The only thing that didn't get buried in that building were the clothes on my back. It's okay. I understand your situation. I bet I missed out on a lot of stuff. The rich girl flushes red in the face, a ruby even deeper than her dress. Not as much as you think. Without you, the main plan of the day wasn't going to happen. I don't think I would have missed mom showing you my baby photos. He bites on the apple. You would have missed our first time at sex. On cue, he chokes, the chunk of fruit getting sucked into his esophagus too fast for him to process. He pounds his chest to dislodge, the rich girl handing him a bottle of water for him to down it. Finally recovered, he asks, what? I wanted to have sex with you on my birthday. Izuku stares up at her with wide eyes. For such a raunchy topic, no, it's the raunchy topic, innuendos and metaphors excluded. She has such a straight face. You were, I mean, we were, she nods in agreement. I wanted it to be then because I wanted our first time to be on a special date. Her hands clasp his left hand, rubbing those fingers of his damaged in the fight. It would have been perfect. Never in his life has he been in a position like this before. The very thought of having sex is turning his underwear into a tent and he can't think of anything to shrink it. He's vastly unsure of what to say here, nothing except for what his mom once suggested to him. Wow, I didn't think you were ready for that, yet. Yet is the keyword. Momo sneaks a single glance at his barely hidden erection, her composure remaining stern aside from the erubescence on her face. I've been putting a profusion of thought into taking our relationship to the next level, but while I know we both have urges, her hand points to his tent, causing him to sit to the side in an attempt to hide it. This would have been our first time, and like I said before, I would like it to be special. Her eyes now staring at his erection, she sighs saying, so, that's why we'll have to try another day. And that day is, he wants to ask. She leans in and pecks his left cheek. A secret. The girl then pulls away from the sheet quickly, revealing Izuku in his pajama clothes. She crawls up onto the bed, lying on top of his lap to rub her clothed womanhood against him. Momo. Of course, that doesn't mean we can't sake ourselves until then. Her waist proceeds to grind against him, and he immediately grabs her butt. Oh. The door's closed, right? He asks, not bothering to ask. From Momo's back, a black tendril shoots out and pushes the door fully close. It is now. The piece of curry returns to her, shaking a bit as it slithers into her pores. Ugh, oh. While Momo and Izuku enjoy their intimacy, Achako and Shino are together in the same car. The adult drives down the road while the spider girl sits in the passenger seat, mask over her face. Her eyes draw themselves to her driver and then the windshield. So speaks the Catwoman through her quirk, "Well, I'm grateful for you to have saved Izuku, I still don't know you enough to trust you. You should be more worried about Deku. He could be attacked right now even with all those precautions." "How so?" "I was transformed into this state at a hospital." She faces the window to her right. "I don't remember which. We're heading to visit someone I know. He can help with all that you know. Tomorrow." The bright sunlight of the day shines down upon Musatafu. Over at the Midoriya residence, Inko can be seen quickly moving quite hastily. Phone in one hand and her other hand gathering a jacket from the couch, she flips it on before saying, "Oh, of course. I'm so glad you're okay. They say I'll be good to leave by tomorrow morning," Izuku says on the other end. He's dressed in his hospital gown standing by the window with a brand new smartphone. "Well, don't you worry. Tashi and I will be there to see you right away." "Tashi?" The green teen flinches. "Is All Might there?" Now, he's not All Might anymore," she tells him, her voice still in a hurry. "And no. He's going to pick me up with Tsukauchi." Strangely, that's relieving to the spider boy. At the same time, he's thankful for their development. It's a weird feeling he still can't pinpoint. "But Mom, you don't need to break off work just to see me in the hospital. My baby boy just recovered from near death and was almost unmasked before the whole world as Spider-Man. Of course, I'm going to come to see you," she retorts with her motherly authority. "Now, just sit tight. I'll be there shortly." A defeated sigh coming loose, Izuku shrugs before saying, "Okay, I'll see you soon. Bye, Mom." "Bye, baby. Love you." Inko then hangs up before adjusting the clothes on her person. Time to go. She walks to the door, reaching for the knob to grab it. Before she does, 3 knocks go off just as her fingertips are about to graze it. She grabs the knob and turns. Must be Tashi. It's too early though. The door swings open. Tashi. Back with Izuku, he hangs up on the phone before going over to the bed. His phone is tossed over, bouncing on the mattress, before he plops face up on the bed comfortably. "I gotta thank Momo for the new phone." "You should thank her for more than that." Looking around at the new voice, I turn around to face this person. He is that guy from before in my mind when I was trapped under Aldera. That means I'm inside of my head again. Are they just going to keep bringing me back to this landscape whenever they want? "Hey, kiddo. Stop talking in yo head and speak. You got a mouth now," he tells me, poking me in the forehead. He's rude. "You're…" "What, you forgot already? Damn." He crosses his arms over his chest. "I'm the 5th wielder of One for All. The captain of Funk." He makes some weird symbol with his hand. It kind of looks like what I do to shoot webs. "Dagoro Banjo, at your shot." "At my what?" "I just came and check on you. You took some serious blows back there." "Well, now that I'm still healing and taking a break from all I had to go through, I was hoping to get a chance to speak with someone about what happened. When I broke free, I flew when I lifted the debris off of me and escaped that place. And then when I stole back my gear, these black things came out of my hands. How did I do that? I mean, not that I'm complaining since that did save me in the end, but it's concerning not knowing how that all happened." "Oh, that's just something One for All does." He pokes himself in the forehead with his thumb. "Whenever someone passes on One for All, it doesn't just give over the stockpiled power. It also accumulates the user's quirk. That black stuff was my quirk, Black Whip." He shows me the black tendrils coming from his arms. "While you were using One for All to break free, you probably wanted to take back your items as quickly as possible. That caused my quirk to manifest, allowing you to steal your shit back. It's a top-grade quirk used for capture and mobility, just like those fake webs you'd be using. If they could also shoot and stick to people's faces, it'd be a perfect replacement." "I see, so this quirk potentially has the power of 5 other quirks, as well as Black Whip and One for All. Since the original just had One for All itself, and All Might was quirkless, but why did it only manifest now? Why couldn't all Yagi and the others use the other quirks? Fuck if I know. You should probably ask your genes." Now he's poking my forehead. "That number 1 guy told us that you'd be the one to finish One for All. He must have known you'd be perfectly compatible with it." "My genes? Don't annoy the boy." "Wait, I know that voice. It's Nana. She's just floating down from above." "Fine. You talk next, Miss Favorite." Banjo walks away, fading into the darkness. Nana approaches me now. I see Banjo explained what he needed to. Just partially. How was I able to fly? That was me, she says, pointing to herself. My quirk is float. It gives me levitation or flight when coupled with one for all. You probably awoke it because you needed to escape and the only way out was up. Oh. So then, I can fly. Does that mean I can combine this with one for all to push myself through the air and fly more effectively than All Might? Would I be able to keep myself levitated? Does it remove my weight so I can't lift things, or can I drag other things in the air with me and drop them on bad guys? I'm sure you'll have fun figuring it out. Nana pats my shoulder now. Did she understand anything I said? Izuku, the point is that you can use the power of not just the power of 8 previous owners, but also the 6 quirks that were absorbed into one for all. They've been inside of this Olympic torch of a quirk for so long they're empowered to their degree of power percentages. The higher you can wield one for all, the stronger they can become, but so long as you use one for all you can use those quirks. Now, go on back. Keep your emotions steady and you'll be fine. She then walks away, turning her strong back to me. But, you can't leave yet. I have to. Do you know about Shimura? She's gone. And like that Izuku is back to reality, sitting up. He sighs before he lies on the bed, he'll have to ask her another time. It feels as if she left to intentionally avoid any mention of her son. She must know. A knock on the door brings him out of his thoughts and he turns around to flip off onto his feet. He then walks over to the door to open it, screaming out in pain suddenly. Looking down, he sees the chair that he accidentally walked into. Ow. Why didn't I see that coming? Wait, why didn't I? My spider sense should have warned me about that. Putting that thought aside, for now, he opens the door, coming face to face with Shino Sasaki. Oh, Mandalay. An obvious ire sounds from that. Still can't remember, huh? She steps inside and closes the door behind her, facing the thinly clothed spider boy. How are you feeling, Izuku? He then proceeds to tell her that he'll be fine, ready for release tomorrow. After stubbing my toe, I'm the best that I could be in 48 hours. Good. I'm glad that you'll be okay. She takes a seat on the bed, the spider taking one to her right. So, how is the investigation? Not too well, she replies, the Catwoman crossing her arms. I spoke with Hitomi Yatsu's mother, she hasn't returned since she visited Tartarus to go see her father. I doubt she'll be returning now that she knows you can't out her. The boy leans back to face the ceiling. Hitomi, how did things get like this? Shino keeps her eyes on him as he groans, to be betrayed by someone who was once your friend is not a good feeling. Maybe this is what Ryuko and the others felt when she became the Black Cat. She says, Izuku, please don't feel bad. This isn't your fault. Momo said the same thing, but I don't know that. I don't know why she decided to become a villain, except that she hates me. She set a trap at our old school just to kill me, and only me. How did things get so difficult? At that, the woman starts to see him differently. With all his sprinkles of maturity, adult-like physique, and impressive feats, she has completely forgotten that he's just a child being thrust into the world of adult heroics. It's situations like this that hero schools exist. All she can do now is guide him. Izuku, you have to understand that the world is not as black and white as All Might makes it. There are always consequences you need to consider whenever you take action, regardless of whether it was your fault or not. Every one of the top 10 heroes has that villain, a person on a narrow-minded path to your destruction, and the cruel irony is that they'll blame the heart of their problems onto you. You'll be the reason they're villains, and not even talking things out will sort your problems out. Izuku looks at her as he takes this info in. The opposite is true too, my hatred for Muscular has caused so many life changes that for a while, I was okay with dying to kill him. His eyes watch her movements as she speaks. Last time she mentioned Muscular and poured her heart out to him, she mutilated herself. Now, she's so visibly unsure of herself. You must understand, Izuku, how powerful hatred is. Your friend hates you and doesn't intend to return to her old life, just like me. Her eyes become watery. I had intended to end my life to destroy him every time, but you were there to stop me. You had saved me in a way Kauda couldn't. Her hand sneaks on top of his, squeezing. What can best override hatred is love, like my feelings for you. Oh. It then hits him. He almost jumps out of his seat, staring at the woman in shock. Your girlfriend gave me the green light to tell you my feelings. She now faces him, the tears now flowing down her face like a river, and her face a bright red shade. It's not as bad as the tomato impression Izuku is sporting. I've been in love with you for months, and it's painful to think about. She grabs his hands and moves closer, as if about to pounce. If I could keep you I would, but you have someone else to love you. Even worse, I couldn't just give up my revenge. His hands break free, allowing him to grab her shoulders. Yes, you can. Can you? She snaps. Can you say that after you meet Shigaraki again? After he killed your father? That's something Izuku had to stop at. It's something he has accepted but has yet to talk about. But, he refuses to speak about it, especially at a time where she needs his support to grow past this. Yes, I would. Don't lie to me. I may have blamed myself for Ichako's death, but I never once thought about getting revenge on Ikegan Ken. So neither should you. And Shino inhales deeply. You would accept me if your girlfriend gave the okay? She kind of already did, he says, having already looked at the situation he's in. I'm serious. Shaking is added for emphasis. Would you truly accept me? Even though I'm as resentful as Hitomi, even though I might abandon you like I did Kauta once, even though I'm in my 30s and at least twice your age. That's a strong question for him to take. All he can do is answer as honestly as possible, just as his mother once told him. Hopefully, that follows with adult women as well. Taking an aside to remove the red coloring on his face, Izuku speaks his mind. I would, Shino. Gasping, Shino holds her mouth. You said my name, finally. Betting himself ready to continue, Izuku clears his throat and says, the most important people to me are those who were there for me in my hours of need. My mom, Yagi, Momo, and even Ichako. You were there when my father was killed, and I desperately tried to bring him back to life and held me together when I shattered. So, I am going to do the same for you. He takes her hand still on his. I am a hero. Even if we can't be lovers, I'll still try to save you. Unable to control herself anymore, Shino throws herself onto him in a hug. Her arms wrap around his neck. While holding her up, Izuku could hear her cries of sorrow. Thank you, Deku. Over by the door, it opens up slowly. The two inside twist their heads to see Momo entering with a soft expression on her face. Momo. Izuku keeps his grasp onto Shino, knowing he couldn't despite the impending doom coming. His girlfriend can be surprisingly scary. It's okay, Izuku, she tells him, walking forward as Shino parts from him. I was the one who convinced her to talk to you if you didn't realize. I kind of knew. The black cat faces Momo with a smile. Momo Yaoi Rozu, thank you for letting him accept this type of relationship. Begins Izuku, is this okay? I mean. Momo sits next to him and touches a finger to his lips, silencing him. Izuku, as I said, it's fine. No laws are forbidding polygamous relationships or marriages anymore, not since that time 50 years ago when a quirk was discovered that drew multiple women to him. As long as all parties consent, you're allowed to be with me and her at the same time. Flabbergasted, he asks, did you look that up? I did, Shino tells him. Turning to the adult, Momo asks, Miss Shino, could you give me and Izuku some privacy? I need to talk about something personal. Okay, Shino gets up and heads to the door. I need to check in on Mirai and the others anyway, the raid on the Shai Hassaikai has started. She takes out her phone and prepares to make her call, immense joy in her steps as obvious as her sweater puppets as big as Momo's, maybe even more so. Now alone, Izuku faces Momo and vice versa. Wow. I can't believe you're completely okay with this situation. I was expecting you to be completely against it and jealous. Jealous? She shakes her head, taking his hand. Izuku, my darling, you know so little of me. The grip on his hand grows tighter. Jealousy doesn't begin to cover how I feel about this. Eh? Only now does he see the vein bulging on her forehead. I've always been jealous of seeing you hang out with another girl, especially the ones who like you. I mean, I know you. I trust you to not cheat. But, that won't stop someone else from trying to take you away. Also, she glances back at the door, I'm not the only person you saved who fell for you. He lifts a finger, afraid to ask. Yet he does. That should give you more reason not to then, right? Momo then faces him. Izuku, there is a girl with spider powers similar to yours that goes into heat along with you every time you're together, and the only way to cure that is to have you two make a baby, and I accepted it. Bringing Shino into this may not be necessary, but we're already in for a penny. We might as well go for a pound. And you're okay with me having a harem? That anger vein pulsates. No. You're not going to be piggish about it, are you? Her hands place themselves on his shoulders. Like, I don't need to remind you who your number one woman is, or that I only allow those two to be with you, right? Now he's terrified. And no. You're the one I love most. Good. She releases him, whatever rage inside of her now vanished like ghosts. Good to know. Momo then gains an alluring look on her face before she leans into him. Now to make sure you remember. Calming down from his fear high, Izuku takes her from behind and brings Momo in for a kiss. Why wouldn't he welcome this distraction? Outside in the hall, Shino is on call. Your team just started, correct? Yes. We're outside their base right now. When we begin, I need you to do us a favor. Elsewhere. Taking a break from the regularly scheduled programming, over at the large compound of the Shihaseikai. Several cars stop in front of the building and its gated structure, police SWAT vans. These special weapons and tactics officers come out and stand together within a formation as the others inside the vehicles make their exit. The first to step out is a rotund hero in a stretching yellow hoodie with a black mask. Next to him are Kirishima as Red Riot and the pointy-eared person who was with Eri before dressed in a hero costume, also known as Tamaki. The next groups to exit vans are Sir Night-Eye and his agency. This includes Bubble Girl and Centipeter, as well as another familiar face. He is Mirio, the blonde person with a simplistic face who was also with Eri from before. Next to them is Izawa in his hero gear, which is pretty much what he always wears. The third group to come out is led by a woman. This blonde lady in the red kipao possesses a fringe over her right eye, leaving only her yellow left eye exposed. She is followed by Tsuyu as Froppy, Kami as Mysterian, and the Periwinkle girl in the gyre from before. Other heroes follow and form together before the compound. Adjusting himself, Sir Night-Eye looks over at Mirio before back at the building in front of them as the police chief reads off the warrant. It begins. Inside, Overhaul can be found staring down at an item in his hand. As he's about to make his move, the door to his laboratory opens. I'm busy. Boss, we have a problem. Whatever it is, Mimic can wait. But it's the heroes. They're coming. Stopping for a moment, the Yakuza boss TSKS. Send everyone to battle. Follow the plan. He gets up and moves quickly to the door. Izuku stands tall facing the wall, his vision obscured by a red cloth. A nurse is behind him holding a book in her hands. Momo is on the bed watching. Izuku, are you sure about this? This is the only way to make sure, he tells her. I don't know, the woman says with a little worry. I'm not used to beating up patients that haven't slept with my sister. Too much information, mutters the rich girl with narrow eyes. Sighing, the nurse comes forth and swings the book across his head. The container of countless words slams him in the back of the head, making him tilt to his left. She gasps, saying, are you okay? Why yes, thanks. He rubs his head before removing the blindfold. You can go now. Alright. Weirdos. She walks away, handing over the book to the rich girl. Looking over at her boyfriend, she asks, is it true then? Yeah, he walks over and takes a seat on the bed next to her. My spider sense is gone. Chapter 49. Over in Musatafu, Japan, as the police and heroes are raiding the Shihaseikai compound, another issue is at work over in Musatafu General. This is very concerning, Izuku. Momo's melancholic words come to mind as she sits with him, speaking her worries to him over the elephant in the room. Back when we trained, no one but me, Bakugo, and Iida could lay a finger on you. Now you're just as exposed as everyone else. I know, he glares down at his hands. Even worse, all of my reflexes and training were tied into the spider sense. Without it, I have to start over from scratch. He plops back on the bed face up with a sigh. Momo asks, how could this have happened? Well, thinking about it logically, he begins his murmuring, it could be related to stress and everything that happened without me taking the proper time to rest from it. But there's no reason for only part of my powers to not work while the rest do. What makes the most sense is that tool Hitomi used, she said it could shut down the spider sense, but I figured it was just while it was active. Maybe prolonged exposure increased how long it'll be shut off. Maybe it's off permanently. Listening to his musing while watching the sweat fall down his face, the rich girl is indeed just as worried. From her recollection, plenty of his victories and close calls are because of that overpowered danger tingle of his. Now, any lucky criminal with a gun can kill him with ease. Momo reaches over and grasps his hand with both of hers, bringing the teen out of his murmuring. He looks to her about to say something, only to stop upon seeing her shaky expression. This is added to how tight her grip on his hands is, she's more terrified about this than he is. Knockings on the door capture their attention following, it's me, Shino. Come in. The door opens up and in steps the Catwoman. Dressed in casual attire, the adult woman faces the young couple while carrying a bag. Creaty, let's go. Go? We got a new mission. Shino holds over the bag to Momo. Get dressed, we're going to the Endora Mountains nearby. Confused, Izuku looks between the ladies and asks, don't you mean Creati and Deku? Not at all. You're staying here. Widening his eyes in shock, it's obvious he follows up on that. What? Why? Momo, of course, gives him the look. Immediate obedience sits in him. Remember what happened 2 days ago before you ask that question again. Besides, you're missing your special power. She pats his shoulder before standing up. We'll handle this and come back. Frowning, Izuku says, now it's my turn to worry, causing his girlfriend to place a kiss on his forehead. Now you know how I feel. She walks away heading to the door, Shino watching with narrow jealous eyes. Something wrong? The Catwoman steps quickly to Izuku, grabbing his shoulders and pulling his face to hers. Her lips butter against his left cheek, leaving a purple smear of a kiss visible for the entire world. She then steps away, passing by the other brunette in the room. Let's go. Momo's face burns as she stares at the scene before her and walks away with Shino. She'll have to get used to that. Watching them go, Izuku sighs. He tightens a grip over the air. I never thought I'd be on the sidelines. With the ladies, they drive down the road. Momo has already slipped into her uniform, donning her shield on her back while Shino keeps her hands on the wheel. Her eyes narrow into focus at what is up ahead. This will be a dangerous mission. His quirk allows him to rearrange anything he touches, so stay out of his range or he'll kill you instantly. Shino glances at the mirror to where Momo is, having put on her visors finally. I don't know what to do here, is it good to leave him behind? Momo tightens her gloves. I don't want him in danger, Shino. The girl adjusts herself in her seat before she pulls up her right boot. He's so reliant on that he'll be at a disadvantage, especially against Chisaki. How did he lose that, what do you call it, spider sense? He can still cling to walls. Pausing mid-dress up to cup her chin, Momo surmises her thoughts. It probably has something to do with what that Hitomi did. It's just one unlucky thing after the other. Shino sighs in agreement. Maybe I'm to blame for spending time around him. I am a black cat after all. That reminds me. Turning to face Shino, Momo asks the adult, why did you call yourself Black Cat? Thinking about it, there is only one reason why she ever called herself that name. With everything that's happened in her life, she's done nothing but bring bad luck to the people she cares about. Being a member of a cat-named team, the name just jumped out at her like a shark with a gun for a mouth. It all started when my sister got married, the car continues to be driven. Elsewhere, back to the action. Over at the Shai Haseikai compound, the outside wall explodes open. From it, a large man comes out with fists clenched. This brawler of a human being rushes forth, blitzing away the police officers in his path. You want us, come get some, you pussies. Before his fighting spirit could get pumped further, he's pushed straight back into another wall with extreme prejudice. His attacker is a pink dragon, the woman in the red kip transformed, far larger than him. She roars, smashing her palm directly into his body, pinning him in place. Go, now. She tells the others, and the heroes charge forth. Among those heading in are Fatgum's group and Sir Night Eyes, as well as police officers. As an officer reads off his warrant to 3 Yakuza before him, they're taken down before too much trouble could be made. Inside the building, they make their charge, stopping their foray in a meeting room of sorts. Sir Night Eye looks around the area, remembering something he learned from Shino. And you're sure we can trust this information? We can. Please, trust me. For now, I will. The future I've seen will work just perfect. This way leads to Overhaul's secret escape route. Iz and Fatgum's agency follows him as they make their way to a nearby passageway. On the way, a couple of thugs stand in their way. They move in to strike, stopping seeing bubbles floating in front of them. Bubble Girl takes this moment to grapple one of the Yakuza's arms and slams him face first into a bubble, knocking him unconscious. Centipeder extends his centipede arms to coil around the last two. Their screams are doused as he slams them into the walls. Proceed. Sir Night Eye leads the others in through the foyer. As they make their way ahead, the landscape shifts around them. Mirio. Got it. As the pathways close up, Mirio rushes forward. His body passes through, a phantom in the light as it were. 10 minutes later. Overhaul, Chronostasis, and another in a plague mask walk down the hall, making their way to the nearest exit. Until. Hold it. The gangsters turn around at their new guest, the semi-hero standing with his crimson cape over his left shoulder. Well, look at what we have here. The criminal mastermind behind the Yakuza faces Lemillion, his eyes expressing disgust. Well, begins the blonde hero in training, is this the part where you monologue and tell me I'm foolish too? A flurry of spikes comes out of the ground trailing toward Mirio, who remains still as he's completely covered. Overhaul narrows his eyes at the scene, skeptic as an owl. Something's up. He must have an invisibility quirk, says Chronostasis before taking out his pistol. We need to be on edge for whoever. Before he could finish his sentence, a blow strikes his face and sends him flying over the floor. His plague mask spirals in the air in the process. Mirio comes out from the wall following his red fist. Once he lands, he quickly turns to face a spear of stone coming out of the wall. Again, the danger passes by him with ease as he remains stationary. That won't work. Shin the anonymous Yakuza steps forth taking out a gun. I'm not one for monologues, but I do enjoy a conversation. How does your quirk work? Asks Shin of the young hero. Permeation allows me to pass through solid matter. If I make my whole body intangible I fall due to gravity. His hands slap against his mouth, wondering why he just said that. The quirk that makes someone a ghost overhaul extends his hand to the floor. More spikes come out at Mirio from all directions. Phantom menace. Mirio takes in a deep breath and dives into the walls avoiding the attacks. Taken by surprise by this, the Yakuza look around for their adversary. This lasts until Mirio rockets out from the wall towards Shin. A punch hits him in the face, knocking him off balance until at the last second Mirio phases through him and enters the wall. Of course, the Yakuza leader is flabbergasted by what he's seeing. His speed. Is that from turning tangible? Overhaul watches as he comes out the wall again and catches Shin in a lariat with his left arm, dragging the villain to the wall. Once more, Mirio passes through entering the wall while slamming the Yakuza headfirst into the concrete. All alone, Overhaul goes over to Shin extending his hand out to him. Before he could touch him, Mirio comes out from the wall toward Overhaul at his left. Seeing it coming, the villain raises his hand to the incoming fist. The red punch passes through his hand striking him in the face. Mirio's attack sends him roaring across the floor. Sighing out of relief that follows with a smile, Mirio raises a finger to his ear. Sir, I've found and taken on Overhaul. Bring some backup. He glances over at where Chronostasis is, doing a double take. What? Chronostasis has dissolved into a sort of white puddle. Is this a part of his quirk? Laughter follows, catching the phantom hero's attention. His eyes trail back to Overhaul, recovering. Amazing job. You actually managed to surpass my abilities. Too bad it's wasted. Wasted? Chronostasis isn't here, and neither am I. He sits up facing Mirio. In the time you've wasted on me, the real Kaichisaki is already gone. Mirio narrows his eyes, his smile faltering. A quirk that makes a perfect copy of someone. There was someone like that in the report that attacked my kohai during the summer. It's a necessary sacrifice, but it won't be in vain. The fake Overhaul stretches his hand over the floor. We will cleanse the world of this poison, no matter what. Mirio charges forth, passing through the incoming wall of stone to slam Overhaul in the chin. His blow causes the villain to explode, turning into goo as well. After landing, Mirio glances at Shin, being the only other person left in the room. They duped us. He grinds against his teeth before taking a moment to recall his nerves. He then taps the intercom. Sir. Elsewhere. Out in the woods neighboring Musatafu, Overhaul and Chronostasis can be found at a fancy cathedral at the tip of a cliff. Exiting his vehicle, the Yakuza leader looks around at the setting, a chill in the air, blowing his locks back. I can't believe we're coming back here, says Overhaul with disgust. I believe this was where Dodoro was captured by a certain black cat and the Spiderman while we were making a transaction with the Society of Assassins. Scuffing a Chronostasis's recap, the leader makes his way to the front door. Now we just wait for Tamura Shigaraki. Oh good. Hearing this voice, Overhaul goes on the edge looking for the source of the voice. Sir? If Shigaraki's arriving here, that saves us the trouble. From the steeple of the cathedral, two figures can be found looming down on the duo below. Both dressed in their hero clothing are Momoyaoi Rozu and Shino Sasaki. Rather shocked by this sudden development, Overhaul shouts, "We've been followed." No. Shino extends her claws. We just knew you'd come here, thanks to Mirai. But he never told me why. Amid angered, the Yakuza steps back as the women jump down. He places a hand to the ground and summons 3 spikes to shoot up and converge on them. Creati, give me a light grenade. Shino the black cat grabs hold of Momo as she wields her Ocelite shield. Each dirt spire shatters against her shield, yet her body holds against the earth without falling. As that happens, Momo stares at her lenses while a grenade comes out from the exposed part of her back. The black cat grabs it and jumps from behind Momo, throwing the item at the Yakuza. It explodes, releasing a bright light. Overhaul and Chronostasis shield their eyes as the blindness hits them. Momo kicks off the spire she's still attached to, her alien-powered kick strong enough to shatter the rest of it. Black Cat then charges at Overhaul. Remember, he can destroy and reassemble anything his hands touch. Stay out of his range. With the Catwoman's advice inside her head, the Swiss Army knife woman returns her shield to her back and pulls out a staff. Black Cat slams her left palm into Overhaul's abdomen before spinning in the air and kicking him in the shoulder. As he rolls over, she takes a crotch and draws out a shuriken between her right index and middle fingers. Before she could throw it, she watches as the criminal overhauls his body, breaking himself down and reassembling. The man then gets up facing her. Of course, you'd use it to repair yourself. Do you know what happens to cats that stick their noses in where they don't belong? Hands to the ground, what can only be described as a curvation of dirt comes flying at Black Cat from her left. Momo moves in, striking Chronostasis in the face. A follow-up blow knocks off his mask. As it rolls over the ground, Momo pushes against the ground with her back leg to propel forward, jabbing the end toward Chronostasis's chest while making a battle yell. Before she could reach him, something shoots out from his hood at her. Moving fast, she guards against it with her weapon, which ends up being pale hair in the shape of an arrowhead. A smaller one flies out and hits her right hand. She remains stunned and unmoving after that hit, her grip left on the weapon. Chronostasis. The man stands taller, revealing his handsome face to her. His hair retracts to him. I meant to hit you with a bigger hand, but this will do. From his pocket, he draws out a knife. The ground trembles in the background as a result of Black Cat combating with Overhaul while he raises the blade. I don't know what your quirk is, but we're only interested in quirk erasing abilities. You're superfluous. His knife plunges forth, puncturing the peach flesh of her throat. Her wound oozes a black substance that spreads out and consumes the knife. Surprised by this new development, Chronostasis jumps back as his weapon is taken away. What is this? The black ooze collects around Momo and clings onto her as a skin-tight suit. The spider pattern forms over her chest, this time red, as even her face is covered in the substance save for the symbiote eyes it's wont to have. Seeing it up close, Chronostasis concludes. Now I see. It's that symbiote. Black Creaty now lunges forward with her left knee raised, knocking a tooth loose upon contact with the man's chin. He falls over, landing on his behind. Your quirk may have stopped her from moving, but it needs to touch me to stop me too. Is this where you've been this whole time? Grumbles the man as he takes out a Sig Sauer handgun. We were set back so long after Spiderman intervened in the transaction. The splurge of black webbing hits him square in the face, blinding the villain. From Momo's right hand through the alien skin appears 3 balls attached to strings that she throws at Chronostasis to wrap around his arms and body. Upon latching, the balls release a purple mist around the Yakuza, and without trouble or time wasted, he falls backward unconscious. Once done, the symbiote retreats into Momo, closing up the hole left on her throat, with no proof of there ever being an injury. Sighing, she says, "Thank you, Kuri," before moving quickly to Chronostasis once the smoke lifts around him. Swiping across the air to disperse any remaining smoke, the creation girl picks up the gun he dropped and checks the magazine. Strangely, all 14 of the bullets are just darts shaped like bullets, including the one inside of the chamber she quickly pops out and reinserts into the mag. Darts. Pilfering his pocket, she pulls out a second magazine, but only sees 1 dart cartridge inside. 1 clip filled with these dart bullets and 1 with only a single dart. Placing a finger to her visor, she scans the item. After the quick analysis, she gasps. So that's it. She then extends a knife from out of her red arm brace and slices off the villain's clockhead hairs. Better safe than sorry. Over with Black Cat, she jumps away, avoiding a tremor of spike sent her way. Overhaul stands on the other side, having summoned the attack. Seeing an opening with her landing, he places a hand to the ground for a follow-up. Just as he does, his eyes catch something in his peripheral, and a wall of dirt rises quickly, blocking 2 shots fired at him. Momo groans where she stands, having aimed and fired at Overhaul. Blast. I almost had him. She rushes over to Black Cat's side. The man's eyes become bloodshot at his situation. Without Kurono, he's at a disadvantage. All she needs to do is hit him once with those bullets. Put that gun down now. Those are expensive bullets you're wasting. At that, Black Cat stares at the weapon in question while Momo holds it. The latter woman says, I thought so. These are the bullets you made to erase quirks using Erie's DNA. Overhaul scuffs. Of course, Stain would blab. How could you do such a thing to her? Momo shouts, enraged at the man at what he did to gain this weaponry. She's just a little girl. Be quiet. The barrier falls apart, showing the man staring her down with intense malice and killer intent. You wouldn't understand anything. You're just another person stuck in the sickness that quirks are giving the world, believing these powers are a benefit and not the plague that it is. I will cure everyone and make the world a better place. Momo tightens her hold on the gun. At the cost of the childhood and future of a little girl. Hold it. Black Cat makes a single step forward, eyes planted on the Yakuza. You used that girl's quirk to create quirk-destroying bullets, to what end? To make the world better, or to return it to where you Yakuza were in charge? The twitch appears on his face. I know about you. Mirai and I researched you when we got Eerie. We know the underlying reason why you're doing this, so don't even pretend that the ends justify the means. You only care about how to use people, like how you're being used by Shigaraki. Silence. Overhaul places a hand to the floor, but at the moment nothing comes of it. All of you heroes love to talk and talk. I even know why you're doing it, just to stall for help to arrive. The two women face their destructive opponent together. An eye from the adult glances at the teen. We'll take him from two different directions. Got it? Overhaul grumbles a laugh. So was I. Both of the lovely ladies make their approach, until. I was wondering why you didn't call us, and now I see why. Momo and Black Cat turn around to see the backup have arrived. Sadly, it wasn't for them. Instead, they find darkness in the air leading to a portal where Tamura Shigaraki is exiting. With him are Muscular, Hitomi Yatsu, and another mysterious individual. While the muscle man is dressed in his casuals, Hitomi is full battle rattle with 4 tentacles extending from behind. The mystery man is more of a monster, a black-skinned Namu in fact, with a large muscular build and a comparatively long neck. His head is shrouded in darkness by a hood of skin, and the muscles on neck and shoulders are left exposed. Underneath his hood, his face consisted entirely of an exposed brain, distorted red eyes, and a mouth full of long, jagged teeth. Seeing them, the two women raise their defenses. There's an intense danger about to come at them. So nice of you to get here finally, Overhaul tells the cyan-haired villain, his tone containing great annoyance. He points at Momo. That girl has the bullets, including the final product. Hitomi. With a snap of his fingers, the octopus woman charges at the young Yaoi Rozu. The spider closing in, Momo stays her hand and keeps her grip. The tentacles grab her limbs and pull her along with Hitomi as they jump over the cliff. Kurogiri forms from the darkness made and follows after Hitomi. Creati. Black Cat watches as her partner is taken away over the side. Before she could make a move, both the nameless Namu and Muscular block her paths off. Of course, once again she would come face to face with a man she hates more than anyone else. It is taking a great deal of restraint on her part to remain civil in front of him. Right now, she can't make any foolish move. How's it going? Oh, wait, what was your name again? Muscular scratches his head as he false wonders on her name. Black Cat, that's right. But I prefer to call you Miss Punching Bag. Overhaul steps forward turning to Shigaraki. Looks like you were right to set the pickup here. There are no heroes to come out here, and this is the only backup they were able to send after attacking our hideout. Desperate, Shino looks around for a possible out to her situation. She glances down at the forest before the cathedral, eyes widening with hope. A smile forms. True, you did see pretty far ahead to get out of that situation and to corner us this far, but just as you said, Chisaki, you weren't the only one stalling. Right on cue, figures shoot out from the forest charging for the cathedral. The villains watch and notice the monsters coming their way, golems made of dirt, stone, and tree branches. Some are shaped as panthera beasts, while others resemble traditional humanoid golems. The former reach the villains first. Hood. From the back of the Namu fires jet engines that propel him forward at the first beast. One swipe of the left arm slams the beast into loose soil. The next two golems bite down on his arms, blood squirting from his flesh to splash onto their forms. Don't go around bullying my earth beasts. From up above the villains and Black Cat look to see one of those golems flying down atop in the form of a pterodactyl. Two figures jump from the being and land between the Namu and the villains. The first is Ryuko Tsuchikawa, also known as Pixie Bob, dressed in her hero outfit. Next to her is her partner, Yuara Chitora, staring down the villains in a brown version of Pixie Bob's outfit. Seeing them, Shino runs over to her friends. But before she could get 2 steps in, Muscular grabs her right arm and pins her standing up. His eye turns to the remaining Wild Pussycat members. And now we have the rest of the weaklings. Or, most of them. What, she couldn't walk out here. An anger tick forms on Ryuko's face. You keep saying some shit, don't you, muscular? You're walking to your deaths, Shigaraki tells them. Two hands aren't going to make a difference. Hood roars before he rips free of the beasts pinning him down. He then jets toward the cat heroes, his teeth snarling to rip them apart. Seconds away from murdering them, he gets crushed under a figure launched from above due to a pillar of fire shooting down. Pinned into place, Hood grumbles as he is subjugated to flames burning his body. Who said we were the only ones here? Rising from the back of the Namu stands the number 2 hero in Japan, the flame hero Endeavor. Endeavor groans Shigaraki, his eyes narrowing at the fire user. He finally recovered. A minute earlier. Momo and Hitomi continue to fall, a shallow pit of grass and dirt down below for them to crash into. Using her tentacles, the villainess pulls herself to the side of the mountain cliff and forces her feet on to cling to. Once stopped, she pilfers the gun from Momo and leaves her to fall. Thinking fast, Momo pulls out her shield and aims it at the ground. The alien darkness surrounds her arms. Like this, she lands on her shield hitting the ground with a soundless thud as well as an upsplash of dirt. With a sigh of relief, Momo gets back up as Kuri retreats into her body. Impressive. She glances back up to see Hitomi coming down upon her using her tentacles. She then shows the handgun is empty. Not only did you steal the bullet inside the chamber and magazine, but also survived that fall. The gun is crushed in her palm before she lands adjacent to the brunette. I was hoping to run into you sooner or later. Hitomi sends her tentacles towards Momo. She raises her staff, which is ripped out of her hands before she's hit in the stomach and sent back. Momo Yoi Rozu, I presume. Recovering from the strike while ignoring the ensuing chaos around her, Momo looks up with a mild surprise. You know who I am? Of course, I do. Hitomi removes her mask, showing her face to the rich girl. You're the whore who seduced Midoriya into following this path to be a hero. What do you know about Momo gets struck at her left arm just as she is about to summon a katana from the exposed skin on her leg. Lifting herself on her metal limbs, Hitomi approaches Momo with hateful eyes. Midoriya would have been fine as a scientist, the world has had quite enough heroes. What it needs are bright minds to pave the way to the future. It's what he wants. If he wants to save people, he could do so as a scientist. As someone of actual respect. As my friend. One of her free tentacles shoot out and strikes Momo in the face, knocking aside her glasses. And he would have been fine resigning from that path whether that spider bite happened or not. Momo glares up at Hitomi, her cheek bleeding from the blow. But then he met people like you and the rest of those others from your school, and he stopped caring about what he had. He threw away the friends he made in our club just to be a hero, just for something he never would have had if not for blind luck. I'll hate him for leaving the only person who actually cared about him, but I'll never forgive you for taking him away from me. And that's why I'm going to kill you both for what you've done to me. Her upper left tentacle transforms into a swirling blade, spinning fast enough to replicate a buzzsaw. She then throws it at her opponent. The weapon is shattered, pieces of it flying everywhere. Surprised, Hitomi pulls back her tentacle scoping the damage, seeing how ineffective it is against the shield Momo pulled from behind her. Her tentacle reverts to 3 prongs. Not a scratch. Momo gets up and faces Hitomi, her normal calm expression showing what can accurately be defined as ultimate livid. A vein forms over her forehead and her eyes turn white. What I've done to you? She says quietly, staring forth at the woman towering over her. Izuku has been dealing with loneliness, prejudice, and suicidal thoughts for as long as he's been diagnosed quirkless, and all he wanted was to be a hero. How dare you call yourself his friend and not help him through all of that? The sudden change in voice causes the spider octopus to flinch. Did your voice just change? Gurigiri lands as well, stepping to the side to be ready to interfere. That little girl is she. You're not his friend at all. You just want someone around to make yourself feel better for your shortcomings. You want to control him because you're a horrible snob who thinks she's better than others. She opens her shirt and draws out another hilt. Hitomi sends her lower right tentacle to attack, but it's slammed to the ground by Momo's shield. Kuri, stay back. I'll call when I need to. You sure? Well, if you say so. Who are you talking to? In a swish, her tentacle is cut, sliced clean off by the katana Momo drew from her breasts. Stepping over the detached piece, Momo stabs the silver-colored sword pointing at Hitomi. Those arms twisted you more than Melissa warned. I'll slice them clean out of your back. Regaining her composure, Hitomi chuckles slightly. You defeat me? She reattaches the mask. I unmasked your boyfriend. What have you done? She then takes a crouch, one Momo recognizes as Izuku's signature spider stance. Referring to you as Midoriya's girlfriend is highly appropriate because that's how everyone's going to remember you. You're just a fanservice girl you'd find in a shonen manga. You'd probably never be on his radar otherwise. What exactly do you have to offer anyone besides those water balloons? Let's find out. She then charges. Elsewhere. Over at the compound, the dragon woman continues to keep her opponent pinned. Once done, she looks over to the floating periwinkle girl surveying the scenery. She lands down in front of the dragon saying, "Looks like everyone's wrapping up, Ryukyu." The dragon woman turns her head to scan the area. Good. We'll remain on guard as the police collect the criminals. The Jiraiya looks over and sees a very muscular Fatgum walking over while shouldering Tamaki and Kirishima. All three are battered and bruised since their last appearance, including Kirishima bleeding from his arms. Fatgum looks around asking, "Is everyone out?" "Why are you skinny?" asks Najira as she examines him. Long story, long fight. The heroes make their way past the gate while Najira looks around. "Night, I left a message for you guys." Message? The two ladies and Tsuyu pushing a Yakuza into a secure van, listen in to the thinner hero. Flyers head to a certain location as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Ha! Izuku shouts, thrusting his hand forward. To no one's surprise, nothing comes out. Dang it. I know something came out. One for all charges around his arm as he attempts again, only for a pulse of air to hit the wall. No. For a good minute, Izuku has been practicing his limits with one for all. Remembering how he used two different quirks, a black tendril that allowed him to mimic his web fluid and being able to fly, he starts testing his power to bring out. Once Momo and Shino left the building, he has been trying whatever to recreate those powers. To no avail, he lies back in bed, stretching his hand up at the ceiling. While doing so, he notes something else about his right hand. There's a blatant scar going diagonally across his ring finger knuckle and down to the back of his wrist. I don't remember, this one must have been recent. You're not good at taking care of yourself. I'm sorry also, hi. He looks around quickly at the new voice in his presence. Though, he remembers hearing it before. Over here. His vision jumps to the window. Floating above the glass, he sees someone smiling at him. Hello. Nana Shimura. He rolls off the bed, making himself presentable. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be in my head. I am. She lands down gracefully on the floor and plops on the bed next to him. She points to his skull, saying, "I've been able to extend myself from your mind ever since you reached 40% synchronization with One for All." Really? But this is the first time. He then stops, remembering something. Oh, wait, you've always been calling out to me, haven't you? It's easier when you're alone. It'd be awkward trying to contact you when your girl is snacking on a twig and berries. A question mark appears in his head. Twig and berries? You know, dining on the raging salmon, putting down the tent pole. Still as clueless, Izuku causes her to sigh. Maybe you should start hanging with that little purple guy more. What does Mineta have to do with a tent pole? You mean to tell me you've never heard someone call an erection a raging salmon? Once it hits him, his eyes become wider than Mirko's hips. That tomato impression returns too. There's the reaction. You saw that? We all did. She giggles at his embarrassment. Just kidding, they all had the decency to look away. But you didn't. Her added smile tells him she did. It's hard for me not to see what you do, as well as number one. Must have some sort of connection. She shrugs it off, but he doesn't feel better. Though, that does get him to think. Is that why she's the only one able to talk to him outside of his mind? But, let's focus on why I'm here. You're trying to control Float and Black Whip, correct? Finding himself able to refocus, he says, yes, I used them once, but I don't know how I did it. She places a hand on his. It's all in your feelings. You awoke them because you desired those powers, our powers. It's those emotions that will help you control these abilities. But, how am I able to do these things? Didn't Tashi tell you the story of how One for All was made? She asks, to which he nods in agreement. One for All is a quirk that stockpiles power and transfers itself and the will of the previous user to the next. But as you are probably aware of, that power translates into energy which you used for your electric attacks. That's true, he did figure that part out. Among that energy, One for All also stockpiled the quirks that each user held. Those quirks are now inside of you, and for some reason, they're being released. Released? I don't think. No one else could use the other quirks, nor could we even speak to each other. I mean, I did see Tashi when he had his first vision, but we could never converse. Something about you is very interesting, Izuku. She points to his chest, right above his heart. Maybe your blood will tell. My blood? A thought then raises his eyebrows. Oh yeah. I'm all for one's grandson, who along with his little brother, made one for all. Maybe that's it, but we'll worry about that later. We'll get to your training now that you're convalescing. Izuku. His name follows 3 knocks on the door. Mom? Getting up, he goes to let her in, while Shimura watches with a smug snide expression. Opening the door, he finds himself coming face to face with both Inko Midoriya and Toshinori Yagi. Izuku. The mother moves in and grabs her child, hugging him dearly. I'm so glad you're doing better. Here would be the part where he says he's fine, but after what he went through he doesn't entirely want to state that yet. Mostly because it's still true, he doesn't feel he can say that he's completely fine. Near death does that to a man, but in his case, he's still a child. As Yagi enters, Shimura looks down on him from above with solemn eyes. Her left hand reaches out to touch him, only for her to pass through his shoulder. Sighing, she looks aside. Toshinori. Elsewhere. Momoyae Rozu can't see her situation. She can hear it. She can feel it. Hell, if she tried hard enough, she can smell and taste it. That doesn't make it easier to believe. Here she is at the bottom of a cliff, a ruby-colored heroine jumping and dodging the mechanical tentacles of a genetically altered spider villainess. As weird as that sentence is, she is well aware of how serious her situation is as well. Those metal prosthetics stretch farther than her immediate range. While her shield can block them, it won't take much strength from them to rip it out of her grasp. From watching Hitomi's movements, Momo can decipher that the girl has somehow gained spider powers if the spider tights she has are of any additional indication. She seems to possess the same reflexes her boyfriend has, but there's no room to test it yet. But there is something she can do right now. Raising her sword created using Ocelite, she swings down, easily slicing through the second tentacle. She watches sparks fly out from the false limb, eyes Hitomi stepping back. 2 upper tentacles are left. You bitch. You're a disgrace. Momo tells her, stabbing her sword into the earth. She pulls out her magnum strapped to her left hip and aims at Hitomi. Time for her to test that theory. Pulling the trigger, she fires a round at Hitomi. Her arachnid opponent dips herself to the right, avoiding the bullet, and then dashes forward. Momo fires again at her enemy, each shot from her pistol missing. Even trying to get Hitomi to move to a spot and shooting the minute she lands is a failure, confirming her thoughts. She's already accustomed to her spider sense. Biting against her teeth, Momo tosses her gun aside. Not many chances are available for her success, and Kurogiri's presence adds another enemy to look after. If he uses his quirk, he can redirect any attack that would hit Hitomi, or even push her halfway through a portal and cancel it, cutting her in half. How exactly am I a disgrace? Hitomi shouts as she gets closer to Momo. Alright, stay angry. How can you call yourself Izuku's friend and try to murder him? She raises her shield and blocks Hitomi's right fist. Rather, how could you be okay with? Her hand opens up, the palm pressing against the center of the shield. How can he let me call him a friend? Spinning, she yanks the shield out of Momo's arm and back kicks her in the stomach, sending her flying back, rolling across the sun-scorched grass. Friends are people who do what you want. The girl throws aside the shield and stalks forward for the creation girl. You should know that, you have a little boyfriend who is wrapped around your finger. Pushing herself up, Momo flares her eyes at Hitomi and then Kurogiri. Now. Reaching down at her utility belt, she pulls out a Matryoshka doll and throws it in the air. She then runs at Hitomi. Let me guess, a bomb. Hitomi's tentacle shoots up and jabs the doll, opening it. To her shock, what comes out is not a regular grenade. Instead, it's an explosion of light. Flash grenade. Though the spider girl blocks her sight with her mask, Kurogiri takes to shielding himself as the light blinds him. As he remains on guard, something hits him, impaling the metal guard around his throat. Just as he questions it, his body is subjected to 50,000 volts. He falls over shortly. Meanwhile, Momo turns to Hitomi after shooting Kurogiri with a taser gun and draws her sword. She raises the blade overhead and swings vertically at the spider girl's tentacle. Only to be stopped. What? Due to Hitomi grabbing her wrists, her blade stops just short of the woman's face. So you do have Izuku's spider sense. What, did he never tell you? Hitomi flips Momo face down into the dirt, her face cutting against dirt and stone. I was just as quirkless as he is, so it only stands to reason that I can receive the same powers as him. Except, I am far superior as a spider than he'll ever be. Momo pushes herself up, rolling out of the way of another strike from those metal limbs. She draws a pistol from her body into her hand and quickly aims. But before she could pull the trigger, Hitomi closes the gap between them by launching her feet coming just in front of Momo. The spider girl's right leg swings, striking Momo in her shoulder. The crunching noise can be heard, Momo crying out in pain before she's flung across the dirt. She rolls until coming face up, groaning from the painful fall in her broken bones. My arm. Oh, dear me. That sounded painful. Momo pushes up while trying to ignore her opponent until a tentacle slaps her arm and she screams out in pain again. Those metal limbs grasp her arms and lift her before the spider girl. Hitomi smiles staring up at her bleeding face. Would you like to learn something interesting? Prejudices is smashed into the ground by both of the tentacles, leaving the ruby hero lying face down. The color brown and red smear across her face. Not yet. Back when I trapped your little boyfriend in Aldera, he had a gift for you. Baring her teeth under the mask, Hitomi adds, a handmade gift I destroyed. Now that I know he's alive, maybe I'll treat him to some further pain and make him wish he died by showing him your broken and busted form before I squish his heart. Silent, Momo hangs in the air looking down at the round. Almost she mutters a noise. Hearing it, Hitomi takes a knee, slanting her eyes upon Momo like the condescending woman she has become. Do you want to speak up? Maybe apologize for bringing this upon yourself. Her eyes open wide and stare up at Hitomi. The latter flinches, seeing the light in her eyes have not gone out. What's with the scary look? You haven't realized it, but you just lost. Lost? Hitomi grabs the throat and tightens. Care to correct yourself, you cozen tramp? You lost the moment we split the two of you up. There isn't an iota of sense in your particular predicament that suggests some useless woman who flags a debauched escort service could ever overcome me. Momo keeps her eyes on the woman, her gaze never faltering despite her troublesome situation. Despite the pain, the blood, the humiliation, and everything, she smiles. Well. There's a funny thing you villains always do. And what's that? Her body freezes. She can feel a sharp pain hit her and spread throughout her body. Her thoughts scatter, causing the tentacles to release Momo. What's happening to me? When you turned yourself into a spider, you gave yourself the same weaknesses Izuku has. The creation girl gets up, flexing her arm and shoulder as if no damage was done to her there. One of them is ethyl chloride, a chemical formula I had to emit off of me as subtly as possible. Hitomi removes her mask quickly, spitting up blood and coughing enough to infect a country. With her weakening sight, she picks up a mist coming off of Momo's exposed flesh. Of course, it would have never worked if you hadn't let your guard down thinking I was some weak fan service girl. You tricked me. Hitomi dashes over to the gun left in the dirt from seconds ago, grabbing and aiming poorly at Momo. The trigger squeezes, the firearm explodes, and a white mist hits her point blank. Falling over, Hitomi suffers from the mist hitting her hard and causing her to freeze up before turning silent. I am the superior Wolfram. Momo approaches the villain and touches her neck, relaxed when she finds a pulse. The knockout gas worked too. You're welcome. Sitting back on the ground, Momo attempts a creation. No need, Milady. No need. Oh. Her hand stretches out and fires a black substance to wrap around Hitomi and place her in a cocoon, stopping at her head. Whoa, how did you? I've copied Izuku's spider powers, but since he doesn't make webbing, I made myself do this. The alien then controls her other arm to wrap up Kurogiri, surprising Momo by being able to cover even the black mist that is his body. Sighing with relief and gratitude that the symbiote repaired the damage left on her body, Momo turns her eyes skyward up the cliff. It has been tiresome and painful, but she did it. With all intents and purpose, she has done what she has set out to do and be a hero. She defeated and captured 2 villains all by herself. Sort of. She feels she got lucky. The plan worked, but with what she learned from Izuku, Hitomi didn't have spider powers for long, meaning she wasn't as experienced as him with them. Meaning she hasn't trained her spider sense as well as Izuku or even the other spider girls. Also, she would have had to deal with that dislocated arm later, and Black Cat is still up there. That Namu, Muscular, Chisaki, and Shigaraki are all up there attacking. Even down from here she can hear and feel the earth move. Just thinking about it is making her sick. She wants to vomit. Guri, let's go. Momo removes her visors. She then crouches down and launches herself up over the cliff. Earlier. Shigaraki stares down his opponent Endeavor, the hero standing atop of the Namu, keeping the burns coming. The flame hero glares back, his face sporting the scars of defeat from the day of their last meeting. So, we meet again, Endeavor. Yes, we do, Shigaraki, I presume. Shino glances at Muscular, seeing that his attention is on his boss and endeavor. Angling herself, she kicks him hard in the cheek, the heel of her boot digging. His grip loosened, she jumps away, breaking free and joining her friends. Thanks for coming in time, she tells them, Tiger and Pixie Bob forming their stance. Ryuko, deal with Chisaki. Yuara and I will handle Muscular and join you later. What about that girl? Asks Tiger. She'll be fine. We need to hold until reinforcements arrive. Muscular rubs his face of the impact, no more than a bruise left in place. Haha, pointless. From behind the muscle man, the earth rises into pointed arcs towards the reunited pussycats. Immediately, Pixie Bob takes a knee and places her hands to the ground, redirecting them at Muscular. His meat fibers wrap around him as he blocks, roaring as he breaks through the hardened soil. An annoyed Overhaul kneels with his hand in the ground. Get out of the way, Muscular Bob. You get out of the way. Shouts the blonde girl as she summons an Earth Golem Panther and hopping on it. She rides it towards Overhaul. Muscular roars before rushing in at the pussycats, only his arms and legs wrapped in his muscles. Tiger jumps in and blocks his punch with his forearm. His body absorbs the blow and fixes. As this happens, Shino comes after Muscular from behind with her claws extended. Did you forget my body is elastic? I can take all of your blows. The villain grabs his face and spins, whipping Tiger like a wet blanket. Catman's legs smack into Shino and send the black cat rolling across the dirt. Did you forget how I leveled you and your entire litter single-handedly? He throws Tiger to the ground, laughter escaping his throat as if he had exhaled a 2-minute breath. I massacred you weak little kitties for interrupting my game at that time when there were 4 of you. As if half are gonna make a fucking difference. Shino picks herself back up and rushes, pulling out her pistol and aiming at him. But she's too slow, for the muscular villain moves in close and grabs her arm before she could so much as aim. And you know what? I am sick and tired of seeing your face. So how about we have one last game? With a twist of the wrist, Shino drops her piece, yelping out. Let's see how long it takes until you call that boy Spider-Man. She flinches at the announcement of Izuku. What? You and that insect are pretty close, so how's about you call him over to save your butt again? That menacing eye of his burns into hers, not helped by the hungry smile he sports. It'd be easier than going out and tracking him down. Now do it, or else I'll rip your arm off like little Miss Pegleg. Her fists clenched while held in place, Shino stares back at him with equal intensity. Do you know who he is? Kinda. The name escapes me, but I never forget a face. I see the hand nod in use shifts to her waist. Muscular, I was determined to kill you for what you did to me, my friends, and my family. And while I still want revenge, I want to move on more. Her face softens. But that can never happen so long as you roam around free. I've never had the power or chance to take you down, until now. Until now. The grip that once held her tightly loosens at the pricking sensation that overtakes that arm. The moment she pulls free, his vice grip loosens. All of the muscle fibers around him retreat inside of his body. He checks his arm and sees what can be described as a bullet-shaped dart sticking out. He yanks it free. What the hell is this? The little something your Yakuza buddy made by exploiting an innocent girl. Shino pushes herself back to stand up. Those two went after Creati because she had them, but in truth, she handed them over to me. You bitch. Engulfed in rage, Muscular rears his fist back. Before he could strike, saliva flies from his mouth. Shino retracts her knee from his stomach and roundhouses him on the right side of his head. You're now just as human as I am. Blood oozes from the bruise left on him, the muscle man stumbling back. It hurts, but more than that, it pisses him off. Only Spider-Man and All Might have been able to punch past his muscles and hurt him. But this woman, this pussycat he has thrashed and tortured for so long, she's able to hurt him. That hurts more than the injuries he's receiving. I will kill you. Two paws slap him from both sides, eclipsing his senses. An arm lariat wraps around his face and smashes him into the ground. The vision in his eye drops quickly. Looking down on him, Tiger and Shino remain in shock at what they've witnessed. He's down, finally. Finally we did it. Shino holds her heart as she stares down at the man defeated below them. They did it. She did it. Muscular impulse takes over. She kicks him as hard as possible in his stomach, causing the man to cough out. Her boots dig into his flesh once more at her outburst of rage. A third one connects to his face. A red puddle now forms from his nose. After all this time, after all these years, she's done it. She has defeated her sister's killer, her most hated enemy, the bane of their existence. Screaming to the heavens in satisfaction and accomplishment is what she wants to do at this very moment, but she can't. Not now. We still need to stop Shigaraki. Izuku and the others won't be safe so long as he's around. This broadcasts to Tiger as she takes a knee, pulling out some wire. Of course. The stream of flames shoots out above them. Traced, Endeavor fights against Hood the Naomu. Over with Pixie Bob, she jumps off her golem as Overhaul gets in close. His quirk tears the beast apart, morphing into spears that fire at the blonde cat. Hands to the ground, she summons a wall of dirt that swallows the spears and redirects them. He jumps back, avoiding the strike, stretching his hand to the ground. The earth around him splits apart, leaving the man with no land to stand, snakes of dirt encircling him from what is separated. These dirt dragons bite onto his wrists, lifting his hand so the palms face up. He grips, trying to break free, but the situation worsens when more of the earth wraps around his waist and conceals him entirely, leaving only his head and hands exposed. Pixie Bob dusts her hands off with a cocky smirk, facing the Yakuza leader. Not so tough without your quirk, sicko. Up above, Hood stretches his right arm and grips Endeavor, throwing the hero to the ground. The flame hero groans, impacting the dirt. Come on. Show me a good fight. I'm bored. Grabbing his arm, Endeavor grinds his teeth as fire billows from his body. The flames spread up the arm at high speed to the source body. The brain monster rips his arm off before it could reach, and an arm immediately sprouts out. Not strong enough. A pillow of dirt rises, striking the Naomu in the face. Thrown off balance, the jet propulsion from its back pushes the monster away from Endeavor. Pixie Bob looks up in surprise. Oh great, they can talk now. Hood, the Naomu turns to face its master, the cyan-haired villain standing with his arms crossed, as he hasn't moved an inch since the fighting started. Set Chisaki free. Following Shigaraki's sudden command, the brain monster extends its arm and shatters the dirt surrounding the Yakuza in a single punch. He then pulls back, having grabbed Chisaki, and retreats to Shigaraki's side. Nice little toy you got there, speaks Shino as she and Tiger join up with Endeavor and Pixie Bob. These a little more expensive than a toy, he replies, the leader of the villain alliance sneering at them. The high-end Naomu are the results we've been looking to create, the perfect hero slayers. I can't just have you going around destroying him, difficult as that may be. Indeed, Endeavor speaks as he rises, lowering his flames to cool himself down. Regeneration, flight, enhanced strength, stretching arms, and there's more to it than that. If there is, I'm not gonna tell you. I would be a fool to let you have an advantage after having lost muscles over there. You want a good story, you gotta see it instead of being told it. That said, he recognizes the immediate disadvantage bestowed upon him with Pixie Bob here. So long as she's around and they're in such a widespread forest, she can overpower them. And he can't exactly rot them, not so long as they can just shoot him and negate his quirk, not to mention they still have the bullet that permanently destroys quirks. He could use an opening. Tamura Shigaraki, you should turn yourself in, are Shino's words, staring at the villain before her. The eyes narrow. No, it's best to call you by your real name, Koudara Shimura. The others turn to her at her brazen statement. Even Endeavor is taken back. Shimura. He's actually Shimura. You know, you shouldn't make claims like that unless you can prove it. How long are you going to keep denying it when your son is in jail just to take your fall? Shigaraki TSKS. Did you think we locked him up knowing that it was over with him? We're not stupid. Scuffing adds to his demeanor. Yes, I didn't think that would completely fly. Maybe by time. Why? Pixie Bob shouts. Why would you frame your son? Why even become a villain when you're a successful businessman who owns a beloved company and even a family to take care of? His crusted hands grab hold of one another, rubbing against with annoyance. One of his hands reaches up and removes the hand on his face. I have nothing inside of me but hatred. It's all because of you and this illness Chisaki sees. So it is. Heroes are nothing more than selfish showboaters who would put the lives of complete strangers over their families and act surprised when they get betrayed by them the minute they make a mistake. It's sickening seeing you self-righteous pricks poke your way into people's lives just to keep others from using their powers to do the same. Hey. Pixie Bob points in a rage. It's people like you that give heroes a reason to exist in the first place, so don't talk to us about self-righteousness. Shigaraki lowers his eyelids. Oh. Then what about Muscular? He points the finger of his face hand to Shino, who looks away in shame knowing where this is going. Mandalay rejected your team just to try and murder Muscular. Not even capture, to kill him. And what did that rot besides a neglected nephew, scorned friends, and a ruined image? His eyes turned to Endeavor. And Endeavor over there has wrecked the childhoods of his male kids and put his wife in the loony bin just to surpass All Might. There are heroes like that all over. The flame hero's fires cool down, silenced by head-clearing rage. What do you know about my private life? If you can get the dead to talk, they will, is the response he receives, setting off numerous red flags in his head. Tenko was the only one who got with the program. He understood the truth of heroes and hated them just as much as me. Being chosen as my scapegoat is just a push he needs to accept it. After all, you knew he was innocent and still arrested him, just to corner me. He places the hand back on his face. Chisaki. You have a plan now? Shigaraki keeps his eyes on the heroes. Stop holding back and go all out against them. Overhaul glares at the cyan-haired villain and sighs. Don't be coy. I was planning on doing that in the first place. His hand touches Hood and the two are enveloped in a wide explosion. Shigaraki backs away in shock, equaled by the four heroes gathered. Hey. I meant them. In the smoke, Chisaki stands taller than before. Two arms extend from his shoulders grafting overhead. Four sets of eyes flash yellow in the smog. Now that we have perfected the quirk destruction bullets and the hero slaying Naomu, all we need now is to procure Eri and Spiderman, the latter task we would have done by now had Hitomi's team told me who he was. Once the smoke clears, all the heroes go on the defensive in response to the Yakuza's new appearance. Chisaki is now 3 extra feet taller with added mass for bulk. He wields 4 arms now, each with claws, but the upper set dark purple resembling the Naomu's with quartet golden eyes shining. His plague mask is now an actual beak out of a dark eldritch abomination. Feet plant firm into the dirt. But that's fine, I'll take my time torturing the information out of you. The monster makes his charge. What would have been a bloody curb stomp ends before it begins when a shadow crosses over him. Looking up, he spots along with Shigaraki and the heroes the twin wings of justice. The door you know. Ryukyu breathes in deeply, exhaling the blue heroine Najire at super overhaul with the assistance of her quirk. Najire Dan. Chapter 51. Najire Dan. Coming down with the company of a dragon's roar, the heroine Najire-chan dives down for her target. Turning around, super overhaul jumps away as Najire impacts the cliff, sending dirt and debris in every direction. As he does, eyes open up in the back of his head, allowing him to see a stream of flames coming his way. The ground rises just as the fires would douse the monstrous villain in heat, blocking the attack and scorching the earth hid in his place. Once properly scorched, all of them see nothing in their path but burnt land. Also, there is a hole going underground. He's gone underground. Mandalay says. As everyone goes on edge, Najire and Ryukyu return to the skies. Shigaraki crosses his arms in anticipation. And now you'll see true fear. Pixie Bob thrusts her hands to the ground. Before she could break apart the earth, a hand reaches up and grasps her face. Wait. In an instant, the horror on her face shatters and accompanies the rest of her body, reduced to cells scattered apart into a Jackson Pollock painting that absorb into Super Overhaul's body. All eyes widen in horror at the sight they've just witnessed. A familiar terror spreads across Mandalay's face as she sees what is before her. Ryuko. With new mass, Super Overhaul's body expands, those muscles grow with added bulk, his size allows him to reach the same size Ryukyu's dragon form sports, he looks more like a monster than usual. There is also an extra face on him, Pixie Bob's resting on the back of his neck. Her mouth is agape as moans of turmoil resound throughout. One would liken this to the thing from another world. Ryuko mutters tiger, grinding his teeth in rage. He catches Mandalay on her knees in despair. Shino, stay together. We lose more of us at this rate. The ground shakes further, rising and falling like a wave throwing them off balance. A platform of dirt ascends, lifting muscular towards Super Overhaul. The Yakuza's hand stretches out to touch the currently quirkless villain, overhauling him into his body. Added mass increases his size, making him twice as big as before. He now towers over all present with the height of a 3-story building, muscle fibers whipping about from his person like tentacles, and another face added next to Pixie Bob. He's absorbing people one after another. Najire comments in shock. I wouldn't say lose to be more accurate. His hand presses against the ground. All of the earth they stand on shatters, leaving them to fall to grim spikes of stone formed below. Wasn't it her that said I was a monster? How about I show you how monstrous I can be? Najire and Ryukyu fly down and catch Shino and Tiger. Endeavor uses fire propelled from his feet to float. Given a moment to breathe, Shino forces herself to process what became of Pixie Bob. Without Overhaul's quirk, the Earth Mover can't be saved. It isn't as if it's just a fusion, he broke her to pieces and merged them with himself. What can I do? All of the earth surrounding them pushes forward at them as square walls. Moving fast, Najira throws Shino up in the air before thrusting her hands at the two walls, about to crush them. Her energy releases into topaz spirals, reducing them to dust and debris. In the unsettling dust cloud, a figure flies out. The Black Cat watches as the dragon hero flies in and rips off Super Overhaul's top right arm. Ryukyu takes to the skies, crunching down on the arm, its two halves fall from her jaws before she turns around and roars, "Endeavor." Super Overhaul turns around from the flying dragon to see the flame hero extending his fingers coated in heat. Flashfire Fist Hell Spider. In seconds does it take for thin threads of fire to slice through Super Overhaul's remaining arms. The monstrous Yakuza roars in pain, bleeding from the wounds made on his person. And yet, he smiles. From the holes made, new arms sprout out, completely sealing up the wounds. Pathetic. The heroes gloom at their efforts, utterly turning up vain. Even Shino is enraged, having landed on solid ground following her being thrown. Endeavor's flames can destroy him without being affected by his quirk, but he'll overheat if it's not a clear shot. She doesn't like their odds. They can either wait for backup or abandon Pixie Bob. "Shino," speaks a voice from behind. Turning around, she sees Momo having risen from her battle against the likes of Hitomi and Kurogiri. Creati the cat lady faces the monstrosity above them. "We're in trouble. Chisaki has." "I know, we saw," Momo replies, having arrived and gotten a look at the horrors of Overhaul's power just seconds ago. Like them, she also couldn't contain her horror. Thinking about it, Eri has had that subjected to her every day since Overhaul took her, just to create that batch of quirk-killing drug. More than just horror, she's also angry thinking about it, which is just the face she shows Shino before walking by her, patting her shoulder. The black slime that is Kuri oozes from her pores around Momo's hand and slides up the rest of her body. "Kuri, will this work?" "Only if you join in." Biting her teeth, Shino says, "I'll have to hit him with a quirk destruction bullet to make sure he." But before she could finish, the ruby heroine rushes forth. As the heroes continue to battle Super Overhaul, Momo dashes the giant villain. "Creati, look out." The warning is just enough for Momo to stop in her tracks and faces Shigaraki. "You." Several pro heroes struggling, he begins, stretching his hand to her, "And you're jumping in under some pretense that you can turn the tide. No chances." Before his hand could so much as graze her face, Momo steps to the left, avoiding the touch of death. Swiftly the villain turns himself to try again, only to dodge a blade swung upward, nicking his chin. Red rains from his face as he steps back while Momo brandishes the sword she wielded prior. Black Cat. Her sword is held to the left. Shino runs up and grabs the blade, allowing the two to switch targets. "Foolish of you to send a little girl to fight a monster," speaks Shigaraki before he takes a knee. The Black Cat narrows her eyes while grinning. "The next generation can't stand on their feet if we're always holding their hands. Besides, that little girl comes with a special surprise." With Momo, she steps back after another hell spider slicing courtesy of Endeavor, dices Super Overhaul's top arms clean off. If she's to perfectly make her move, she needs to make sure he doesn't interfere. Thankfully, he looks to be overheating. Making her move, Momo leaps forward with the propelling strength of the symbiote inside of her. The rest of the alien seeps through her pores and costume, consuming her and becoming a skin-tight suit, hugging her better than her mother. Claws replace her nails and fingers. The only exposed skin is from her neck and up. Super Overhaul turns around and spots the girl coming her way. "You again?" He swipes his arm across to rip her apart. Momo thrusts her hand forward, mimicking her boyfriend's method of shooting webs. A strand of black webbing hits dead center in the Yakuza's eyeball, giving just enough of a flinch to completely miss Momo. She shoots another web line to zip forward, landing in his beak mouth. From there, Momo dives deep into his throat, the symbiote covering her face now as they go further inside. Having just swallowed someone, Super Overhaul touches his throat, wondering. The others look in horror at what they've witnessed. "Did she just?" Ryukyu comments. "That stupid girl." Endeavor shouts. "Why?" Tiger mutters. Najire, still floating within Overhaul's vicinity, stares. Was she wearing black just now? Super Overhaul presses down on his stomach, feeling her body pass through the esophagus on the way to the stomach. As she does, he also feels something else seeping inside of him. Whatever it is wiggling through his body, spreading and consuming each piece of him. What is happening? The black ooze that is Kuri spreads through every cell of Overhaul's body, hugging his skin as closely as the alien does anyone else. All of the heroes watch in terror at what they see, unable to comprehend what they're seeing. Is this a side effect of his quirk? Did Creati do something they didn't see coming? Or does that Namu have another power he's using now? Endeavor rises high over the butchered battlefield holding his hands up. A fireball forms in his combined palms. I'm going to wipe you out in one fell swoop. Endeavor, wait. Shino calls, stopping him before he could finish. All of Kuri's pervasiveness ends once the head gains the symbiote mask. Wide eyes open as they snarl, exposing sharp canines and an elongated tongue. A white spider mark forms morph out of the chest. Rather than super overhaul covered and merged with the alien, what towers above them is more Kuri having grown to become a full-grown titan. Even Tamura Shigaraki, having planned this entire scenario in his head in advance, fails to comprehend what is laid above him. Oh, what the hell is going on? He shouts in confused rage. Am I hallucinating from the experiments? The alien giant retracts the extra appendages before he snarls again, a human scream coming out this time. As Kuri does so, a lump of its skin protrudes from its chest. Said bulge pops open, and a figure falls out landing on the open grass before Tiger. Taking a knee, he ganders at the nude body. Ryuko. Tiger holds her unconscious form in his arms. He touches her neck, feeling a pulse to his relief. She's okay. Shino sighs with equal consolation, glad that she hasn't lost another friend. Immediately her attention returns to Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Kuri shrinks in size. Regardless, he expunges another bulge and releases a new person, the naked muscular landing face down. His groan comes out in a low fade. Following him is Overhaul, following the trend of being in his birthday suit. Now more human-sized, Kuri turns his head to Shino, saying, "Get ready." The last bulge, the biggest one yet, shoots out in an explosive mess, with Shigaraki taking a good deal of red liquid coming out of the alien. The Namu flies out skyward, directly toward the flame hero still charging his shot. Perfect. All of his flames spread without his entire body. With a roar, he unleashes the heat in the form of a concentrated beam of fire. Prominence burn. His solar beam hits the fighting monster, completely consuming it in its prominence. All of that sudden heat awakens the Namu, but it's already too late. Its entire body is engulfed in heat, each of its cells sizzling and steaming like cooking meat. Even with its high-speed regeneration, the conflagration overlaps the recovery speed. Endeavor presses on with his beam attack. Even as his body overheats and his vision begins to give out, the flame hero continues to free his heat, screaming as he does so. Eventually, the fire quirk finally overpowers the Namu. Hood fades into the beam through disintegration, leaving absolutely nothing left. The beam subsides, and what remains of the monster scatters into the wind. Its user remains airborne until slowly descending, landing on the ground as the fires of his hero suit are slowly quelled. With the death of the Namu, Shino goes over to the fallen muscular and wastes no time in cuffing him. Just to make sure. Kuri returns to Momo's height. The black around her retreats into her body, starting from the head down. Gasping, Momo checks herself hoping nothing changed. Head, check. Arms and legs, check. Body, check. And I think my eyesight's better. You're welcome. Also, you're 10 o'clock. Quickly following his words, Momo turns around to spot the naked Overhaul coming their way. You. He extends a hand out to attack her. Of course, with her training and the knowledge of his quirk, she easily steps back and avoids his deadly touch. So that's where the symbiote went after Spider-Man stole it. Those assassins have broken contact with us due to your little stunt. Watching the movement of his other hand, Momo draws her shield and slaps Overhaul's hand aside by the back of it. In that same motion, she jabs her shield into his stomach. Saliva splatters across her costume and shield. From Kuri, I know your quirk only works when the palm side of your hands touch something. In that case, from the palm that isn't carrying the shield, Momo creates a spray. She then spritzes him with a clear mist, hitting him in the face with a full blast. The Yakuza leader cries as he suffers the burning sensation of the combat mace. I'll take away your vision, and then Momo moves in behind him and delivers a powerful punch with her shield, striking the neck. The white consumes his eyes, and Overhaul falls over face forward. So ends the Shai Hasekai. As Momo takes a breather, Shigaraki finds himself at an impasse. If he uses his quirk now, he can eradicate them all but lose the quirk destruction bullet, the manufacturer, as well as the lead to Eri. If he runs, he'll still lose them. So long as those two can fly, they own an advantage. Oh well. I can still find Eri and start from scratch. His hand stretched to the ground. Oh no, you don't. Eyes up, Shigaraki catches Najire flying above him with her arms charging energy blasts. Hands up. All of them. Cute. Caught, Shigaraki raises his arms. I said all of them. They don't move. Then why do you have them? Looks like the fat lady just sang, Shimura, speaks Shino before drawing her gun and aiming at him, thus cutting Najire's valid question before it could be answered. Now, come quietly or lose your quirk. We have some discussions for you down at the station, you goblin. The villain alliance leader scans his surroundings and takes in his incomprehensible situation. His men have fallen, his hero slayer is dead, he's covered in blood or whatever this red stuff is, and Dever while still down is not out, even as he fans himself. The 3 wild pussycats are still active, and that girl has the power of something he never calculated. He needs an opening. Anything will do. Seems like you're in a bit of a pickle for once. Shigaraki listens to the voice in his ear. But, the master insisted that you succeed, so I laid you further. He should be on his way. The ground shakes. What was that? Asks Momo as she approaches Pixie Bob, having created a regular light blue dress for her to just throw on. The second tremor catches them off guard. The heroes look around trying to pinpoint the source. More earth-shaking proceeds, each one closer and heavier than the last. Their worries add together. You called on me to find him, but he cannot be controlled by the likes of you. Just as you and I have supported and looked up to him, he and Kurogiri were made to follow and fight for all for one. The tremors are now accompanied by the sound of trees falling and crashing. At that, Shigaraki grins as previously falling sweat seemed to stop in place. Looks like Master was looking further into the future than I did. The heroes face the forest behind them, eyes in horror at what is coming into the clearing. A radio can be heard muffled by the earthquakes and crunching. Birds fly away overhead. All manner of destructive noises echoes until the real monster finally arrives. Stiff with fear, Shino shakes as she holds her gun steady. What is that? Endeavor grips his left arm as he stares up at the monster. I'm gonna need some ice. The titanic arm rises overhead, leaving them in his towering shadow. Everything I do is for the Lord. Seconds before the arm comes colliding down, does Shigaraki find himself surrounded by the black ooze. Pixie Bob summons the earth to blanket and crush, only for the dirt to be smashed, unable to hold it back for even a second. Pixie Bob pales as the thing's appearance becomes clearer. Good grief, he's naked. Shino bites her lip. Ryuko, do something. Endeavor turns his flames on. Everyone, get down. Ryukyu flies forward. If only I can. Tiger pulls Shino down. Don't move. The gyre stares blankly. Why does he have a radio? The fist collides with the earth. Everything within a 5-mile radius is hit with a powerful shockwave. Elsewhere. It's a dimly lit room. Whatever additional light was left in place is illuminated by the glass of large human-sized containers nearby. In this obvious laboratory, black ink explodes into existence. Shigaraki's body forms from it, landing on his 2 feet properly. Unlike before, he breathes heavily, touching his chest. His other hand rips away the hand on his face. He then peels off his face, revealing his much older, cleaner, real face underneath and the malice left in its place. Such a thing happened in such a short amount of time, removing such planned works years in the making. How sad it is. That same voice is heard deeper in the lab. Over by the largest glass case, Shimura sees the man sitting at the desk working on a monitor. Your surefire ace in the hole has been lost to the enemy. Now you're just left with an army. My army. His red eyes focus on the man. His anger starts to overcome him. Your army? Your formula was able to push these high-end Namu to their limits, but that was all you contributed. The man continues to type. They were originally my design, to create an army of obedient killing machines for the one who I believed in. I would be remiss to hand this over to someone who wallows in the despair he's created. So livid, so lively, so lifted by vengeance is Shimura at this very moment. Years of therapy are slowly breaking apart in the face of his pain and anger. Sadly, he can do nothing about it for the time being. It is your fault for focusing so much on Spider-Man that you let these travesties happen. Had you ordered him killed from the beginning, you wouldn't have lost so much revenue. You must have realized it at one point, and yet you still put too much focus on him. The doctor turns around now in his revolving chair, his lap holding what looks to be a small little Namu. Honestly, it is beyond what I can fathom to know that you are intentionally burdening yourself with something that has nothing to do with your life goal. You were so focused and decisive before that child arrived, now he's all you can think of, isn't it? His eyebrows furrow. Child. What do you mean by that? None of your business. The doctor turns back around in his seat. Now if you don't mind, you must regain focus on what's truly important. We're short-handed on men, and you haven't even awoken to your true power yet. Left there silent in the dark, the Villain Alliance leader growls through his teeth as he accepts his position now. He's lost so many men after getting this far, some more valuable than others. And with their words, he'll have lost all of his reputation and credibility, not to mention his company and files, by tomorrow morning. Toga will need to be informed right away. And yet, he's still thinking of what he will do with Spider-Man boy if what Yujiko said is true. Why? He has planned on stealing his DNA and using him to improve his spider slayers. But, thinking about it now, he could have just killed him. You're going to support the Villain Alliance, dead or alive. That should have been the closing point, he should have just killed him. Instead, he tried to win him over. Even though he sought to go and murder him, did he truly wish to kill him? Was there more? Was something inside of him telling him not to kill Spider-Man? Or someone? Well, he can worry about that later. He's got all this alien blood to wash off. Wait, it's gone. Back to the action. Out in the forest, the ground shifts away around a huge dome. In its epicenter are the heroes who have battled the villains shortly before that Titan's arrival. Pixie Bob pulls her hand away from the ground, sighing with relief. Is everyone okay? She asks, gazing back at the others she had to protect. Ryukyu in her human form is with Najire having collected overhaul. Shino and Tiger have muscular and chronostasis pinned. Momo has Hitomi wrapped in black webbing, a foot over the top of her body. Endeavor has Kurogiri in hand. Is that thing gone? Asks the flame hero. Najire takes flight hovering over the scene. Looking around, she finds nothing but destruction. It's gone. Out in the distance, police sirens can be heard. Phew, the cavalry, says Shino, just before she feels muscular shifting. A swift strike with her heel sends him back to sleep. Through her quirk, she calls out, police. Anyone? We're over here. Endeavor looks over at Momo. Hey, craft girl, what time is it? Momo touches the glasses on her face, updating her on the time. 11:23 a.m. Sighing, the flame hero speaks, then it settled. On September 26 at 11:23 a.m., the Shai Hassaikai leader Kai Chisaki codename Overhaul, the carnal murderer Muscular, and the Villain Alliance associate member Kurogiri have been captured. Our heroes relax as the sirens get closer. The mission's finally over. Chapter 52. On September 26 earlier today, several hero agencies and the police district raided the Shai Hassaikai compound. All members of the 8 Bullets, including Hidoro whom we've taken in months ago due to Black Cat's mission, have been captured. Their leaders, Kai Chisaki, Joy Iranaka, and Hari Kurono, have been captured as well. Also captured are members of the Villain Alliance. The carnal murderer Muscular, Shigaraki's right-hand man Kurogiri, and one Hitomi Yatsu. These are the words coming from Detective Tsukauchi to Toshinori as he sits by him in Izuku's hospital bed, Inko sitting at the other end listening. Concerned, she asks, what will become of them? The Yakuza all await trial. Chisaki, a special case, will be immediately sentenced. That brings a sigh to come from her lips. For misuse of his quirk, child endangerment, murder, conspiracy, fraud, and other charges, he gains a special place deep in Tartarus. His eyes glance to the side. But since that spot is taken, he'll get a cell just above that one. That's not funny, says Yagi to his friend, though he can find himself chuckling at that afterward. Nevertheless, he continues. As for the others, for over 100 counts of voluntary manslaughter, 12 accounts of involuntary, and other crimes that are minor in comparison including working with terrorists, Muscular will be detained into Tartarus as well. Kurogiri is an odd case. Odd? The two adults face the detective. Some blood work brought us something curious, so for the time being we're refraining from total lockdown until we get to the bottom of his makeup. Yagi taps his chin. That would imply something more is going on with the Shadow Master. And then there's Hitomi Yatsu. After the fight, we found her mind had suffered some shock leaving her in a catatonic state. Without it, this minor would be placed in the Tama Juvenile Correction Facility. Giving a nod, Yagi then asks, and what about Shimura? Knowing he would eventually ask that question, Tsukauchi prepares himself. After testimony from the ghost spider we have in captivity and confirmation from the heroes on the scene, we've seized all of his assets at Astro Corporation and are starting to question all of his employees. We're also looking into the background of his employees in case they are also villains like Chisaki. Speaking of, Inko inquires, now that this overhaul is in Tartarus, what happens to Eri? He could tell she was interested in that. Well, now that he's locked away, we do not need to hide the girl at Hyde Alliance. We could keep her there at UA and help her grow to control her powers, or you could adopt her as your own. Turning to face Yagi, he and Inko nod to each other in respective order. She then faces Tsukauchi and says, I would like to adopt Iri. Elsewhere in the hospital, Izuku can be found wandering the halls. An attire made new by his girlfriend, he looks better off than when he arrived at this building the first time. His red shoes stop before the first room. Kirishima should be inside if Momo told me so. The boy sighs before extending a hand to grab the door. Before he could, the door opens up and takes him by surprise. He jumps back away in defense with hands up, staring dead at the two adults stepping out. Though the boy ends up calming down when he sees that they're Kirishima's parents. Oh, sorry, he says to them, lowering his arms. I'm here to see Kirishima, I'm a friend of his. Well, thank you for your kindness in seeing our son, says the father before bowing to him. The mother follows suit and they walk away leaving them to be. Stepping inside, Izuku says, hey Kirishi, my god. Red Riot sits on the hospital bed wrapped tightly like a mummy. He wears a brace around his arm, has an arm hold for it, and a feeding tube in the small opening by his mouth. That, his eyes, and several spikes of his crimson hair are the only thing telling Izuku that this is Kirishima. Yo, Midoriya. And yet, he's still so pro-bro. He does sound a little off though, almost with a lisp. Kirishima, you look, don't say anything stupid. Ready to go. Damn it. Yeah, I'm pretty wrapped up. Glad that he's not going to talk about that verbal mess up, Izuku sighs before approaching the red hero in training. How tough was your fight? Very, he replies, groaning as he stiffens to move. Doc say I got lacerations, broken bones, a black eye, and I think I'm missing a tooth. That might explain his altered speech. Too bad recovery girl is out of the country. You and the others would be out of here by tonight. Nah, I'm proud of these injuries. I got them defending and honoring that little girl you rescued. Kirishima tries to grin and chuckles. Ah, it hurts to laugh. I guess I better let you rest. Izuku gets up to leave. I gotta find the others. See ya at school. With that, Izuku makes his exit, closing the door ever slightly. He then sighs and focuses on the next thing. Who's next? Oh good, you're up. Hiya. Izuku jumps away and gets on the defensive against, only to calm down when he sees Momo behind him. He groans a bit. Oh, sorry Momo. Are you alright? And no, not really. Just a little jumpy after what happened. She takes Izuku's hand and brings him closer. Would you care to talk about it? Not now, not here. He clenches the hand holding his lightly. I just want to see who else is here and if they're okay. Momo huffs and gives a little pout. Don't worry, everyone's okay. You've seen Kirishima, but the others in comparison are better off. Amajiki's had a chip of bone struck him in his face, but no scar will be left. Fat Gum has broken bones, but he's good. Also, he's starving. Rock Lock has bruises fighting a clone of Rappa, but he'll be discharged tonight. Clone? Someone helping Chisaki had a cloning quirk, apparently, made a copy of the person who fought Kirishima. At that, Izuku reasons that it must be someone with a VI, since he wasn't on the list of names captured. Just another enemy we have to deal with someday. Sighing, Izuku shrugs and walks with her down the hall. Together again, the Emerald Boy comes to relax seeing that things are sailing smoothly. The Yakuza are practically finished. Tamura Shigaraki no Kadaro Shimura has been exposed for the villain that he is, and his friends have survived. Had his spider sense remained intact, it'd be the ultimate plus. Oh well, I'll figure that out later. Humming to a corner, the couple is stopped with the appearance of the black cat Shino. She spots the two and smiles, ready to greet the boy she likes and his beloved. But, seeing Izuku on the defensive turns her off. Izuku. Oh, sorry. He recovers to a less aggressive position so he can interact. Staring him down, the adult gives a concerned look. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just jumpy after what happened. That's true, I guess, Shino says, remembering that he technically almost died recently. That would be more than any teenager should be used to. Momo remains unconvinced, yet silent, watching his mannerisms. There may be more to it than that. Putting his behavior aside, Shino says, Izuku, not to intrude on your little time together, but I would like to have some words of privacy with Creati here. Eh? Momo squeaks in surprise, pointing to herself while facing the adult woman. With me? With Momo? Izuku repeats, surprised that she would be more invested in speaking with his girlfriend. But maybe the two bonded in a way he didn't know. If that's okay. No, it's fine, Momo looks over to the green-haired spider, if you don't mind. Well, I guess we can catch up later. Later, Momo. He leans in and gives her a quick kiss on the lips. Bye, Izuku, she says, watching him walk away to give the lady space. The creation girl looks back to Shino, noticing the woman has this cat-like pout. Her nose even twitches like a cat's. Is something wrong? The catwoman twirls her finger and the two walk to the stairs. Upon entering the less populated area, Shino turns around to face Momo. This has nothing to do with what I was about to ask, but I must say it's a challenge witnessing your intimacy when I can't share it. You can't. I may have the okay to share him, but morally I can't touch him. So long as he's still a student, even if he is 16, I still can't express my feelings for him the way you can. We haven't gotten that far yet, Momo quickly shakes these thoughts away. That's not important. Why did you call me over? Shino faces the teenager more seriously. I want you to join the wild pussycats. Surprised, Momo almost jumps in her spot staring at Shino. After asking why, the adult continues, I isolated myself from everyone I care about because of Muscular, but now that he's been dealt with I can return. But, we need new members. Tomoko is on support and Ryuko is taking an indefinite hiatus. She is. So I figure I would add new members eventually, and you have excellent leadership capabilities. With a sprinkle of flattery, Momo flourishes bright red in the face. You would be a perfect recruit. Well, I wouldn't say you're wrong. I can be pretty meticulous. Momo's stuttering bashfulness brings a familiarity in Shino to the green spider. So, that's my offer. Do you accept? Returning to her more neutral state, Momo says, I will have to think about it. I'm still working under Fat Gum, and I was hoping when we graduate Izuku and I could work together in our agency. It would be just the two of us and Melissa as our support. Shino opens her eyes with realization, remembering something from earlier. Oh yeah, that's right. Izuku has another girl helping him, Momo nods, with your permission. She nods again. Have you no control? Momo gives a blank stare, some redness forming not from being praised. That's a different issue. The adult brings her arms to her waist preparing to reprimand. That feels like a big issue. I mean, shouldn't there be ground rules? I don't just let every girl who thinks he's hot have a chance, Melissa has no choice. It isn't as if he has an army of girls after him. Come on. There's you, me, Melissa, take Yama briefly, Shino says as she counts on her fingers. And that's it. Of course, Momo has no intention of mentioning the fake Momo at the exam, her friend Jiru, Ashido and Kami jokingly, and possibly Achako. No need to fuel that thought process. Maybe having you join would be a bad idea, it'd turn into a spider harem. I'm not a spider. Shino points to the younger girl's sternum and proceeds to imitate claws and fangs. Kuri doesn't count. This is a temporary combination. I'll show you a temporary. As the two ladies go over their debate, over with Izuku, he returns to the room where his mom and Yagi were. He rubs his arms gathering nerves. I have to get a hold of myself so Momo doesn't worry. I can't be so afraid of everything just because of that. He pauses as he looks around. This jumpiness and fear of his have been taking over his body ever since he came to the hospital. No, since he left that greenhouse he's been on edge. His spider sense is gone, one of many things that he's missing from that night. Will it come back? Is he in danger permanently? Is the cause the ethyl chloride? As his mind overthinks again, he spots his mother and Yagi coming out from the room he was in before with Tsukauchi. Well, he can worry about that at a more appropriate time. For now, he needs to do what he can without it. But what? 2 days later. Ha! An evergreen bolt of lightning fires at a target sign on a tree. As charred marks form, the shooter standing by a patch of grass with his hand out. Sighing, he pulls his hand back as the lightning retreats. Yagi approaches Izuku, his arms crossed as he has been watching him the whole time. You don't seem so happy with yourself. It's just Izuku looks down at his hands. Even though I recovered, I still haven't recovered. I think this is my limit with One for All. Limit? The previous user watches as his successor empowers the inheritance quirk through his body. As electricity sparks around his body, the boy's body quickly spasms and he drops to his knees. Blood stains the grass and dirt below him. Midoriya. Izuku coughs a few times before his heart settles back into place. After a few seconds, he lifts his head saying, I can't use full cowling anymore. The boy erects his form holding his heart. I don't know why, but my heart gives out now every time I course One for All through me. I can't use it the same way as you and the others did again. Midoriya Yagi scowls, upset at what has happened. Seeing the disappointment and failure in the boy's eyes add more to how bad the boy feels. Izuku can't believe this is happening to him. Even though he has spider powers, receiving All Might's quirk was something he felt strongly for. It was a recognition that the man he looked up to accepted him and supported his dream, despite what he said earlier. Now knowing that nothing he does will ever let him make use of that gift hurts his confidence. Then again, getting rid of this quirk was always a plan B he decided upon concluding his grandfather all for one capturing him, but there are problems he needs answers to. Will that fix the problem with his body and return the spider sense? Will the effects of the spider venom, which he isn't even convinced is exactly a quirk transfer with the new user like the black whip and float quirks? Can someone even withstand the power that gave one man the power to change the weather, with one punch added, with someone holding the proportionate strength of a human spider? All of these questions come to his mind now and then as he thought of getting rid of One for All. But more importantly than that, who would be worthy of this quirk? These internal conflicts fade back into his black abyss of a head when Yagi pats his shoulder. Midoriya, it's okay. You still have your unique control of One for All that does not affect your heart. You should be proud of what you can do. Izuku grips his hands into fists. I just feel like a failure. After all, I'm unworthy of the power you gave. Carolina smash. His mentor's throat chop silences him for a second before he proceeds to cough. And here we have the fine return of the Prince of Nonsense. Just calm down and find another angle. Coughing, Izuku asks, angle? I'm not much of a teacher. I barely taught you how to use One for All because I figured you could learn all by yourself just like I did. But instead of reenacting my power, you figured a way of using One for All in a completely different way that I never would have thought of. Who would have thought you'd use the excess energy spilling from your lack of control for ranged attacks instead of wind pressures? Wait, lack of control. Focus on what you can do and don't lament on what you can't. I'm pretty sure I've said that before to you, and yet you still need a pep talk to get out of moping. Sullen, Izuku turns blue as those words peer through his chest. After regenerating from that, Izuku sighs in a groaning way. Maybe you're right. I'm probably just tired from the constant fighting lately. Yeah, there you go. Iri's living back at our place now. I can put being Deku aside to spend time with her. Of course. Enjoy the time you have with your family. And Momo and I can spend nights together. Just so long as you have protection. That scratches the record. Protection. To his horror, Yagi extends a hand to the boy with 2 packs of latex rubbers in large size and grasp. Turning into a tomato head, Izuku shouts, "Hey All Might. Your mother was incessant that you have these. How do you know my size?" She did, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to know why. Muam. Well, at least he's not moping about his failure. Later. Out in the streets of Musatafu during the twilight hours, Inko can be found with a grocery bag. Let's see. Eggs for breakfast, fruit for me, and apples for Iri. That should be everything for now. Hopefully, Kuri doesn't come back for a bit so I don't need to get chocolate. She shivers remembering the last time the alien went berserk over the confectionaries. The mother gets a block closer to her apartment. As she does, a figure moves in close. This person inches further and further. Eyes keep on target as Inko walks, breath so low it may very well be non-existent. Her bag bouncing, a hole rips in her plastic. The bag of apples slide out and hit the concrete along with a glass cup. Oh, damn it. She reaches down to pick up the mess, flinching and drawing her hand back touching the glass. Excuse me ma'am. A new voice catches her ears. Inko turns around to see a young girl not much older than her son there holding a handkerchief pulled from her skirt pocket. Do you need some help? A sigh of gratitude comes from her voice as she bends down to pick up the fruit. Oh, thank you. I forgot to not overstuff. Yeah. My mom used to make the same mistakes, the girl replies before taking the apples for her. Is your home far? Not very. The girl reaches out and grabs more of the groceries, giving a polite and innocent smile, while doing so that makes one want to drop their guard. This is just what Inko does, knowing full well what every enemy Izuku has looked like through the use of the alien. Reaching the apartment, Inko stops just before the door. Thank you so much for bringing it here with me, dear. My son is on his way down, he'll handle the rest. The blonde girl smiles back and nods, her face turning redder. No problem ma'am. I'll be sure to get rid of this dirty handkerchief. She hands over the bag holding the groceries she held to Inko. Inko watches as the girl prepares to leave. You take care, nighttime isn't safe even in these neighborhoods. What was your name? She winks to the mother. Don't worry about that. Bye-bye, Miss Midoriya. The green-haired woman blinks. I never told her my name. Looking in her direction, the woman realizes that she's gone. Like a ghost in an anime, she has gone with no trace of herself. What are the consequences of what she has just done? Up in the humble abode of the Midoriya family, the spider hero in training sits in the living room after high-effective training session with Toshinori Yagi. On his lap is Eri as the two watch television. On the screen, the little girl gasps seeing the image of Kai Chisaki being taken away. She cowers at his sight, digging her head into Izuku's chest. The boy strokes her bright white locks as soothingly as possible, intentionally avoiding her horn. Don't worry, Eri. He's gone now. Chisaki can't hurt you or me or anyone anymore. The innocent girl looks up at the older boy, tears threatening to spill. Her face digs down back into his chest, causing Izuku to say, I promise you Eri, he'll be gone forever. No one goes into Tartarus and ever comes out. She can hear her muttering. It's still out there, those things he made from me, they'll just hurt people. Don't worry, Shino has the bullets Chisaki made and she's going to get rid of them. He continues to pat the girl's head, holding her close. I hope she does. There's no reason to have them anymore. As he wonders this, the front door opens up and Inko enters. Elsewhere. Over at the Wild Pussycat office, Ryuko Tsuchikawa can be found sitting at a computer monitor. The blonde earth mover types rapidly on the computer as she keeps her eyes glued to the screen. After a few minutes at work, she leans back in her seat stretching her arms upward. Let's see, icebreakers answered should be done. Ugh. I hope this works. She then walks away from the desk after grabbing an empty water bottle. As she leaves, Yuara walks by her as he stretches his arm patting the wound left hand wrapped up from the battle before. He passes by the monitor and stares, noticing the website she's on. My hero affirmation, good luck with the dating, Ryuko. With Tomoko, she sits at a table reading a book. From the corner of her eye, she catches Shino walking by holding a tiny case that would hold USB drives. Noting her calm demeanor, she asks, Shino, what's that? What you got there? Oh, these. Shino opens the case, revealing the remaining quirk-canceling bullets including the sole finished product. Just getting rid of something. The woman leaves the room and approaches her office. She reaches her desk and opens it up, sliding the case inside. Sorry Izuku, but these are too useful to destroy. She then closes it up before taking a seat. While in her thoughts, she focuses on her wild pussycat outfit hanging on a mannequin. Next to it is another containing her black cat outfit. Her eyes then gaze to the picture resting on her desk showing her, Team Waterhorse, her friends, and Kauda. She picks the framed photo up longingly, saying, it's all over. Your deaths have been avenged. The black cat is now retired. Tomorrow. Over at UA High School, now boarding school, Katsuki Bakugo can be found walking down the hallway. Passing by Kami, he makes his way into the first room to his right. Entering and Bakugo finds an office with a familiar Redeed sitting at a desk across a carpeted floor. Welcome Bakugo. Please, take a seat. Whatever. The ash-blonde teenager removes his shoes and enters the room, closing the door behind him rather quietly. He steps over to the stretched-out chair and leans back. The Redeed woman gazes her hazel eyes at the hero in training while adjusting her clean blue suit. I hope you're ready for this session. What the hell is there to be ready for? He asks her rudely. I'm stuck in a carpeted closet listening to someone tell me why I'm the bad guy for the millionth time without her saying it. Welcome to the internet. Besides, there is no need to bash you on the head about a truth that you're now aware of. You're a good child. As she talks, the woman pushes aside her hair. From behind, a little red insect can be spotted attached to the back of her neck. Oh yeah, because that makes me happy. Bakugo crosses his arms over his chest. Would it make you happy to know it's the last time? That indeed makes him feel a little better. Maybe. Chapter 53. I love to win, I always have. I mean, my name is fucking Katsuki, the Katsu is for victory. Ever since I was a kid, I've been rather volatile and aggressive. I gotta be. If I am to be the best I need to set myself up at the top no matter what, and that means proving myself to everyone around me as the best. It's been the thought process behind my intentions since back then because heroes always win. That is why I love to win. So long as I can win and defeat anyone before me, I can find solace. I won a lot fairly too, and that's all that mattered. I never once lost after all, everyone loved me. My quirk, my drive. You know, Deku mentioned it before, but I never took the time to think about it until these therapy sessions. He told me after we got our provisional licenses that anyone with a brain would notice that I'm an asshole, and all our teachers looked the other way because I had an awesome quirk. I didn't think too much of it. All Might had retired months ago. Deku's old man turned out to be some world-class assassin, and some other stuff distracted me. I think it was when we started these sessions that I thought about what he said, and what you said too. And he was fucking right. I was the bully in those corny-ass teenage superhero stories to the main character. My status was intact because I had a promising career and made the school look good by getting into UA. I never saw it coming, because again, no one called me out for my wrongdoings. I bet if mom knew I'd end up differently. Then, there is the thing you said about Endeavor. It's pretty obvious he's kind of a douchebag, but to say we're that similar is. The truth, speaks that damn therapist. I know I was wrong, no need to act as if I don't get it. I think what really hurt about my behavior is hearing Deku's mom say that stuff to me. I know she's overprotective of him, but I never would have thought that shit would ever leave her mouth. It just makes me think there's no hope for me. Now, I wouldn't say that, Kakin. Wait, did she call me Kakin? Histories and memories exist to not be repeated. Why the fuck did she call me that? And why did her voice just change for a second? If you think about it, life is all about change. You see, the person you were 2 days ago will never be the same as the person you are today. For example, because of what happens to me today and what I have learned, I won't be the same as I will be tomorrow. And you? Why is she standing up? Well, you won't even be Katsuki Bakugo. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? Come again. If you insist. And now the therapist is lunging at me. Instincts tell me to jump away, and they were right. This bitch just destroyed the chair I was laying in with her hand. Her bare hand. She doesn't have a strength quirk, otherwise, she wouldn't be a psychiatrist. Oh, there it is, she speaks, in that tone and voice she's not supposed to have. The wonderful Bakugo instincts. Did your Kakin senses tingle for you? Now I'm pissed and confused. I'm angry at this bitch for mocking me in a way that only someone I've always disliked says. What confuses me is why am I hearing her words in Gigan's voice? Ganretsu, is that you? So, you finally recognized my voice. The woman turns her head around, literally twisting it until she does a fucking 180. What the fuck? Oh good, she straightened out. I didn't think it'd be that hard to catch a clue. Deku would have figured me out in an instant. There it is again, another person who can't get off Deku's dick. Also, what? Gigan. Is that really you or are you one of those unhappy with their gender losers? Was that a joke? The fucking course it was. I'm not stupid. What the hell is going on? Gigan, I guess, flexes her hand and fingers. You know what, I'm sticking with the girl pronoun. She says, you're probably freaking out in your head trying to figure out why I am talking to you through this woman's body. Well, it all eyes in these guys. Eyes? Shit. I turn around quickly to see an infestation of red spiders crawling out from underneath the door. Die. I shout as I blow them away. But, there's still more. I rear my arm back to prepare another blast, but that stupid bitch Gigan pushed me to the floor. Yeesh. He's stronger than Deku. That bastard bitch stretches her head down to my face. The secret to that all eyes in Deku again. You see, Tamura Shigaraki has this stuff that turns people into superhumans that he filtered with spider venom, but it only works on quirkless people. Everyone else melts or something. Does it only work on the quirkless? Huh. So that's why Deku got powers. So he went about grabbing some of Deku's DNA and made a bunch of experimental serums, and that bastard just stabs me with it without asking and turns me into a mass of spiders just because he thinks I'm expendable. That would be the smartest assessment that asshole made. Ah. Her foot's crushing my ankle. Oh, I wouldn't be making jokes like that in your position. I've become 1,000 little spiders, but that only made me stronger. He throws me against the wall, and now my head hurts. I feel blood. Through my red vision, I can pick out something on the back of her head hiding in her hair. It's a spider, another red one. But this one is bigger and is digging its feet into her neck. You see, that formula took my quirk that splits apart my flesh into rocks and turned it into a quirk that lets me split myself into spiders. Every one of those insects that came in the door is me. By separating myself, I can see multiple things and even take control of people. For example, this fat bitch so I can sneak into UA undetected. This is starting to turn into a horror manga. He can turn into thousands of spiders and possess people. You're gonna be my next host, but I'm going to stuff every one of my spiders inside of you and eviscerate your insides until you are nothing but skin and wear you like this was Men in Black. Then I'm gonna do the same to Deku's girlfriend so I can become him. You've got to be kidding me. You mean you're just gonna use me to get to him? He's the reason I'm like this. Of course, I hate him more. The possessed woman stalks over to me. It's like watching that ugly old woman from it. But if I can't be a hero, then neither should you. You're just as bad as me. Her hand reaches out for me. She grabs a broom right next to my head. Why? Wait, what's this miss doing here? And I will make sure that you go down along with that bastard Deku. Her hand snaps the broom in two. Why was your neck so thin? Oh, I see. Before she could make another response, I pushed myself up toward the possessed bitch. I just need enough charge in my other hand and… kaboom. One blast knocks her off her ass onto the floor. Ugh, my hand hurts from that. Now for the rest of his scuttling friends. But first, Kami, close your eyes. Bringing my hands together, I thrust them down at the gathering army, screaming at my normal frequency, stun grenade. That blinds them just enough for me to break forth and blast them to bits with another of my explosions. Good riddance. Ah, my eyes. What was that? My legs. I look over at the woman in some thick mist and see someone there. That must be her. Platinum blonde hair, glossy thick lips, mist coming from her mouth, and a spider in hand hanging upside down. It's definitely Kami Utsushimi. Ugh, you are 10 pounds of nope in a 5-pound bag, she says while holding the little bastard. Gotcha, you little bug, are my words to the little bastard for giving me trouble. Eyes to her, I ask, what are you doing here? Did you know she was possessed? Of course not, she tells me. I saw how down you were when the green mom told you off, and I wanted to find the right time to cheer you up. I certainly didn't think you'd be challenged by Legion of the Spider-Verse here. Legion? Says Gigan, now a boy's voice. Oh man, I wish I had thought of that name to rebrand myself. I was thinking Thouser. What? Yeah, see, that made me want to throw up too. Shuddy. Kami whips him about. Hey, stop it. Why are you even helping him? He's just an incorrigible asshole. No good he does will ever make up for what he's done. What did I say? Ah. Whoa. Did she just pull a leg off? And that dark look in her eyes. I never met Bakugo the bully. I met Bakugo the teenaged hero in training who through his desires inspired others to do better. Sure, his personality bleeds ears, but like only when he screams. He's still our friend and a member of Class 1A. Wow. That was kind of touching. Is that what she meant to say before? I had no idea this bubbly girl thought that way about me. You gotta be kidding me. People like him and Deku shouldn't get hot chicks. My turn. I grab one of his legs and pull him away from Kami. Remember when you said that life is about change? You were right, but it ain't always good. I changed to become a better hero because I admire All Might. You changed into some kind of fucking what because you were jealous of us. If you spend so much time looking down on others, you never get to see anything around you. I think he's gritting his teeth in anger. Yeah, he definitely is with his ugly ass. I didn't come here to get lectured by someone like you. He bites his leg off and falls to the floor. He then scurries to the door. I'll come back. I'll make sure to kill you and Deku next time. I'm not going nowhere. You know, I was just about to launch forward and blast that bug to Kingdom Come. But just as he reaches the door, it opens up. It's too bad I couldn't say goodbye, and it's not like I want to because of a boot stepping into the room accompanied by a loud crunch. Leave it to that spiky head Kirishima to pop in at this moment. Yo, what's going on here? I heard explosions. I'll tell you after I see that old nurse. It is September 30th, 7:30 a.m., a cloudy day. Izuku can be found in his bedroom, finishing the items to be packed into his suitcase. Dressed in UA's uniform, he exits the door leaving his room pulling the suitcase on its wheels. In the living room, he sees his mother with Eri at the breakfast table. Eri, Mom, I'm heading out. Sweetie. Inko comes over to the boy and pulls him in a hug. Still holding him with her alien strength, she says, be careful in there. Make sure you call me when you're settled in. And don't forget to visit me on the holidays. I will, Mom, calm down, he replies, trying and failing to break free. And please use the protection Tashi gave you. Mom. She finally releases him, his head giving the tomato impression. He'd be more embarrassed, but experience has hardened him for stuff like this in fewer ways than 3. Eri comes over, to which Izuku bends down to hug her. "Papa, take care," she says with worry. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to call and come back. Be a good girl for Mom, Eri." "I will." With that, the Emerald Spider gets to moving, heading out the front door. Down the steps of the apartment, he dives until coming before Toshinori Yagi and Shino Sasaki. Smiling with approval, Shino asks, "Are you all packed and ready?" "Yup," he tells her, raising his suitcase with ease. "Then let's go." Giving a smile, the woman leads the boy into the car with Yagi before they drive off. Minutes go by before they reach the now boarding school UA High. Izuku steps out first, followed by his predecessor and the retired Black Cat. Looking up at the building and its gate, the Emerald Spider bites the innards of his bottom lip. "I still can't believe I'm now attending UA. First, it was the dual apprenticeship, now I'm actually a student. You even talked to my teachers at Jayaku and got a formal transfer." Shino pats his shoulder, saying, "It had to happen. Well, Kotaro Shimura doesn't know who you are, some people do. We don't even know the identity of the person who snuck into the provisional exams for you. Not to mention, Gentle and his possible accomplice may know," Yagi adds with equal worry. "It feels well timed, we have a free spot open in Class 1 since a student backed out." Backed out? His mother didn't believe UA could properly take care of him, so she opted for another school. I guess not everyone could believe in us. Seeing the defeat in his eyes and the hurt in his voice, Izuku can feel how hard that losing trust felt. Betrayal is something he's been feeling a good amount of lately from his pre-Spider Power life. With his situation, he might be doing something similar to him down the line. Yagi places a hand on Izuku's shoulder, saying, "Let's get you to your dorm room. I'll be taking my leave." "Bye, Izuku," says Shino as she waves to him. After saying his bye to her, Izuku walks with his predecessor in One for All into Heights Alliance. They climb up to the third floor to a vacant room. Yagi hands over a key card to Izuku. "Here you go. You'll be all set with this. Try not to lose it." "If I do, it'll be because a building fell on me," is his joke, a hard laugh coming from his mouth before a sigh follows behind it. "Thanks for everything, Yagi." "Thank you for your support." The two then part, the adult heading down the steps. Izuku scans the door lock and opens up, stepping inside while carrying his suitcase. From what he sees, everything's already been shipped. 2 boxes filled with items are left by his bed. He opens them up and reveals half being essentials, tools for repairing his web shooters, and personal clothing. The other half is All Might merchandise. As Momo said, "I wouldn't be me if I didn't have this stuff." He proceeds to decorate his room his way. All Might bedsheets, All Might figurines, an All Might poster, a display for his web shooters, as well as previous models that he still has, his All Might laptop next to a little notebook in which the latter is labeled number 20, and painting supplies on his drawer. After an hour, he lies on his bed finished. Phew. Oh, wait, one more thing. He digs into his suitcase and pulls out a framed photo of himself and Momo. He places it right next to his laptop. The knock on his door takes him out of his thoughts, also making him jumpy. He opens up. Surprise. Leaping up in the air, Izuku hits his head against the top of the doorway. He drops into the fetal position, grasping his skull, not knowing he damaged the top. He looks up while recovering, seeing all 19 students of Class 1 there, his friends, awaiting him. There are mild expressions of shock, misery, and laughter. "You okay there?" asks Kirishima, staring down the teen. The spider teen rubs his head, no longer feeling the pain from his accidental headbutt. "Guys, what are you doing here?" "We came for the UA Heights Alliance tradition," Ashido says with her arms thrust upward. "Tradition? Yeah. It's a tradition that we all show the class your bedroom," is her answer. Vanetta gives a snide glance. "But, we're the first ones to come here." "Beat. Don't sweat the small stuff," replies the acid girl. "And didn't we do this as a contest to see who has the better bedroom?" Zero adds. "But I won," is Sato's verbal contribution. Turning around, the exasperated girl says, well, now it's a tradition." Not sure what to make of the exchange, Izuku simply shrugs, saying, "Sure, come on in," before he steps aside. The first to enter are the girls, and then to his surprise next Todoroki. Hagakure looks up at the big poster of All Might, saying, "I'm sensing a theme." Amy looks over at the web shooters resting next to his laptop. She says, "I practically expected a bunch of spiders, but instead it's a shrine to All Might." "It's not a shrine," Izuku replies, trying to save face despite turning red in the cheeks. Yeah, you should see the one in his closet, Bakugo mutters, standing outside the room with a smug smirk and arms crossed. Hey Kakin. Momo, however, ignores their words and polite mocking of her boyfriend. Instead, she focuses on the photo placed on the counter. This isn't a photo, it's a handmade picture. As she does, the other girls come together whispering to one another. Ashido says, it's decided. Sato is still number 1. I knew this was another stupid poll. Mineta shouts, jumping up and down enraged. You didn't even look in my room. Breathing out of relief, Izuku plops back onto his bed before looking over at Todoroki. The stare he's giving is rather putting him on the spot. Yes. The bichromatic teenager keeps looking at him before muttering, welcome to UA. It's a big surprise for him. Izuku can recognize effort from an antisocial person. Smiling, he nods to the ice fire user. Iida steps forward in the brief freedom. Midoriya, glad to have you properly transferred to UA. Starting tomorrow, report to room 1 to continue your education. Being a newcomer you'll have to. Let's leave all that for later. Shaoji says as he pulls Iida back away from our emerald protagonist. Midoriya just got here, he should have some time to himself before he enters our world. But I need to explain the curriculum. Not necessary. Ashido pushes him further back. Besides, we need to work on our dance for the school festival. The what? Oh yeah. Izuku then recalls something Momo brought up during the aftermath of the hideout raid. In late October, the school is throwing an annual festival for students to participate in and have fun in. Like how the sports festival was to show off everyone in the hero course, this is more for those in every other subject. While it won't get the same amount of attention as the formerly mentioned sports festival, it is still something the students look forward to for destressing. At the same time, he has to say, I'm surprised you guys are taking part. Actually, I'm surprised this is getting the green light at all with everything that's been happening. Don't be a coward, Deku, Bakugo shouts. It'll be the perfect way to murder everyone with our multi-talented selves. Besides, after Gigan ain't nobody risking another sneak. Oh yeah, he almost forgot about when Bakugo told him about Gigan turning into Spider Legion and got squished. We all better go too. Kaminari turns over to Jiru. The sound user looks away with embarrassed cheeks. Though, her face gains a deeper shade when she faces Izuku, asking, would you like to join us, Midoriya? At the festival? Yes. Momo speaks this time. We're doing a dance performance with a live band. Maybe we can find a spot for you. I'm not sure honestly, he would be ecstatic to join. It'd be the only thing he's ever done outside of heroics with anyone else. I'm not sure if I could just fit in. Oh, come on, Jiru speaks, her arms crossed under her chest. You must have some form of talent. Can you dance? No. Are you a good singer? Ashido asks this time. His voice is terribly funny when singing, Jiru tells them. Wait, how do you know that? Momo asks her, her tone slightly jealous and commanding. Have you at least played an instrument? Asks Aoyama with sparkles around him. He played the triangle back in middle school, Bakugo answers, laughing as Izuku turns into a tomato. Jiru groans. Of course you played the fucking triangle. Now, don't insult him, sheesh, speaks Kami with her arms shrugging. I'm sure he's some sort of talent or is good at something that isn't related to being a hero. Right. The redness disappears from his face as he says, well, of course, he pauses trying to think of something. Sadly, in the 10 seconds he spent searching his brain, he couldn't find anything. He has plenty of abilities and skills he's trained for combat, but hobbies. I don't. Momo pats his shoulder. We'll find something for you. Well, come on. I've got some routines to think over. Says Ashido before leading the others out. Everyone else follows suit, including Bakugo and Kami being the last ones. Watching everyone go, Izuku notes that Momo stands at the other end of the door. She then slips back inside his bedroom, lightly closing the door behind her, back to the door while facing her boyfriend. Hey. Come here. She moves in close and grabs his hand, pulling the spider to the bed with her. Face to face with the girl he loves, Izuku asks, are you about to ask why I'm so jumpy? I have a feeling I know what it is, but I didn't want to assume, she replies, staring deeply into her eyes. I still have curry inside of me, but I don't want to just probe your brain. Thanks for that. Izuku sighs before plopping on the side of the bed next to her. It's just ever since I got my powers, I've been able to see every danger that would come my way. And now that it's gone, and I know that people are trying to kill me. You're not used to being exposed like that easily, Momo understands his plight. I've never had spider sense before, but I do know what it's like to live without them. You've done so before, so. It's not just for living or in combat, but it was also part of why I was so good at web swinging, because I never had to look. I just had to make sure they were filled. It's easy to understand now how much that one power means to him. It's okay, Izuku. You just have to learn to fight without it. We'll start with replacing your suit with something more guarded, like that spider armor. Right. Did Melissa finish it? Just about. Her arms bring the boy closer to her, those growing bosoms pressing against him causing his wood to splinter. But let's not worry about that for now. We have some privacy now. His lips move in to press against hers hungrily. This would be the rest of their day. Elsewhere. In a dark alley blotted from the sun, a lone figure stalks across the ground. A hand stretches to the wall, fingers touching the brick and metal cutting into it with ease. A jagged crimson fissure is left by each tip. One finger is left in place. It draws on the wall in reverse kanji lettering. They read in red, "I'm coming, my spider." Amik. Hero 101. The following day, Izuku sits in class. But unlike usual, this is his new class with his peers at UA. He sits at the far end row with Momo, Mineta, Bakugo, and Hagakure, but not in that order. "Welcome back," mutters Aizawa as he enters, all of the class silenced with his very presence. His tired eyes lock onto Izuku. "Nice to have you in my class. Try to keep up, holding back for a single person would be a waste of time." That being said, I'll be sure you can catch up." The erasure hero takes out a banana and begins to eat it. To that end, we'll be talking about something different today. As you enter into hero society, you'll realize there is more to it than the paperwork, the fighting, and the convalescence. "Is it power and responsibility?" asks Mineta with mild annoyance behind Izuku. "Just listen." The teacher points to the screen as images appear showing the class former heroes. You can be a great hero professionally and morally, and still run into problems. Being a hero means you have to be careful of the image you leave on others, something the likes of All Might and others seem to be oblivious to. Izuku gives a side glance to that in agreement. The more popular you are, the greater your influence, meaning the world will constantly judge and watch everything you do no matter where you do it. On the flip side, some can't take the pressure and destroy their image. Some heroes can't compete and end up quitting for an easier career. That's also true. He can recount a few one-hit wonders of heroes who didn't last more than a year. And then there are heroes who lose their licenses because the pressure turns them into idiots. Divulging into drugs, public attitude meltdowns, sexual foolishness. More logical things to think about. Thinking about it, there have also been heroes who have lost their ideals and luster. A new image pops on the screen, showing a female hero. This one, in particular, has caused a couple of controversies for the hero society. One night she returned home to her apartment and found someone else there. According to testimonies, she got scared and broke the man's neck, killing him. The class gasps, some looking into space recalling this story. But putting the irrationality of her actions aside, it wasn't even her apartment, turning her little overreaction into simple murder. This caused several problems and made regulations to come into place due to her irrational act, as well as how callous she was thinking she could get away with it. Now they remember this story. Chapter 54. You better get the let out, Deku. I'm not getting hit again, Kakin. Down in the area of Gym Gamma, Training Kitchen Land, or TKL, if you're in a hurry, the students of UA are training. Over in the mountainous range created by one Cementus, childhood friends Izuku and Bakugo are sparring. In the air, having avoided a flurry of AP shots from Bakugo, Izuku in his repaired hero suit in a nosedive. He makes his way toward Bakugo. I'll fake him out catching myself on the ledge. His right arm stretches out and fires a web line. It travels at high speed to a ledge of cement. To his shock, it misses by a couple of inches. Dang it. He stretches his other hand out and fires another web line, only for it to miss just the same. I can't fight the way I'm used to after all. I need to look at the ledge to catch it. The next time you decide to do something fancy, Bakugo begins before pushing himself out of the way, narrowly avoiding collision. Get the standards down first, you idiot. I'm not out yet. He fires webs at Bakugo from both hands. Before they could contact, Bakugo creates a screen of explosions by swiping his hand across the air in front of him. The repulsion of wind blows away the webbing, causing another miss. Dang it. I'm not improving at all. I need to catch him somehow. Izuku aims his arms up again to fire again. This time, however, sparks of One for All surge around him before black tendrils shoot out from his arm. What the fuck? The tendrils wrap around Bakugo, restraining his arms and legs. Deku, what's this? I don't know. He shouts back, surprised at the quirk inside of One for All activated again without him trying. Sadly, the whips disappear into wisps with seconds. Izuku once again falls from the sky heading for the cement ground. Stop, stop, stop. Stomping his foot down in a break motion, Izuku manages to kickstart the floating quirk as well. He stops just over the floor before the quirk is released, and he lands in a crouch. Whoa. Whoa. This comes from the watching Kami, who has halted practicing her move to glance at the dogfight between rivals. Her sparring partner Momo also watches, her face rather unreadable. Bakugo comes down at Izuku from above, screaming, "You done showing off, Deku." Whoa. The spider jumps away from the explosive landing, eye lenses wide like saucer plates. The ash blonde teen stomps over to Izuku and grabs the thin fabric on his neck. Okay, what the hell was that? You're shitting out quirks left and right now. Sputtering, Izuku struggles to find the words he's looking for. He promised to keep One for All a secret only for him to completely ruin it by using both hidden quirks, one by accident and the other to avoid a nasty fall. He can't exactly explain this away. Bakugo, that's enough. Like an angel to his rescue, Momo comes in running to her boyfriend's side. He has no reason to tell you anything. And here you come, protecting him again. Pitsuki, Izuku speaks, catching both of their attentions. I'll explain it to you sometime. Just keep quiet about it for the time being. Red eyes narrowing, the explosive expert glares at Izuku. You better, is all he says. Sighing, the teen turns to Momo with a thankful smile. Thank you for that. You're gonna tell me about it too, is her reply, an expressionless face cowling her. Whatever inner mechanism is going on inside of her head worries him. Fear even. Later. Welcome back to the Onescape. The One what? It's what I want to call this place. You can't turn this into a Star Wars reference. My whole world is a Star Wars reference. No joke. But, why am I back here, Mr. Banjo? Just Banjo. You make me sound like an old man. You are. Shut up, Nana. He turns back to face me. So, little Midoriya, you're still barely progressing with Black Whip. You haven't activated it once since you almost died. Well, it's just I don't really understand how I did it the first time. You and Nana Shimura mentioned that I wanted it, and it happened. That's because of your heart. You need to keep your emotions in check and have a strong feeling for what you want, get me? It's just surprising that it didn't explode out what with how emotional you are. That's true, but I think I know why. Black Whip isn't that much different from using webs, so I'm used to it. That still doesn't explain why my body didn't go out of control when I used float. That's easy to explain. Nana comes forth now. Hey, I'm still talking. Banjo disappears as a result. My quirk simply lets you float in the air, a suspension of gravity. It can't exactly go out of control, especially if all you're doing is jumping up. You turn it on and then off. Nana, about your son. No, she states, poking my nose. I guess now isn't the time to talk to her. But, it wouldn't hurt to talk about it. You need to focus on what you can do. He may be my son, but now he's just a villain raised by All for One. He won't be pacified with some pep talk from his mommy. But, you sound like you don't care. Don't forget that I'm just a vestige of One for All that was in Nana Shimura. In the end, I'm not her. She walks away to leave now. But I saw it. There was one part of her appearance that betrayed her words. She cried. Blinking, Izuku finds himself back in reality. He glances at the ceiling, recognizing where he is now. He's still in his room, it's still night if the lack of light outside is any indicator, and Momo is still with him. His ruby-dressed lover is wrapped around him like he's going to disappear forever. The boy's focus goes back to the ceiling, trying his best to breathe through the restlessness that has him in a chokehold. It has been 8 days since he has moved into UA, and while the classes haven't been a problem, he has a different problem, getting used to shooting webs for swinging. Black Whip is much more accurate, but it's going to be a perilous journey explaining how he can do it to his friends. He still hasn't even told Momo where it came from, though he suspects she has an idea. Speaking of whom, Izuku takes a quick look at her to notice how content she is just being around him. Even with the vice grip move that she's enacting, there is a smile on her face. If she was awake, he'd be kissing her all over. Still, it's been a night since his little extra quirk exposure. As no one has brought it up, he can tell Bakugo and Kami kept it to themselves. He wouldn't even be able to explain it, they all know he has a spider quirk or some sort of mutation from the venom inside of his bloodstream. He still doesn't have a proper explanation for that. Glancing down at the feel of Momo shifting in bed, he looks down at her and sees her face has become more content. As much as he'd like to go back to sleep, he can't. When our relationship started, I helped her with all of her problems and vice versa. Now, I'm the one with all the issues, maybe some exercise will help. He slides out of her grasp as lightly as possible, lifting her arm off of him before placing it on top of the other. Free, the spider boy plants his feet on the bed and prepares to leave. Only for him to be pulled back into bed, falling onto his back to face up at Momo. Can't sleep. Just a bit, he says sheepishly, unable to hide such an obvious fact from her. She checks the all-night alarm clock, seeing it says 4:58. We still have an hour until we wake up. Well, that's better. He glances at the clock, wishing he did so earlier. I guess I could just lie here and wait. Or, we could stay here and talk. Her gorgeous body positioned above him, she looks down at him with warm eyes. What's on your mind this time? A lot, he replies, his head turning to the left. Maybe a 16-year-old kid shouldn't be put through this much life-threatening danger. No one should. She lies on top of his body, her breasts pressing up against his chest in a tomato-creating fashion. I'm here for you though. I'm just upset that I have to wait to properly comfort you. Properly? His head turns into a real tomato now. Oh, that. But, we still have this. She leans in to place her lips onto his. They're inches away. Wake time is here. The couple jumps out of their arousal at the sudden noise. Wake time is here. Wake time is here. Reaching over, Izuku turns off the alarm clock. I forgot to change that to 6. Well, I'm fully awake. Momo rolls over off of him. Thinking about it, I should get ready. Being class president demands early work. Sitting up, Izuku prepares to stand when she does. I'll see you later then. The two grab one another and kiss. After a quick lick around the innards, they part ways. Momo then peers out the door, grabbing a red cloak she left nearby when she came in. After a quick look around, she sneaks out of the room and closes the door behind her. Oh yeah, I need to visit Achako one day. Later. Hours have gone by, the school day has come and gone. Now all of UA is working hard for the upcoming cultural festival. On this cloudy day, the heroes Igats of Class 1 are busy in their dance moves. In the dance studio, Ashido can be seen with Ajiro, Iida, and Izuku dancing. While the former two are keeping up with her, the latter is making mistakes. No, Midoriya. Ashido shouts as she stops, turning to face Izuku with narrow eyes. I'm sorry. I'm just not used to this routine. It wasn't that hard for them, she states, pointing to the speedster and martial artist. We're starting over. Annoyed, Ashido proceeds to resume the training. After fumbling over his feet for an hour, Izuku can be found in his costume heading down the halls of UA. Alright, time to follow through. With everything coming to a calm breeze after the storm he suffered, he can finish what he promised Shimura, investigate Tomojuvi and/or get him out of there. It would also let him do something that he's good at. His noble cause in mind, he reaches the metal door and opens up. Inside, he finds Melissa at her desk tinkering with an item. She flinches and turns to Izuku, saying, "Oh, Deku." "Hi Melissa," he says, the sudden whiff of her scent making his greeting a little more excitable than usual. Containing himself, he says, "I'm here for that item." "Oh, of course, you are." The blonde gets up from her seat and approaches him, pulling a small item with her from the top of her desk. "Here you go." She lifts a gray recording device. One side has a screen to show video, while the other has a lens. It took a while to make, but your recorder is ready. Is it tested for metal detectors? Yup. All you need to do is sneak it in. The blonde spider girl hands the device to the ecstatic Izuku, who also reaches out to grasp it. Sadly, his hand misses and grabs hold of her chest. "Iya." "Ah." Izuku immediately pulls back, his face turning into a crimson storm. Melissa drops the recorder, her face also flushed. She gives him a daring look. "Why Deku, I didn't know you had it in you." Wait, it was an accident," he says, hoping she accepts this apology. Of course, the very noticeable bulge in his pants would state otherwise. Stepping forward with a bounce in her face and chest, Melissa speaks, "I know, but if you keep getting lucky, I just might get lucky myself." She leans in and takes his hand, placing it just at her waist. A woman can only take so much teasing before she stops putting up a front. "I doubt Momo can keep her hands off you forever." Why, yeah, he stutters, his body starting to lose control of himself. Thankfully, she releases him, leaving the boy to calm himself through breathing. Melissa flips the recorder up with her toes, allowing her to catch it in her fingertips. Now, I'm sure you know how a camera works, correct? I do. Then make sure you put it to good use. Melissa points to the object and then to him. Don't let them suspect you're carrying it though, take a backpack and have them take it so they'll think you got nothing. Yeah, that's brilliant. I might even put my suit in there should I need to wear it. Nice to know you're using sense too. She smiles before handing the device over. Izuku takes it, saying, thanks Melissa. You can thank me by squeezing harder next time. The tomato impression returns, not helped by the sultry tone she releases with it. Izuku quickly steps away, trying to keep himself from losing control. Watching him go, she sighs. He's so fun to tease. The blonde spider then returns to work. Of course, a girl can only wait for so long. Out in the hallway, our emerald protagonist looks down at the item in hand while trying his best to remain calm. Just focus on the mission. He takes out a phone and makes a call. Shino Sasaki. Oh. Izuku. She sounds surprised and jittery. Hey there, Spider. Why did she say it like the black cat? So, I was hoping to start a mission, but I need the approval and presence of a pro hero. I know how your provisional license works. And I'm sorry, but I'm on break this week. Kauda and I aren't even in Japan right now. You're not? He asks in surprise. Try asking someone else, like Nezu. He'll probably assign someone to watch over you. Thinking about it, that might be a good idea. Then again, that rat person might say no. Anyway, I have to go. Bye. He hears some sort of kiss before the phone hangs up. Sighing, Izuku pockets his cellular. Well, I need to find someone so I might as well go speak to the principal. Is it me, or are there a lot of pretty girls surrounding me? With a dash in his steps, the spider heads into the office of Principal Nezu. There, he finds the rodent bear person pouring himself a cup of tea at his desk. Eyes remain on the cup until it's finally filled. Izuku Midoriya, how may I help you? Asks the principal. I wanted to request AA sugar cube drops into the tea, cutting the boy off being the polite person he is. You want to ask for help from a teacher so you can make a mission and help your friend in the Tama Juvenile Detection Center. You heard my plan. Security cameras. Nezu stirs the cup. These sort of requests cannot be made by someone with a provisional license, you have to understand. I kind of did. I just know that. So you know that these are the same as reacting to problems you see on the street. Then again, you didn't take the class about facing villains indoors. No. His teaspoon taps against the side of the cup. Pro heroes can create their own missions and go on these sorts of situations, so long as they write up the paperwork for it later. That's why agencies exist. Most of the heroes here won't be ready to deal with such a mission anyway, due to the festival and Kadaro Shimura still on the run. Since his son is in the clear, he's not exactly someone who needs to be concerned with. From his tone, Izuku can tell and know a mile away. Okay, then. However, that gets his heart to jump. Tenko Shimura isn't a threat anymore, so he doesn't need to be in Tama, yet they insist he stays on the grounds of numerous incidents he's had before. We know that there's something sketchy about it, but we need some form of proof of foul actions. Actions? I have reason to believe there's more going on at that detention center than we think, and this gives me a perfect opportunity to find out what. He takes a sip of his tea at last. Needs honey. Smiling, Izuku asks, then I can go? Not without her. He points over at the door. Within seconds it opens up and in steps the woman of the hour. Tomorrow. You're going on a mission with the 18 and over heroine Midnight. Sitting in a car, Izuku listens to these almost screams on his cellular. Dressed in the clothing he once wore while going to Jayaku, the boy looks out the window as his teacher drives. She also is in casuals, very delectable ones that barely cover her undergarments. It sounds like she's upset on the other line. Of course, she is. Yes, I am. Why? Oh. I'm trying to get some dirt on that detention center. And you had to pick her? She sounds very angry. More like I had no choice but her. He hears nothing on her end. Momo. Good luck then. Please do not do anything stupid. When have I ever? He can tell she's staring at him. Never mind. He glances out the window. Oh, we're here. Love you. Love you too. The phone then hangs up just as the car stops in front of the building. Sighing, he gets out of the car. One hand tightens his backpack while the other pats where his recorder is. Inside, Izuku looks around the interior. He's only been to one prison before in his entire life, but this would be a close rival to Tartarus's less restricted floors and design. It is something he for some reason didn't notice before when coming here. Even the entrance inside feels like what one would go through if visiting a relative in prison. It's kind of creepy in a way. He approaches the front desk where a security officer stands. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to see Tenko Shimura." "Oh, you again? Well, you won't be the only one." "Eh?" The man then holds a hand out to him. "Oh, you want my backpack?" He hands over the item to the adult before he walks through the metal detector. From there he watches as the man chucks his bag into a secure room. As expected, there's no detection. Izuku then walks down the path leading into the visitor's center. There, he finds another family with their child. Let's see, he sees other people, but not who he's looking for. "Shimura. Shimura, where are you? You called." A new voice speaks, catching his attention. He turns around to spot to his surprise a lovely girl, around a few years his senior, getting up from a table. Her dark red eyes and black hair and twin pigtails catches his attention as he recognizes the former as part of Shimura's identification. She wears a white blouse showing her average cleavage, jeans that look like they've been slashed by tiger claws, and white shoes with heels. Shaking his head from analyzing her, he says, "Oh no. I was looking for Tenko Shimura." "You're here for my brother?" "Brother?" He then realizes she must be his sister, there was that one mention last time he arrived. She gets up closer to him, causing the emerald boy to jump back a little. "Green hair, freckles, kind of dorky. Oh. You must be Deku Midoriya. You and I'm Fall." "Yeah, Tenko told me all about you." "Did he tell you my name is Izuku Midoriya?" "Izuku, Deku, same kanji." That sounds like something Shimura would say. "So, where is Senpai?" "Senpai? Because you're also Shimura. Just call me Hana." "Oh, phew. So, when is Shimura coming out?" "He's not." Hana drops down onto her seat. "What do you mean he's not?" "He's not coming out." The girl thumbs one of the security guards blocking the entrance into the back. It seems to be where all of the inhabitants come from. The guard said that he cancelled at the last second. "He did. But I scheduled an appointment this morning. And I made one last night. It's total bullshit." Looking at her and then the security guard, Izuku cups his chin, entering a thinking pose. If he can't record what he says, then he can't get any information. "I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. But maybe there's a way to get it." "Ha! Hana." After the initial struggle, he calls out to the older woman. From there he whispers to her, "I need you to cause a scene." "A scene?" "I'll sneak in while everyone's focused on you." "Sneak in?" She looks back at the guard and then him. "But, you could get in trouble." Looking at her face, he can tell she's worried over his well-being. Nodding to her, he says, "I'm willing to take the risk." Hana's face degrades into a scowl as she studies him, her cat-like eyes staring straight into the windows of his soul. "Midoriya, why are you so stern about helping my brother? You do know who our father is, right?" "I didn't befriend the son of a villain, I befriended Tenko Shimura, the one person who hung out with a quirkless loser like myself." Almost taken back by his silent declaration, she slowly forms a smile. "I so wish she had met you sooner." She gets up from her seat before storming toward the kid with his family earlier. "Hey. Eh?" The boy speaks, shocked by her sudden appearance. His parents stare her down too. "You know, you really shouldn't be here. They say someone here is related to an extremely dangerous villain and he could tear this place apart within seconds." "They what?" asks the boy's mother. "Oh, didn't you know?" Hana twirls her pigtails. "Tamura Shigaraki's son is here and he loves his boy so much. He might just send an army of Namu to tear this place apart just to take back his kid." "He might what?" "I gotta get out of here." Unable to deal with that info, the already stressed boy bolts for the front door. The guards rush him, forcing the boy back. Hana looks back to see Izuku is missing. The guard blocking the door is also missing, having gone to assist in detaining the runaway teen. Courteous, she smiles. "Thank you, Midoriya." On the other side of the door, Izuku has slipped in quickly and quietly. His body immediately blends in with the dimly lit environment. Good thing it wasn't locked. I gotta thank Izawa and Shino for the stealth lessons. He climbs up the sides of the wall looking around, spotting two of those orb cameras at opposite ends of the hall. "I guess I'll stay invisible for a bit." The wall-crawling teenager reaches the air ducts, slipping in and turning off his cloaking ability. Now, to find Shimura. His four-limb track leads him to a break room of sort, from what he can tell. There are teens there just sitting in unkempt chairs. One person is painting, but there's no streak appearing on the canvas. All in all, they look very sleep deprived. At the far end of the room, he spots Tenko Shimura there. Yes. Moving as quietly as possible, he crawls over to where he is. His body invisible again, Izuku sits against the wall looking down at Shimura. DSS. The little noise does nothing at first, but after a second try Shimura looks up. There the cyan-haired teenager sees something on the wall blending in. What the? Shimura, it's me, Midoriya. Deku. This is a little louder. Not so loud. Move somewhere more secure so we can talk. Looking around, Shimura heads for the nearest restroom. He slides into the moderately clean room, allowing his friend to slip in just in time. Izuku comes into reality. Phew. After a quick check to confirm they're alone, Shimura starts. What the hell is happening? I thought you were quirkless. Well, some things happened, but I promise that I will tell you later. Izuku holds his hands together in a plea while speaking. Right now, I need to know why you cancelled our appointment. I was out there with your sister waiting for you. Hana. Shimura looks to the door, imagining his big sis there waiting for him. The already sullen teen degrades evermore. Now that he's got a good look at him, Izuku can see that Shimura has more than a few things wrong with him. His clothes are ripped in several places. He has bags under his eyes capable of holding 2 10-pound balls. He also looks malnourished and crusty. There's a collar around his neck that has a glowing orange orb right under his chin. Midoriya, I wanted to visit you, but then they told me you guys cancelled. But why would they lie? Midoriya, you gotta go. This place is terrible. Hang on. Izuku takes out the recorder and turns it on, facing Shimura. Now go. Seeing what he's got, Shimura realizes what he's doing. Now is the time to spill the beans. Being in this place is terrible, almost like Lord of the Flies. We got these shock collars to keep us from using our quirks, but they're only for the people they think are truly deserving. Everyone pushes the other around to make their stay here less miserable, whether they have to beat up other people or make them submit. I'm the main target because everyone thought I was Shigaraki, but even when dad got ousted, the beatings are even worse than before. Don't the guards protect you? Izuku asks with concern. Their job is to keep us in and make sure we live, they don't give a shit about anything else. Sometimes they join in on the beatings. Shimura slumps against the wall of the privacy toilets. The worst part is the lectures they make us sit through. Every day that asshole curator goes on a tirade telling us how worthless we are. Being a child is the easiest thing in the world, and yet you little brat still screwed that up. Because of that, I now have to clean up after you. You're all villains in the making, all of you. And anyone who doesn't get with the program gets isolation. Isolation. Basically, solitary confinement. Shimura shakes at this point. I don't think I can take this anymore. Here, Izuku stops recording. Can your parents? Oh yeah, your mom's dead and your father's on the run. Literally, Hana and Tenko have no other guardians that he is aware of to take care of them. Or maybe they do but have no right to. Shimura buries his hand into his face. I can't stay here, it's gonna be game over. Izuku moves forward and places a hand on his shoulder. Shimura, I'll get you out of here. Don't worry. Down the hall in a section of the building, one person can be found walking with certain haste in their steps. This person drops down to all fours, sniffing the floor through his longer than average snout. McClure rises to his ear, pressing on an earpiece. Curator, we have an infestation. Then take care of it. A growl resounds from the man, identical to that of a brown bear. The beast man rises and storms forth following the scent. Chapter 55. Over by the ultimate jail of Japan known as Tartarus, Toshinori Yagi and Inko Midoriya are both together inside a personal room. In this room, the two adults are face to face with him again. All for one. Welcome back, Mr. Hero. How's retirement? Yagi glares in response to his condescending tone. You brought a date. Inko stares with a chilling expression at the Demon King in front of her. You're all for one. Now, no need for that. He gives a grin under his breathing apparatus. Shigaraki is fine. Shigaraki? Yes, that's my name. Where do you think the name Tamura Shigaraki came from? His chuckle echoes the whole room. Tamura came from a video game his kid played, as it means funeral. Shigaraki is my surname. Inko swallows her nerve and stares. Seeing you in person only makes me feel entirely sick. It's no wonder Hisashi never let me meet you. He never even mentioned your name. It was apparent when you called me by my title. To what do I owe the pleasure then? Because I'm worried. Inko looks on at his body, noticing his body flaking and cracking. Izuku is my son, and I want him to be safe. I know it's foolish since he's a hero, but it's what a mother is. And ever since you sent your men after him, he's been dancing on the line of life and death. What are your intentions for him? The man remains silent. He then speaks, nothing. Nothing. Even if I did have plans for him, it would be too late now. He's become his own person, Shimura has fully accepted what will become. And, I won't last enough to try again. He gestures to his flaking body by shrugging. At the same time, that's completely okay. Only you would find something positive in your own demise. Yagi leans in closer. Now, tell us what we need to know. What is Shimura after? Why don't you ask him? The villain chuckles at the sound coming from Yagi slamming his hand into the glass. If you want to know so much about him, it's better if you two have a heart-to-heart. I doubt he can spend time with his son anymore after putting him away in his place. Parents just make huge mistakes nowadays, and now my grandson has to piece them back together. These words gather their attention. What do you mean by that? As of right now, Izuku is helping Shimura's son. Do you not pay enough attention to him, Inko? Her heart is caught in her throat. How do you know that? For as One for All connects you to your master, it also connects him to the previous owners. That includes me. Still, inside the bathroom, Izuku checks the recording he made. This should be enough to point some fingers at this place, but I better record some of the conditions of the area. As he climbs up the wall and turns invisible, Shimura watches with questioning eyes. Why are you able to do this? You kind of skipped over that. Oh, right. He turns around to face him. Your dad made this super formula that gives people spider powers, but it kills you if you have a quirk. That makes way too much sense. Shimura slumps against a wall. Is that why you're always late? You're Spider-Man? Pretty much. Izuku taps against the door and opens it, checking to see if anyone is there. Glad to see nothing and no one, he sneaks out still in camouflage. Before I go, I have a question. I have a few more for you, but go ahead. Izuku closes the door and returns to normal. Why were you in that thing dressed as Tamura Shigaraki that day? Shimura tilts his eyes to the edge of his sight, sighing. I actually don't remember. I was out that night earlier playing Tamura games when everyone just started paying attention to the chaos at Kamino Ward. I just started paying attention too, and then someone grabbed me from behind. It was dark for a while after. He holds his shoulders. When I woke up, I found myself dressed in that outfit. But I couldn't speak properly. I felt possessed, like something inside of me was controlling my body. Controlling him? A thought then hits Izuku. Was there a voice in your head? He snaps his head at him. Yes. How did you? If it's what I think it is, this might be way bigger than you and your dad. Izuku looks around. So, that's why they put you here? Yeah. They said this place was the only one willing to take a criminal like me. Izuku nods before moving to the door. Don't worry. I know someone who can put an end to this. But I'll need more footage. Just try to remain cool for a few bit, okay? After a brief pause, he nods saying, okay. Izuku then exits the room, his body invisible to the world. He climbs up the walls and goes around looking for more incrimination. After a few minutes of recording other students, Izuku happens in a locked room. He peers inside and gasps. Inside he sees her resting in a padded room locked in a straitjacket on a bed. There she looks out the elevated window, staring into the abyss of blue. Hitomi memory vaguely recalls how she was reported to be sentenced here. She's also catatonic or suffers memory loss. To him that's good or would be if that video hadn't played showing him and his web shooters. Opening the door, Izuku steps inside to get a good look at her room and then her. Hitomi. The girl remains static, hollow eyes going nowhere. Hitomi, I'm sorry we ended up coming down this path. But, you were wrong. He then closes the door and takes an exit. Once his back is turned, there is a dark drop in her facial expression. Our emerald protagonist continues his trek down the halls until he reaches the door he entered from. Eyes check the exit to make sure he's clear to go. With all the evidence collected, there's no more need for the boy to stay. Making his way to the door, he grasps the knob to turn. Just before he could, a paw tightens its hold on his hand. I thought I smelled something. The paw rips Izuku's grip from the door and sends him flying down the hall. He rolls until entering the staging room where the inhabitants were. That invisibility of his comes undone in the process. As the boy recovers, the man who tossed him comes into view. He's an 8-foot-tall man with the features of a brown bear, evident with a grisly fur on his back and arms, the bear-like snout, and the claws on his paws. He has on orange pants with black boots, each step making a clicking noise. "Back to your rooms, everyone," shouts the bear man as he storms towards Izuku. "May I ask who you are?" asks Izuku nervously. "I'm Bearhead, the jailer who punishes intruders like yourself." Bear man sharpens his claws and charges at Izuku. The spider boy jumps onto the wall and kicks off, avoiding the claws that dig deep into the stone where he was. Sadly, while in the air his left is caught by Bearhead's other claw and he's slammed into the floor. So hard his body impacts the ground that it cracks. Bearhead lunges over Izuku and gnaws on his left arm, dragging him away with it. Blood squirts out from the wound as Izuku cries out in pain. "Let go." He punches the man's stomach and arm to break free, only to fail. His body's too tough for regular punches. He's as strong as a bear. Makes sense, I guess. Bearhead drags the boy down the hall at a speed that can't be compared. He enters through 2 sliding doors, throwing Izuku to the floor before a desk. As his blood stains the hardwood, Izuku pushes himself up using his arm undamaged. "Bearhead, what have I told you about damaging our students? Do you want to get sued?" A man speaks on the other side of the desk, his chair turned to mask his appearance. "This is our intruder, curator sir," Bearhead speaks, and the chair turns in response. The man reveals himself, dressed in a black suit and tie with a white shirt. He wears black dress shoes, a golden watch over his left wrist, a badice white long coat over his clothes, and has black hair and red eyes. He also sports a mask that resembles a diver helmet cut in half to cover the left of his head, a mouthguard covering his lips, chin, and nose, and some sort of guard around his neck with a lock in place. "Ah, I see." Curator gets up from his seat to approach Izuku, grabbing hold of his head. "Welcome to Tomajuvi, Spider-Man. Looking to stay a little longer?" Our emerald protagonist could only stare in shock. You know I'm Spider-Man." "Of course. Who do you think sent Dragon to steal the symbiote from you?" All color in his face faded at the news revealed to him. "You are the leader of the men who sent those villains after me," Curator glares down at him with a scowl. "I guess you could say that," is his answer. "Why are you running a detention for juvenile delinquents?" "The Society of Assassin has been around for years and I've grown to become a leader in the recent decade. But, with heroes nowadays taking down operations that bring in money, we decided to start hiding in plain sight." Curator gestures to the building surrounding them. "And in this hero-saturated society, we have no shortage of criminals and villains thrown away by it." "Why do you think there are more criminals than heroes?" "What are you talking about?" Izuku gets up to strike, only for Bearhead to push him down with his foot. "When you put your hand on a hot stove, you know not to do it anymore because of the pain. That's how kids grow up, learning not to do foolish things, how to become better and smarter." He points to Izuku. "But now that kids can be saved by some flying brick or a hammer-wielding Adonis, they don't have to suffer for their stupidity. There is no consequence to their actions, so they think they can do anything. That is where this place comes in." Curator places a hand on the wall of his building. "Tama Juvenile Correction Center exists to fix these individuals and make them better deemed for society, no matter what. And well, if one can't be changed, we can use people deemed unfit for society." The horrible thought occurs to him when he realizes something. These villains have been running this facility, scaring kids into acting right. But if what he implies is correct, then those who don't become used for villainy. Like Ganretsu. "Oh, yes, I remember that loser. He was here for 3 days complaining that it wasn't fair he couldn't be a hero. The rest of his time was to convince him that his talents were better off pursuing villainy. That is when he escaped and he stopped being our problem." Izuku grabs Bearhead's foot as Curator continues. "Of course, now that we have you, we can continue with our true goal. Once we get rid of you, all we'll need to do is destroy that recording device you think we don't know about and take back the symbiote. Volcano, Gast, and Dusty should be procuring venom by now." "Venom?" Elsewhere. Having left Tartarus, the couple Toshinori Yagi and Inko Midoriya are together walking down the street. Being the first to talk, Inko says, "That could have gone better." "I doubt it," Yagi replies, still on edge. "I want to just leave him in the darkness forever, but he has information that I need about Shimura." Her hand touches his shoulder in comfort. "Yagi, it's okay. You don't have to put too much on your shoulder." A slight pause follows before he replies, "Thank you," with a smile. The silence surrounds them, concluding this conversation, weak as it was, a quiet tone as thick as the air they're breathing, one that the former hero immediately notices. Even as he looks around, he starts to pay far more attention to the dust piling up around them. That, as well as the scent of burning concrete. "Yagi, do you smell that?" asks Inko as she covers her nose. She starts to cough, as do others in her vicinity. The blonde skeleton hacks blood. "Yagi." Collection upon collection, all the dust keeps them down. "Inko. This is a quirk." Kuri rises from her body and wraps around Inko. With the alien protection, the ashy dust fails to weigh her down. She stands tall and looks around for the source of it, staring square at someone in front of her. The eye of the storm of this ash cloud, she is a scantily clad woman of bright white skin that may be a ninja if her clothing and the katana behind her is of any confirmation. Her hair is wrapped in a ponytail as well. "Hello, Venom. Who are you?" Inko asks. "I'm Dusty Ash of the Volcano Assassins, and we're here for Venom, lady." Inko jumps back quickly and suddenly, narrowly avoiding a ball of magma that lands where they were just standing. More can be seen coming down from above, with Yagi in their strike zone. "Yagi." She extends her hand, the skeletal man being pulled in the air in her direction to his surprise. She wraps her fingers around him like he's a stick as she lands, avoiding the meteor fall of attacks that would have hit him. What was that?" Yagi asks, his arms and legs drooping while being held. "My quirk, remember? It attracts small objects." "Am I really that small?" The humiliation continues as Inko jumps and dodges the magma bullets. But with each movement, the bullets get more and more accurate. She cries out when one batters her on the right shoulder, exposing burnt skin. She lands just behind a car and takes a knee. The pieces of Kuri edges at the wounded area, just as affected as Inko is. "It hurts." "Inko, are you okay?" asks Yagi as she releases him. The ash still surrounding him causes the man to cough, blood spilling through his fingers. "I'll be fine," explains the mother Midoriya. She grabs Yagi again and jumps away, avoiding the magma bullets hitting the car. It explodes in response. The explosion hits her back as she runs off to the nearest alleyway. Dusty watches them run, pressing against the comms on her ear. They're hiding in an alley. "Go cut her off. No one's escaping. My dust dome is covering this entire area. Keep them surrounded. They can't move through her ash without them knowing," speaks someone through her mic. "Also, I think she was with All Might." "All Might? Well, don't worry about that. All Might retired because of the damage he took from that battle. He ain't gonna be buffing up anytime soon." Inko and Yagi run down the alley, knocking over the nearest trash can in their way. Inko's face unveils as Yagi stares at her back, seeing the burn left there. "Inko." "I'm fine," she replies, holding the damaged area around her back. "Are you okay?" "Just good." Yagi looks down where they came from. "They said they were after Venom. That's you, right, Kuri?" "Yes," says the alien through Inko. "Venom was my old name, and I didn't like it. At all." With what knowledge of the English language they possess, the two adults understand this well. Putting that aside, Toshinori Yagi focuses back on the concern as of this moment. That ash woman is putting a veil over them, preventing others from seeing their actions. But then comes the other big problem, the sniper shooting them with what appears to be meteors. What for? "Kuri, are you weak to fire?" "Yeah, that and high frequency sounds." Toshinori cups his chin as he thinks further on it. "So, that explains our sniper." He clenches his fist. Without a means of escape, they'd only be exposing others to danger. Also, since Inko's the one they're after, they could have them endanger others to force them to fight. "I could go out there and do something, but this body won't last long with all my injuries. I'd only be enough to blow away this dome." All of the fluid surrounding Inko shivers before it extracts from her body. "Perhaps we can solve this." Up outside the dome of ash, a man can be found atop a building. This tall man contains a muscular physique and orange, stylized hair. He wears a baggy, navy blue bodysuit with bulky boots, gauntlets, and shoulders, all designed to be similar to rocks, with various protrusions and holes coming out of them. He also wears a gas mask strapped to his shoulder pads and an orange belt. Over his right eye is a lens scope, showing him the city down below. "Venom won't survive another hit. Reveal yourself now and get it over with." "Detroit." "Huh? What was that?" The villain looks up from his scope at the sound. Smash. In an instant, the dust dome is blown away by tremendous wind pressure. All that rushing wind also billows his hair back, forcing the man out of his resting position. He then shields himself when something blows past him, landing just behind him. He quickly turns around to face he who tried to attack him just now. To his horror, it's the former symbol of peace, the strongest hero ever, the man who conquered the demon of Camino Ward, All Might. Dressed in the clothing he has with his shirt stretched to its limit, his bunny hair blowing in the wind. We. Turn around. All Might turns around to face the villain. Oh, sorry. He then resumes his pose. We, temporarily, are here. The Magma sniper pauses staring at him. Wait, the symbiote. It went into you. That's right. All Might points his thumb at himself. You threw me off by not wearing the symbiote, but I'll be taking Venom back. The air around the assassin burns as he stares down All Might. He won't be the only one. From behind, another person comes into view. This orange yet skinny person wears a sleeveless dark purple skin-tight suit with shoes that have fans on the heels. He also has enlarged hands with fans for fingers and jade white hair also styled up into a fan. His hands spin like a fan, as his design isn't obvious enough, as he comes down upon All Might sneering. Elsewhere. Izuku slams against the wall with a heavy thud, coughing up spit in the face of the Ursa of a villain he's up against. Barehead snarls as he holds him in place. He reaches in and pulls out the recorder inside Izuku's shirt, holding it with his claws. Perfect, says Curator as he walks forward. Now to destroy the evidence and keep others from finding out the truth of this place, as well as put a more permanent end to the spectacular Spider-Man and your 26-episode run. Is that a reference? Yes. It means you're getting cancelled from life. Barehead extends his claws to slay the spider boy in his paw. As the blow is about to be made, a pink mist flows through the room. Looking around, Izuku notices it more and more. As it passes by him, both the boy and Barehead drop to the floor unconscious. Z's come from their lips. The Curator looks around for the cause of what just happened, noticing the mist in the air. This is. Well, I guess it doesn't work on you. Must be the mask. The Correction Center's director looks around for the source of the voice. He looks up and sees someone coming down. A step back allows him to dodge her kick. Midnight in her alluring suit slides down into a crouch. A familiar backpack hangs off her back. Somnambulist has perforated throughout the entire building. It's just you and me. Curator glares through his soul eye exposed. Pumping his feet he dashes for Midnight as his right hand turns blue and enlarges. As if that's fair. Midnight draws her whip, extending it up in the air. Once it wraps around the pipes she grabs Izuku and jumps, pulling them both up to avoid the attack that demolishes the wall behind them. Airborne, the seductive woman presses against a bottle inside her shirt pocket, a blue mist releasing. Once it passes by the spider boy's face, he stirs awake. What? The smell increases his alertness, and he looks around at all below. Go to work, Spidey, she says, tossing the boy in the air. With his concentration returning, Izuku flips in the air and lands on the wall. He then catches the backpack she threw at him as well. Hey, this is my backpack. Midnight lands down to the floor, stepping back as Curator tilts his head. A supersonic wave fires from his head at her, the woman unable to dodge in time making her drop to her knees. My body. Wait, isn't that like seeing the comparison? Izuku digs into his bag and pulls out his mask. He throws it on and jumps down, kicking at the Curator. The villain blocks with his mutated right arm pushed back quickly. Izuku then lands in the mist-filled room in a crouch. Thank you for the filter, Momo. Jumping to avoid another sonic wave, the spider boy pulls out one web cartridge before swinging in close using Black Whip. Using the black quirk to pull himself closer, he mounts a flying sidekick to the left of Curator's face. The attack cracks into the helmet, knocking out the portion that covers his mouth. He then lands in a crouch while the villain stumbles and hits the wall, his mask cracking apart. Pieces of blue skin become visible through the cracks. Curator places a hand to his face, his eyes widening in horror. Enraged, he screams, "You bastard." Without warning, the Curator's body enlarges and strikes Izuku in his stomach, taking him by surprise. The boy breaks through the wall, relatively unharmed as he slides. Ow, he glares at the now monster whale man breaking through the damaged wall. Yup. I thought his quirk seemed like gang orcas. Water shoots in his direction. Seeing it this time, Izuku runs up the wall as the liquid punctures a manhole-sized hole through the stone. As Izuku eyes the damage caused, Curator bellows, "Can gang orca do that? I'm beginning to feel that you have anger issues." Izuku lands before turning invisible. Grinning as maniacally as a whale can, the villain closes his eyes. "You can't escape me. I can track you just like a whale." A small pulse extends from the whale's body. Red eyes flare up above before the Curator aims at the ceiling. Camouflaged, Izuku sits on the ceiling as he takes out a spider Ken. Alright, here we go. His head then tingles. Wait, I know this feeling. He moves away, dodging the hydropressure attack that blasts a hole through the ceiling. While dipping in the air, the shuriken is thrown at the whaleman's square head. Water shoots out to hit it back, but it explodes, causing water to rain down upon Curator. Now, recall the floating. Concentration takes hold as Izuku activates float, his right hand cocked like a pistol and aimed at Curator. One for all flashes around his fingers before he fires, shooting a bolt of lightning that electrocutes the whale. The inhuman screaming of a whale echoes throughout the building that slowly shrinks down to a human's as the Curator collapses face forward in the water. As all of his body shrinks and retreats to human size, Izuku cancels float and drops down into the puddle of water. You. Curator raises his head with a growl, the left half of his face covered by the mask is some deformed mutation of a whale man's. Ignoring his disgusting appearance, Izuku slams his fist into the Curator's face and knocking him back into the ground with a splash. Victorious, he tosses the cartridge of web fluid at the whaleman and covers him in webbing. Red meets green eyes once Izuku removes his mask, noticing the sleep aroma has aired out. The spider boy takes a crouching to kneel before Curator, asking in a demanding voice, "What did you mean when you sent people after Curry?" Curator struggles in his sticky confinement, the cocoon hardening faster than he can break out of. Defeated, he might as well answer. "The volcano thieves are my personal team I sent to procure the symbiote. But, if they haven't called back by now then they might have failed." That bit of news calms the spider down a bit. He will need to run right to his mom and All Might to make sure, but there's a good chance they're okay. After all, Midnight could still be paralyzed. Phew. A familiar voice calms his nerves more as Midnight enters the hall carrying Bearhead. "Midnight. I've spent a fair bit of time with Gang Orca. I'm used to getting paralyzed whenever we go to Karak," she tells him, smiling as she slides off her jacket for no reason. "You really put the stops here. Now you just need to work on collateral damage." Pointing at the ceiling to emphasize her point, she laughs a bit at his sheepishness. The exotic woman then proceeds to take out the recorder and pass it over to him. The police should be arriving shortly. Midnight takes a knee. "Now, let's have a little chat, Curator. If that is your real name." "You need not know," is his reply, his head turned to cover his whale face. "Why did you make this play?" asks Izuku, eyes on the man's every movement. "What were you trying to prove by turning kids into villains?" "Nothing needed to be proven, what was already common sense," says the man, teeth exposed into a smile. "Humans are a contrary existence, it takes a journey to hell for them to sharpen their souls and become truly good people. It is a fact that tickles irony's funny bone." "Humans are not as simple as that," Midnight tells him. "I mean, your little ranch is a contradiction to that theology, since some of the kids here you were planning to turn to villainy." His smile becomes more maniacal. "My center only brought out the truth in those teens. If they become better, society benefits. If not, we do. It's a win-win situation for me. Tama brought the truth to the world, while all you heroes do is coddle those entitled brats." "Shimura was not an entitled brat," Izuku shouts, standing tall over him. "He wasn't even bad. He was just raised by an evil, sick person who had control over his whole family, and instead of helping you encourage that. Sirens can be heard outside. And with this, your organization is over with." "Wrong." Curator eyes Izuku even after interrupting Midnight. "You took me down, but now that you have, you must deal with the leader of the Society of Assassins. Just know that even if you two were together, no one can overpower them." "Them?" Before he could get more, Curator drops his head, passing out. Izuku sighs just as the police enter the compound. Elsewhere. Nebraska smash. A torrent of wind pressure blows through the magma sniper's body, instantly cooling his body. This also causes a storm of wind to blow upward. All Might stands with his fist pointed at his opponent. Volcano holds himself up for a little before dropping down face forward. His mask comes off as he hits his face with the rest of his body chilling. Including this short battle, All Might breathes a sigh of relief before turning around to Gast. The white-haired assassin sweats profusely as he stares before turning tail and jumping over the building. Black tendrils shoot out and wrap around the villain before he is smashed into the roof right next to Volcano, the tendrils returning to the retired hero's arm. "Alright, let's see how Midoriya does it." He copies the hand sign Izuku does for shooting webs and splatters Volcano and Gast with black webbing. Haha. Still got it. Down below, Inko looks down at the unconscious Dusty Ash, also wrapped up. Unlike the villains up above, she's contained in a rope. Assassins that came for Kuri, do they know who Izuku is then? Eventually, other heroes arrive to bear witness to the temporary return of All Might. Back to action. Back with Izuku and Midnight, they watch as the boys in blue carry away the adults running Tama Juvenile Correction Facility outside the building into cop cars. Children are standing out cheering for their freedom as this happens. Following the jailers, as they are dressed, are the two assassins Barehead and Curator in that order held in containment units for dangerous quirk users. The former of the two has a muzzle, while the latter's face is completely exposed. As he is being wheeled, he eyes Izuku menacingly. The emerald protagonist breathes a sigh of relief. Before he could make a further comment, Midnight pats his head. "Huh. Good work today, Spider," says the woman with an alluring voice, her face sparkling with excitement. "You snuck into a facility, gathered information, and defeated a supervillain running a corrupt organization." "Thank you, Midnight Sensei," Izuku says to her sheepishly. "Maybe you can sneak into my room for some private lessons." The tomato impression makes a grand return as Izuku blushes. As he sputters, she eventually releases him saying, "I'm kidding. It'd be unfair to Shino for touching what's hers first." She then leans in. "Of course, if you're willing to expand your harem." "B.A. Miss Midnight." The teacher perks up at her name mention, turning to a police officer with a cat body approaching her. "We're ready for your report." "Of course." She hands over the recorder procured earlier. Izuku looks over at the children, noticing that some of their parents have come along to pick them up. Among them, his eyes catch his friend Shimura. Thankfully, Hana is there as well. After what happened, it would be good to see how he's feeling. Following him excusing himself, Izuku saunters over to the Shimura siblings. "Hana. Shimura. Midoriya," says Hana in exuberance. She jumps him, hugging the boy without warning or forethought, giving him a great detail of how stacked she is. The older sister releases the teen, who does everything to remember that he's been in this situation before. Several times. With Momo. "Thank you so much for keeping your promise," Hana says to Izuku. "It's no problem," he replies while rubbing his hair. Shimura steps forward, saying, "Thank you, Izuku. I don't deserve a friend like you. Especially after what I did." Izuku focuses back on Shimura. "What you did?" Ashamed, Shimura confesses. "I stole your notebook that one time and copied it for my dad." "Copied?" Izuku thinks back to that time he lost his notebook of heroes. "You took it to copy my notes for him." "Tenko," Hana pats his shoulder, stopping her little brother. "Let's talk about this another time." Over with Midnight, she continues speaking with Sansa. "So what happens to the children?" she asks him with concern. "They shall be released to their parents, except for Tenko Shimura, who will be sent to his grandparents," he explains while looking over a list of notes. "Luckily, we have managed to set all the children here free. Except." She doesn't like that. "Except." "One Hitomi Yatsu was missing from her quarters," he answers, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Hitomi Yatsu? Lady Wolfram?" Midnight turns to where Izuku is, noticing he hasn't noticed. She among others has read the file on the new Wolfram and her relationship with the spider. "She was sent here. It was a temporary holding until she would have been moved to a facility for her situation," Sansa replies, flipping through notes to recount what was written. "Until she regained her memories she wouldn't have gone there. But Curator was insistent she would go there for the time being." Sighing, Midnight realizes what this could mean. If she escaped, did she regain her memories? Or did she ever lose them? Chapter 56. It's downtown Usatafu. Over by the highway, Deku the assassin sits on a wall in uniform. He watches from afar at the prisoner transport van that carries away Curator and Barehead. As per his orders, he just needs to jump in and rip them free, allowing them to do their stuff. "I can't believe I have to do this." His tail charges with poison before he leaps off the building. The villain lands in a roll on the van, stopping at the edge. "Say no." "Hiya." A kick sends him flying off the van by an invisible force. Webs shoot out and attach to Doku's shoulders and slam him to the hood. More webbing hits him, sealing the man to the hood of the van. "Damn it." Deku struggles from the stickiness. His visors catch someone appearing into reality, Izuku dressed in his hero costume. The spider boy takes out his phone and makes a call. "You were right, Midnight. Someone did try to spring the Curator free." The tail aims and stabs at Izuku. Without taking his mind off the call, he catches the tail just before it could reach his chest. "Got it. I'll keep my eye on them the entire way." After hanging up, Izuku tightens his grip on the stinger end and jabs his foot at the base where the tail connects to Doku's back, ripping it off. Beep. Sweating profusely, Deku stares up at the spider who has overcome him in every way. There we go. Victorious, Izuku takes a kneel. Thank goodness my spider sense returned, I think. The van continues down the road. Up high on a building, a lanky man with straight gray hair and orange eyes can be seen looking through binoculars. He wears burgundy bandages around his entire body, save for his fingers, eyes, and hair, combat clothes over top of them, brown boots, and a short sword on his left shoulder. Having witnessed the spider take down the scorpion, he sighs with disappointment. He places a finger on the comms in his ear. Boss, Deku failed too. It looks like Spider-Man has become stronger than we can handle. Then, we'll take our revenge in person. With the captured assassins brought in and put into the police station for due process, Izuku stands just outside the station with Midnight. Midnight, I have to go. I think my mom and Yagi are in danger. In danger? Her eyes glance just behind him. That whaleman said he sent assassins after them, so please let me see if they are. Izuku. The boy jumps suddenly at his name being called out from the familiar voice. He turns around to see his mother exiting the police station. Mom. The mother and son run to one another and hug. Both break free after a brief hold, with the mother asking him, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom. You?" A little shook up, but just great, she replies, holding his hand for comfort. She leans into his left ear and whispers, "There were assassins sent after me and Yagi for Kuri." "I knew it," Izuku mutters, his eyes narrowing. Just as he is about to make a suggestion, Kuri's black body oozes out and penetrates his cells to his surprise. Even as it happens, he doesn't mind. In fact, this was going to be his suggestion. With Kuri on his side, they won't bother targeting his mother anymore. Especially if they're watching us right now. Kuri finishes entering his body. Inko leans in and kisses his forehead. "You head off and do your thing. I'll be okay." "Are you sure?" She smiles at him. "Izuku, I'm your mother. I worry about you, not the other way around, and this will resolve both cases." Though she says this, he still goes through the trouble of escorting her back home. One thing down, two more to go. Later. Out of costume, Izuku makes a trip to the Shimura residence. The day starting to fade into twilight, he stands in front of their house in his UA uniform, raising his hand to leave a knock. "Hello?" He calls out, hoping for an answer. Quickly, the door opens up, and out steps Hana just in front of him. "Oh, Midoriya." Hi. She pulls him inside. After giving him the time to take off his shoes, she invites him down the hall to their living room. "Tenko, he's here." Knees to the floor and heels under his behind, Shimura sits there by the Katatsu. He smirks, saying, "I wouldn't get too close to her if I were you, Deku." His older sister gives Tenko the look, immediately shutting him up. Regardless, Izuku takes a seat with Hana, the latter saying, "Now, I'm sure you're wondering why we invited you over here, Spider Boy." "Please don't say that. It's going to be known whether you want it or not," Tenko states, pointing at him. Hana nods. He's right. "What, you think the internet's gonna forget that little video Gentle had of you? You saw that? Everyone saw that. Honestly, he can't be surprised about that. A smart person would have figured it out by now." Tenko takes a breather, saying, "Deku, I stole your notebook and copied it from my dad." "You did say that, yes," Izuku mutters with a nod. "I did all that for him because I wanted him to like me, and understanding how some heroes were was something he was always interested in," he admits shamefully. "But, he's your." Izuku looks down, unable to finish. He also has father issues. Right now though, he needs to learn as much about Kotaro as possible, and if Nana won't talk, maybe they can. Why is he like this? Tenko turns to his sister, nodding to him, and then back to Izuku. The older male then says, "It probably started with our grandmom." Keeping his mouth shut, Izuku sits back to listen and as Hana follows up. Nana Shimura was dad's only parent, a hero. Apparently from him, she abandoned him so she can keep being a hero, and he just never got over it. For the longest, he's hated heroes because of that, unable to let go, and he takes it out on Tenko, because my little brother wanted to be one. That surprises Izuku. "Hana, he doesn't need to know that. You liked heroes. But, when we met you." "I know." He snaps, his face turning red. "And I stand by what I said because no real hero would see how he treats me and let it go." That is true, but that doesn't explain how he ended up this way. It also leaves nothing for how his mother died, because the way he worded it makes him think there's more to it than an accident. Taking a risk, Izuku breathes before asking, "Is that why your mother died?" Hana flinches and glares, already ready to deny whatever accusation the Emerald Spider is about to make. Tenko, however, speaks up, yes, before looking down at his hand. When I was 5, I found out about Grandma and he got so mad he beat me. That was when my quirk manifested and I accidentally killed our dog. Hana looks aside with shame. Dad found out and knocked me out. That's when Mother came in after he put those gloves on him, says Hana, while pointing at his hands that still rock the glowing attire. She got fed up and decided to leave him, taking us with her. And then, he killed her. Green eyes widen in horror at what he heard. He what? He took off his gloves, pushed her away from my brother, and killed her the same way Tenko did our dog. For a while, Tenko didn't know the truth until I told him when he was incarcerated. Izuku looks between the siblings. There isn't a thing he could say in this situation. Neither of them is aware of the fact that their grandmother is living inside of his head, nor would they believe it, so he can't say something of comfort from her perspective, not that she wants to say anything either. A part of him feels rather guilty still for believing he was Tamura in the first place, so saying he was on his side the whole time would just be a lie. Now would be inappropriate to comment on how the two have similar quirks as Izuku is wont to. All he can say is, I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay, Hana says with a heavy heart. She takes her brother's hand. We're both just glad that he's out of our life now. I hate him. Tenko places a hand on his table, making sure only 4 fingers are touching it despite wearing the gloves. For ruining my life, killing our mother, and framing me. I hate him too, Izuku admits, catching their attention. I want to stop him just as much as you two. He captured a Chako and turned her into a Naomu. He created a group of villains that have harassed my friends in the entire city, and he killed my dad. The siblings are shocked by this knowledge. Hana holds a hand to her mouth, whispering, your father. His eyes more determined, Izuku says, we'll find him. We'll stop him. We'll make sure no one else dies from his acts. Elsewhere. Within the darkness of Kyoto, Japan, a lone figure lurks in a heavy trench coat. A cigar hangs from his snout, dimly lit. His cellular rings. Hello. It's time, wait on standby. The phone then hangs up, the man grinning. About time. Tomorrow. This is where you need to pay close attention, says Toshinori Yagi as he points to the board. Before him are the 20 students of Class 1A. By his side is Shouta Izawa, completely deadpan. When you become a pro, the effect you have on society is big. Just by saying you like something, children around the world will like it too, especially depending on how famous you are, speaks the former pro hero while looking among the class. How so? Kirishima asks with his hand raised. Well, if you're this idiot, you would probably endorse products and get screwed over, Izawa states, eyes on Yagi who sweats a bit, knowing exactly what he's referring to. He takes a deep sigh. As a hero, you may be called by popular companies for endorsing their products, like gym equipment or a candy bar or a toy. You should tread carefully on what you approve, otherwise, you may end up in controversial commentary online or in the news. Controversial? Kami repeats curiously. Oh. Izuku suddenly shouts. Are you referring to that commercial with a… Yes. Yagi states, his face drenched in sweat. Commercial? Mina asks, turning in her seat. That'll be enough of that. No, this will be a good example. Izawa, his face sporting this guilty pleasure grin, takes out a remote and turns on the monitor portion of the board. No. Don't show them too late. The video plays on the monitor. It shows Kanji slapping onto the screen. Hey, all you kids out there. Do you like to bounce? Do you like to bounce on balls? Do you want to bounce on All Might's balls? It then shows a bunch of kids bouncing on ball riders, multiracial even though it's Japan. Then you need to get the new All Might ball bouncer. With a quick and easy payment of 3,000 yen, you can bounce all day and night. You can even bounce to the moon. One kid is shown doing so through CGI. A telephone number appears on the screen with cards underneath and an address. Buy it now, you've never bounced till you've bounced on All Might's balls. Following is an air of silence. Until. Wahahahaha. Yagi hangs his head in shame. Why? You gave the yes without reading the warnings. How was I to know they'd use such horrible wording? Indeed, it's unfortunate, Momo says, holding her mouth with disgust. Shoto is stoic, stiffening a chuckle. Bakugo is snickering, his head leaning to Izuku. Remember when you wanted to get that? Yeah, Izuku mutters, also turning red. In hindsight, Mom was right to say no. The bell then rings, signaling the end of classes for the day. Now, remember your homework for next week. Don't let the school festival lower your grades, Aizawa says as he watches the kids pack up and leave. As the students make their exit, Momo walks over to Iida, saying, "Iida, tell the others I won't be participating in practice tonight." "You won't? What's wrong?" "Izuku promised he'd tell me something tonight, and I don't want him to avoid saying it again." While Iida gives her a skeptical look, she holds her hands together pleading. "It'll just be for tonight." Sighing, the vice president gives a nod to her. "Alright." Smiling, she moves to her boyfriend with a skip in her step as she reaches him, grasping his hand and pulling him aside from the group. "Hey, Momo. Sorry, but we have some important things to discuss," she says, eyes on the spider boy to give him a knowing look. "Alright." He follows her over to Heights Alliance, some of the rest of the class watching them leave. "What was that about?" Zero asks curiously. "I bet someone's bouncing on Spider-Man's balls," Mineta states, a blank stare on his face despite the iridescence. "That earns him a pounding in the skull from Hagakure." "Don't say such a thing," speaks the invisible girl, her glass-skinned cheeks a little red. "Even if they're dating, Yao Momo is too prim and proper to take those actions." "Yeah, and Midori is too much of a goody two-shoes to make a move," Kaminari adds, his arms crossed as if he said a good line. Indeed, Jiro agrees, being the one who told Momo this truth. Mina, however, remembers her birthday party and what Momo's mother got her. She simply smirks. Later. Over at Heights Alliance, the couple reaches Momo's room. After unlocking it, Izuku walks forth following his girlfriend inside. "Take a seat, Izuku," she tells him, placing a finger on a pair of incense and igniting it with a matchstick. Once seated, Izuku inhales and almost chokes on the sensual smell going off. It is the same erotic jasmine that she always fills her room with, but now he's feeling some strong blood movement. So he speaks, worried about what this might end up being. At the same time, he's rather excited, expectations rise and fall every time they spend the night together. "Would you like to shower first, or should I?" "We'll get to that in a minute," she says, eyes on him. He notices that she looks rather amorous. "Izuku, will you now tell me about your strange new abilities? I'm certain you already know where it's from. But, I want your confirmation." Sighing, Izuku speaks, "As you probably already figured, I got those special powers from One for All. Apparently, when the quirk was passed on to other users, it also absorbed the previous person's quirks. Now for some reason, I'm awakening all 6 of their quirks." He looks at her, noticing her calmer expression. "And it's not hurting you?" "Black Whip hurt when I first used it, but I was already in intense pain while fighting Hitomi, so I didn't notice. And since I was already used to using webs, I quickly got accustomed to it. Floating was a little more difficult to control, but honestly, I haven't done much training with them. I've been trying to keep them a secret, not even All Might knows about this." "Not that he'd help you either way," Momo mutters, eyes closing. "Huh? Nothing," is her reply before she leans in closer to him. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. For a while, I thought it was a one-time thing before that fight with Bakugo, and now I kind of have it under control." "Kind of?" Her eyes narrow to him, the boy giving a nod to affirm his statement. "Good. You're going through a lot of stress lately. You're gonna be a gray-haired anime protagonist at this rate." "Well, there aren't many things I can do to calm down." He turns a little red with blush, "besides what we do now and then." Here, the beautiful rich girl gives him a very amorous look. "Actually, now that you mention it, I do have a little something planned for tonight." Giving off the tomato impression, he watches her point over to the dresser just behind him. "There is a little something special I want to show you in there." Curious about what it could be, Izuku walks to the desk and opens it up. Looking down, he spots a little item resting on top of the clothes she would keep for him, should he spend the night. It's an orange see-through bottle of pills. In bright red words, he reads, "Ortho Novum. I took some this afternoon. Warning. The following is not safe for work." "Why did you?" The boy screams in shock when he turns around to face her, seeing a huge change. Lying on her side, she faces him with her hair down and a smile on her face. And nothing else. Izuku can't take his eyes off her even as he stupidly and impulsively shields his face, peering through the cracks in his fingers. It's impossible. He continues to drink her body up with his eyes, an angelic, hurdless body unmatched by many girls her age, beautiful perky breasts that no hands could ever contain, her midnight hair draped down over said bust, and toned legs that go to the moon. Momo. With all present before him, his face drenches in sweat. The front of his pants stretches painfully. His girlfriend guides him over with a single finger. His brain has shut down long ago, he takes a seat next to her. Her eyes lock onto his, saying, "First thing I want to do is apologize for making you wait so long for this. I know you were waiting in anticipation for this, but there is a reason for that." She sits up and presses herself against him, chest docking with his. "I wanted to do so many things on our first night together, without protection, but my quirk kind of puts us at risk." Risk? He stutters, finding the ability of thought processing returning to him. Creation has a side effect, it makes our reproductive system especially fertile. We can be well in our 50s and still get pregnant. That's why mother gave me those pills, despite what it also does. She wiggles her fingers. My power to create weakens when I take birth control. That's a bit of a nuisance, says Izuku as she kisses his cheek. Like your quirk breaking your bones or giving you 6 other powers. Touché. She kisses his lips this time. Their lips touch for a bit, though he kind of wants to ask another thing, there isn't enough blood flowing to his brain to process. Momo adjusts his clothes allowing her to rip off a button. "Now, take off your clothes and make love to me." Izuku takes in a deep breath as he removes his shirt and clothes as quickly as possible. He almost loses his balance as he kicks off his pants, his shirt also ripped a bit, and now he's in red boxers. His girlfriend drinks in his appearance as he takes a seat. A muscular body that looks as if he was a Greek god sculpted out of marble, dozens of almost faded scars from months of hardship and training, and those adorable freckles that make him far more adorable than his body would beg to differ. Her eyes drop to his red underwear and what lies underneath them despite her moving in up close. She can't help herself. All this time of waiting, now she'll see just how big it was after rubbing against it for so long. Fingers clench the band and pull back. Allowing her to be smacked in the face by the beast finally set free. The girl remains stunned while the girthy appendage rests on her face and nose, blocking the side of her left eye completely. All she can see from there is meat. So that's what a real penis looks like erect. Momo backs up to get a better grasp of the side of his penis, feeling herself drip at the feel of this gift sliding down and pulling against her cheek. It's bigger than his underwear made her make it out to be. She caresses it with both hands rubbing up the shaft of his erection softly, her hands occasionally brushing on the viridian curls attached to the twins down below. "It's so big. So hard." She sniffs. "So clean, but I can smell something nice on it." "Are you okay?" Izuku asks, noticing his girl is being rather careful. She was so assertive back when she would rub herself against him, now she's taking her time. She's mesmerized. "I'm a little nervous." She looks up at him, her face as red as his. "Do you want to take control?" He bites his bottom lip trying to think of what to do to follow up. "Well, what would I do?" "Don't worry, just follow your instincts. You can start by touching the chest." He places a hand on his chest. "Not yours." "Oh, right. That makes more sense." Izuku reaches in and captures her right boob with his left hand, giving a bit of a squeeze. She squeals out from the sudden pressure, even as he continues to knead and play as softly as she is doing to him. "Oh." She cries, releasing him to reach up and grab his head, throwing her mouth onto his. Her tongue explores every part of his mouth like a treasure hunter, unable to stop herself anymore as her fingers run through his locks. He combats against Momo's one-sided kiss war, hand still on her boob as the thumb flicks the nipple. His penis twitches in her hand at the feel of her squealing down his throat. Her legs lock around his left leg, allowing her body to slide against him. The spider boy can feel a river descending it. After a few more minutes of kissing, she pulls away finally. A bridge of saliva forms between their lips and splits apart, her eyes on him while sweating profusely. "Izuku, I can't take any more. I need it, please." Releasing her hold on him, she lies back on the bed, hands free to guide his jet to her landing site. Such a slutty display unbefitting her innocent and regal attitude turns his face bright red. "Don't hesitate. Take me." "Momo." His eyes look down to her vagina oozing with anticipation. "So that's what it looks like. Okay, here I go." He aligns himself to her glistening entrance, eyes matching hers once more. Then, he plunges in, pushing himself into the depths of her folds until reaching her deepest end. Momo cries out in a scream, gripping the mattress sheets and almost ripping them with her toes also curling. "It hurts." "I'm sorry." Izuku says, though he can't bring himself to pull out. She just feels so good, so warm, so tight. Even as blood and other bodily fluids come out, he remains still. "Am I bleeding?" Momo looks down at herself where they connect, her cat-like eyes wide in shock seeing her blood. "But, that's not right." "It's not. I broke my hymen a while ago following Mirko's training," she admits, her words unfocused due to the mixture of pain and pleasure erupting through her. How did it? A thought then enters her mind. Oh. The symbiote. Hurry. He just told me he fixed it when we merged in September during the Shai Hasekai raid. Her legs lift and wrap around him. Now, let's proceed. It's starting to feel good. Heading back into the groove, Izuku pushes his waist back and forth. He bites down hard, feeling how amazing this is. All of the wasted moments they've been teasing themselves when they could have been doing this, he feels. Grabbing her behind with one hand and gripping her breast with the other, he moves while keeping his eyes on her. Oh. Oh. This feels amazing. She cries, her back arching in pleasure. Am I doing good? You're so fucking good, Izuku. His heart skips a beat at her swearing. A dangerous side of Momo is starting to awaken. He can feel himself burning up as well. If he isn't careful, he'll climax before she does. Which one gives the best reaction? He watches her gasp and squeals with his pounding. Hearing the loudest scream, he repositions himself in that spot and continues to aim there. Her legs even tighten. Pre-Spider Izuku would have broken his back by now. Izuku. More. Her hands reach up and wrap around his neck, stuffing her tongue down his throat. Momo is enjoying this far more than he thought. What was he worried about? Also, are her eyes hearts? Yup. Her eyes are hearts. Did Kuri do that? Did he? Ignoring it, he keeps pounding her body, her arms around his body to increase her tempo. She cries, Izuku, I'm almost there. I'm so close. I'm going to come too. He holds her close, restraining him just enough due to his immense strength. Eventually, it happens. Momo pulls her face away, her eyes rolling into the back of her head with her teeth clenched in a smile. Izuku cries out as well, feeling himself squirt several times inside of her before he slows down to a complete stop. Still holding each other, the two soon fall with him on top of her. Both are out of breath. Izuku lifts himself to stare down at her, his sweat dripping down and mixing with her own. She opens her eyes and looks up at him, raising a hand to cup his cheek. That was amazing? He asks, finishing her sentence. Yes. The two come together for a kiss before he pulls free from both sets of lips. I love you. I love you too. Looking down, he watches as his essence leaks out of her. She leans up looking down at her oozing vagina, basking in the afterglow. To her amazement, she sees something else that is even better. Izuku, you're still up? Huh? Oh yeah. Izuku looks down at himself, leaning back to hold himself by his arms. I guess that's the increased stamina. Honestly, he feels could go another round. Nothing is stopping him after While he's in his mind, Momo drops her face onto his meaty appendage and licks. She brings him back to reality, playing with his sensitive erection. Her tongue runs up and down slowly before she kisses the mushroom tip. The head then engulfs the rest of the dick. He flinches at the feel of her teeth before calming when that feeling goes away. Momo continues to pleasure the penis, bobbing her head up and down. Soon she pauses, feeling the tip at the very back of her throat. Pulling back her head slowly, her lips drag against the slick skin of his penis. A sliver of cum seeps from her lips into her mouth. Even after, she continues to lick it vigorously. After a few seconds of sucking, she pulls out, her lips the last to leave him. She then lifts her head and gulps, swallowing whatever was left after their first time. And it turns him on so much. Izuku, she slurs, crawling over top of him while still high off the pleasure and the taste. Give me more of your cum. Smiling, he says, with pleasure. Despite saying that, Momo is the one taking action this time. She lifts herself and aims at his shaft before slamming herself down hard enough to give herself a pleasurable squeal. Oh. Izuku stares up in shock, seeing and feeling her gyrate her hips. Her cooing makes him want to do more, but she's clearly doing so much on her own. He could literally do nothing, and she could make the two of them come in minutes. But that wouldn't work for what little pride he has. Reaching up, he grabs her hips and slams upward deep into her nether regions. The hard eyes return as he pounds her, matching his movements with her. The sound of wet flesh smacking against each other would fill the room if not for the grunting and cries of pleasure. Yes. Yes. Izuku. Momo cries as she bounces harder on him. His essence from earlier begins to ooze out as a result. Do you feel it? Am I making you feel good? Yes, you are. Izuku reaches up and grasps her left breast, squeezing. Yes. More. She can't finish as the feels overtake her. Leaning up, Izuku captures her in his mouth, licking. In doing so, he gasps, feeling her squeeze his erection tighter. He's getting closer again. Also, she tastes very good. Momo, I'm coming. He pulls his face away and captures her mouth with his. Once more their screams are covered, only muffled cries as their climaxes overpower them. The not safe for work scene ends here. Tired, Momo falls on top of her spider boyfriend at the end of their act again. Feeling her sweatier body smack on top of him, he says, "I guess 2 rounds was enough. I don't think I can walk tomorrow," she mutters, looking up at him. "And I still need to take a shower. I can fix that." Izuku lifts her with both arms, still keeping her connected to avoid dripping anymore on the floor or bed. Well suspended, Momo wraps her legs around him as he walks. "Ooh, so manly," she coos, kissing him with all her passion as they enter the bathroom. They spend an hour inside the shower before bed to recover their power. Tomorrow morning. The door leading to Momo's bedroom opens up. A huge gust of stink explodes out as Izuku peeks down the hall. Okay, the coast is clear. He opens the door fully and slides out before being pulled back in by Momo. His naked lover gives him a heart-filled kiss. "I had so much fun last night." "Me too," he tells her, feeling himself turning on again. "But now is not the time. Same time tomorrow?" "Tonight, yes. I love you." She kisses him hard again before closing the door. Izuku adjusts himself before moving to where his room is. "I hope no one hurt us. I can at least deny it thanks to bathing." He reaches his bedroom door, stopping just in front of the guest leaning against it. Standing tall in salmon pajamas, Melissa Shields smiles staring at him. "Morning, Deku." Melissa." "Hi." He says, shocked by her appearance. "Did you two have fun yesterday?" Now he's blue in the face. "I came last night to come to visit you, and I could smell your pheromones." "Busted?" "Please don't tell anyone." "I won't," she leans in with a lecherous smile, "but I won't wait forever anymore." He sweats with a vague redness on his face, stepping back as he starts to smell her pheromones. He needs to change the topic. "So, you came to see me for something?" "Oh, don't change the subject now," she says, pulling back to give space. "It's done." He lifts an eyebrow curiously. "What's done?" "Your new suit, the Iron Spider Mark III. Chapter 57. Weeks have passed since the events at Tama Juvenile Correction Facility. The perpetrators, known as Curator and Bearhead, have been trialed and sent to prison for child endangerment, trafficking, abuse, and their connections to the Society of Assassins. Having his name cleared from being Tamura Shigaraki, Tenko Shimura has been placed in the hands of his grandparents on his mother's side. It is now time for the school festival at UA High. So pretty. Sitting up on Izuku's shoulders is the little Eri, wearing a red pinafore over a white dress shirt with a frilled collar. Under that are gray tights with khaki boots. She looks around her with a smile of awe at the festival. Even though the festival is only for students, faculty, and businessmen, for some reason, Eri is allowed thanks to Izawa giving the okay. He let her stay the night with Momo, so no one would question how she got in. Being able to cheer her up some more and show her things that she missed opens up Izawa's heart. Holding her like an older family member, Izuku is dressed in his school uniform. His smile radiates off of Eri as he walks with her, those tiny hands grasping his olive locks of curly hair. "Not so hard, Eri," he tells her as they go through the stands put up. "It just looks amazing," she says, almost squealing with joy. Looking up, Izuku feels glad that things have worked out better for Eri. When they first met before summer, she was a shrinking violet unable to interact with the world. She could barely muster a single word. Now, she's an adorable cinnamon roll he is proud to have as his little sister. Or in her eyes, daughter. "Daddy, when does your dance begin?" "In a couple of hours. First, we're going to look around." Izuku heads over into the main building and enters. This dance has been a major plan for his friends, especially Jiro. It's a great way for her to express her love of music, something he knows of since the evening they sang Rise by Ariga that time. Sadly, he can't break it to Eri that he's been mostly shafted to behind the stage. Entering the building, Izuku and Eri reach the booth where the development core students have their inventions on display. Among them he catches Mei Hatsume by a giant mech suit, tightening a loose screw. "There we go," she says with a wipe of her forehead. The pink-haired girl looks back and spots Izuku coming forth and immediately smiles. "Oh, if it isn't my favorite test subject." Frowning, Izuku says, "Nice to see you too, Hatsume." "Hello," Eri whispers, waving to Hatsume from behind the curly locks. "I was just putting the finishing touches on this hero suit. If they like it, I get a contract," she says with joy, completely ignorant of the little girl with him. "It's not gonna break the wearer's spine, will it?" "Not this one," says Mei with exuberance, "and that's not good." Oh, did you and Melissa finish that new armor of yours? Actually, we did get to finish and test it out. We. Deku. Speak of the devil, Melissa walks in with a skip in her step, waving to Izuku. She's dressed in the traditional uniform as is appropriate for UA High. However, her tie is loose and she has blue lens shades. Melissa. Izuku calls out, waving to the older girl. The blonde spider girl stops just in front of him, ignorant to Hatsune resuming the touch-ups of her invention. She takes great note of the dolled-up cinnamon roll hiding behind his head grasping his hair. Hello there, Eri. Hello, Eri replies just loud enough for the two teenagers to hear. Are you friends with Daddy too? The blank look pops on the face of Melissa Shield. She looks between Eri and then Izuku and sneers saying, I guess someone forgot the condom. That's naughty suddenly shouts, catching himself after that little shock. Eri just likes to call me that. She looks up at the little girl. Cover her ears. Okay. Izuku, realizing she might say something dirty, does just that to her surprise. You should probably make her stop that, otherwise people will get the wrong idea. Maybe one day, but what's the harm in it now? Oh, so you enjoy being called that, Daddy? A lecherous tone accompanies that last word, surprising Izuku and turning his face red. Please don't call me that. Why? Is Daddy getting angry? She leans in closer with her whisper, making him perform the tomato impression. Is Daddy gonna spank me? His face becomes a sweaty tomato. You know what, you're right. We're gonna stop that. Thank you. With that over, the two leave to meet up with the rest of Class 1A. There he spots everyone is all ready to go in their uniforms. Izuku, about time. Jiru says as she runs to him. Here, take Eri for a minute. The spider passes on the little girl and makes his way to the lockers to change his clothes. Daddy. Elsewhere. As UA enjoys their well-earned moment of peace, the world continues spinning. Over at Japan's airport, a woman exits the doorway. This beautiful woman dazzles the scene with her bright red hair long enough to hang down to her knees after being wrapped up at the ends down her back. She is dressed in a violet blouse with frilled cuffs, the collar upturned, and a pearl string necklace of a similar color. Over this is a short navy blue dress with a collar so low it dips all the way down to her waist, as well as a thick brown belt that's fastened in 3 places around her waist. She also wears dark red gloves and frilled thigh-high socks of a purple color, a pair of black boots with knee-high protrusions worn over the top, 2 bands of red binding them to her calves around the back. Along with this, she sports a black choker with a small red circle in the center, as well as a black domino mask over her eyes. This young woman clutches a black briefcase in her hand as she approaches someone in front of her. There stands a chauffeur waving to her, behind him a limousine. So very much, thank you. The woman enters the limo before it drives away. In the back seat, she lies back and crosses her legs, pursing her glossy lips. Are the others assembled? They're all there and waiting for you too. With a few clicks, the briefcase opens up and reveals a nice slab of raw meat. Good. Meanwhile. Thank you for coming. Screams Jiru as she plays the guitar. She and the rest of Class 1 stand before their audience of peers and guests dressed in yellow clothing, suits, and dresses for those up front dancing and casual attire for those playing on the instruments. Well, this goes for all but Aoyama who is in costume. Lead singer Jiru captures the audience with her melodic voice, while the dancers match her in sync brought upon by weeks of hard work. Midway through the first bridge of the song, Izuku throws Aoyama into the air. Lasers fire from every port on his costume to illuminate and sparkle throughout the auditorium. In the audience, Eri watches with Mirio and Tamaki at the beautiful dance choreography. The little girl laws with wide eyes and rosy cheeks as she smiles. On stage, Izuku catches the joy of the girl he has been taking care of this entire time before he withdraws to do background work. Through everything, it has been worth it. Everything. Back to action. The limousine stops just before one of the larger buildings in the city. From the back the woman steps out, wiping off the red staining her pursed glossy lips. She enters the building, immediately traveling up to the top floor. As the elevator opens, she gazes in joy at what she sees before her in this office room. Sitting on the black leather furniture is the combat person who was watching Izuku trap Deku not too long ago. Staring out the window is another individual, this one wearing a trench coat. Though in reality, he's an animalistic-looking man with traits of different animals. He has blue fur, a wolf-like head, hands and feet resembling an eagle's talons, and a long reptile tail. Under his brown trench coat is a blue dress shirt and jeans fastened with a belt, the black hair is dreadlocks. And there, in the chair seated away from them, is a final person. He has bleached hair dropping down to his shoulders and wears a purple tuxedo with a silver shirt. He turns in his chair to face his new guest, gray and rectangular eyes with white pupils focusing on her. A smile graces them. 9. All three figures get to a knee and bow before their leader. The man now known as 9 sits up from his seat. He looks to the man by the window, Chimera, to the woman on the floor, Scream and Slice, and then the man by the couch, Mummy, welcome to Tokyo. Chimera raises his head speaking, yeah, I can tell we're in some shit here. The fact that you're calling us in must mean you're finally ready to take action. Who shall we kill for you? Mummy asks while keeping his head to the floor. As you know, 9 begins before stretching his arms, the volcano trio failed in their task to procure venom, and that boy Spiderman has taken down Curator among others. With Thomas shut down, we've lost our government paycheck, so we can't afford to waste any more time. Our next task will be to procure the symbiote and assassinate the vigilante. You called all three of us in for one person? Asks Slice curiously. No. The innards of his tux wiggle. We are. All three heads rise in shock. You for one, kid. Wouldn't myself and Scream be enough? I'm not taking a chance this time. His eyes turn yellow. We have some time before Venom gives birth, we'll collect him and fulfill our goal. Chimera cracks his fingers by clenching his hand into a claw. Grinning, he says, good. I'll get on it. 9 glares the chimeric beast man. Don't. We're going to go on my command here. For the time being, we'll wait until we can put him in a position where he can't escape from us. He places his hand on the table and opens a folder left there. Using a single finger he flicks 3 sheets of paper out into the air. A red thread shoots out and wraps one for Mummy's hold. A strand of red hair grabs hold and pulls it to Slice. Chimera lets it land in his claw. There you'll find a list of potential hiding places for Venom, or as they call him, Curry. I'm gonna need a smoke. Gripping his file, Chimera enters the elevator with Mummy. In a tight fit. Hey, move back. I am back. He's getting crushed inside by the beast man's gator tail up against his chest. The elevator closes and they travel to the first floor. Left alone, Slice and 9 face one another. She says, you know, now that All Might and All for One have retired, we probably won't need Venom. The 4 of us alone should be enough. True, but we do need him for my goal. A dark blue substance oozes from 9's face. There are only 3 symbiotes on Earth. But if he gives birth, we'll be able to produce more symbiotes and flood the world with them. The woman grins before standing to leave. Then we'll make him the first offering. Later. The twilight orange flushes over the skies of Japan. Over at UA, plenty of the patrons participating in the school festival as either guests or orchestrators. By the gate, Izuku is with Eri as his mother approaches. Eri? Inko says as she collects the little one into a hug. Did you have fun? Oh yes, I did. I saw this amazing dance. And Daddy was a part of it. Izuku cringes at the nickname again. Calmly, he speaks to her, Eri, what did I say about that? Don't. She eventually replies, making him reply. The little girl moans. Oh. Sorry. Thank you. From now on, I'm just Izuku. His hand fingers her hair and runs through it. I'll see you again, Eri. Okay. Bye Izuku. She struggles with the name before going back to Inko. Speaking of whom, she asks her son, what time will you be visiting? Probably this weekend, or maybe whenever we get a holiday. Well, I'll see you then. Inko leans in to kiss his cheek before she leaves. Eri catches Izuku waving to them before running back to the dorm. Smiling and holding her motherly figure tightly, she leaves for home. Back with Izuku, he slides in through the hall heading for his friends. On his way, his phone rings. On screen, the ID reads Mandalay, which he now realizes he needs to change for her full name. Regardless, he answers. Hello? Izuku? Her voice speaks on the other end, far more exuberant than he expected. But then again, it has been a while since they've spoken. Hello there, Shino, he says politely. Are you and Kauta back in Japan? Oh, just about. There was a situation with her will that most of us had to stay behind for, and we needed to deal with it. And the funeral? How was it? He should have not asked that. How do you think a funeral goes? Her voice becomes somber. It was depressing. That will be the last time I will ever see you Wabami ever again, and I don't think I'll ever get over that. Sighing, Izuku mentally curses himself for trying to converse with such a dark topic. Sorry. We can talk about something else. Gladly. She sounds happier. Now, I was calling to let you know of my return. Also, I'll be returning to the wild pussycats. Oh, that's great. Does that mean Black Cat is officially dead? He hears a strange chuckle from her lips. Instead, I'll return to being Mandalay. That's a good thing to know. For a while, he was worried she would remain that way. Thankfully, Shino will never fall down that lonely path ever again. But, come by soon whenever you can. Kauta would love to see you. He would? Yes, and so would I call soon. She then hangs up. Sighing, Izuku pockets his device and walks off. Coming together to catch up would be a great idea, but first, he would have to speak with his girlfriend. That is a pile-up he wants to avoid. Ever since that night he and Momo have become closer, most especially her. Well, she walked a little funnier the night after, only the way she looks at him from time to time is rather worrying, even though they haven't done a thing since. I'm overthinking this. Shrugging, Izuku continues on his way. Elsewhere in UA. As this goes about, in the teacher's lounge is Aizawa found hard at work doing his computing rounds. Fingers rapidly hit the keyboard typing up a report before his eyes, just as he clicks the enter button and finishes. He then sighs before taking a sip of milk and caffeine. Aizawa, how are you? Speaks Midnight as she sits on the desk next to him, her body radiating sparkles for some reason. Not now, Kayama. Oh, I see. Is Ms. Joke bothering you again? Yes, but that's not what I'm working on, he admits. While sipping his coffee he sees an inbox notification. I just sent in the paperwork for the Hero Work Recommendation project. Now that Todoroki has his license, the entire class can go. Hero Work Recommendation Project, Kayama repeats as she looks at the screen. Was this set up by the Public Safety Commission? Who else? Following his dry remark, he sips some more. They even chose the location. Chapter 58. Early November. Rain pours upon the streets of Musatafu. Riding down these glistening roads are police cars heading to a certain location. Stepping out is an ensemble of cops, led by Tsukauchi. He approaches the crime scene where a pro-hero stands, while the other officers survey the scene to collect information. Detective, so good of you to come. It's really bad. That horrible? Asks Tsukauchi. The worst in all the recent hero injury cases we've collected over the month. The hero guides the man inside a building, where there is a chalk outline of a body on the ground by broken canisters. Medics are also there collecting the body in a stretcher. We found the body just like this. He was Sagasu Chikara, the hero named Searcher. Quirk is scanning, it lets him scan and search for people and their quirks. He was on a mission looking for Kotaro Shimura, but went missing during Halloween. Tsukauchi asks the man, cause of death. Chest caving and crushing his heart. The man stares at the body under the sheet. It doesn't seem to be from Shimura. His quirk would have reduced him to nothing. A new villain. Elsewhere. Hey ladies, wanna hang out with us? Two men in swim trunks approach a duo of dames also in swimwear. No, we're good. Of course, the guys put on the pressure. Before they could move forward, the two guys find themselves unable to move their feet. What the? Hey, I can't move. Over on the side, Mineta as grape juice stands while touching a pop-off he ripped off. No lecherous activities while I'm on duty. Oh, thank you so much. The girls go over and congratulate their hero. Though, their words of kindness are for Ejiro Akatailman. Hey. I'm the hero here. Over by the beach, other provisional heroes are in action. Tentacle sits as a lifeguard watching the civilians play. He looks out and notices a child splashing rapidly in the water. We got a kid who swam out past the rocks. Proppy dives into the water, swimming with speed and grace. Reaching the child, she grabs him and lifts him above water with her tongue. Sugarman rows on a boat with all his might to reach them. Coming to a sudden halt, he grabs the child and hoists him high with both hands. Hey. Are you okay? Asks the sugar man, suffering the side effects already. With all the veins, the lack of pupils in his eyes, and that terrifying smile, all the kid could do is cry. Over by the rocks, people have gathered. Here in this area filled with dangerous, sharp rocks connected to sand and water is a sign hanging overhead made of tape. The hero Cellophane and Tsukiyomi stand there gesturing to the kanji made of tape, the former mostly. The latter is using dark shadow to do so. Over by the food huts, Shoto is creating ice for shaved ice. Watching the heroes take action are two children, one a boy and the other his big sister, by a year or two. The boy looks on with awe. Wow, look at all the heroes. He checks back with his sister holding her bonnet. Mahoro. Please, she scuffs. More such actions are shown throughout the island. Further down on this floating rock is a large office. This is the UA Hero Agency. Inside are the students of Class 1 on monitors, or whoever is on standby. UA Heroes Agency, how may we help you? Asks Binkyaka Shido as she takes in a request. Okay, we'll send him over right away. She hangs up the landline. Kaminari, Mr. Mitsuda's battery failed on him again. Oh come on. Again. He complains, getting up from his seat. This is the second time this week. You got this, chargeable. Earphone Jack says, cheering him on. Invisible Girl and Mysterian Kami join in with her. Groaning, but happy with the attention, he makes his way. And Stop Twinkling picks up the nearest line once it rings. Hello. UA Heroes office. We will solve any problem with a sparkle. Hagakure makes the call to their animal expert. Koda, you found the lost dog. I think so, Anima says on his end, holding a tiny dog in his hand. She was scared and couldn't find her way home. Phew, good work. Over in what looks like the main room, Creati and Ingenium are sitting on couches facing computers and one another. She's checking an alert on the screen, saying, it looks like Mrs. Sato is suffering a sprain. Allow me to handle that. Iida shouts proudly as he stands up, throwing on his helmet. She jots down the address and slides it into his fingers. Seeing everything going so well is Izuku sitting at a monitor. He thinks back on how they got to this moment. It's been 10 days since the school festival, 3 days since we came here. With All Might's retirement, villains have been gaining in strength. So the Public Safety Committee set up this test to get the next generation of heroes ready as soon as possible, or at least that's what Shino told me. That's why we're here on Nabu Island, an island from southern Japan, acting as temporary heroes due to the resident ones growing old and retiring. I've basically been doing this as a vigilante, but now I'm official. It's not an internship or work study. When people are in trouble, they'll call for us and only us to help. It's honestly kind of nerve-wracking, but nothing I'm not used to. Please. It's my little brother. I can't find him anywhere. Don't worry. We'll send someone there immediately. Kami hangs up before turning to Bakugo. Bakugo, we got a child lost in a shopping center. Hard pass. At least hesitate. She shouts in shock. Bakugo is doing nothing but lying on the floor reading a magazine, not wearing his gauntlets or even shoes. Oh please, Bakugo. You haven't done a thing since we got here except setting up. Red Riot adds. But if you won't go, then I'll go. Right, because blowing shit up and sharpening muscles are gonna find a kid, is the ash blonde jerk with a point. In that case then, I'll take this task, Jiro states, getting up from her seat. If finding people is what's needed, that's where I come in. Deku. Humming. Izuku gets up from his chair and heads out the door with Jiro, sliding his mask over his face. With the location in mind, Jiro jumps on Izuku's body as he dashes out the door. He thrusts his hand to the sky and fires a line of webs. That hits absolutely nothing because of no buildings high enough to catch it. I have got to stop doing that. With no other option, he beats feet. After a bit of searching, the two end up reaching a small playground up on a hill. There, Izuku rushes up alone to greet the boy looking around. This child also happens to be the same boy from earlier. He meekly searches for his sister until his eyes catch Izuku. Hello. Says the spider boy as he reaches him. There you are, Slowpoke. From out the slide comes down the sister, giving him the knife eyes. Izuku steps back, only surprised that she appeared. Then again, there was no danger. And you are? I'm Mahoro, Kitsuma's older sister. She declares, pointing at him aggressively. Oh, so you called in about him, but you found him all on your own. Never mind that. Explain yourself, kid. She holds up her phone with a timer displayed. It took you 1 hour and 2.25 minutes to find him. 2.25, huh? UA High is supposed to be famous, and all they can do is send some lame slowbro. She continues to belittle him, the boy standing there and taking it like nothing. Sighing internally, Izuku realizes what's really going on. She just wants to make them look bad. If you get it, then good. Do better next time. She pokes his chest with emphasis and pulls it back in pain. Let's go, Kitsuma. Annoyed, Izuku watches as Mahoro steps off, just as Jiro arrives. Why does she remind me of Kaken? Mister, he turns over to Kitsuma, sheepishly looking away. But, he still looks happy. Thank you for your help. The little boy gets pulled away by his sister. You don't have to thank him for failing. The siblings leave, passing by Jiro. As the earphone jack girl arrives, Izuku watches Kitsuma. He remembers those eyes. He used to correction. He still makes those eyes whenever he sees a hero. With how his sister acts, he quickly gets how their relationship is. Later in the night, all activities die down. Our young heroes have settled for the night after celebratory gifts from the many people they've helped during their daily services. What? Why the fuck am I on night watch? Bakugo screams as he's put to work. Can you tell us what you did today besides laying on your butt? That shuts him up. As the night settles, Izuku is out in the back walking on his hands. Almost done after a bit, he flips back to his feet and proceeds to do several punches and kicks. The spider venom has made me stronger than normal people, but against the likes of Muscular, I had to outsmart and outspeed him. He's quirkless now so he ain't coming back, but there are definitely stronger guys out there, like that big guy Momo and Shino told me about and Shimura. One punch forward and he turns his eyes to his 5 o'clock where he spots someone coming his way. Momo? I figured you would still be up. She approaches him with a smile. Training? Yup. I gotta make the most of my genetically altered boy. If I slack I'll lose this body capable of using that power. You can't regardless, remember? She politely pokes his chest where his heart is. Less your heart stop. There are ways around it, like this. Holding out his left hand, he releases the black whip from the palm of his pores. As well as this. He uses one for all again, generating the electricity around his fingers. The very energy that powers one for all can be fired without causing the venom to hurt me, so long as I don't infuse it beyond my fingers. That doesn't make me worry less she speaks. Also, I have that. She turns around to face what he's pointing at. Down below is a square box in the dirt, silver metal in color. A green spider symbol is on the top. Momo takes a knee to pick it up, looking at the box all over. Is this what I think it is? Yup. That's the spider armor Melissa made. She let me take it with me here to test it, but I haven't really had the chance to, what with no villains. You got that right, Deku. The couple jump at the sudden new voice. Bakugo stands just beyond the gate in uniform. Hey. Kakin. Izuku says upon seeing the ash blonde hero in training. Good evening, Bakugo, Momo says with restrained kindness. How is the patrol going? He scuffs. Boring as you don't know what. It's only a little interesting now seeing you two without all the lovey-dovey crap. Then don't look, is her reply as repelling as her personality would allow. Izuku, however, is trying to keep calm. He's nervous seeing his girlfriend talking to his former bully, knowing how the former despises the latter, especially after he came in just while they were talking about One for All. He didn't explain to him what those quirks he saw were about either. Luckily, it seems like he doesn't notice. Well, I don't want to leave you bored. Let's go. Just as the two are about to leave back inside, Izuku notes someone there by the gate entrance. Kitsuma. Hello, he speaks, clutching his bag. Both Momo and Bakugo look over at the child, the former blinking with the latter just silent. Her eyes on him, Momo's cheeks turn red. There's something about his curly hair, eyes the same color as them, and the small freckles he possessed that made him an adorable cinnamon roll that makes her heart stop. And you, the boy whispers as he looks up to him. Izuku takes a knee to face him eye to eye. What wrong? Just take a deep breath and speak. Kitsuma calms himself down before saying less frantically, there's a villain. Villain? Bakugo perks up at that. Something was attacking down at Mount Shiroyama. Grinning, the team grabs Kitsuma and takes off in the air using explosions to propel himself. The kid cries out as he's taken away. Wait. Kakin. Izuku takes up the runner pose and follows. Momo watches as her lover takes off, still holding the sealed suit. There's no need to worry this time. So long as he has backup, Izuku will be safer. Elsewhere. Over at the shores of Japan, 9 is there with his men. The boat they're on set sail. Mummy glances out at sea before turning to the boss. 9, you sure he's gonna be here? Positive is his reply. This is perfect, he'll be tracked on an island unable to escape. Back to Naboo. As Bakugo makes his way through the skies, they land just by the ruins of the aforementioned mountains. He drops Kitsuma on his feet before looking down at the ruins before them. Like he was told, a giant mantis towers over the sharp rock formations. Grinning, he tells the boy, go hide, before rocketing into the air. With his hands coming together, he shouts, stun grenade, blinding the monster point blank. Strangely, it doesn't react at all and turns its attention to him. Wait a second. Izuku arrives on the scene just as Bakugo lands. The mantis's mandible lands on him, completely covering the boy. Immediately, Izuku notices something was off. Wait a minute. It's a fake. Bakugo walks out unharmed, passing through the green flesh. He then slams his hand into the ground, releasing an explosion. The resulting shockwave causes the mantis to disappear and a little girl to cry out. "Ow, that hurt you, jerk." Mahoro speaks as she picks herself up. Bakugo lands just in front of her. "So, you made that shitty illusion." She flinches, almost about ready to pee herself. "What, how did you know that?" "I see better illusions every day. And like all of them, there was no fucking shadow." He shouts, glaring down with murderous rage. "So, do you think it's funny taunting heroes like this, wasting our fucking time?" Now she might have peed herself. "Well, sorry, but I ain't like any hero you've ever met. You're looking at the hero who will replace All Might one day, the god of explosive murder dynamite. You done fucked up messing with me. Look, mister, please forgive my sister. And you." Kitsuma shuts up out of fear. "You were in on it the whole time. You're gonna get it as well, oof." The well-shot blob of webbing covers Bakugo's face, shutting him up. Another web line pulls him upward, so he lands face forward into a web. As he struggles, Izuku turns to the kids, sighing as he says politely, "I hope you kids learned your lesson. Go on home now." Explosions destroy the webbing, and the kids run off as fast as possible. "I said get back here." Performing a full Nelson, Izuku holds him back. "Kaken, let it go. They're just kids. You think I care?" After a scuffle, the two make their way back home. Scratches and bruises are left on their faces after. Bakugo grumbles as he rubs his cheek. "What the hell was that about?" "It's not that big a deal," says Izuku as they reach the gate. "They need to be taught a lesson." Bakugo barks while glaring at him. "Kaken, have you ever thought about why they did it?" How he gets up in his face. "What's with you and defending them?" "It's just," Izuku smiles a little. "They kind of remind me of the two of us." As he steps inside, Bakugo remains quiet at those words. The explosive user then looks back at where they left, thinking. The next day. Another day at Nabu and everything is going well. Izuku is coming back from a mission. As he does, he spots someone hiding behind the walls peering inside. It's Kitsuma. "Kitsuma. Hiya." He jumps at the sudden voice, moving out of the way to face the returning spider. The little one shyly looks away. Hi. Izuku sits against the wall looking down at him. "Mister, I'm sorry about what my sister did." She just Kitsuma fidgets with his fingers, fumbling his words. She just doesn't believe in heroes. She doesn't. As he talks, a bored Bakugo comes out to stretch his legs. While doing so, he hears the two Ps talking in their metaphorical pod. Mahoro says that heroes don't show up when you need them and has been trying to prove that to me. He looks up at him. "But you came, just like I told her." Izuku smiles back at him. "Of course we did. Because that's what heroes do." Kitsuma turns red with joy before Izuku asks, "Do you like headshot?" "Huh?" He points at the pin on his parcel. "He's pretty cool, isn't he?" Kitsuma's eyes shine. "He is. I really love heroes," he says, taking a seat against the wall. "I've always wanted to be like heroes, to be one. But..." Izuku narrows his eyes as he thinks. "Is it your sister?" Looking up at the spider teen, Kitsuma decides to confess. "Mahoro doesn't want me to be one, so she's trying to discourage me from it. She says that I'm not suited for heroics." That confirms everything Izuku needed to know. Now comes the next thing, understanding. "I know how you feel. I also grew up being pushed down by someone who was always there." His words bring the boy to look at Izuku in a new way. "I know some people will say you can't do anything without power, and they're right in a way. But, you can always gain power through chance and effort. No matter what your power is, what is your quirk, anyway?" Kitsuma looks at his hand. "Cell activation. I can activate a person's cells. It helps them heal and makes them stronger." "Oh." Izuku looks amazed hearing the boy explain them. "That's amazing. You can be like Recovery Girl." "I can?" he asks in shock. On the other side of the wall, Bakugo silently listens. After a while, he walks away with his traditional angry face into the building. But, it's rather sullen. "You know," he hears while entering, seeing Momo leaning against the wall, after hearing about Kitsuma and Mahoro from Izuku, "I think it's pretty fair that they share this relationship." His eyes narrow with annoyance, Bakugo continues on his way. "It also made me realize something about you." That makes him stop, the ash blonde teen turning around to face his class's president. "What was that?" "Nothing." She walks outside to go and join her boyfriend outside. Looking back, Momo watches Bakugo take off. Sighing, she says to herself, "Do you really think he's incapable of change?" What he is won't be changing anytime soon, but now I'm seeing more of Bakugo the hero than Bakugo the bully, speaks the symbiote inside of her. He's being a hero in his own way regardless of how we see him. It's not our problem anymore. That's not why I'm worried. She peers over the wall as Izuku and Kitsuma continue to bond. It makes her wonder how their kids would be like, such thoughts causing her to turn red. Later that afternoon. The skies grow orange over by Nabu Island's port, a ferry enters. As the waves splash against the side, the ship overturns sideways and crashes into the port. The loud noise catches the attention of everyone around the sea. 3 figures leap out from the boat onto shore, and as they do, red blurs shoot out from above. Each blur slices the other boats in the port, dicing them and causing them to explode. Slice remains above, using her power to destroy each boat, her power even shredding the nearby buildings. Laughter leaks through her lips as she laps her locks across the scene, the woman fulfilling her task with ease and glee. Once she's finished, she joins her team down below as Nine speaks to them all. Here is the plan, Mummy, Slice, Chimera, you 3 cause as much destruction as possible, so no one can contact the outside world. Meanwhile, I search out the boy and the symbiote. Nine then raises his head, seeing a figure running from the scene. As this happens, Tokoyami flying high in the air looks around, hearing the explosions. He glances down at where the harbor is, seeing the villains take off. Using his cellular, he makes the call. Elsewhere. Back in Japan, where a laboratory was hidden from the truth of the world that is light, Tamura Shigaraki sits in a seat. He gripes while gripping his chair with grit in the teeth. On the floor below him, a stream of crimson slithers around where he sits. The blood red rises around him as several pillars, each one with a familiar face that snarls. It then merges back to the ground before returning down the hall to its owner. His eyes amazed at what is before him, the leader of the alliance of villains gets out of his seat and grins. You've awoken to an interesting power, Himiko Toga. Coming into the light is a lovely blonde girl not much older than the class of 1A. She's dressed as a high school student too. Thank you, Shiggy, she says, smiling to expose her canines. Of course, going around doing whatever you're doing isn't what I seek from you. Go test these powers out. Tamura then points at nothing. Test them? On who? How about that guy who is responsible for this power? Toga pauses as she assesses this plan, smiling again in agreement. And who knows? You might run into Lover Boy. Miss Bloody Mary then skips along down the hall. Chapter 59. Last time, Nine and his men arrive on Nabu Island. At the same time, all the children from Class 1 are here performing their duties as temporary heroes on this low-activity island. So begins the conflict. Bakugo walks through the base of operations with a yawn. The phone goes off, alarming Momo. Before she can answer the phone, Bakugo picks up the line. Hero Agency. Help. Please. A villain is attacking the harbor. The urgency in the voice and the word villain catches his attention. What gets him faster is the familiar voice on the other end. Wait a minute, isn't this that brat from last night? No. I mean, yes. But. Forget it. Fool me twice, shame on me. Izuku takes the phone from him. Hey. Where is this again? I'll be there. But before he could get a follow-up, the line is suddenly cut off. A serious expression collects on his face as Izuku turns to Bakugo for an answer. What did she say? Forget it. She's just trying to scam us with another. Where was this happening? His voice sterner, Bakugo almost steps back. Oh, fine, the harbor. She said there were villains at the harbor. Without hesitation, Izuku pulls down his mask and makes a mad dash. As he dashes across the dirt, he could feel his body sparking with the power of One for All. His energy spurts out, but he doesn't stop running. If anything, he's getting faster. Why is One for All activating? I'm not Ga. Izuku stops and takes a knee. Hey, he's right while clutching his heart. But then, the pain stops shortly before it began. It stopped. But the pain usually lingers a little longer. What is wrong with my body? He then remembers the situation. I don't have time to analyze, gotta go. The mall. Destruction tears apart the fragile structure of the surrounding buildings of the shopping district. Several dummies float in the air wrapped in burgundy bandages, attacking everything in sight, suspended by only a separate yet connected strand attached to the puppeteer. People run from the destruction lest they suffer a terrible fate. One of his weapons is blasted apart by a crystal blue beam that explodes. The perpetrator ends up being Aoyama, brandishing his shiny ardor. The hero is there with Mineta and Hagakure. Our purple hero screams, why is it that every time we go somewhere we gotta deal with villains? Well, at least we were expecting it, says the invisible girl. This is all I get. Mummy mutters seeing the heroes in front of him. Lord Farquaad, the Emperor's new clothes, and another protagonist wrapped in a diaper. The Emperor's what? Hagakure asks herself, staring at herself. I appreciate that. But I'm more twinkling than flashy. Aoyama says with a clenched expression. Why is my insult the most degrading? Mineta shouts. More like the most accurate. Mummy sends his bandages to a bus, completely covering it and turning it into a trapezoid-like toy. Several other toys follow and attack the heroes. Elsewhere. Everyone, get away. Shouts Ajiro as he runs forth. He makes a spin in the air and slams his tail at his target. Himera, with one hand, blocks the tough appendage with little effort before pushing him back. Ajiro slides on the beach, testing how his knuckles felt on his tail. Too strong. Yup, just fledgling heroes. With a snort through his teeth, he lights his cigar. No trouble at all. Hero office. Tokoyami finally lands in front of the office where his peers are. Everyone. We've got trouble. Hearing his words, everyone inside assembles before him. He then explains, villains have attacked the island. They've destroyed the harbor and the cell towers and are wreaking havoc in the commercial district and the beach. Sighing, Momo turns over to the others, shouting, everyone, come together. The class president watches as his classmates organize into a formation. By her side, Iida stands. We're pushed in a serious situation. The most important thing is to protect everyone. Without communication, we just have to assume everyone already knows. Iida, you take Todoroki, Shiro, Tokoyami, and Sato to intercept the villain at the beach. Utsushimi, you and Koda will go to assist in the evacuation. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari will go to the shopping district to tackle the villain there. I'll go to assist in rescue and first aid with Ishido and Jiru. Got it? Bakugo takes off immediately, without letting her break the team up. Wait. Bakugo. Kirishima and Kaminari run off after him. Sighing, Momo gives chase with the girls behind him. As she does, her mind guest speaks, do you need action? I might, Momo tells Kuri, her heart pounding hard with worry. Izuku is out there getting in trouble again. Harbor. Rushing to the scene, Izuku looks down at the destruction caused to the harbor. His analyzing mind goes to work as he goes in closer to scope. There really are villains here. He takes out his phone to make the call, getting nothing. Whoever these villains are, they must be very powerful. He checks the boats. It looks like these boats were sliced apart before they exploded. Which means someone has a blade quirk. Now his eyes are on the ferry that's been turned over. This one was damaged the least and is mostly just turned over. This must have been how they got here. Near said ship, he finds 4 sets of footprints. 4 people came here, each at the level where they can destroy ships, but why do that? He takes in a deep breath before jumping high up in the air. Float. Using Shimura's quirk, he levitates in the air and looks around for anything of interest across the island. I want to keep this quirk a secret, but now's not the time for that. Not far from his position, the cell towers have fallen. That explains why he can't call anyone and why the connection was shut off. Over by the beach, sand is kicked up and someone is throwing boulders. It must be one of the villains. There are also explosions by the shopping district. Thinking about it, I should head for the beach. It's a little bit closer after all. He drops down from his floating as if sliding from the air. But that is when his spider sense goes off. Reactivating float, he turns in midair, avoiding something purple whizzing past his eyes. He lands on the dirt path leading to the harbor. Seeing the man before him, his heart skips a beat. Who are you? This person is 9, dressed in his fine violet tuxedo with yellow eyes on him. There you are. Who are you? The emerald protagonist ducks to the left, avoiding another finger beam. Whoa. He has a quirk that shoots lasers. Past 9 continues to scan his body. From his vision, small amounts of energy billow off of Izuku. But he isn't using that power-enhancing quirk. Izuku fires a line of webbing at 9. But a yellow shield rises from his same hand to block it. Huh. From the shield, a blast of wind kicks the spider boy back. He forces himself tall using his spider cling, murmuring, and now he can make a shield of air. That has nothing to do with. His danger sense warns him, the boy ducking to avoid 2 beams that slice across the air. He then jumps to dodge another before closing the distance. Multiple quirks. Reaching 9, Izuku punches at the air wall the man instantly summons. Not strong enough. He jumps back to avoid more beams, extending his right hand to fire a bolt of 1 for all lightning. A stronger wall blocks the attack, surprising 9. It has this kind of application. Landing, Izuku runs into the forest. As he does, the boy comes across a sight he didn't expect. Hiding in terror behind a tree are the siblings Miharu and Kitsuma, tears in their eyes from what they've seen. "Oh. Are you kids okay?" Before he could finish, Izuku grabs the kids and runs away. A beam slices through the tree they were at, along with a good portion of the forest. 9 Power walks towards the boy as he runs away. "He's after me." "Why are you running, Spider-Man?" That catches his attention. It's time to face the consequences for ruining the society of assassins. His heart skips a beat. Turning back to where his opponent is, those once concerned eyes turn bitter with rage. This man is in league with those criminals. Not just that, but if what he believes is correct, this guy is the one curator specifically warned him about. He can't hold back. Elsewhere. Forced into combat, Aoyama fires multiple blasts destroying the obstructions. Mineta throws his pop-offs hoping that'll stick them together, which they do. Hagakure is on the phone trying to get a signal, only to no avail. In a minute, Mineta will bleed to death and Aoyama will get cramps. "We'll just have to hold until backup arrives," Hagakure says as she takes her gloves. Mineta feels his head turning moist. This is going nowhere. Dang it. No hero is a one-trick pony. Nothing they say matters as long as you win. When you're up against a wall, staying in that box may not be enough. Someone as smart as you can overcome many obstacles with that quirk of yours. Damn it, Midoriya is always Sensei Bakugo. If you guys can be cool, so can I. Mineta cries, turning to Hagakure. Hagakure. What? She asks suddenly, still focused on their odds. Over with Mummy, he watches with annoyance at how the students are just barely holding his dummies back. Oh, come on, kiddies. You ain't putting up much of a fight. At least send someone with a decent quirk. Sweat pours down Aoyama's face, his beams stopping just short of their targets now. As the skies fill with burgundy mummies, he falls to his knees clutching his stomach. I'm at my limit here. Seeing his victory assured, Mummy collects his army to block the 2 students' escapes. Wait, 2. Checking the ground, he spots the invisible girl's boots and gloves lying there. Ah, sh. Shine. A blinding light brights his sights, causing Mummy to stumble backward screaming. My eyes. I can't see. It's like seeing Chimera coming out of the shower naked. As Mummy stumbles and fumbles, Mineta sees an opening and runs in. It's time I finally acted cool. Grape rush. Running past Mummy, his grape balls are flung in the air and stick to his bandages, arms, and legs. It also traps his hands on his face. I can't move my arms. Hagakure, Aoyama. He shouts, head bleeding from the overuse. Still twitching from his earlier pain, Aoyama gathers his grit and poses. Crystal blue light shines from his belt. This is where I surpass my limits, plus ultra. The large beam shoots out directly for Hagakure. Or, what he hopes is her. Luckily it does, and her body shines in an outline showing her form as the womanly shape she has. Her hands hold over her face. Warp reflection solar flare. The bright light overwhelms everything in front of her. Mummy is consumed by the light of the naval laser and he screams suffering from the attack. It also overpowers the dummies causing them to explode. The light slowly dies out and Hagakure's body returns to its light refracting state. With their vision returning, Mummy is shown lying on the ground with most of his clothes burnt off. The trio gathers around sighing with relief. Seeing him twitching, Mineta drops his pop-offs on him to constrict his body. Phew. The 3 look at Mummy and then each other. With a sigh of relief, they then jump up shouting, "We did it. All that training was worth it." Aoyama drops to his knees holding his abdomen. It hurts. "I can't believe that worked so well," Hagakure says while putting on her gloves and boots. "Gotta thank Midoriya for the notes." "Hey, I came up with a plan." "I didn't say you didn't," she replies, putting on her gear. Honestly, if it wasn't for his plan she would have just gone in there punching Mummy. But, she may have a reason to lay off him. They've just proven they can be heroes. "Thank you for saving us, Mineta." "Ah, damn it." From the skies above, Bakugo comes down landing on the scene. "You guys finished him off already?" "Eyes. Are you okay?" Aoyama and the others look back to see Kirishima, Kaminari, Momo, Jiru and Ishido making their way up. "Oh, phew, it's you guys," says Mineta, pointing to the guy they've detained. "What's going on? This guy just showed up out of nowhere and attacked us." "He won't be the only one." Momo pulls out a first aid kit, allowing Kaminari to give Mineta and Aoyama. She then proceeds to update the trio on what has been happening, just as the area not far from their location turns dark. "What? There are other villains here, are they after us again? Before Minetta's question could be answered, their sight catches the explosion of power over by the storm clouds. They can feel the shockwave despite the distance. What's going on over there? The gang wonders this as more clouds come back, electricity coming from them. A lightning strike hits the ground where that impact is made. Though looking, Momo and Bakugo are already putting together who could be involved. That's when they see it, towering as tall as the clouds is a cartoony illusion of Izuku Midoriya, unmasked with blood coming down his face. A voice screams out, "Please save Deku." The Izuku. Momo cries when it hits her. Someone is warning them he's in danger. Damn it. Bakugo explodes through the air heading to the site. Looking back to the others, Momo sees that the situation is safe on their end. Right now, she needs to get over to Izuku and make sure he's safe. Please let Bakugo be on time. Well, look at what we have here. Landing onto the scene through the use of her hair is the villain Slice. Her hardened hair returns to its follicle texture before she glares at her opponents. Scanning the scene until reaching Mummy, Slice cuffs. "I can't believe you would let yourself get taken out that easily. Get out of our way." Momo shouts before she brandishes her shield. Moving fast, she blocks a strike from sharpened red hair. The hair entangles it and pulls out away, leaving her exposed. No one is getting in Nine's way. Kirishima jumps up after hardening himself, preparing a karate chop. He gets caught in her hair as well, before being thrown to the floor hard. So let's play a bit while he kills whoever is up there. Mineta gawks at the beautiful woman, before biting his bottom lip. Resist the urge. She's probably wearing shorts under that skirt. Just go at it. He pulls off his pop-offs and throws them at her. Some trap slices hair on the floor. He quickly stops however due to already bleeding. Pretty hard to get gum out of your hair, ain't it? You cheeky little bastard. Licking her lips, Slice uses her free hair to send thin strands as needles at him and the others, while simultaneously cutting free the edges stuck to the ground. The others run away dodging the attack, Hagakure grabbing Mineta and rolling out of the way with him. Momo gets struck in the shoulder, blood squirting out, as she pulls Jiro to safety. The Ruby class president glances at where the explosions are happening now. "Please, Bakugo." A little earlier. Izuku ducks to avoid another beam sent his way. As trees fall, he places the scared children by a trunk. "You guys stay here and be quiet. He's after me." But, Mr. Deku Kitsuma mutters with fear, "You don't stand a chance against him. He's blocked all your attacks." He gives them a reassuring smile. "I got this. Just go." Before more words could be shared, Izuku dashes for his opponent. Mahoru grabs her brother and prepares to leave, but he stays behind. He can't leave. More beams coming his way, Izuku dodges left, right, and up to avoid them. One for all attaches to his fingertips as he fires a lightning bolt. Nine blocks using an air shield, his eyes scanning Izuku. That one was stronger, but he has no ill effects. The emerald lightning sparks around his body as Izuku gets in closer. 50%. Nine becomes shocked seeing his body brimming with energy. He's getting stronger. No, he's using his quirk now. The wall cuts the two off. Izuku's fist impacts the barrier, shattering it to pieces upon contact. Texas smash. He shouts, slamming his fist into Nine's cheek. The punch catches him off guard and sends the villain flying, leaving a trail. Izuku drops to a knee holding his heart as One for All cuts off. "My heart." The kids watching gape in awe at how the hero overturned the battle with one punch. He did it. Feeling the situation isn't over yet, Izuku rushes over. He just needs a simple splurt of webbing to contain him. But as he gets closer, Nine rises from the dirt, as if he didn't get punched with the strength he lifted a building with. The wound on his cheek is even closing back up. What? Izuku Midoriya, the former vigilante known as Spiderman, now provisional hero Deku, ever since your involvement back in April, you have caused us setback after setback. Even if you didn't steal the symbiote, we suffered a bit thanks to you crippling and getting Chikaku arrested, as well as shutting down Tama. I had a feeling about that. You're here for Kuri, aren't you? His name is Venom. Blue fluid oozes from his body, terrifying Izuku as it covers Nine as well as his face, and it seems he's not with you. Oh no, Izuku realizes, stepping back in fear. That's where the other symbiotes Kuri hinted at before went. Nine has changed drastically, like him or anyone transformed with Kuri, most of Nine's body has become covered by the symbiote and turned him into a taller being. His fingers are sharpened claws, his body has added bulk on the muscles, and his face has mutated as well to show the same mask. Two protrusions extend from his shoulders. If he's not here, then there's no value in you living. The alien monster clutches its arms under its chest. Seeing it, Izuku's danger sense turns on and he glances back at where the kids are. As fast as he can, he dashes in front of them. 9 swipes his arms out, releasing oozing spears that fly out everywhere in front of him. Izuku thrusts his arms out and releases Black Whip, stopping the spears that would have struck them in their tracks. But as he cringes, Izuku checks his leg where one has impaled him. I couldn't stop them all. You're mine, shouts 9 as he moves in and grabs the boy's face. Green energy swirls around them. While I'm here, I'll steal that all-powerful quirk you have. Izuku groans as he tries to break free. But not only is his grip strong, but this quirk suction is working hard on him. He's stealing my quirk. As 9 and his parasite drain Deku, they soon stop, dropping the boy to the ground. What was that? We couldn't steal his quirk. No, he glares down at Izuku, who is slowly recovering. That quirk repelled us, right? That's never happened before. An air wall forms and blows away the siblings and Izuku. As he rolls along the ground in pain, 9 and right-eye Izuku dangerously. A mutated body capable of fighting on the level of pro heroes and a quirk that comes with multiple quirks and holds sentience, that's impossible. It's not probable. Such a miraculous human being should not exist. Then we'll just kill him like we planned before he can ruin our perfect world. With his danger sense warning him, Izuku pushes himself up with all his might and fires one for all to block the lasers. Some miss and leave his abdomen and shoulder pierced. Blood oozes from the wound on his leg. With the added pressure squeezing it out, he won't last against such a powerful opponent. Especially if he has to protect these kids. He's after me, so I'll just get out of the way. Izuku jumps away, escaping from the children to make his move. His senses go off again, and faster than he could react it happens. A lightning bolt comes from above and strikes him. His screams follow. With the clearing of smoke, Izuku lies face down in the dirt of a divine strike crater. He isn't moving. Mahoro and Kitsuma cry, seeing the hero who stepped up to protect them hurt so badly. Tendrils reach out and lift Izuku by his left arm. 9 stares him in the face, scuffing. I can't believe someone like you could have. Webbing splatters over 9's face, taking the villain by surprise. Lightning sparks around Izuku's fist on his free arm as he moves in to strike 9 in the face. 100%. His body stops. He can feel it. On his chest, where the white spider symbol rests, there is a blade sticking in from 9's hand. The hand retreats, blood squirting out from the wound. Izuku drops to his knees, all power and energy he had now gone. Mr. Deku. Kitsuma screams, reaching out for him as Mahoro holds him back. Please work. The little girl closes her eyes as she activates her quirk. Overhead, an illusion forms in the shape of Izuku, beaten up by the super-powered alien assassin. An illusion quirk. 9 stretches his hand to them and fires a blast of wind from the air shield, sending the kids flying a few feet away. With his claws, he reaches down and grabs hold of Izuku's head, lifting him to his face. The boy is unconscious. You've lost, Spider-Man. And now I'm going to make sure you never trouble me again by eating your heart. Riot's mouth opens wide as an elongated tongue stretches out. It slithers up Izuku's face and prepares to go down his throat to rip his heart out from within. There you fucking are. 9 tosses Izuku aside before he stretches his arm out, a barrier blocking an incoming explosion. Mahoro gasps, seeing her hero has arrived. Dynamite. An explosion quirk. Now 9 snarls as he fires beams at Bakugo. The explosion expert rockets out of the way, his left cheek grazed as a result. He moves over and grabs Izuku before blasting right next to the kids. Mr. Deku. Kitsuma goes to Izuku. Tears freely fall, seeing all the wounds he's received. Our emerald protagonist groans as he opens his eyes, looking at Bakugo standing above him. Kaken. Stay down, Deku. I'll take this guy out. Look out, he gasps, forcing himself to speak. He's got several quirks, one that makes shields, one that fires bullets, one that controls the weather, and he can steal quirks. Multiple quirks and being able to steal more. Bakugo grumbles with narrow eyes before shooting forward with his left hand. That sounds like someone back in Tartarus. Don't talk, Mr. Deku. I'll. Kitsuma looks down at Izuku. After all the encouragement he gave, the support for his dream, and how amazing the two communicated, he has to help him. Izuku is the hero who believed in him, and so he's going to help him. I'll heal you right away. Kitsuma places his hands on his body, the palms glowing green. An aura forms over Izuku's body, speeding up his recovery. As he goes to work, Izuku's healing factor kicks into overdrive and his wounds stop bleeding immediately. While still fending off Bakugo, 9 sees what Kitsuma is doing in awe. A quirk that improves cellular activity and recovery. That would be perfect without the two of us together. Hey. I'm right here. Bakugo throws a punch to the wall, creating an explosion again. But he gets blown back by air. Tendrils fly forth to attack the airborne hero teen. With his explosions, Bakugo blasts them away, stunning 9. What's wrong? Can't stand the heat. He shoots forward at 9, punching the air to change his trajectory and get away from his air shield. Spinning along the ground, Bakugo comes behind 9 and kicks his other hand away. With his right hand stretched back, he kicks forth to throw an explosive punch. That is when a blue dragon head shoots out from 9's back and ensnares Bakugo in its mouth before slamming into the ground. He coughs up saliva and blood from the incredible force. The pain increases when the dragon buries him further into the ground. But Bakugo put out of commission, 9 walks for Izuku. His fingertips glow as he prepares to finish the job. Time to finish with this extermination. Moving towards Izuku, 9 stops in his tracks when his scanning quirk catches something not far from their position. Not just the color of the energy output, but the figure is also a deep crimson. That indicates one thing. The symbiote. 9 deactivates the beam quirk to summon a shield. Just in time, Bakugo comes to throw an explosive punch as the last resort. Bleeding from the forehead, he groans as he attempts to break through, only to fail. It can't be Venom, and it isn't Scream. It must be the new one. Before he could comment further with his host, Riot and 9 are surrounded by a flock of blackbirds. The avians make their leave, and 9 is alone. No Spider-Man, no dynamite, not even kids. Of course, he has more important things to worry about. Also, it isn't as if they can escape. So 9 gives it no regard before taking out a flare gun and firing. Up in the skies, the bullet explodes, and the villain leaves for the new target. Elsewhere. Sugar Rush. Sato comes down with a sweet-powered slugger. Chimera punches back with little trouble, an extra push sending the teenager flying and tumbling across the beach into rocks. Though Koyami sends Dark Shadow forward. You're mine. Please. Chimera mocks, smacking the nuisance he was aside. Shoto stretches his left hand out and releases a stream of fire at the beast man. His response is to breathe a true flamethrower that overpowers the Son of Endeavor's attack. Moving quickly to the defense, he conjures a wall of ice to block. Iida grits his teeth at their dire situation. This villain is nothing like what they've faced before. He overpowered 2 of their biggest powerhouses and hasn't even finished his cigar. The students not fighting continue with their evacuation. Many of them notice the illusion but have to remain. This guy will need maximum effort. But then, the flare is shot in the air. Spotting it, Chimera scuffs. Looks like you get to escape with your lives. He then hops off from the scene. With his exit, the students and civilians still there breathe a sigh of relief. Shopping district. Back with Momo and the others, Slice keeps them on the defense. She sends her sharpened hair at Aoyama, slicing through his weakened beam for an instant decapitation. Kirishima steps in and blocks using his hardened arm, but gets knocked back onto Aoyama. Momo moves in behind her using her Ocelite katana to block her hair. She slides away from the follicles and slashes at Slice, but then the older woman clashes with knives colored in a yellow substance. It's still intact. So, you must be using Ocelite. It's not cutting through. Momo's answer is a knee to the stomach and a back kick. As the creation girl is flung back, Ashido brings her hands together and squirts her liquid like a water gun. I got you now. Please. Slice raises her hair to block, saying, a little water isn't going to hurt my hair. This ain't water. As Ashido says this, Slice widens her eyes seeing her hair melting away. What? As the realization hits, Slice's hair melts down until she is left looking tomboyish. In a fit of rage, she screams, you bitch, firing hair needles everywhere. Everyone moves out of the way to avoid the barrage with some failing. Hagakure gets hit in her hands and legs, Ashido can't feel her entire left leg or buttock, Aoyama's armor becomes a porcupine protecting Mineta, and Kaminari with Jiru takes a dive protected by Momo and her shield. Looking around, the class president falls to horror seeing her friends hurt by this one woman. The fires of anger rise inside her, as Kuri slips out and encases her body. How dare you? Yeah, Momo. Jiru shouts seeing her use the alien's power. Wait, what? I didn't hear about this. Shouts Mineta. Momo charges at Slice with her sword drawn. But just before she could land the blow, tendrils colored yellow shoot out and wrap around her arms. She is lifted in the air by what looks to be Slice's hair to everyone's surprise. Yellow hair. The color slithering from the top of Slice's head spreads down the rest of her body. Kuri inside of Momo shivers at the realization. Oh god, it's her. So, the prodigal son who ran away from us went into the girl who produced the Ocelite we split with the villain alliance. Slice's face becomes the symbiote mask Momo has, this one being a yellow space alien with red highlights. You've caused us a lot of problems for Riot and Nine's plans. 2 movements pass by her, and in seconds Momo becomes armless. She cries out from the pain delivered, dropping face forward. As the others call out her name, her arms slither back to her body. But as they return, Kirishima jumps in with hardened arms. Even though he gets hit in the stomach, he presses forth. Slice's hair flies out to entangle Kirishima before slamming him into Kaminari's direction just before he could use his skill. Laughing, Slice speaks, "Venom, you're coming with us." Momo gets up and draws her weapon before swinging at Slice, the villain easily grabbing her wrist before she could leave a mark. Despite trying to break free, her strength prevents Momo from moving. "We lost Grendel, so you and your coming offspring are needed to fuel our plan." "We refuse." Slice's hair slices into Momo several times, causing her to drop her weapon. The villain then kicks her opponent in the chest, sending her across the dirt. Haruka. Looking down, Slice sees an explosive by her feet. She immediately covers it with her left hand, the explosion contained inside of her arm. It seems she can make things from her body. Ooh, a versatile quirk. But the user herself is weak in combat, holding you back greatly, Venom. Slice laughs as she stares at the fallen students before her. "I can't believe you thought you stood a chance against me." The students get up to face her slowly. Through his host, Kuri speaks, "I don't go by that name anymore. I gave it up when I found a family." "You don't have a family here. But you will soon." Slice sharpens her claws as she prepares to finish them off. A sound wave fires at Slice. She screams in pain as the symbiote around her shifts and shakes, unable to stay together. Falling to her knees, Slice holds her body as she suffers. Jiru with her earlobes aimed continues to fire her attack. "Eyes, are you okay?" Jiru asks as she keeps her eyes on Slice. Momo mutters, remembering what she's doing. That's right, the symbiotes can't handle certain sound vibrations as well. While she watches Slice's symbiote slowly melt off of the villain's body, she notes a single tendril from Slice has entered the earth. Fearing the worst, she faces Jiru and sees the other end behind her. Jiru. The sound girl checks back quickly to see the tendril is aside. Kaminari runs to it sparking with electricity. He grabs it and releases a large electric shock. Of course, being in range, Jiru has to cut her attack short to get out of the way. "Look out." That also leaves her to be pierced by Slice's knives thrown with excellent accuracy. Blood leaks from her chest and stomach where the 3 blades have struck as she lies backward. "Jiru." Everyone shouts seeing her fall from that attack. Feeling better, Slice picks herself up. "Scream, let's finish this up." "Good. Kill that girl first before she can get up." Needle hair fires at where Jiru is and Kirishima takes the attack for himself. Momo gets up and charges at Slice, in a different state of mind seeing her friend her. At that moment, the flare is shot. Looking back, all position their stare in shock at what they see. Even Slice is surprised, temporarily blocking Momo's attack with her claw. "Why is Nine calling us to retreat?" Glaring at the children, she kicks Momo aside before releases a flurry of needles. The dust cloud created allows her to escape. Momo, seeing that the villain is gone, turns her eyes to the others and goes to the defeated. This is their first real time to breathe, they need to heal. Later. With everything coming to cooling, the night settles in. The clouds remain overcast due to a certain quirk's effects while the wind howls, covering the waning moon hidden. Over by a lone shed far from prying eyes, Nine lands there. "I'm here." The weather villain glares ahead at the figure coming out into the opening. "So Venom made an offspring already?" Apparently. The figure narrows its eyes watching Nine scan it. "You wish to know why I am here?" "That's a start. I would like to see where you go with this world conquest. But, I don't think you can get far with it." "Pardon?" "You let your biggest obstacle escape. He'll destroy you and whatever dreams you may have. Finish the job tomorrow." "Don't tell me what to." The figure takes its turn around the shed. Nine checks after, only to find nothing. Angered, Nine tightens his grip as he turns around. Slice and Chimera can be seen coming his way. "Where's Mummy?" "Elsewhere." As the villains regroup, our heroes spend their time recouping. In a factory, all of the rescued civilians are there along with the 20 young heroes. In the auditorium, the safe and recovered are there receiving provisions. Another room has the captured villain mummy chained and confined. With Momo and Kaminari, they are maintaining the essential supplies, the former is creating them while the latter powers the generators. He is dumbing down already while she's about to pass out from the loss of nutrients. No to mention, she's more worried about her friends and lover. Kuri, please save them. Over in what is considered the medic ward, doctors are using their quirks to close the wounds of the injured. Among them is the unconscious Bakugo, his prosthetic hand sparking occasionally. Izuku is still in his pain-induced coma as well, next to the ash-blonde teen and Jiru. Unlike them, she's gotten her wounds closed thanks to Kuri. Bitsuma and Mahoro are there next to the truly hurt hero's side. The latter cries looking down on Bakugo. Bakugo. Feeling he can help, Kitsuma crawls closer to him and places his hands on his arm. A green glow forms over his hand spreading across Bakugo, who groans as he sleeps. Kitsuma's eyes batter back and forth as he heals him. Bitsuma, stop. You'll tire out. I gotta keep going, he replies, forcing himself to go beyond his limit. As this goes on, Izuku finally opens his eyes. He sits up while holding his face. Ugh, that was painful. Mr. Deku. Shouts the kid seeing he's gotten up. He checks his surroundings and realizes his situation. They have a reprieve. But for how long? Bakugo groans as he awakens as well, bringing tears to Kitsuma's eyes. After all meals and provisions have been provided in the factory, the students of Class 1 who aren't down or busy are together in a meeting. As Momo lies on a couch, Iida speaks out. Here's the current situation, communications are down along with the electrical grid. We can't contact anyone. Momo leans up to add, I managed to make a drone earlier to fly back to the mainland, but it'll take hours for someone to potentially find it. And added in the time it'll take for heroes to assemble and get here, that'll take additional time. In short, we're on our own, Ejiro speaks, head on the back of his hands. Vannetta holds his bandaged head as he gripes. It took 3 of us working together to our limit to beat a single guy, and the leftovers are even stronger than him. That one guy even beat Midoriya and Bakugo to near death, and they got these alien things backing them up. We're even low on manpower, Kami states, looking back at Kaminari in his dumb state and Momo malnourished. It'd be beneficial if we knew what they're after. As Iida states this, the door opens up. Into the room steps Bakugo, Jiru and Izuku all patched up. All breathe a sigh of relief with their recovery, with Kuri exiting from Jiru's body to speak. They're after me. Wait, weren't you? And Mineta looks back to Momo. I can switch places, he tells him, but I'm mostly in her, Inko, or Izuku. Iida stands up, asking the important question, who are you, exactly? Well, the second important question. Well, it's a long story, so I'll try to abridge it. He enters Jiru's body and proceeds to speak through her. I'm an alien symbiote from the wrecked planet Clinter. Our kind travels from planet to planet living inside their lifeforms. I, Venom, am the last of my kind along with Scream and our leader Riot. Riot wanted to propagate our species and picked Earth a while back, where we 4 landed in hopes of creating more offspring to spread. Why don't I like where this is going? Ashido asks morbidly. Because it won't be pretty, he tells her. As we residents in bodies, we gain the attributes of those we sync best with. I knew this and refused to possess anyone until I accidentally contacted Izuku Midoriya back in the spring of this year. He gestures to Izuku. I was just going hop off the soonest I could, but I got to like the emotions he infected me with and stuck to him and his mother. Of course, this same trait absorption was how Riot came to be what he is now. He's been possessing several violent and tyrannical douchebags, including his current host 9. If he succeeds, he'll ravage the world and kill the weak, so only the strongest survive. It'll be a hellscape. Everyone shudders at the imagery those last few words provide. Iida then asks, how does he plan to do this? The 4 symbiotes will merge into a hybrid that will spawn younger ones. With enough, they can overpower any hero that comes in their way. The others think over this. Basically, if they fail, it's the end of the world. Bakugo then says, hold it. You said that they need 4, right? Including those 2, there are only 3 on this island. They must think I'm about to give birth, Kuri tells him. We can only reproduce normally once in our lifetimes, and I haven't yet. Hell, if it happens, I wouldn't even know it. The alien then lifts Jiru's head, saying, just hand me over. There's no need for you kids to get involved any more than you already have. The teenagers look at one another before making their agreement. Kirishima says, as if we'd give up. You helped us back during overhaul, so I'll do the same here, Momo says to Kuri. What the hell are you bitching about for anyway? All we gotta do is kill a couple of villains, no biggie. These are Bakugo's words. Besides, I owe a bit of payback anyway. Todoroki silently stands before saying, I'll help however I can. Soon the others join in with their support. Izuku smiles as he pats Jiro's shoulder. We're not gonna give up anyone. Everyone deserves saving, even you. Through her eyes, Kuri cries with how touched their words have done to him. Although, Izuku gives a fractured smile. Besides, capturing you isn't their only objective. Chapter 60. The sun shines brightly this morning. But the howling winds echoing through the majestic ruins state a storm incoming. Walking without a care in the world across this narrow path are the trio of villains Nine, Slice, and Chimera. Before them are the towering heights of the peninsula where their targets lie. So, remember the plan, Nine speaks, right inside of him rising around his body. We grab Venom and the Spider-Man, Chimera continues while cracking his knuckles. And kill Spider-Man so the new guy can join us, Slice concludes, while Scream surrounds her. Up at a higher plane, Creaty Momo hides while scoping them with a monocular. Here they come. We're up against 3 opponents, each one stronger than we are alone. If they work together, we'll stand no chance, so we have to separate them. One of them has different animal body parts and can breathe fire like a chimera. The second has hair that can cut anything and a symbiote that supplements that power. The third also has a symbiote and multiple quirks, including one that can steal quirks. Stealing quirks. So like the guy who fought All Might. Exactly like him. We can't be careless with that guy. I'll figure a plan to handle that beast man. What do we do with the symbiotes? Luckily, they have a weakness, sound and heat. If Todoroki is going after that guy, Kaken will have to lead the fight against her. No fucking way. I want that other guy. I'll fight him. The fewer people against him, the fewer quirks he can potentially steal. And he can't steal my powers. But Izuku, you barely stood against him. What's going to change this time? This time, I won't be alone. And, I have a secret weapon. It just needs to be charged. Aoyama, get ready to attack. This has to work or we can't win, she says, still panting from last night's ordeal. As she counts down from 5, Yuga Aoyama from behind a stone pillar charges his naval laser to the max. Now. He comes out of hiding and aims while striking a pose. Can't stop twinkling supernova. From his belt, he fires a massive super laser at the trio. While Slice and Chimera jump out of the way, Nine continues walking while holding his hand out for his air barrier. This yellow layer blocks the blue laser, but Yuga isn't finished just yet. Time for me to finally stand out. Beams form on other openings of his armor. Plus Ultra. Firing from those ports are balls of energy that attack the surrounding area. This forces the two to evade further from Nine. As they do, Momo pulls away at the camouflage drapes in front of her, revealing 2 cannons. I used all of my lipids to make this. After this, I'll be completely spent. Her guns fire, each aimed at Slice and Chimera. The former's footing is taken away and she falls into a cavern, while the latter is blown off a cliff into a waterfall. The laser show concludes, and Nine resumes walking. Spent, Momo forces herself up with her sheathed katana and pulls Yuga away to safety. Let's get out of here, she moves as quick as she could, as Nine harmlessly passes them by. Not them, Venom must be up ahead. Nine's eyes glow yellow after scanning those two. Watching him storm ahead, Momo sighs with relief. Go get him, Deku. In the cavern. Down below from prying eyes, Slice lands safely on one of the many land stalactites. Looking up, she realizes her problem. Damn it. When did they have time to set this up? Her eyes then catch acid melting the ceiling stalactites, causing them to fall, courtesy of Pinky Mina Shido. She avoids the blades using well-timed acrobatics and flips. She then catches a black figure coming down at her from above. Die. Slice jumps back to avoid the massive explosion that destroys the 2 yards from her position. From the smoke rises her attacker, Dynamite Kitsuki Bakugo. He moves in and aims with both hands, firing armor-piercing shots at the alien woman, her hair blocking the strikes. Seeing him, Slice snarls. What a boring huh? With each attack, her hair shrunk. The woman then pulls back avoiding him. So the kid blabbed. In doing so, Dark Shadow flies forward to attack. His hands brandish metal claws to strike, repelling Slice with each slash. The villain then bares her fangs as Dark Shadow assembles on top of Tsukiyomi Fumikage Tokoyami. Bakugo, let's work together. Don't give me orders. Kitsuki shouts, clenching his fingers as sparks emit from his palms. Slice licks her lipless mouth as her hair extends. Out of the 20 strands that form, all of them sharpen. 2 cheeky boys and a little bimbo who melted my hair perfect. Over with Chimera, he emerges from the waterfall. Checking his surroundings, he scuffs. I fell a long ways away. Before he can make his way back, something slimy wraps around his leg. Pulled into the water, he holds his breath looking at his attacker, the frog girl Frapitsayu. She travels for a few seconds before releasing him, leaping out of the water. In that instance, the water flash freezes with him inside. Above on solid ground, Shoto Todoroki stands with a trail of ice leading from his foot into the water. Behind him are Tsuyu Asui the heroine Frappy, Ingenium Tenya Iida, and Red Riot Ejiro Kirishima. The Crimson Brawler asks, did we get him? Shoto states, no, we just cooled him down. Seconds later, the frozen lake cracks, fissures spreading across the ice. It shatters as he rises, the demon beast man of the Society of Assassins. Landing with a mighty thud on solid ground, he shakes his body like a dog after a bath, yellow eyes on the kids before him. Now, come on. Did you really have to freeze me? The students go on edge. Ejiro sharpens his arms, and Tenya ignites his boosters, saying, do not be opposed, this time we're serious. He tosses out his doused cigar. Me too. Over with 9, he continues to climb up the ridge. Riot flickers off of him in random intervals as he storms forth. Eventually, the leader of the assassins reaches a clearing where the top of the hill is within clicks. There, Izuku Midoriya the hero Deku stands in wait with arms crossed under his chest. A cold wind blows across the arena as both combatants stare at one another. So, you're still alive after all, Spider-Man speaks 9 and Riot. As predicted. Where is Venom? His name is Kuri. He shouts back, going into a fighting stance. And he told us all about your scary plan. Riot growls within 9, saying, so he blabbed finally. Does that mean you've abandoned him? I would trust Kuri with my life. So I'm entrusting my friends with him. Lightning sparks around his body before he fires a bolt at 9. The yellow barrier blocks the electric attack as it tries to pierce through, 9 holding out his hand without flinching. Izuku braces himself as the villain releases a shockwave of wind. Luckily, the spider cling keeps him in place. Spears from Riot's body fire at Izuku, who releases his feet and jumps up to avoid. The remaining wind pressure pushes him back, the spider boy flying through the air. More spears come his way. Midoriya. A line of tape flies up to him and wraps around the spider boy's leg, pulling him out of the way of the spear. He lands next to his friend, Cellophane Hanta Zero. You're lucky you move so well. Izuku grabs Hanta and moves with him to the right, dodging beams fired at them. The hero in training throws a spider can at the villain, watching it explode against his air shield. Lasers fire at them again. Flinging Hanta onto his back, Izuku jumps and hops across the battlefield, avoiding the lasers. In the air, Izuku thrusts Hanta off in the direction of Tentacle Mizo Shouji. As he does, One for All sparks around him, giving him the power to dodge a beam that grazes his shoulder. Come on, Kaminari. Storm clouds gather overhead, a tremendous wind picking up. His eyes stare up before back to 9. He aims with his fingers on one hand while the other twirls above his head. The wind kicks up at this point. What a powerful quirk. He doesn't just summon lightning, he controls the weather. Izuku realizes as he examines the villain. Such a powerhouse could easily be one of the world's greatest villains, or even a hero surpassing endeavor, not that that wouldn't be hard. Midoriya. Izuku looks back to see Tailman Mashirao Jiro, Mysterian Kami Utsushimi, and Chargeable Denki Kaminari coming his way with a silver box. Yes, just in time. Izuku runs to their location, stopping at the last second to avoid another laser. You running to them means they have something important for you, does it? 9 calls down lightning bolts of pure white, one striking the area where the students are. No. Izuku shouts, reaching out for his friends that have fallen. Another bolt hits where he is. A bit of time passes. Watching the smoke clear, 9 approaches the impact of the last bolt. But, he finds nothing. Smash. Moving quickly, 9 manages to avoid a punch to his face from Izuku. As the boy turns, his left foot clocks the villain in the chin. A tooth flies from the strike, 9 stumbles backward before falling on his behind. Izuku shoots a web line to grab the metal box from Denki, his stupid face shown. Thanks, guys. He holds the item and keeps an eye on 9 as the others get to a clearing. As Riot fixes his face, the villain gets back to his feet. What the hell is this? How did you survive that? Let's just say we were expecting your lightning attack and planned for it, Izuku says as he glances at Denki being carried by Mashirao. We have a guy in our class who naturally draws electricity to him. But we saw you get struck by lightning. He points to him in objection. No, you saw an illusion of me getting struck. Mihoros aren't exactly the best, but Kimi's been perfecting hers for years. She can make visuals and noises. You little bastard. 9 extends his claws in anger. I should have known Dragon's son would follow his footsteps in causing me problems. That pisses him off a little. Yeah, you forced my dad to stay as an assassin. Why are you so obsessed with working for Riot to creating this world? If there are hundreds of symbiotes going around forcing themselves into people, it'll be chaos. Izuku stares up at his opponent as he comes forward. With a metal box in his hands, he listens to 9. Lightning crackles above in the black clouds that have gathered, the only true bit of light this battlefield possesses. As you are aware, I can manipulate the weather. Essentially, to rule the skies was my birthright, but here I am stuck crawling on the ground. 9's eyes shine green through the hollow white of Riot's mask. The moment a person is born, everything about them is decided. No matter what power they possess, circumstances keep us down. Suppress us. That is something Izuku understands. All too well. I've seen with my own eyes that there are others like me. Himera smacks Shoto and Tenya aside with his mighty talons. His face shows rage. We live in a world, Slice's hair flies above her head, rapidly impaling the ground before her, forcing Kitsuki to dodge, where so many people. Mummy remains chained up where he is, grumbling, don't get what they deserve. With the point of his finger, he fires a beam at Izuku, forcing him to dodge. The strong should not be held down by the cowardice of the weak. With the power I've amassed, I will destroy everything and rebuild a brand new world. And the next step is to get rid of those who threaten that world, starting with the boy with the powerful quirk that can't be stolen. Quickly, Izuku stands, moving his head aside to dodge another beam. Eyes brimming with confidence, Izuku sparks with emerald lightning. I would be lying if I said that what you said about people being treated unfairly for reasons beyond their control was just the ramblings of a madman. But that is no reason for what you've done. And I have far too many promises to keep that I can't die for. So you want me, come and get me. He places the metal item over his waist. The device adjusts itself, extending around him to turn into a belt. The front showing the piece with the spider shines. Activation code metal weave. Swarming all around Izuku are hundreds of thousands of green, metallic spiders, all coming out from his storage unit. These countless machines collect into the form of a giant spider towering over him, adorned with green streaks. Once done, the spiders amass onto his body from toe to head. Reaching up to his neck, the suit adjusts colors. He now wears a bodysuit that sticks to him as well as his other suits. His boots are green with a web design reaching just under his knees. Up from there his legs, waist, and under his arms are blue. His gloves to his elbows and over his arms are green, along with his shoulders, neck, and collar area. In blue is his spider symbol outlined gold. His mask forms over his face concluding, and he gains a shine in his visor's bright blue. Through his eyes, his heads-up display shows him a clear, bright image of 9. It's time to see how this baby performs. One for all, 100% full cowling. A new suit to wear. Ignoring his appearance, 9 raises his hand to the sky. While he let him speak and transform, he has been preparing a lightning strike. Before he could unleash the thunder, a hand clenches and punches him in the face. The impact is so hard that pieces of Riot's face rips off. As he goes flying, another fist sends him crashing into the ground so hard his body impacts the earth. Wide-eyed, 9 spots the boy who overpowered him floating in midair. He stretches his hand out and fires multiple beams at Izuku, the boy kicking off the air and dodging. Black Whip entangles the villain and rips him through the air like a worn bandage, right in the face of another metallic punch. Izuku's danger sense turns on, causing him to jump off. A spear made of Riot's body liquid slices his chest, chipping it. The symbiote then sticks to his body, unable to go further into his metal fabric. What? Sorry, but you won't be getting through my ocelite armor. Lightning sparks around his body and electrocutes 9 and Riot. Texas smash. A powerful strike hits 9 in the face, an explosion of power resulting in as a result. As the attack sends the villain hurtling across the air, Izuku uses Black Whip to pull him back. 9 summons an air barrier to repel Izuku through sheer wind pressure. Black Whip pulls him back and closer as the spider boy lifts his arms up, charged with one for all. But 9 is ready this time. He conjures a blade to slice through the boy, only to miss, hitting thin air. He's gone. Wyoming. Izuku appears above the villain coming out of camouflage. He then spikes him with both fists square on the cranium, sending him down into the earth like a meteor. Smash. Elsewhere. As the storm casts itself over the island, down below Katsuki and Fumikage continue their life-struggling clash with Slice. She flips across the battlefield as she avoids their attacks, her hair slashing everything around her as she does. Her actions force both the heroes back out of her range. Damn this bitch. Angered, Katsuki flips in the air just above Slice and aims his hands downward. AP shot machine gun. Several shots of his armor-piercing blasts litter the entire field with explosions, catching her along with her hair. Pieces of Scream's body burn off as a result. Gotcha. Got you. More of her sharpened hair flies out in the shape of scythes. They encircle around Katsuki like hands about to crush something. Before they could reach, a stream of acid courtesy of Mina attacks the three strands, giving Katsuki an opening. He then throws himself back using explosions to narrowly what could have sliced him. He then repeats machine gun on the strands of hair that are in his range. Down below, Fumikage reaches Slice and slashes with his claws. Though he manages to cut her, the damage heals immediately, allowing her to spin kick him out of her range. She then slashes at him, shattering his claws. From her hiding spot, Mina leaps out. Her right hand wielding acid, she throws it over top of Slice's area. The villainess gets hit by the acid, but while openings in Scream's lair burn up, they quickly heal back up. It didn't work. Hair shoots forth and wraps around Mina. Gah. Mina. Fumikage gets knocked aside and surrounded by hair, Katsuki still up above dodging. Someone told you about my weakness, but acid doesn't work on us as well as you think. To prove her point, Scream's body spreads over Mina, causing her to scream, despite her conjuring more acid. If you can't actually produce heat, you'll be the one getting burned. More blade hair forms and attacks Mina. That is where Katsuki comes in, raising his arms. Cover your eyes, raccoon eyes. It's a Shido. She covers her eyes regardless, as his hands release a bright stun grenade attack. The blinding light hits the tendrils around Mina, causing Scream to, well, yell. She releases the acid girl, allowing Katsuki to grab her. More hair comes his way, forcing him to toss Mina aside as he gets impaled and sliced. Bakugo. Mina shouts as she hits the ground. Slice laughs as she focuses back on Mina and Fumikage, whose dark shadow has been weakened considerably due to the light. Now for the rest. You will all pay for getting in our way. Though as the light subsides, the shadows of the bird boy's quirk slowly swallow him. You, wretch. Dark shadow quickly builds up power from the darkness surrounding them above and around to form a massive demon bird roaring in anger. What the hell is this? Slice steps back in fear, seeing Fumicage's quirk go berserk. She prepares to attack again. Not so fast. A black hand grabs hold of her hair, each strand, and pulls her skyward. She is then thrown directly into the dark shadow's path. With a deafening roar, the shadow bird smacks her into the nearest wall. The impact leaves cracks in the stone as she flakes off. Whoever attacked her now lands before the girl. To her surprise, it's Kuri dressed over Katsuki's body. Venom. Wrong name. He aims his gauntlet at her and hooks a finger under the pin. Not yet. Yells Dark Shadow as it crawls towards Slice. I must slaughter more. Shut up. He pulls the pin. The massive fireball of an explosion shoots out and pummels Slice. She screams as the heat cooks her and the symbiote. The explosion also lights the cave and subdues Dark Shadow. Mina uses her quirk to keep from being blown away. Katsuki's attack finally concludes, and Slice is shown stumbling on her feet. Her clothes charred, her hair so short she can be mistaken as a patient, and no weapons left at her disposal. Slice angrily glares at the three heroes in front of her. I'll kill you, I kill you all. She fires a flurry of needle hair at them. Mina moves forward quickly and summons a veil of acid, melting the acid before she can hit them. Dark Shadow moves in over the veil and smashes Slice's head into the wall. This knocks the wind out of her, the villain dropping to her knees before going face down. With their victory, the heroes breathe a sigh of relief. Scream seeps out from Slice's exposed shirt and slithers away without them being aware. There we go. Seeing the villain subdued, Katsuki turns his eyes up to the hole up above. You guys contain her, I'm heading up to settle the score. Not letting them respond, he rockets up through the hole to the battle going on over in the skies. As Fumikage and Mina reluctantly tie Slice up, Scream goes further into the cave. I'll wait until they drop their guard. Then I'll take over the pink girl and use her to melt that bird brain. Before Scream could make a move, the yellow ooze is picked up by a red claw. No matter how she squirms, she is captured by the mysterious crimson assailant. And then devoured. Elsewhere. As the skies grow blacker, Chimera raises his arms with all his strength. This sends all of Shoto's flames up in the air. The 4 students stand before him as he scuffs. "You brats are annoying me." Time to finish, he stops, his body stunned for a strange reason. "Huh? Why can't I move? You ever wondered why we were attacking the same spots over and over?" Shoto tells him as he gives a thumb point at Tsuyu. Iida and Kirishima coated their bodies with a paralyzing mucus Asui secretes. "Call me Tsuyu." Angered that he was outplayed, the beast man snarls as his body shifts. "If I can't move, I have other options. It's time I showed you why everyone calls me a monster." His body grows, ripping out of his trench coat. Wings span from his forearms, his feet extend into larger talons, his tail bulks up, and horns rise from his skull. He raises his head high and roars. From his mouth, he forms a ball of burgundy energy. It fires out as a beam instead of flames, melting the wall of ice Shoto immediately formed. Luckily, Tenyu grabs hold of Shoto and pulls him to safety before it bursts through. The beam continues as Chimera aims. All of the surrounding areas raise, structures are destroyed, trees are burnt down, and up in the skies Izuku and 9 have to dodge. The beast is unleashed. Down below his level, the others contemplate their options. That is until Shoto comes up with a plan. "Get me in close, and I can end this." "Todoroki," begins Tenya, his helmet long lost during the earlier battle, "how do you intend to get close?" "Well, I can distract him, not even your ice can stop that beam of his." "I got you covered," says Ijiro, who gives a thumbs up. "It's my turn to shine." With the plan settled, Tenyu jumps up and races forth. Chimera wordlessly fires balls of energy at him, the speedster easily dodging. This gives time for Shoto to make his move, ice skating with Ijiro in front of him. "Let's go, Red Riot." Unbreakable. The Crimson Hero hardens and sharpens to his absolute limit. A true laser beam fires at them, the young sharpener tanking the attack. Even as it sizzles and cooks him, he keeps guarding Shoto. "I think it's great being able to tank anything that comes your way. If you can continuously increase how hard you can become, All Might would have to hit you seriously. Let's see how much I can take." He roars as he continues to hold rock steady. He must have faith in Shoto's plan, whatever it may be. The closer they get, the weaker the laser becomes. Soon, Chimera stops to catch his breath, leaving Ijiro to fall over. With final words to Shoto, he passes out as the ice and firemaker ice skates like Robert Drake before leaping off. He lands on top of Chimera right in front of his face, holding his mouth with the left hand, while the right fumes for a cryogenic attack. Tsuyu uses her tongue to wrap around Chimera's arms and restrain him by the wrists. Tenyu comes in to assist by kicking the tail and forcing it down. "Do it." Using the reverse of what his father taught him, Shoto shoves his right hand down the beast's throat. He quickly quells the forming laser, causing a sizzling noise to hiss out. As Chimera's body slowly ices over, frostbite spreads over Shoto's cold side. The beast flips Tenyu and Tsuyu up in the air, slamming them together so hard blood comes out. The ice finally takes a toll on Chimera as his body is promptly covered. From the depths of his esophagus, ice erupts from within and turns him into an ice sculpture. Frozen in place, Chimera is finally defeated and Shoto falls back as the cold hit him hard. All members of his team are down. "But, we won." He spots the explosions of power produced by the fight above. "Good luck, Midoriya." Darkness claims his sight. Back to action. Michigan smash. Minutes ago, Izuku continues to pummel 9 with all of his strength. Electricity forms around his fists with each punch, hitting vital portions of his body with weight and precision. The sparks that riddle 9's body also shake off pieces of Riot's flesh from him, exposing his true self slowly and surely. Enough. 9 and Riot repel Deku with the wind of the air shield. Lightning then forms overhead to strike the Spider Boy. With one for all, Izuku moves out of the lightning's path quick enough to successfully avoid being electrocuted. "As long as I have this danger sense, I can react whenever he uses lightning, and my speed is at its best thanks to my senses." He moves in close and kicks up, dodging the spear that comes his way. His senses warn him once again, and he travels through the air, avoiding the 4 Hydra heads that are coming for him. Stopping in midair, his nanobits form 4 golden spider legs that point out in front of him. The tips connect, spinning into a cone. A.E sense. E superscript 1. Superscript 1. Horn. A. Izuku punches the conical structure created before him, which rotates into a drill, thus allowing his fists to run through the Hydra heads in his path. Like a laser-guided missile, he flies directly to 9. His attack pierces through the protection he created, the cones dispersing at the moment of impact. Once his fist touches 9, he's erupted in the plus ultra feel of his electrified punch. Metal Alaska smash. An electric pulse courses through the alien assassin's body before he's sent plummeting into the earth. Izuku kicks off the air and lands, his feet crashing into the ground enough to shake the mountain they stood on. He keeps an eye on where he landed, ready to respond when he gets back up. As the dust settles, Nine gets up with most of his body exposed. Riot slowly spreads to repair the damage. Seeing it, Izuku says, "So, I guess energy that generates heat works on you too. Maybe that's why Curry couldn't remain on my body whenever I use one for all. That's why you're wearing that." Nine summons an army of hydras from behind. As they fly in his direction, lasers follow. The amazing Deku sparks once more before moving at high speed, avoiding every attack that would have touched him. His movements are akin to a god of lightning, as if his feet barely touch the ground. Emerald sparks of energy surround his body and electrocute the hydras. As he reaches Nine, Riot slashes at him with a blade arm. The spider slides to his left and jumps back as more hydras come his way. Forced to dodge them, lasers, and symbiote weaponry, Izuku makes a choice. Too much danger coming my way. I won't be able to hit him if I don't take a risk. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku blasts forward and guards against the lasers fired at him. The ocelite armor holds as he moves in, his senses warning him. Now. Izuku slides underneath Nine to avoid his arm blade slash before flipping up in the air him. He shoots a web line to the floor and pulls himself down, his other fist charged with energy. Smashing his fist into Nine's face, the villain sparks as he flips in the air and lands face down. His punch turns off all of the villain's attacks and leaves him nothing weakened. As this happens, Riot takes control, correcting Nine's body and going onto all fours. Snarling, he attacks Izuku, lunging for him, who flips up, kicking the alien villain in the air. While in the air, the spider places his hands on Nine's chest and fires a bolt point blank, sending the villain back into the ground while also propelling himself up in the air. His classmates still watch their amazing classmate fight against Nine. In awe, Mizo simply says he wasn't kidding about that secret weapon. "This is totes cool," Kami says while watching. He's totally wrecking his shit. Minoru cheers, water from above starting to pour down. Blue lightning above sparks also, as if this was a disaster movie. Wind speeds blow hard enough to lift Minoru inches off the earth. Luckily, Mizo manages to grab him. Mashrao and Earphone Jack, Akakayo Kajiro, watch in a different direction with Denki, who is still short-circuited due to his earlier assistance. The punch sends Nine sliding across the ground until hitting stone. Izuku huffs, staring at the villain. More and more of Riot's body is burnt away and destroyed by One for All, giving him some bit of good news. If he's regenerating slower, your symbiote must be at the end of its ropes. His face half exposed, Nine smiles as he rises to a knee. "As are you." "Huh?" Light flashes above along with its call. "I'll admit, you took me by surprise with your quirk's power, because I had assumed it was a limited use." His eyes turn purple. "But, as soon as I got here, I planned to kill you. The best means to do so is by that." "That?" He points up at the skies. Izuku takes a gander and gasps, seeing that the black skies weren't the only thing Nine was summoning. The winds are collecting together and swirling into a single form along with the clouds. "All we need from this island is venom. But to handle you and your friends, I've been preparing this since the morning, a Category 5 hurricane. It isn't just the hurricane that can be seen destroying the island. Lightning strikes the earth all around them. Even the seas rage and swirl. All over Naboo, buildings are breaking apart and trees are being uprooted." Izuku looks all around in horror. "What are you doing? You'll destroy the island." "So?" More of Riot spreads around Nine. "The weak have no place in my utopia." "You can't do that." "I already have." The lightning hits the area where the others are, sending them all over screaming in pain. Over at the very end of the island in a cave are the civilians evacuated, protected by the heroes Sugarman Rikito Sato, Kauji Koda the hero Anima, and the invisible girl Toru Hagakure. All of them look worried, even as the storm ruins the structure they're hiding in. Stone formations fall in place, forcing Rikito to hold it back. Izuku charges himself and crouches to punch Nine's lights out. "Not so fast." A finger points up at the skies. "One false step and I release more lightning bolts. I can dodge anything you throw at me." He shouts in defiance. "I know, that's why it won't be for you." As he says that, Izuku notes the others still in the vicinity. His friends are unable to move from that lightning strike. "They say you are more likely to die by positive charged lightning bolts than negative, and I have plenty to use on your friends behind us and the ones who have fought my men. And even if I can't, this entire storm will destroy everything here." You bastard. Izuku understands perfectly, he's threatening him to surrender. Now, just as I have summoned this storm, I can send it away just as quick. But only if you cooperate. His Hydra heads fly out and grab Izuku's arms, and knowing what he wants he lets them. The blue serpents hoist him up in the air like Jesus on the cross. Heroes, villains, none of those things matter, power is everything, and the only thing that matters. It is the only proper way a superhuman society should work. You're mad. Ignoring him, Nine holds his fingers out on both hands, each one glowing at its points. Multiple beams fire and hit Izuku's armor, eventually chipping off bits. Although Izuku groans, he remains strong. Not enough firepower. He forms more. By combining all of these lasers we'll produce a beam strong enough to pierce you and that armor. You won't survive a missing heart. The lasers fire and merge into a single point. That connected point then fires straight for Izuku in a powerful beam. Almost immediately, it reaches him. Supernova. A bright beam hits Nines at the moment before it impacts Izuku, creating a blinding explosion. What? Nine glances over and spots two figures at his rescue, Momo holding Yuga up so he can fire his beam. Before he could make his move, a black figure rockets his way while spinning. He reaches Nine and slams his ignited palm into the villain's face, screaming, "Howitzer impact." The massive detonation lights up the area, destroying the Hydras and sending Nine through the air with the shattered pieces of his shield. From there, Izuku falls hitting the ground. Momo lets down Yuga to go to the boy's side, saying, "Izuku." The smoke clears and Kitsuki with Kuri in his person combats Nine and Riot, hands grappled. "So that's where you went, you annoying little poison." "You're the poison, Riot." Kuri shouts before Nine throws him down. Kitsuki spins and slams an explosion in Nine's chest, causing the symbiote to scream as pieces are burnt off. The hero then uses an explosion to twirl vertically like a spinning wheel. He blasts through another shield and chars Nine again. "It's too late now." Nine shouts, pointing upward. The storm cannot be stopped anymore. Now watch as the entire island is obliterated. Momo helps Izuku up. The two then glare at Nine. Even if they did stop him, could they stop this storm? As Kitsuki blasts and fights Nine, Izuku thinks about how to save the island. Lightning comes down again. Through Kuri's abilities, he reacts quick enough to shoot himself out of the way. But, his finger touches a bit of the celestial plasma and gets electrocuted. The current fries off bits of Kuri's body from Kitsuki and destroys his prosthetic. Nine raises his hand. "It's time for all of you to die." Nine's hurricane closes in on the island as he grabs Kitsuki, the claw of Riot gripping Kuri and pulling him up. Tensing up, Izuku stands. Momo looks to him with worry, to which he says to her, "Don't worry. I'll be okay. I just need to clear this storm." But, how? The red veins of One for All spread through his body as electricity sparks around him, the indication that he's using full cowl. If he can do it, so can I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The power of the 8 previous heroes collects into Izuku's body as he clenches his fists. The elbow of his armor solidifies for greater use. Just like back at Eldera, don't think about it, use everything you can and go beyond. Detroit. All eyes fall up at the storm above, the end coming for them. With all of his might, Izuku uppercuts the skies, screaming, "Smash." The force of his blow rockets upward to the darkness. The hurricane splits apart harmlessly. Even the clouds above take the attack, only for it to eventually puncture through straight into the stratosphere. Heaven looks down through the mile-long diameter made from the attack and waves, shining a bright light upon the hero who did the impossible, and the girl who supported him. Eyes widening with horror and confusion, Nine and Riot cannot believe what just transpired. That's impossible. What the hell is this power? Focus on this power, bitch. Kitsuki raises his head and bites down on Nine's right hand, the teeth produced by Kuri sharp enough to rip it off. While doing so, he slams his palms into Nine's face, releasing his largest explosion point blank. The attack explodes the right hand Kuri made, only to show a brand new one in its place. "Huh? I think the word you're looking for is thanks." "My hand." Nine shouts as he notes his missing limb. "How are we losing to these kids?" "Because that's what heroes do." He and Kuri grip his right arm to aim at Nine, sparks forming at his palms before he fires his largest non-gauntlet explosion. As the heat takes over and Riot's body starts to melt, he responds by firing spears at everyone around him. Izuku zips in like a lightning bolt and reaches his hand out, releasing Black Whip to capture them. Flipping in the air, Izuku throws the spears back at Riot. "Hacken, finish him off." Don't give me orders. Kuri surrounds Katsuki again before going to work, moving all of his built-up sweat to the gauntlet. I'm maximizing your quirk's power. It's gonna hurt even more than usual. As long as it works. With a roar, Katsuki goes beyond, firing an explosion that surpasses all others. 9 uses his other hand to summon barriers. But as he does, a streak of energy catches his vision. He turns around and spots Izuku right behind him, his spider legs extending. Too fast. A.E.O.E.E. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Thorn. A. The metal pieces form around his left leg as Izuku comes in with a roundhouse kick powered by Oscillite and One for All. Metal St. Louis Smash. His strike not only pulverizes but also electrocutes 9 as it causes him to lose power over his air shield. Katsuki's blast reaches 9, burning away at Riot's body. Izuku gets away before he could get caught in the blast, allowing Katsuki to finish the job. The smokescreen produced subsides eventually. 9 stands with his hand stretched, twitching in pain. Burn marks are shown all over his body and his shirt is destroyed, exposing his chest. 9 drops to his knees before falling face forward. The true blue skies finally reveal through the slowly parting clouds. They win. Yasha. Katsuki cries, throwing his fist up to the skies. Momo drops to her knees in relief. Izuku sighs with accomplishment. Now to wrap him up so he and his symbiote don't make a comeback, Izuku says as his hand charges for an electric blast just in case. No problem, says Kuri through Katsuki as he walks forward. I'll rip whatever's left of Riot and eat him. You, what? Katsuki grumbles, trying to wrest control back. Sighing, Momo picks herself up as she struggles to move to the others still unconscious. She can't create anything, but she can still get them to safety. With 9 down and his men nowhere in sight, their lives are safe. As Katsuki and Izuku near 9, a figure appears into reality before them. This red figure swings quickly, sending both of the childhood friends flying back. Alone, the figure grabs 9 before they disappear into a black ooze. Katsuki gets up, staring in shock at the sudden defeat they suffered. Who the fuck was that? Izuku can't believe it either. My danger sense didn't see it coming. What happened? Momo asks no one as she saw everything. Elsewhere. Down in the depths of Japan, 2 figures emerge from the black ooze into a laboratory. 9 drops to the floor with a gasp. The figure stands tall with a swirl of blue slime in one hand. Riot. The crimson being's hand explodes in flames, burning the blue symbiote before he drops him. This being glares down at 9. You've made a big mistake going after him. U9 glares up at his betrayer. Suddenly, his body tenses up as he hurls blood. There it is, the person takes a knee, speaking in his condescending voice. Your quirk that controls the weather causes cellular destruction when you use it, so you came to Yujiko, and he gave you all for one, so you can cure the problem yourself. But then you happened upon the symbiote and it fixed your problem for you. So without it, you've gone from King Ghidorah to Nami from One Piece. 9 spits more blood and raises his head to glare at him. This was your plan from the beginning, stealing the symbiote from me. I wasn't too sure of my chances against you, so I let the kids be heroes and do the job. It surely wasn't because I didn't believe in your cause. I'm not giving up. 9 reaches up slowly and weakly. I'm going to create my ideal society. The red claw grasps 9's face. Your society existed before and caused the society to form. I refuse to let that happen once more. A scarlet wave of energy expels from 9's body, traveling into the symbiote user. His broken eyes shatter further as the effect of his quirk concludes. All for one and its overriding mind, 9 asks with despair, who are you? The former weather villain's body turns to ash and shatters from the face down to the feet. The symbiote dispels from his body to reveal his true face, that of Kotaro Shimura. He then walks down the halls of the lab, each footstep echoing through the hallowed bastion. Now that will be unfortunately all for today's video, but do not worry, more will be coming soon for you to enjoy. Golden Fanfics out.